Easy, Alford replied. He is Casey Roberts, and he is a member of the shore party we are speaking through. Roger, Roger, where do you want the fire? Alford gave the coordinates. Quincy blasted away. Beaumont was obliterated. The 88s fell silent. Captain Shettle's small group from 3rd Battalion, 506th PIR, spent the day isolated at the bridges along the lower Douve. He could not advance. The Germans made no effort to push him back. His only contact with the beach came in the late afternoon when a platoon-sized German force was seen to the rear. Shettle took about half his force and deployed to ambush the enemy. When the Americans opened fire, the Germans made no attempt to fight back. They threw up their hands and surrendered. They turned out to be a Hungarian labor force fleeing from the beachhead. As the day was ending, a German patrol came after Shettle's group. The Americans threw grenades at them. Shettle jumped up to throw one, forgetting that he had dislocated his right shoulder on a practice jump in May. When I threw my grenade, my shoulder came out of its socket, and the grenade landed in my foxhole. Fortunately, the banks of the foxhole protected me, but the next morning I found that I had blown up my prized Bond Street trench coat, which was so much lighter and protective than our issue heavy rubber gear. So ended D-Day. Very little sleep, worry about our exposed position, lack of ammunition, and only hard chocolate bars for food. Those D-ration chocolate bars sustained many American paratroopers on June 6, but some found they craved real food. Private Herbert James of the 508th PIR approached a Norman farmer to do some trading. James indicated he wanted eggs, but the farmer did not understand and appeared frightened. James said, "So I started making noises like a chicken, and I hopped around, and he thought I wanted a whole chicken and tried to catch one." James shook his head no, and made the shape of an egg with his fingers. The farmer got some eggs. James gave him a chocolate bar in trade. Pleased with the exchange, the farmer called his small daughter from the house and gave her the bar, saying, "Chocolat, chocolat," over and over. The girl took her first taste of chocolate ever and was delighted. James went back into the woods and poached his eggs on his entrenching shovel and was delighted. Lieutenant Carl Cartledge of the 501st PIR was even luckier. He and a few members of his platoon drove some Germans out of a farmhouse, killing 6 or 7 of them in the process. Inside, Cartledge found the dining room table covered with half-eaten food, Norman cheese, apples, cold meats, and cider. After bolting some food, he searched the dead Germans, looking for paybooks, unit identification, and the like. To get at one paybook, he had to open a dead German's belt buckle. "I looked at the Flying Eagle belt buckle," he said, "and on it was inscribed, 'Gott mit uns.' And I said, 'The hell he is.'" Cartledge was in the Vierville area, northeast of Saint-Côme-du-Mont. There he found his company medic, a man named Anderson, who had been caught by the Germans as he came down. He was hanging in a tree by his feet, his arms down, throat cut, genitals stuffed in his mouth. His medic's Red Cross armband was stained with the blood that had flowed from his hair. The sight infuriated the Americans, but the Germans were not the only ones to commit atrocities that day. Private William Sawyer of the 508th remembered running into one of his buddies. He said, "We had all been issued yellow horsehide gloves. This fellow had on red gloves, and I asked him where he got the red gloves from, and he reached down into his jump pants and pulled out a whole string of ears. He had been ear hunting all night and had them sewed on an old bootlace." About mid-morning, Lieutenant Jack Isaacs of the 505th PIR pulled 3 wounded glider-borne Americans into a farmhouse. Shortly thereafter, he recalled, we noticed a German soldier step out into the field and approach an injured man that we had left there, intending to go back for him. The German looked him over and then shot him. That Kraut didn't survive his trip back to the hedgerow. Getting help to the wounded was a major problem. Every trooper carried a first aid kit, but it contained only bandages, sulfa tablets, and 2 morphine syrettes. There were only a handful of doctors who jumped with the troops, and they had precious little equipment. Major David Thomas, regimental surgeon for the 508th PIR, set up his aid station in a ditch near the Merderet River. "The thing that I remember most," he said, "was a soldier who had his leg blown off right by the knee, and the only thing left attached was his patellar tendon. And I had him down there in this ditch, and I said, 'Son, I'm going to have to cut the rest of your leg off, and you're back to bullet biting time because I don't have anything to use for an anesthetic.' And he said, 'Go ahead, Doc.' I cut the patellar tendon, and he didn't even whimper." The confusion that characterized all airborne operations on June 6 was badly compounded for the 82nd Division because it landed astride the Merderet River. As a result of the extensive flooding, the Merderet was more a shallow lake, a kilometer or more wide and 10 kilometers long, than a river. There were two crossings, one a raised road or causeway and bridge at La Fière, about a kilometer west of Sainte-Mère-Église, and the other a causeway and bridge at Chef du Pont, 2 kilometers south of La Fière. The 82nd had hoped to take La Fière and Chef du Pont during the night, then spend the day attacking westward to secure the line of the upper Douve River. But in the event, the division had a terrific day-long fight for the two positions. Many of its units were isolated west of the Merderet. Some of them remained surrounded and isolated for as long as 4 days, fighting off German tank and artillery attacks with their handheld weapons. Shortly after dawn, General James Gavin, Assistant Division Commander of the 82nd, had assembled nearly 300 men, mainly from the 507th PIR, about as large a group as the Americans had that morning. Gavin moved south along the railroad embankment on the edge of the flooded area to La Fière, decided that the American position on the east bank of the causeway was secure, left part of his force there, and continued on south to Chef du Pont with the remainder. Meanwhile, an 80-man group under Lieutenant Colonel Charles Timms took possession of the hamlet of Canquigny at the west end of the La Fière causeway. When a patrol of 4 officers and 8 enlisted men under Lieutenant Louis Levy of the 507th PIR came into Canquigny, Timms decided that the 12-man group could hold the bridgehead. He decided to go on the offensive and moved out with his group toward his original objective, Amfreville. Sergeant Donald Bosworth was a member of Headquarters Company, 1st Battalion, 507th. He had broken his ankle on the jump. With the aid of 5 other men from his company, he managed to get to a farmhouse. The farmer's wife was a schoolteacher who could speak a little English. When she answered a knock on the door, Bosworth showed her the American flag on his right shoulder. She jumped for joy, invited all the men in and hugged each one of them in turn. Then her husband offered Bosworth his small old flatbed truck and dug up a 5-gallon can of gasoline he had buried in the yard. Bosworth and Sergeant A.J. Carlucci signed a receipt for the truck so that the couple would be able to recover its cost from Uncle Sam and set out for Amfreville. On the way, they joined up with Timms. A medic made a splint for Bosworth's ankle. He stayed in the fight. Timms sent him to check out a farmhouse on the other side of a hedgerow. Bosworth recalled, "I started to crawl over the hedgerow to get to the other side, when suddenly I was face to face with 2 Germans, not more than 4 feet away. They were setting up a machine gun. It seemed like an hour before any of us moved. Bosworth shot the Germans with his semi-automatic. They shot him. He was hit in the right shoulder, went flying backward off the hedgerow, and lost consciousness. Lieutenant Robert Law got him to the basement of a farmhouse, where he spent the rest of the day. Timms, meanwhile, was unable to penetrate the German defenses around Amfreville." Gavin and Timms had moved their main force out of La Fière and Canquigny on the assumption that the small groups they left behind could hold the positions, and that they were mutually supporting. But the Germans held the high ground west of the causeway, which was nearly a kilometer long, and they brought the road under highly accurate sniper and mortar fire, preventing the Americans from using it. About mid-morning, the Germans launched a counterattack led by 3 tanks against Canquigny. Lieutenant Levy and his handful of men fought it off for over an hour. They managed to disable 2 enemy tanks with gammon grenades. How the Yanks loved that British grenade! It was the best anti-tank weapon they had far superior to their own bazookas if they could get close enough, but eventually had to withdraw northward. Thus, the bridgehead so handily won was lost. The 82nd's units were separated, each fighting its own lonely battle on either side of the swollen Merderet. Tim's group remained isolated for 2 days. To the south, at Chef du Pont, General Gavin and a group of about 100 men, mainly from 1st Battalion, 507th PIR, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Edwin Ostberg, moved to seize the bridge about half a kilometer west of the village. At 1000, Ostberg led his force on a dash through the main street, headed for the bridge. The Americans were fired on from several buildings simultaneously, taking 4 casualties. It took nearly 2 hours to systematically clear the village of the enemy. Retreating Germans headed for the bridge. We knew the bridge must be taken before the Germans could organize their defense, Captain Roy Creek recalled, so we made a semi-organized dash for it. We were too late. 2 officers reached the bridge, and both were shot, one toppling off the bridge into the water, the other falling on the eastern approach. The officer toppling into the river was Ostberg. He was rescued shortly after and lived to fight again. The other officer was dead. Lieutenant Colonel Arthur Maloney and some 75 men arrived, and, he said, we set about dislodging the stubborn enemy. It proved to be impossible. The Germans had foxholes dug into the shoulders of the causeway, and they held the high ground on the west bank. The Americans had only small arms. The Germans had tanks and artillery to supplement their machine gun and mortar fire. 2 attempts to storm the bridge proved unsuccessful. The Germans counterattacked. Private David Jones of the 508th PIR had just come up to the edge of the causeway. He saw tanks coming across, 3 French Renault tanks. In his words, probably the smallest tanks used during the entire war, but to me they were larger than life. The lead tank had its hatch open, and the black-capped tank commander was exposed from the waist up, hands resting outside the turret. Jones turned to a buddy and said, I think it's time to get our war started. He took careful aim and fired at the tank commander. His bullet hit the turret. Jones said, and I can still remember the sound of that ricochet. The black uniform disappeared, the hatch clanged shut, the tank backed off a few feet, and our little group scattered to the 4 winds. Not only had I missed my first shot of World War II, but was now confronted with where and how to hide. He found a place in a vegetable garden behind a farmhouse. The tank fired a 20mm round into the side of the house, and Jones and his group took off running to the nearest hedgerow. The tank moved on toward Chef du Pont. The other 2 followed. The middle tank stopped in front of the farmhouse. On the 2nd floor, Sergeants Ray Hummel and O.B. Hill were watching. Hill handed Hummel a gammon grenade. Just at that moment, he remembered, the hatch of the tank opened and raised back, and the tank commander climbed up to where his waist was out of the tank, and he was looking around. Hummel dropped the gammon grenade right into the tank. There was one awful explosion, smoke and fire all around the tank, and the commander who was standing in the hatch went straight up in the air like a champagne cork. The other 2 tanks turned their guns on the farmhouse and blasted away. Hill said, the mother and the daughter who were in the building downstairs became quite excited and screamed at us to get out, and we figured that perhaps we should. Hummel and Hill fled to the nearest hedgerow. The tanks withdrew to the west. Now there was a stalemate at the causeway. The Americans could not advance and would not retreat. The German infantry, dug in along the causeway, could fire but could not move. One of them decided to give up. He rose out of the embankment. S.L.A. Marshall described the scene in his classic book, Night Drop. He called "Kamerad." Before anyone could answer, a paratrooper, not more than 20 feet away, shot him dead within clear view of the people on both sides. Marshall wrote that the shot was terribly stupid. Had the man been allowed to surrender, his companions would have followed his lead. Captain Creek commented, having witnessed this action at close range, I would defy anyone to make a split-second judgment on what to do, When an enemy soldier jumps out of a foxhole 20 feet from you in the heat of heavy firing on both sides, and in your own very first fight for your life. To this day, 47 years later, I don't know if the enemy soldier was trying to surrender or not. In my opinion, any enemy shot during this intense action had waited too long to surrender. He was committed as the attacker was to a fight for survival. Shortly thereafter, around mid-afternoon, General Gavin, who had gone back to Lafayette, sent word for Colonel Maloney to bring his men and join him there. That left Creek in command of 34 men, with orders from Gavin to hold Chef Dupont at all costs. Creek recalled, "It was pretty obvious that it couldn't cost too much, but at the same time it was doubtful we could hold something we didn't have." Making matters worse, Creek saw a line of German infantry approaching from his left rear, while a German field piece began firing from across the Meurderay. And then, Creek said, as from heaven, C-47s began to appear, dropping bundles of weapons and ammunition. One bundle of 60mm mortar ammunition dropped right in our laps. Next came a glider-delivered 57mm anti-tank gun. Creek turned the mortars on the German infantry and used the AT to fire at the German field piece on the west bank of the causeway. "We didn't hit it, I am certain," he said, "but we stopped it from firing." Creek went over to the offensive. A 10-man patrol began to dash across the causeway. 5 German infantrymen jumped up from their foxholes along the embankment and made a run for it. They were shot down. The others surrendered. "That did it," Creek said. "The bridge was ours, and we knew we could hold it. But as with all victors in war, we shared a let-down feeling. We knew it was still a long way to Berlin." Creek set about organizing and improving the position, tending to the wounded, gathering up the dead, German and American, and covering them with parachutes. Darkness was approaching. When would the beach forces come? Creek wondered. They should have already done so. Maybe the whole invasion had failed. All we knew was the situation in Chef Dupont, and Chef Dupont is a very small town. At 2400 hours, our fears were dispelled. Reconnaissance elements of the 4th Infantry Division wheeled into town. They shared their rations with us. It was D-Day +1 in Normandy. As I sat pondering the day's events, I reflected upon the details of the fighting and the bravery of every man participating in it. We had done some things badly, but overall, with a hodgepodge of troops from several units who had never trained together, didn't even know one another, engaged in their first combat, we had done okay. We captured our bridge and we held it. Sainte-Mère-Église was a quiet little village with a couple of hundred gray stone houses. The town square, built around a gray Norman church, contained the usual Norman shops selling eggs, cheese, meat, dresses and suits, cider and wine, newspapers, bread, and a pharmacy. It had a Hôtel de Ville and a hospital. It was a village in which nothing much of consequence had happened for 10 centuries. The most exciting times were the festivals and weddings. The N13 ran through the village, headed north to Cherbourg, south to Carentan, then east to Caen and on to Paris. Without the use of the N13, the Germans to the north of Sainte-Mère-Église would be cut off. Without control of Sainte-Mère-Église, the American paratroopers along and beyond the Meurderay would be cut off, and the 4th Infantry Division unable to move west and north. Thus the battle for Sainte-Mère-Église took on an importance out of all proportion to the intrinsic value of the village. The staff of the 82nd Airborne had agreed during the planning stage of the invasion that the place would be the division's defensive base. If the 4th Infantry failed to gain a foothold or the link-up was delayed, all the division's units would fall back on Sainte-Mère-Église until relieved. The village had to be held for an additional reason. The second flight of gliders was scheduled to land around the village just before dusk. The 3rd Battalion, 505th PIR, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Edward Krauss, had taken possession of the town just before daylight. Lieutenant James Coyle of Headquarters Company was with Krauss. Coyle recalled a Frenchman who came out of his house to talk. He spoke little or no English, and I spoke but a little French, but I understood him well enough to sense his concern. He wanted to know if this was a raid or if it was the invasion. Coyle reassured him. "Nous restons ici," Coyle said. "We are staying here. We were not leaving Sainte-Mère-Église." Private John Fitzgerald of the 502nd PIR, who had been misdropped, came into town at dawn. He saw troopers hanging in trees. He said they looked like rag dolls shot full of holes. Their blood was dripping in this place they came to free. On the edge of town, Fitzgerald saw a sight that has never left my memory. It was a picture story of the death of one 82nd Airborne trooper. He had occupied a German foxhole and made it his personal Alamo. In a half circle around the hole lay the bodies of 9 German soldiers. The body closest to the hole was only 3 feet away, a potato masher grenade in its fist. The other distorted forms lay where they had fallen, testimony to the ferocity of the fight. His ammunition bandoliers were still on his shoulders, empty of M1 clips. Cartridge cases littered the ground. His rifle stock was broken in 2. He had fought alone, and like many others that night, he had died alone. I looked at his dog tags. The name read Martin V. Hirsch. I wrote the name down in a small prayer book I carried, hoping someday I would meet someone who knew him. I never did. Colonel Vandervoort, despite his broken ankle, was moving his battalion, the 2nd of the 505th, towards Sainte-Mère-Église. His mission was to guard the northern approaches to the village. He therefore detached 3rd Platoon of D Company, Lieutenant Turner Turnbull commanding, and sent it to Neuville-au-Plain with orders to set up a defense there. Vandervoort entered Sainte-Mère-Église, where he got lucky. There was a glider-delivered jeep in good working order, which allowed Vandervoort to get out of his wheelbarrow and become more mobile. He conferred with Krauss, who had shrapnel wounds in his leg. They agreed that Vandervoort would be responsible for the eastern and northern sides of the village, Krauss for the southern and western ends. They did not have enough men to set up an all-around perimeter defense, but they could block the roads. Vandervoort had another piece of luck. Captain Alfred Ireland of the 80th Airborne Anti-Aircraft Battalion, who had come in by glider shortly after dawn, reported that he had 2 working 57mm AT guns. Commenting later on his ride into Normandy and the crash landing of his glider, Paratrooper Ireland said of the glider-borne troops, "Those guys don't get paid enough." That was literally true. The glider troops did not get the extra $50 per month jump pay the paratroopers received. Vandervoort set up one of the AT guns at the northern end of Sainte-Mère-Église and sent the other north to Neuville-au-Plain to support Turnbull. Turnbull was half Cherokee. His men called him Chief, but not in his presence. He was a good guy, Private Charles Miller remembered. I used to box with him. Turnbull had put 2 of his squads along a hedgerow to the east of Neuville-au-Plain, the 3rd to the west. Vandervoort set up the AT gun in town, pointing north, then talked to Turnbull, who told him nothing much had happened since he set up some 4 hours earlier. It was now about 1300. While they were talking, a Frenchman rode his bicycle up to them and announced in English that some American paratroopers were bringing in a large contingent of German prisoners from the north. Sure enough, when Vandervoort and Turnbull looked in that direction, there was a column of troops marching in good order right down the middle of the N-13, with what appeared to be paratroopers on either side of them, waving orange flags, the American recognition signal on June 6. But Vandervoort grew suspicious when he noticed 2 tracked vehicles at the rear of the column. He told Turnbull to have his machine gunner fire a short burst just to the right of the approaching column, which by now was less than a kilometer away. The burst scattered the column. Prisoners and paratroopers alike dove into the ditches and returned fire. The perfidious Frenchman pedaled madly away, and the 2 self-propelled SP guns that had aroused Vandervoort's suspicion began to move forward behind smoke canisters. At a half-kilometer, the SPs opened fire. One of the first shots knocked out Turnbull's bazooka team. Another was a near miss on the American AT gun. Its crew scattered, But with some encouragement from Vandervoort, the gunners remanned the AT, and with some fast and accurate shooting put the German SPs out of action. But the German infantry, a full-strength company from the 91st Luftlande Division, outnumbering Turnbull's force more than 5 to 1, began moving around his flanks, using hedgerows for cover. Vandervoort saw that Turnbull would be overrun quickly without reinforcements, so he had his jeep driver take him back to Sainte-Mère-Église, where he dispatched Lieutenant Theodore Patterson and Lieutenant Coyle with the 1st Platoon of E Company to go to Neuville to cover Turnbull's withdrawal. Turnbull, meanwhile, was extending his lines to the east and west in order to force the Germans to make a wider flanking move. But by 1600 he had about run out of men and room. He was taking heavy casualties, primarily from accurate German mortar fire. Of the 43 men he had led into Neuville-au-Plain, only 16 were in condition to fight, and some of them were wounded. 9 of Turnbull's men were dead. Turnbull was prepared to make a last stand, a sort of Custer at the Little Bighorn in reverse, when the platoon medic, Corporal James Kelly, volunteered to stay behind and look after the wounded. Private Julius Sebastien, Corporal Ray Smithson, and Sergeant Robert Nyland offered to form a rear guard to cover the retreat of the remainder of the platoon, those who could still walk. Just as Turnbull began the retreat, E Company moved into Neuville-au-Plain. We hit fast and hard, Sergeant Otis Sampson recalled. He was handling the mortar, and he was good at it. He began placing shells smack in the middle of the German force that was coming in on the flank. He said, the Jerries were trying to move some men from the left of a lane to the right. One man at a time would cross at timed intervals. I judged when another would cross and had another round put in the tube. The timing was perfect. Sampson kept moving his mortar around, so as not to give Jerry a target. The rifle squads kept up a steady fire. The momentum of the German advance was halted. Meanwhile, Lieutenants Patterson and Coyle took a patrol to meet Turnbull and the few men he had left with him. And we started our journey back to Sainte-Mère-Église, Sampson said. I could hear the Jerries yelling as we were leaving. It reminded me of an unfinished ball game, and they were yelling us to come back and finish it. We withdrew in a casual way, as one would after a day's work. I walked alongside Lieutenant Turnbull. He was a good man. The 28 badly wounded men left behind, and 2 of the 3 volunteers who provided a rear guard, were captured. The 3rd volunteer, Sergeant Bob Nyland, was killed at his machine gun. One of his brothers, a platoon leader in the 4th Division, was killed the same morning at Utah Beach. Another brother was killed that week in Burma. Mrs. Nyland received all 3 telegrams from the War Department announcing the deaths of her sons on the same day. Her 4th son, Fritz, was in the 101st Airborne. He was snatched out of the front line by the Army. The most critical of the wounded were evacuated to a hospital in Cherbourg by the Germans, and were eventually freed when that city was taken on June 27. The others were freed on the night of June 7 and 8 when American tanks overran Neuville-au-Plain. Turnbull was killed in Sainte-Mère-Église on June 7 by an artillery round. Turnbull's heroic stand allowed Krauss and Vandervoort to concentrate on an even stronger counterattack from the 795th Regiment, south of Sainte-Mère-Église. It was as big a counterattack as the Germans mounted on D-Day, and it was supported by 88mm guns, firing from high ground south of the village. The impact of the shells threw up mounds of dirt and mud, Private Fitzgerald recalled. The ground trembled, and my eardrums felt as if they would burst. Dirt was filling my shirt and was getting into my eyes and mouth. Those 88s became a legend. It was said that there were more soldiers converted to Christianity by the 88 than by Peter and Paul combined. When the firing finally stopped, it was mid-afternoon. We still held the town, and there was talk of tanks coming up from the beaches to help us. I could not hold a razor steady enough to shave for the next few days. Up until now, I had been mentally on the defensive. My introduction to combat had been a shocker, but it was beginning to wear off. I found myself pissed off at the Germans, the dirt, the noise, the idea of being pushed back. Others felt the same. When Colonel Krauss sent I Company to strike at the enemy flank, it moved out aggressively. It caught a German convoy in the open and with bazookas and gammon bombs destroyed some tanks. The accompanying German infantry withdrew under a hail of fire. With the last light of day, Fitzgerald said, the last German attack came to a halt. Reinforcements came in by glider. They tried to land all around Sainte-Mère-Église, but the pilots were taking small arms fire from the surrounding Germans. And in any case, the fields were too short and the hedgerows too high. Every glider seemed to end up crashing into a hedgerow. I was standing in a ditch when a glider suddenly came crashing through some trees, Lieutenant Coyle remembered. I had not seen it coming, and of course could not hear it, as it made no sound. I just had time to drop face down in the ditch when the glider hit, crashed across the road, and came to rest with its wing over me. I had to crawl on my stomach the length of the wing to get out from under. Sergeant Sampson dove to the ground as a glider crashed into a hedgerow. He said the tail end of the glider was sticking up at a 45-degree angle. I went to see if I couldn't help. As I came up, a hole started to appear on the right side of the glider. The men were kicking out an exit. Like bees out of a hive, they came out of that hole, jumped on the ground, ran for the trees, and disappeared. I tried to tell them they were in friendly country, but they passed me as if I wasn't even there. During the night, the Germans were firing flares, shooting rifles, mortars, and occasionally 88s at Sainte-Mère-Église, yelling out orders and threats at the Americans. They seemed to be so sure of themselves, Sampson said. A barrage would hit us, and then they would open up with their machine pistols, yelling as if to attack. Then it would quiet down, and then burst out anew. I snuggled up close to my mortar and caressed the barrel. How I wanted to fire it! But we were too intermingled. I might have hit some of our own men. The enemy never came on. Maybe they thought with all their yelling and firing we would give our positions away by running. I wondered what had happened at the beaches. The infantry should have been with us by now. Many things ran through my mind. I was afraid the invasion had been a failure. I was thinking of my country and the people we were trying to help. I was almost certain I would never see daylight again. I can't say I was afraid. I just wanted a chance to take as many Jerrys with me as possible. I wanted them to come where I could see them. I wanted to see a pile of them in front of me before they got me. It would have been so much easier dying that way. Sainte-Mère-Église was secure, if barely. The official history records this as the most significant operation of the 82nd Airborne Division on D-Day. Another victory for the 82nd had been won by Captain Creek at Chef du Pont. On the west side of the Meurthe, however, the bulk of the 82nd was scattered in small, isolated pockets, surrounded, fighting for survival rather than seizing objectives. Communication between units was almost non-existent. General Ridgway feared that his division might be destroyed before it could consolidate, and before the 4th Infantry reached it. To the east, toward the beaches, the 101st had opened the causeways and linked up with the seaborne American troops. Many of its men were unaccounted for. Of the 6,600 troopers of the 101st who had dropped into Normandy during the night, only 2,500 were fighting together in some kind of organized unit at the end of the day. Some of its units, like Colonel Johnson's at La Barquette and Captain Shettle's at the lower Douve bridges, were isolated and vulnerable. But the 101st had accomplished its main mission, opening the way inland for the 4th Infantry. The casualty rate cannot be stated with accuracy. The airborne records for Normandy do not distinguish between D-Day losses and those suffered in the ensuing weeks. It was perhaps 10%, which was much lower than Air Vice Marshal Lee Mallory had feared and predicted, but incredibly high for one day of combat. It would almost seem to have been too high a price, except that, thanks to the airborne, the 4th Division got ashore and inland with an absolute minimum of casualties. That was the payoff for the largest night drop of paratroopers ever made. Lee Mallory had urged Eisenhower to cancel the airdrop and bring the airborne divisions into the beaches as follow-up troops. Eisenhower had refused, and he was surely right. Without the airborne fighting behind the German lines, The 4th Infantry would probably have gotten ashore and over the sand dunes without too much difficulty, as the German defenders on the shoreline were too few and of poor quality, and were so badly battered by the marauders. But getting across the causeways over the flooded area back from the dunes would have been costly, perhaps impossible, without the airborne. The 101st had accomplished 2 critical missions. Its men had taken the exits from the rear, and they had knocked out German cannon at Brecourt Manor, Oldie, and other places, cannon that could have been used with deadly effectiveness against the infantry and landing craft. General Marshall had urged Eisenhower to drop the airborne much further inland, as much as 60 kilometers from the beach. Eisenhower had refused to do so. He had reasoned that lightly armored paratroopers, far behind German lines, would have been more a liability than a help, isolated and vulnerable, unable to act aggressively. The experience of the 82nd Airborne west of the Mer de Ré would seem to show that Eisenhower was right. Chapter 17. Visitors to Hell. The 116th Regiment at Omaha. If the Germans were going to stop the invasion anywhere, it would be at Omaha Beach. It was an obvious landing site, the only sand beach between the mouth of the Douve to the west and Arromanches to the east, a distance of almost 40 kilometers. On both ends of Omaha, the cliffs were more or less perpendicular. The sand at Omaha Beach is golden in color, firm and fine, perfect for sunbathing and picnicking and digging, but in extent the beach is constricted. It is slightly crescent-shaped, about 10 kilometers long overall. At low tide, there is a stretch of firm sand of 300 to 400 meters in distance. At high tide, the distance from the waterline to the 1 to 3 meter bank of shingle, small round stones, is but a few meters. In 1944, the shingle, now mostly gone, was impassable to vehicles. On the western third of the beach, beyond the shingle, there was a part wood, part masonry seawall from 1 to 4 meters in height, now gone. Inland of the seawall there was a paved promenade beach road, then a V-shaped anti-tank ditch as much as 2 meters deep, then a flat swampy area, then a steep bluff that ascended 30 meters or more. A man could climb the bluff, but a vehicle could not. The grass-covered slopes appeared to be featureless when viewed from any distance, but in fact they contained many small folds or irregularities that proved to be a critical physical feature of the battlefield. There were 5 small draws or ravines that sloped gently up to the tableland above the beach. A paved road led off the beach at exit D1 to Vierville. At Les Moulins, exit D3, a dirt road led up to Saint-Laurent. The third draw, exit E1, had only a path leading up to the tableland. The fourth draw, E3, had a dirt road leading to Colville. The last draw had a dirt path at exit F1. No tactician could have devised a better defensive situation. A narrow and closed battlefield, with no possibility of outflanking it. Many natural obstacles for the attacker to overcome. An ideal place to build fixed fortifications and a trench system on the slope of the bluff, and on the high ground looking down on a wide open killing field for any infantry trying to cross no man's land. The Allied planners hated the idea of assaulting Omaha Beach, but it had to be done. This was as obvious to Rommel as to Eisenhower. Both commanders recognized that if the Allies invaded Normandy, they would have to include Omaha Beach in the landing sites. Otherwise, the gap between Utah and the British beaches would be too great. The waters offshore were heavily mined. So too the beaches, the promenade, which also had concertina wire along its length, and the bluff. Rommel had placed more beach obstacles here than at Utah. He had 12 strong points holding 88s, 75s, and mortars. He had dozens of Tobruk's and machine gun pillboxes supported by an extensive trench system. Everything the Germans had learned in World War I about how to stop a frontal assault by infantry, Rommel put to work at Omaha. He laid out the firing positions at angles to the beach to cover the tidal flat and beach itself with crossing fire, plunging fire, and grazing fire from all types of weapons. He prepared artillery positions along the cliffs at either end of the beach, capable of delivering enfilade fire from 88s all across Omaha. The trench system included underground quarters and magazines connected by tunnels. The strong points were concentrated near the entrances to the draws, which were further protected by large cement roadblocks. The larger artillery pieces were protected to the seaward by concrete wing walls. There was not 1 inch of the beach that had not been pre-sighted for both grazing and plunging fire. Watching the American landing craft approach, the German defenders could hardly believe their eyes. "Holy smoke, here they are," Lieutenant Frerking declared. "But that's not possible. That's not possible." He put down his binoculars and rushed to his command post in a bunker near Vierville. "Landing craft on our left, off Vierville, making for the beach," Corporal Heinz Severlo in Widerstandsnesten 62 called out. "They must be crazy," Sergeant Krona declared. "Are they going to swim ashore, right under our muzzles?" The colonel of the artillery regiment passed down a strict order: "Hold your fire until the enemy is coming up to the waterline." All along the bluff, German soldiers watched the landing craft approach, their fingers on the triggers of machine guns, rifles, artillery fuses, or holding mortar rounds. In Bunker 62, Frerking was at the telephone, giving the range to gunners a couple of kilometers inland. "Target Dora, all guns, range 4850, basic direction 20+, impact fuse." Captain Robert Walker of HQ Company, 116th Regiment, 29th Division, later described the defenses in front of Vierville. The cliff-like ridge was covered with well-concealed foxholes and many semi-permanent bunkers. The bunkers were practically unnoticeable from the front. Their firing openings were toward the flank, so that they could bring flanking crossfire to the beach, as well as all the way up the slope of the bluff. The bunkers had diagrams of fields of fire, and these were framed under glass and mounted on the walls beside the firing platforms. A.J. Liebling, who covered the invasion for the New Yorker, climbed the bluff a few days after D-Day. The trenches were deep, narrow, and so convoluted that an attacking force at any point could be fired on from several directions, he wrote. Important knots in the system, like the command post and mortar emplacements, were of concrete. The command post was sunk at least 25 feet into the ground and was faced with brick on the inside. The garrison had slept in underground bomb-proofs, with timbered ceilings and wooden floors. To Liebling, it looked like a regular Maginot Line. 4 things gave the Allies the notion that they could successfully assault this all but impregnable position. First, Allied intelligence said that the fortifications and trenches were manned by the 716th Infantry Division, a low-quality unit made up of Poles and Russians with poor morale. At Omaha, intelligence reckoned that there was only 1 battalion of about 800 troops to man the defenses. Second, the B-17s assigned to the air bombardment would hit the beach with everything they had, destroying or at least neutralizing the bunkers and creating craters on the beach and bluff that would be usable as foxholes for the infantry. Third, the naval bombardment, culminating with the LCTR's rockets, would finish off anything left alive and moving after the B-17s finished. The infantry from the 29th and 1st Divisions going into Omaha were told that their problems would begin when they got to the top of the bluff and started to move inland toward their D-Day objectives. The fourth cause for confidence that the job would be done was that 40,000 men with 3,500 motorized vehicles were scheduled to land at Omaha on D-Day. In the event, none of the above worked. The intelligence was wrong. Instead of the contemptible 716th Division, the quite capable 352nd Division was in place. Instead of 1 German battalion to cover the beach, there were 3. The cloud cover and late arrival caused the B-17s to delay their release until they were as much as 5 kilometers inland. Not a single bomb fell on the beach or bluff. The naval bombardment was too brief and generally inaccurate, and in any case it concentrated on the big fortifications above the bluff. Finally, most of the rockets fell short, most of them landing in the surf, killing thousands of fish, but no Germans. Captain Walker, on an LCI, recalled that just before H hour, I took a look toward the shore and my heart took a dive. I couldn't believe how peaceful, how untouched, how tranquil the scene was. The terrain was green. All buildings and houses were intact. The church steeples were proudly and defiantly standing in place. "Where," I yelled to no one in particular, "is the damned Air Corps?" The Overlord plan for Omaha was elaborate and precise. It had the 116th Regiment of the 29th Division, attached to the 1st Division for this day only, going in on the right, or west, supported by C Company of the 2nd Ranger Battalion. The 16th Regiment of the 1st Division would go in on the left. It would be a linear attack, with the two regiments going in by companies abreast. There were 8 sectors, from right to left, named Charlie, Dog Green, Dog White, Dog Red, Easy Green, Easy Red, Fox Green, and Fox Red. The 116th sectors ran from Charlie to Easy Green. The first waves would consist of 2 battalions from each of the regiments, landing in a column of companies, with the 3rd Battalion coming in behind. Assault teams would cover every inch of beach, firing M1s, 30 caliber machine guns, BARs, bazookas, 60mm mortars, and flamethrowers. Ahead of the assault teams would be DD tanks, Navy underwater demolition teams, and Army engineers. Each assault team and the supporting units had specific tasks to perform, all geared to opening the exits. As the infantry suppressed whatever fire the Germans could bring to bear, the demolition teams would blow the obstacles and mark the paths through them with flags, so that as the tide came in, the coxswains would know where it was safe to go. Next would come the following waves of landing craft, bringing in reinforcements on a tight, strict schedule, designed to put firepower ranging from M1s to 105mm howitzers into the battle exactly when needed, plus more tanks, trucks, jeeps, medical units, traffic control people, headquarters, communication units, all the physical support and administrative control required by 2 overstrength divisions of infantry conducting an all-out offensive. By H plus 120 minutes, the vehicles would be driving up the open draws to the top of the bluff and starting to move inland toward their D-Day objectives. First of all, the villages of Vierville, Saint-Laurent, and Colville. Then heading west toward Pointe du Hoc, or south to take Trevière, 8 kilometers from Omaha. Eisenhower's little aphorism that plans are everything before the battle, useless once it is joined, was certainly the case at Omaha. Nothing worked according to the plan, which was indeed useless the moment the Germans opened fire on the assault forces, and even before. With the exception of Company A, 116th, no unit landed where it was supposed to. Half of E Company was more than a kilometer off target, the other half more than 2 kilometers to the east of its assigned sector. This was a consequence of winds and tide. A northwest wind of 10 to 18 knots created waves of 3 to 4 feet, sometimes as much as 6 feet, which pushed the landing craft from right to left. So did the tidal current, which with the rising tide, dead low tide at Omaha was 0525, ran at a velocity of 2.7 knots. By H hour, not only were the boats out of position, but the men in them were cramped, seasick, miserable. Most had climbed down their rope nets into the craft 4 hours or more earlier. The waves came crashing over the gunwales. Every LCVP and LCA, landing craft assault, the British version of the Higgins boat, shipped water. In most of them, the pumps could not carry the load, so the troops had to bail with their helmets. At least 10 of the 200 boats in the first wave swamped. Most of the troops were picked up later by Coast Guard rescue craft, often after hours in the water. Many drowned. Another disheartening sight to the men in the surviving boats was the glimpse of GIs struggling in life preservers and on rafts, personnel from the foundered DD tanks. In general, the men of the first wave were exhausted and confused even before the battle was joined. Still, the misery caused by the spray hitting them in the face with each wave and by their seasickness was such that they were eager to hit the beach, feeling that nothing could be worse than riding on those damned Higgins boats. The only comforting thing was those tremendous naval shells zooming over their heads, but even they were hitting the top of the bluff or further inland, not the beach or the slope. At H-5 minutes, the fire lifted. Chief Electrician's mate Alfred Sears was in the last LCVP of 16 in the first wave. Going in, the ensign had told him, "All the German strongpoints will be knocked out by the time we hit the beach." Sears went on, "We were so confident of this that on the way in, most of my men and I were sitting on top of the engine room decking of the landing craft, enjoying the show, fascinated by the barrage from the rocket ships. About 1,000 rockets shattered the beach directly where we were to land. It looked pretty good." Lieutenant Joe Smith was a Navy beachmaster. His job was to put up flags to guide the landing craft from A Company, 116th Regiment. His Higgins boat may have been the first to hit the beach. He said, "The Germans let us alone on the beach. We didn't know why. We could see the Germans up there looking down on us. It was a weird feeling. We were right in front of a German 88 gun emplacement, but fortunately for us, they were set to cover down the beach and not toward the sea, so they could not see us." A Higgins boat carrying an assault team from A Company came in behind Smith. The men in it figured that what they had been told to expect had come true. The air and naval bombardments had wiped out the opposition. The ramp went down. "Target Dora! Fire!" Lieutenant Fairking shouted into the telephone. When the battery opened fire, eager German gunners throughout the area pulled their triggers. To Fairking's left, there were 3 MG-42 positions. To his front, a fortified mortar position. On the forward slopes of the bluff, infantrymen in trenches. They exploded into action. "We hit the sandbar," Electrician's mate Sears recalled, "dropped the ramp, and then all hell poured loose on us. The soldiers in the boat received a hail of machine gun bullets. The Army lieutenant was immediately killed, shot through the head." In the lead Company A boat, LCA 1015, Captain Taylor Fellers and every one of his men were killed before the ramp went down. It just vaporized. No one ever learned whether it was the result of hitting a mine or getting hit by an 88. "They put their ramp down," Navy Beachmaster Lieutenant Joe Smith said of what he saw, "and a German machine gun or 2 opened up, and you could see the sand kick up right in front of the boat. No one moved. The coxswain stood up and yelled, and for some reason everything was quiet for an instant, and you could hear him as clear as a bell. He said, 'For Christ's sake, fellas, get out! I've got to go get another load!'" All across the beach, the German machine guns were hurling fire of monstrous proportions on the hapless Americans. One gunner, with Lieutenant Fairking at strong point 62, fired 12,000 rounds that morning. Because of the misplaced landings, the GIs were bunched together, with large gaps between groups, up to a kilometer in length, which allowed the Germans to concentrate their fire. As the Higgins boats and larger LCIs approached the beach, the German artillery fired at will, from the towbrooks and fortifications up the draws and on top of the bluff, and from the emplacements on the beach. Motor machinist Charles Giroux, Coast Guard, was on LCI 94. His skipper was an old man of 32 years, a merchant mariner who did things his own way. His nickname was Popeye. He had stashed a supply of J&B Scotch aboard and told the cook that his duty that day was to go around to the crew and, in Giroux's words, keep giving them a drink until they didn't want any more, or until we ran out. Essentially, we drank most of the day. Didn't have any food, but I drank all day and didn't get the least bit intoxicated. It had absolutely no effect. LCI 94 was in the first wave, right behind the Navy demolition teams and the beach-marking crew. By this time, Giroux said, it was getting pretty hot. Popeye looked at our sign and said, "Hell, I'm not going in there. We'll never get off that beach." So he aborted the run. The rest of the LCIs in our flotilla went in where they were supposed to go, and none of them got off the beach. They were all shot up, which made our skipper go up in our esteem by one hell of a lot. Popeye cruised down the beach about 100 meters, turned toward shore, dropped his stern anchor, and went in at 1/3 speed until he ran aground 20 meters or so offshore. The ramps went down, and the men from the 116th moved down them. As they disembarked, the ship lightened. Popeye had his engines put into reverse, used the small Briggs & Stratton motor to pull on the anchor chain, and backed off. 5 men from his 26-man crew were dead, killed by machine gun fire. 20 of the 200 infantrymen were killed before they reached the beach. Private John Barnes, Company A, 116th, was in an LCA. As it approached the shore, line abreast with 11 other craft, someone shouted, "Take a look! This is something that you will tell your grandchildren." If we live, Barnes thought. Ahead, he could see the single spire of the church at Vierville. A Company was right on target. The LCA roared ahead, breasting the waves. "Suddenly," said Barnes, "a swirl of water wrapped around my ankles, and the front of the craft dipped down. The water quickly reached our waist, and we shouted to the other boats on each side. They waved in return. Our boat just fell away below me. I squeezed the CO2 tube in my lifebelt. The buckle broke, and it popped away. I turned to grab the back of the man behind me. I was going down under. I climbed on his back and pulled myself up in a panic. Heads bobbed up above the water. We could see the other boats moving off toward shore. Some men had wrapped Mae Wests around their weapons and inflated them. Barnes saw a rifle floating by, then a flamethrower with 2 Mae Wests around it. He recalled, "I hugged it tight, but still seemed to be going down. I couldn't keep my head above the surface. I tried to pull the release straps on my jacket, but I couldn't move. Lieutenant Gearing grabbed my jacket and used his bayonet to cut the straps and release me from the weight. I was all right now. I could swim." The assault team was about a kilometer offshore. Sergeant Laird wanted to swim in, but Lieutenant Gearing said, "No, we'll wait and get picked up by some passing boat." But none would stop. The coxswain's orders were to go on in and leave the rescue work to others. "After a bit," said Barnes, "we heard a friendly shout of some limey voice in one of the LCAs. He stopped. His boat was empty. He helped us to climb on board. We recognized the coxswain. He was from the Empire Javelin. He wouldn't return to the beach. We asked how the others made out. He said he had dropped them off okay. We went back to the Empire Javelin, which we had left at 0400 that morning." How long had it been? It seemed like just minutes. When I thought to ask, it was 1300. Barnes and his assault team were extraordinarily lucky. About 60% of the men of Company A came from one town, Bedford, Virginia. For Bedford, the first 15 minutes at Omaha was an unmitigated disaster. Companies G and F were supposed to come in to the immediate left of Company A, but they drifted a kilometer further east before landing, so all the Germans around the heavily defended Vierville draw concentrated their fire on Company A. When the ramps on the Higgins boats dropped, the Germans just poured the machine gun, artillery, and mortar fire on them. It was a slaughter. Of the 200-plus men of the company, only a couple of dozen survived, and virtually all of them were wounded. Sergeant Thomas Valance survived, barely. He recalled, "As we came down the ramp, we were in water about knee-high, and started to do what we were trained to do, that is, move forward and then crouch and fire. One problem was we didn't quite know what to fire at. I saw some tracers coming from a concrete emplacement, which to me looked mammoth. I never anticipated any gun emplacements being that big. I shot at it, but there was no way I was going to knock out a German concrete emplacement with a .30 caliber rifle." The tide was coming in rapidly, and the men around Valance were getting hit. He found it difficult to stay on his feet. Like most infantrymen, he was badly overloaded, soaking wet, exhausted, trying to struggle through wet sand and avoid the obstacles with mines attached to them. "I abandoned my equipment, which was dragging me down into the water," he said. It became evident rather quickly that we weren't going to accomplish very much. I remember floundering in the water with my hand up in the air, trying to get my balance, when I was first shot through the palm of my hand, then through the knuckle. Private Henry Witt was rolling over toward me. I remember him saying, "Sergeant, They're leaving us here to die like rats, just to die like rats." Valance was hit again in the left thigh by a bullet that broke his hip bone. He took 2 additional flesh wounds. His pack was hit twice, and the chin strap on his helmet was severed by a bullet. He crawled up the beach and, he said, staggered up against the seawall and sort of collapsed there, and, as a matter of fact, spent the whole day in that same position. Essentially, my part in the invasion had ended by having been wiped out, as most of my company was. The bodies of my buddies were washing ashore, and I was the one live body in amongst so many of my friends, all of whom were dead, in many cases severely blown to pieces. On his boat, Lieutenant Edward Tidrick was first off. As he jumped from the ramp into the water, he took a bullet through his throat. He staggered to the sand, flopped down near Private Leo Nash, and raised himself up to gasp, "Advance with the wire cutters." At that instant, machine gun bullets ripped Tidrick from crown to pelvis. By 0640, only one officer from A Company was alive, Lieutenant E. Ray Nance, and he had been hit in the heel and the belly. Every sergeant was either dead or wounded. On one boat, when the ramp was dropped, every man in the 30-man assault team was killed before any of them could get out. Private George Roach was an assistant flamethrower. He weighed 125 pounds. He carried over 100 pounds of gear ashore, including his M1 rifle, ammunition, hand grenades, a 5-gallon drum of flamethrower fluid, and assorted wrenches and a cylinder of nitrogen. He recalled, "We went down the ramp and the casualty rate was very bad. We couldn't determine where the fire was coming from, whether from the top of the bluff or from the summer beach-type homes on the shore. I just dropped myself into the sand and took my rifle and fired it at this house, and Sergeant Wilkes asked, 'What are you firing at?' And I said, 'I don't know.'" The only other live member of his assault team Roach could see was Private Gil Murdoch. The 2 men were lying together behind an obstacle. Murdoch had lost his glasses and could not see. "Can you swim?" Roach asked. "No." "Well, look," said Roach, "we can't stay here. There's nobody around here that seems to have any idea of what to do. Let's go back in the water and come in with the tide." They fell back and got behind a knocked-out tank. Both men were slightly wounded. The tide covered them and they hung onto the tank. Roach started to swim to shore. A coxswain from a Higgins boat picked him up about halfway in. "He pulled me on board," said Roach. "It was around 10:30, and I promptly fell asleep." Roach eventually got up to the seawall, where he helped the medics. The following day, he caught up with what remained of his company. I met General Cota, and I had a brief conversation with him. He asked me what company I was with, and I told him, and he just shook his head. Company A was just out of action. When we got together, there were 8 of us left from Company A ready for duty. Cota asked Roach what he was going to do when the war was over. "Someday I'd like to go to college and graduate," Roach replied. "I'd like to go to Fordham." 5 years to the day later, Roach did graduate from Fordham. "Over the years," he said in 1990, "I don't think there has been a day that has gone by that I haven't thought of those men who didn't make it." Sergeant Lee Pollock's landing craft was about to swamp as it approached the shore. Everyone was bailing with helmets. Pollock recalled, "We yelled to the crew to take us in. We would rather fight than drown. As the ramp dropped, we were hit by machine gun and rifle fire. I yelled to get ready to swim and fight. We were getting direct fire right into our craft. My 3 squad leaders in front and others were hit. Some men climbed over the side. 2 sailors got hit. I got off in water only ankle deep, tried to run, but the water was suddenly up to my hips. I crawled to hide behind a steel beach obstacle. Bullets hit off it. Others hit more of my men. Got up to the beach to crawl behind the shingle, and only a few of my men joined me. I took a head count, and there was only 11 of us left, from the 30 on the craft. As the tide came in, we took turns running out to the water's edge to drag wounded men to cover. Some of the wounded were hit again while on the beach. More men crowding up and crowding up. More people being hit by shell fire, people trying to help each other. While we were huddled there, I told Jim Hickey that I would like to live to be 40 years old and work 40 hours a week and make $1 an hour. When I joined up, I was making 37.5 cents an hour. I felt, boy, I would really have it made at $40 a week. Jim Hickey still calls me from New York on June 6th to ask, "Hey, Sarge, are you making $40 per yet?" Company A had hardly fired a weapon. Almost certainly it had not killed any Germans. It had expected to move up the Vierville draw and be on top of the bluff by 0730, but at 0730 its handful of survivors were huddled up against the seawall, virtually without weapons. It had lost 96% of its effective strength. But its sacrifice was not in vain. The men had brought in rifles, BARs, grenades, TNT charges, machine guns, mortars and mortar rounds, flamethrowers, rations, and other equipment. This was now strewn across the sand at Dog Green. The weapons and equipment would make a life or death difference to the following waves of infantry, coming in at higher tide and having to abandon everything to make their way to shore. F Company, 116th, supposed to come in at Dog Red, landed near its target, astride the boundary between Dog Red and Easy Green. But G Company, supposed to be to the right of F at Dog White, drifted far left, so the two companies came in together, directly opposite the heavy fortification at Les Moulins. There was a kilometer or so gap to each side of the intermixed companies, which allowed the German defenders to concentrate their fire. For the men of F and G companies, the 200 meters or more journey from the Higgins boats to the shingle was the longest and most hazardous trip they had ever experienced, or ever would. The lieutenant commanding the assault team on Sergeant Harry Baer's boat was killed as the ramp went down. As ranking non-com, Baer related, "I tried to get my men off the boat and make it somehow to get under the seawall. We waded to the sand and threw ourselves down, and the men were frozen, unable to move. My radio man had his head blown off 3 yards from me. The beach was covered with bodies, men with no legs, no arms. God, it was awful." When Baer finally made it to the seawall, dodging and ducking behind beach obstacles to get there, he recalled, "I tried to get the men organized. There were only 6 out of my boat alive. I was soaking wet, shivering, but trying like hell to keep control. I could feel the cold fingers of fear grip me." On the boat coming in, Private John Robertson of F Company was throwing up over the side. His sergeant yelled at him to get his head down. Robertson replied, "I'm dying of seasickness. It won't make much difference." The coxswain hit a sandbar and shouted that he was unloading and getting the hell out of there. The ramp went down, Robertson remembered, and our guys started jumping out in the water up to their necks. Robertson was toward the rear of the boat. He saw his leader, Lieutenant Hilscher, get killed by an exploding shell. Then the flamethrower got blown up. Robertson jumped out. Despite his 60 pounds of ammunition and other equipment, he managed to struggle his way inland to where the water was about a foot deep. I just lay there, wondering what I was going to do. It wasn't long when I made a quick decision. Behind me, coming at me, was a Sherman tank with pontoons wrapped around it. I had 2 choices: get run over by the tank, or run through the machine gun fire and the shelling. How I made it, I'll never know, but I got to the shingle and tried to survive. When Sergeant Warner Hamlet of F Company made it up to the shore, he found that the weight of wet clothes, sand, and equipment made it difficult to run. He could hear his men shouting, "Get off the beach!" and realized our only chance was to get off as quick as possible, because there we were sitting ducks. He stumbled forward and saw a hole and jumped in. He landed on top of Private O.T. Grimes. A shell exploded within 10 meters of Hamlet and blew his rifle from his hands while sending his helmet flying off his head. Crawling on his elbows and knees, he retrieved his rifle and helmet, then waited to regain his strength, he said, and to see if my legs would support my weight. They did. By short leaps and advances, using obstacles for protection, he worked his way toward the shingle. While he was resting behind an obstacle, he recalled Private Gillingham, a young soldier, fell beside me, white with fear. He seemed to be begging for help with his eyes. I said, "Gillingham, let's stay separated, 'cause the Germans will fire at 2 quicker than they will at 1. He remained silent as I jumped and ran forward again. A shell burst between them. Hamlet recalled, "It took Gillingham's chin off, including the bone, except for a small piece of flesh. He tried to hold his chin in place as he ran toward the shingle. He made it, and Bill Hawks and I gave him his morphine shot. We stayed with him for approximately 30 minutes until he died. The entire time, he remained conscious and aware that he was dying." From the beach to the GIs, that shingle looked like the most desirable place in the world to be at that moment. But when they reached it, they found concertina wire covering it, no way to get across without blowing the wire, nothing on the other side but more death and misery. And although they were now protected from machine gun and rifle fire coming down from the German trenches on the bluff, they were exposed to mortar fire. The few who made it had no organization, little or no leadership. Lieutenant Wise of F Company, one of the few officers to make it to the wall, was trying to force a gap in the concertina when he was hit by a bullet in the forehead and killed. Only a handful of weapons. They could but huddle and hope for follow-up waves to bring in Bangalore torpedoes to blow the wire. E Company, 116th, landed farthest from its target. Scheduled to come in at Easy Green, it actually landed on the boundary between Easy Red and Fox Green, a kilometer off and intermixed with men from the 16th Regiment, 1st Division. Private Harry Parley was a flamethrower, so far as he is aware, the only flamethrower to come off the beach unscathed. He landed with a pistol, a holster, a shovel, a Mae West, a raincoat, a canteen, a block of dynamite, and his 80-pound flamethrower. As our boat touched sand and the ramp went down, Parley recalled, I became a visitor to hell. Boats on either side were getting hit by artillery. Some were burning, others sinking. I shut everything out and concentrated on following the men in front of me down the ramp and into the water. He immediately sank. Parley said, I was unable to come up. I knew I was drowning and made a futile attempt to unbuckle the flamethrower harness. A buddy grabbed his flamethrower and pulled Parley forward to where he could stand. Then, slowly, Parley said, half-drowned, coughing water and dragging my feet, I began walking toward the chaos ahead. He had 200 meters to go to the beach. He made it, exhausted. Machine gun fire was hitting the beach. As it hit the sand, Parley remembered, it made a sip-sip sound like someone sucking on their teeth. To this day, I don't know why I didn't dump the flamethrower and run like hell for shelter, but I didn't. He was behind the other members of the team. He said, months later, trying to analyze why I was able to safely walk across the beach while others running ahead were hit, I found a simple answer. The Germans were directing their fire down onto the beach so that the line of advancing attackers would run into it, and since I was behind, I was ignored. In short, the burden on my back may well have saved my life. When Parley reached the shingle, he found chaos. Men were trying to dig or scrape trenches or foxholes for protection from the mortars. Others were carrying or helping the wounded to shelter. We had to crouch or crawl on all fours when moving about. To communicate, we had to shout above the din of the shelling from both sides, as well as the explosions on the beach. Most of us were in no condition to carry on. We were just trying to stay alive. The enormity of our situation came as I realized that we had landed in the wrong sector, and that many of the people around me were from other units and strangers to me. What's more, the terrain before us was not what I had been trained to encounter. I remember removing my flamethrower and trying to dig a trench while lying on my stomach. Failing that, I searched and found a discarded BAR. But we could see nothing above us to return the fire. We were the targets. Parley lay behind the shingle, in his words, scared, worried, and often praying. Once or twice I was able to control my fear enough to race across the sand, to drag a helpless GI from drowning in the incoming tide. That was the extent of my bravery that morning. Not true, as will be seen. Captain Lawrence Medill of E Company was urging his men forward. One of the episodes I remember the most was debarking from the landing craft and trying to take shelter from the enemy fire behind one of their obstacles, recalled Walter A. Smith. Captain Medill came up behind me and others, ordering all that could move to get off the beach. I looked up at him, and his left arm appeared to be almost blown off. Medill made it to the seawall, where he discovered that one of his company mortars had also made it, but had no ammunition. He ran back to the beach to pick up some rounds. As he was returning, he was hit by machine gun fire. Before he died, Medill gasped, "Senior, non-com, take the men off the beach." As what was left of A, F, G, and E companies of the 116th huddled behind obstacles or the shingle, the following waves began to come in. B and H companies at 0700, D at 0710, C, K, I, and M at 0720. Not one came in on target. The coxswains were trying to dodge obstacles and incoming shells, while the smoke drifted in and out and obscured the landmarks and what few marker flags there were on the beach. On the command boat for B Company, the CO, Captain Ettore Zappacosta, heard the British coxswain cry out, "We can't go in there. We can't see the landmarks. We must pull off." Zappacosta pulled his Colt 45 and ordered, "By God, you'll take this boat straight in." The coxswain did. When the ramp dropped, Zappacosta was first off. He was immediately hit. Medic Thomas Kenser saw him bleeding from hip and shoulder. Kenser, still on the ramp, shouted, "Try to make it in, I'm coming." But the captain was already dead. Before Kenser could jump off the ramp, he was shot dead. Every man in the boat, save one, Private Robert Sales, was either killed or wounded before reaching the beach. 19-year-old Private Harold Baumgarten of B Company got a bullet through the top of his helmet while jumping from the ramp. Then another hit the receiver of his M1 as he carried it at port arms. He waded through the waist-deep water as his buddies fell alongside him. I saw Private Robert Ditmar of Fairfield, Connecticut, hold his chest and heard him yell, "I'm hit! I'm hit!" I hit the ground and watched him as he continued to go forward about 10 more yards. He tripped over an obstacle, and as he fell, his body made a complete turn and he lay sprawled on the damp sand with his head facing the Germans, his face looking skyward. He was yelling, "Mother! Mom!" Sergeant Clarence Pilgrim Robertson had a gaping wound in the upper right corner of his forehead. He was walking crazily in the water. Then I saw him get down on his knees and start praying with his rosary beads. At this moment, the Germans cut him in half with their deadly crossfire. Baumgarten had drawn a Star of David on the back of his field jacket with "The Bronx, New York" written on it. That would let Hitler know who he was. He was behind an obstacle. He saw the reflection from the helmet of one of the German riflemen on the bluff, and he recalled, and took aim, and later on found I had got a bullseye on him. That was the only shot he fired, because his damaged rifle broke in two when he pulled the trigger. Shells were bursting about him. He said, "I raised my head to curse the Germans when an 88 shell exploded about 20 yards in front of me, hitting me in my left cheek. It felt like being hit with a baseball bat, only the results were much worse. My upper jaw was shattered, the left cheek blown open. My upper lip was cut in half. The roof of my mouth was cut up, and teeth and gums were laying all over my mouth. Blood poured freely from the gaping wound." The tide was coming in. Baumgarten washed his face with the cold, dirty channel water and managed not to pass out. The water was rising about an inch a minute. Between 0630 and 0800, the tide rose 8 feet. So he had to get moving or drown. He took another hit from a bullet in the leg. He moved forward in a dead man's float with each wave of the incoming tide. He finally reached the seawall where a medic dressed his wounds. Mortars were coming in, he remembered, and I grabbed the medic by the shirt to pull him down. He hit my hand away and said, "You're injured now. When I get hurt, you can take care of me." Sergeant Benjamin McKinney was a combat engineer attached to C Company. When his ramp dropped, he recalled, "I was so seasick, I didn't care if a bullet hit me between the eyes and got me out of my misery." As he jumped off the ramp, he said, rifle and machine gun fire hit it like rain falling. Ahead, it looked as if all the first wave were dead on the beach. He got to the shingle. He and Sergeant Storms saw a pillbox holding a machine gun and a rifleman about 30 meters to the right, spraying the beach with their weapons. Storms and McKinney crawled toward the position. McKinney threw hand grenades as Storms put rifle fire into it. 2 Germans jumped out. Storms killed them. The 116th was starting to fight back. At 0730, the main command group of the 116th began to come in, including the regimental commander, Colonel Charles Canham, and the assistant commander of the 29th Division, Brigadier General Norman Cota. They were in an LCVP with an assault team from Company K. The boat got hung up on a beach obstacle to which a teller mine was attached. Although the boat rose and fell in the swells, by some miracle the mine did not go off, but the LCVP was under heavy machine gun, mortar, and light cannon fire. 3 men, including Major John Sowers, the regimental S4, were instantly killed as the ramp went down. Private Felix Branham was in that boat. Colonel Canham had a BAR and a .45, and he was leading us in, Branham said. There he was firing, and he got his BAR shot out of his hand, and he reached and used his .45. He was the bravest guy. The scene the commanders saw as they struggled their way to the beach was described by Cota's aide-de-camp, Lieutenant J.T. Shea, in a letter he wrote 10 days later. Although the leading elements of the assault had been on the beach for approximately an hour, none had progressed further than the seawall at the inland border of the beach. They were clustered under the wall, pinned down by machine gun fire, and the enemy was beginning to bring effective mortar fire to bear on those hidden behind the wall. The beach was jammed with the dead, the dying, the wounded, and the disorganized. When Cota got to the wall, he made an immediate and critical command decision. He saw at once that the plan to go up the draws was obsolete. It simply could not be done. Nor could the men stay where they were. They had to get over the shingle, get through the heavily mined swamp, and climb the bluff to drive the Germans from their trenches and take the draws from the inland side. Lieutenant Shea described Cota's actions. Exposing himself to enemy fire, General Cota went over the seawall, giving encouragement, directions, and orders to those about him, personally supervising the placing of a BAR, and brought fire to bear on some of the enemy positions on the bluff that faced them. Finding a belt of barbed wire inside the seawall, General Cota personally supervised placing a Bangalore torpedo for blowing the wire, and was one of the first 3 men to go through the wire. 6 mortar shells fell into the immediate area. They killed 3 men and wounded 2 others, but Cota was unharmed. At the head of a mixed column of troops, he threaded his way to the foot of the high ground beyond the beach and started the troops up the high ground where they could bring effective fire to bear on the enemy positions. Behind him, engineers with mine detectors began marking a path through the minefield, using white tape. Some of the boats in the follow-up waves got in relatively unscathed. It was a question of luck and numbers. The luck was avoiding mined obstacles, now well underwater. The numbers of boats coming in meant that the Germans could no longer concentrate their fire. They had too many targets. By 0730, what was supposed to have happened with the first wave was beginning to take place. The assault teams were coming forward on every sector of the beach, not always or even usually the right one. Others had bad luck. LCI 92, approaching Dog White about 0740, was hit in the stern by an 88 as it made its first attempt to get through the obstacles. Sergeant Debs Peters of the 121st ECB was on the craft. He recalled, "We lost headway and turned sideways in the waves and were parallel to the beach for a few seconds. We were hit directly midship and blew up. Those of us on deck were caught on fire with flaming fuel oil, and we just rolled overboard. I fell into the water and went down like a rock." He inflated his Mae West and popped to the surface. He recalled, "The Germans were raking the whole area with machine gun fire. I held on to one of those poles until I could get my breath, then moved to another one. I finally got within about 50 yards of the shore. Now the tide was in full, it almost reached the road." When Peters reached the beach, he said, "I was loaded so heavy with water and sand that I could just stagger about." He got behind a tank. It got hit by an 88. Shrapnel wounded the man beside him and hit Peters in the cheek. He was lucky. He was one of the few survivors from LCI 92. Captain Robert Walker of HQ Company was on LCI 91, just behind LCI 92. LCI 94, the one Popeye the skipper decided not to take in on that sector, was just to the left of LCIs 91 and 92. As it approached the beach, LCI 91 began taking rifle and machine gun fire. Maneuvering through the obstacles, the LCI got caught on one of the pilings and set off the teller mine. The explosion tore off the starboard landing ramp. The skipper tried to back off. Walker moved to the port side ramp, only to find it engulfed in flames. A man carrying a flamethrower had been hit by a bullet. Another bullet had set the jellied contents of his fuel tank on fire. Screaming in agony, he dove into the sea. Walker recalled, "I could see that even the soles of his boots were on fire." Men around him also burned. Walker saw a couple of riflemen with horrendous drooping face blisters. The skipper came running to the front deck, waving his arms and yelling, "Everybody over the side!" Walker jumped into water about 8 feet deep. He was carrying so much equipment that despite 2 Mae Wests, he could not stay afloat. He dropped his rifle, then his helmet, then his musette bag, which enabled him to swim to where he could touch bottom. "Here I was on Omaha Beach," Walker recalled. "Instead of being a fierce, well-trained fighting infantry warrior, I was an exhausted, almost helpless, unarmed survivor of a shipwreck." When he got to waist-deep water, he got on his knees and crawled the rest of the way. Working his way forward to the seawall, he saw the body of Captain Zappacosta. At the seawall, he said, "I saw dozens of soldiers, mostly wounded. The wounds were ghastly to see." 49 years later, Walker recorded that the scene brought to his mind Tennyson's lines in The Charge of the Light Brigade, especially, "Cannon to the right of them, cannon to the left of them, cannon in front of them, volleyed and thundered." He added that so far as he could tell, every GI knew the lines, "Theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die," even if soldiers did not know the source. Those on Omaha Beach, who had committed the poem to memory, surely muttered to themselves, "Someone had blundered." Walker came to Coda's conclusion. Any place was better than this. The plan was kaput. He couldn't go back. He set out on his own to climb the bluff. He picked up an M1 and a helmet from a dead soldier and moved out. "I was alone," he said, "and completely on my own." Major Sidney Bingham, U.S. M.A. 1940, was CO of 2nd Battalion, 116th. When he reached the shingle, he was without radio, aid, or runner. His S3 was dead, his HQ company commander wounded, his E company commander dead, his F company commander wounded, his H company commander killed, and, he said, in E company there were some 55 killed, out of a total of something just over 200 who landed. Bingham was overwhelmed by a feeling of complete futility. "Here I was," he said, "the battalion commander, unable for the most part to influence action or do what I knew had to be done." He set out to organize a leaderless group from F Company and get it moving up the bluff. By this time, around 0745, unknown others were doing the same, whether NCOs or junior officers or, in some cases, privates. Staying on the beach meant certain death. Retreat was not possible. Someone had to lead. Men took the burden on themselves and did. Bingham put it this way: the individual and small unit initiative carried the day. Very little, if any, credit can be accorded company, battalion, or regimental commanders for their tactical prowess and/or their coordination of the action. Bingham did an analysis of what went wrong for the first and second waves. Among other factors, he said, the men were in the Higgins boats far too long. Seasickness occasioned by the 3 or 4 hours in LCVPs played havoc with any idealism that may have been present. It markedly decreased the combat effectiveness of the command. In addition, the individual loads carried were, in my view, greatly excessive, hindered mobility, and in some cases caused death by drowning. In his view, if the enemy had shown any sort of enthusiasm and moved toward us, They could have run us right back into the Channel without any trouble. From June 6, 1944, on to 1990, Bingham carried with him an unjustified self-criticism. He said, "I've often felt very ashamed of the fact that I was so completely inadequate as a leader on the beach on that frightful day." That is the way a good battalion commander feels when he is leading not much more than a squad. But Bingham got that squad over the shingle and into an attack against the enemy, which was exactly the right thing to do, and the only thing he could do under the circumstances. The Germans did not counterattack for a number of reasons, some of them good ones. First, they were not present in sufficient strength. General Kreis had but 2 of his infantry battalions and 1 artillery battalion on the scene, about 2,000 men, or less than 250 per kilometer. Second, he was slow to react. Not until 0735 did he call up his division reserve, Kampfgruppe Meyer, named for the CO of the 915th Regiment of Kreis's 352nd Division. And then he decided to commit only a single battalion, which did not arrive until midday. He was acting on a false assumption, that his men had stopped the invasion at Omaha. Third, the German infantrymen were not trained for assaults, only to hold their positions and keep firing. One German private who was manning an MG-42 on top of the bluff put it this way in a 1964 radio interview. "It was the first time I shoot at living men. I don't remember exactly how it was. The only thing I know is that I went to my machine gun and I shoot, I shoot, I shoot." The sacrifice of good men that morning was just appalling. Captain Walter Schilling of D Company, who had given a magnificent briefing to his magnificently trained men, was in the lead boat in the third wave. He was as good a company CO as there was in the U.S. Army. The company was coming into a section of the beach that had no one on it. There was no fire. Schilling remarked to Private George Kobe, "See, I told you it was going to be easy." Moments later, before the ramp went down, Schilling was killed by a shell. Lieutenant William Gardner was the company executive officer, a West Point graduate described by Sergeant John Robert Slaughter as young, articulate, handsome, tough, and aggressive. He possessed all the qualities to become a high-ranking officer in the Army. The ramp went down on his boat some 150 meters from shore. The men got off without loss. Gardner ordered them to spread out and keep low. He was killed by machine gun fire before he made the shore. Sergeant Slaughter's boat was bracketed by German artillery fire. At 100 meters from shore, the British coxswain said he had to lower the ramp and everyone should get out quickly. Sergeant Willard Norfleet told him to keep going. "These men have heavy equipment, and you will take them all the way in." The coxswain begged, "But we'll all be killed." Norfleet unholstered his .45 Colt pistol, put it to the sailor's head, and ordered, "All the way in." The coxswain proceeded. Sergeant Slaughter, up at the front of the boat, was thinking, "If this boat don't hurry up and get us in, I'm going to die from seasickness." The boat hit a sandbar and stopped. "I watched the movie, The Longest Day," Slaughter recalled, "and they came charging off those boats and across the beach like banshees, but that isn't the way it happened. You came off the craft, you hit the water, and if you didn't get down in it, you were going to get shot." The incoming fire was horrendous. "This turned the boys into men," Slaughter commented. "Some would be very brave men. Others would soon be dead men. But all of those who survived would be frightened men. Some wet their breeches, others cried unashamedly, and many just had to find it within themselves to get the job done." In a fine tribute to Captain Schilling, Slaughter concluded, "This is where the discipline and training took over." Slaughter made his way toward shore. He said, "There were dead men floating in the water, and there were live men acting dead, letting the tide take them in. Most of Company D was in the water a full hour, working forward. Once he reached shore, for Slaughter, getting across the beach to the shingle became an obsession. He made it. He said, "The first thing I did was to take off my assault jacket and spread my raincoat so I could clean my rifle. It was then I saw bullet holes in my raincoat. I lit my first cigarette. They were wrapped in plastic. I had to rest and compose myself because I became weak in my knees. Colonel Kenham came by with his right arm in a sling and a .45 Colt in his left hand. He was yelling and screaming for the officers to get the men off the beach. "Get the hell off this damn beach and go kill some Germans." There was an officer taking refuge from an enemy mortar barrage in a pillbox. Right in front of me, Colonel Kenham screamed, "Get your ass out of there and show some leadership." To another lieutenant he roared, "Get these men off their dead asses and over that wall." This was the critical moment in the battle. It was an ultimate test. Could a democracy produce young men tough enough to take charge, to lead? As Private Carl Wiest put it, "It was simple fear that stopped us at that shingle, and we lay there and we got butchered by rocket fire and by mortars for no damn reason, other than the fact that there was nobody there to lead us off that goddamn beach. Like I say, hey man, I did my job, but somebody had to lead me." Sergeant William Lewis remembered cowering behind the shingle. Private Larry Rote piled in on top of Lewis. He asked, "Is that you shaking, Sarge?" "Yeah, damn right." "My God," Rote said, "I thought it was me." Lewis commented, "Rote was shaking all right." They huddled together with some other men, just trying to stay alive. There was nothing we could do except keep our butts down. Others took cover behind the wall. All across Omaha, the men who had made it to the shingle hid behind it. Then Cota or Canham or a captain here, a lieutenant there, a sergeant someplace else, began to lead. They would cry out, "Follow me," and start moving up the bluff. In Sergeant Lewis's case, Lieutenant Leo Vandervoort said, "Let's go. Goddamn, there ain't no use staying here. We're all going to get killed." The first thing he did was to run up to a gun emplacement and throw a grenade in the embrasure. He returned with 5 or 6 prisoners. So then we thought, hell, if he can do that, why can't we? That's how we got off the beach. That was how most men got off the beach. Private Raymond Howell, an engineer attached to D Company, described his thought process. He took some shrapnel in helmet and hand. "That's when I said, bullshit, if I'm going to die, to hell with it, I'm not going to die here. The next bunch of guys that go over that goddamn wall, I'm going with them. If I'm going to be infantry, I'm going to be infantry." So I don't know who else. I guess all of us decided, well, it is time to start. Chapter 18. Utter chaos reigned. The 16th Regiment at Omaha. The 16th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Division, the Big Red One, was the only first-wave assault unit on D-Day with combat experience. It didn't help much. Nothing the 16th had seen in the North Africa 1942 and Sicily 1943 landings compared to what it encountered at Easy Red, Fox Green, and Fox Red on June 6, 1944. Like the 116th, the 16th landed in a state of confusion, off-target, badly intermingled, except L Company, the only one of the 8 assault companies that could be considered a unit as it hit the beach, under intense machine gun, rifle, mortar, and artillery fire from both flanks and the front. Schedules were screwed up. Paths through the obstacles were not cleared. Most officers, the first men off the boats, were wounded or killed before they could take even one step on the beach. The naval gunfire support lifted as the Higgins boats moved in, and would not resume until the smoke and haze revealed definite targets, or until Navy fire control officers ashore radioed back specific coordinates. Few of those officers made it, and those that did had no working radios. Most of the DD tanks had gone down in the channel. The few that made it were disabled. As a consequence, the German defenders were able to fire at pre-sighted targets from behind their fortifications, unimpeded by incoming fire. The American infantry struggled ashore with no support whatsoever. Casualties were extremely heavy, especially in the water and in the 200 meters or so of open beach. As with the 116th to the right, for the 16th Regiment, 1st and 2nd Waves, D-Day was more reminiscent of an infantry charge across no man's land at the Somme in World War I than a typical World War II action. Our life expectancy was about 0, Private John McPhee declared. We were burdened down with too much weight. We were just pack mules. I was very young, in excellent shape. I could walk for miles, endure a great deal of physical hardship, but I was so seasick I thought I would die. In fact, I wished I had. I was totally exhausted. Jumping off the ramp into chest-deep water, McPhee barely made it to the beach. There, he recalled, I fell, and for what seemed an eternity, I lay there. He was hit 3 times, once in the lower back, twice in the left leg. His arm was paralyzed. That did it, McPhee said. I lost all my fear, and I knew I was about to die. I made peace with my Maker, and was just waiting. McPhee was lucky. 2 of his buddies dragged him to the shelter of the seawall. Eventually he was evacuated. He was told he had a $1 million wound. For him, the war was over. As the ramp on his Higgins boat went down, Sergeant Clayton Hanks had a flashback. When he was 5 years old, he had seen a World War I photograph in a Boston newspaper. He had said to his mother, I wish I could be a war soldier someday. Don't ever say that again, his mother had replied. He didn't, but at age 17 he joined the regular army. He had been in 10 years when the ramp went down, and he recalled his mother's words. I volunteered, he said to himself. I asked for this, or whatever was to come. He leaped into the water and struggled forward. Private Warren Rulian came in with the second wave. Dead soldiers floated around in the water, which had risen past the first obstacles. He ducked behind a steel rail in waist-deep water. His platoon leader, a 19-year-old lieutenant, was behind another rail. The lieutenant yelled, Hey, Rulian, here I go, and began attempting to run to the shore. A machine gun cut him down. Rulian grabbed one of the bodies floating in the water and pushed it in front of him as he made his way to the shore. He said, I had only gone a short distance when 3 or 4 soldiers began lining up behind me. I shouted, Don't bunch up, and moved out, leaving them with the body. I got as low as I could in the water until I reached a sandbar and crossed it on my belly. On the inland side of the sandbar, the water was up to his chest. He moved forward. On the shore, he said, there were officers sitting there, stunned. Nobody was taking command. He joined other survivors at the seawall. The coxswain on Private Charles Thomas's boat was killed by machine gun fire as he was taking his craft in. A crew member took over. The platoon leader had his arm shot off trying to open the ramp. Finally, the ramp dropped, and the assault team leaped into the surf. Thomas had a Bangalore torpedo to carry, so he was last man in the team. He said, As I was getting off, I stopped to pick up a smoke grenade, as if I didn't have enough to carry. The guy running the boat yelled for me to get off. He was in a hurry, but I turned around and told him that I wasn't in any hurry. Thomas jumped into chest-deep water. He recalled, My helmet fell back on my neck, and the strap was choking me. My rifle sling was dragging under the water, and I couldn't stand. He inflated his Mae West, and finally made it to shore. There, he said, I crawled in over wounded and dead, but I couldn't tell who was who, and we had orders not to stop for anyone on the edge of the beach, to keep going or we would be hit ourselves. When he reached the seawall, he said, it was crowded with GIs all being wounded or killed. It was overcrowded with GIs. I laid on my side and opened my fly. I had to urinate. I don't know why I did that, because I was soaking wet anyway, and I was under fire, and I guess I was just being neat. Thomas worked his way over to the left, where, he said, I ran into a bunch of my buddies from the company. Most of them didn't even have a rifle. Some bummed cigarettes off me, because I had 3 cartons wrapped in waxed paper. Thomas was at the base of the bluff, just below the site of the American cemetery today. In his opinion, the Germans could have swept us away with brooms if they knew how few we were and what condition we were in. Captain Fred Hall was in the LCVP carrying the 2nd Battalion Headquarters Group. Lieutenant Colonel Herb Hicks, CO. Hall was Battalion S3. His heart sank when he saw yellow life rafts holding men in life jackets, and he realized they were the crews from the DD tanks. He realized, in his words, that meant that we would not have tank support on the beach. The boat was in the E Company sector of Easy Red. E Company was supposed to be on the far right of the 16th, linking up with the 116th at the boundary between Easy Green and Easy Red. But it came in near the boundary between Easy Red and Fox Green, a full kilometer from the nearest 116th unit on its right, and with sections of the badly mislanded E Company of the 116th on its left. There was nothing to be done about the mistake. The officers and men jumped into the water, and Hall said it was every man for himself, crossing the open beach where we were under fire. 14 of the 30 failed to make it. Hall got up to the seawall with Hicks, and recalled, "We opened our map case wrapped in canvas, containing our assault maps showing unit boundaries, phase lines, and objectives. I remember it seemed a bit incongruous under the circumstances. The incoming fire was murderous." Hall recalled, "And the noise, always the noise, naval gunfire, small arms, artillery and mortar fire, aircraft overhead, engine noises, the shouting and the cries of the wounded. No wonder some people couldn't handle it. The assistant regimental commander and the forward artillery observer were killed by rifle fire. Lieutenant Colonel Hicks shouted to Hall to find the company commanders. To Hall, it was a matter of survival. I was so busy trying to round up the COs to organize their men to move off the beach that there wasn't much time to think, except to do what had to be done." Hicks wanted to move his men to the right, where the battalion was supposed to be, opposite the draw that led up the bluff between Saint-Laurent and Colville. But movement was almost impossible. The tide was coming in rapidly. Follow-up waves were landing. The beach was narrowing from the incoming tide. Hall recalled, it became very crowded and the confusion increased. So far as Hall could make out, there was no movement off the beach. In fact, one platoon from E Company, 16th Regiment, was making its way up to the top of the bluff. It was led by Lieutenant John Spaulding of E Company. He was one of the first junior officers to make it across the seawall, through the swamp and beach flat, and up the bluff. At 0630, Spaulding's boat hit a sandbar. He and Sergeant Fred Biscoe kicked the ramp down in the face of machine gun, mortar, and artillery fire. Spaulding jumped into the water. To his left, he could see other E Company boats, but to his right there was nothing. His platoon was the far right flank of the 16th Regiment. He spread his men and moved toward shore. The water depth at the sandbar was about a meter, but moving inland, the platoon ran into a runnel where the water was over the men's heads. A strong undercurrent was carrying them to the left. Spaulding said he had learned to swim in the Ohio River. He found the current at Omaha was much stronger. Sergeant Strasizik and Medic George Bowen were carrying an 18-foot ladder to be used for crossing the anti-tank ditch. Spaulding grabbed it. He said, "Strasizik yelled at me, 'Lieutenant, we don't need any help.' But hell, I was trying to get help, not give it." In these desperate circumstances, Spaulding ordered his men to abandon their heavy equipment and get ashore. There went the ladder, the flamethrower, the mortars, one of the 2 bazookas, and some of the ammunition. Most men were able to hold on to their rifles. To Spaulding's surprise, they were able to fire as soon as they came ashore. "It shows that the M1 is an excellent weapon," he commented. The platoon took only a couple of casualties getting ashore. Luck was with Spaulding. He had come in at a spot where the German defenses were not particularly heavy, and besides, the Germans had bigger targets than an isolated platoon. Once the men reached the beach, they stood up and started moving across the sand. They were too waterlogged to run, Spaulding said, but they went as fast as they could. It looked as if they were walking in the face of a real strong wind. At the seawall, Sergeant Curtis Caldwell blew a hole in the wire with a Bangalore. Spaulding and his men picked their way through. Spaulding took his 536 radio off his shoulder, pulled the antenna out and tried to contact his CO. The radio didn't work. The mouthpiece had been shot away. "I should have thrown it away," he said, "but training habits were so strong that I carefully took the antenna down, as I had always been taught to do, and put the 536 back on my shoulder. Your training stays with you, even when you're scared." Once across the seawall, the platoon began to take heavier small arms fire. One man was killed. The swamp and beach flat to the front were mined. Sergeant Strasizik and Private Richard Gallagher went forward to investigate. "We can't cross here," they shouted, and went to the left where they found a little defilade through the mined area. The platoon crossed to the base of the bluff, then began to climb it, following a faint trail. We could still see no one to the right, and there was no one up to us on the left, Spaulding said. We didn't know what had become of the rest of E Company. Back in the water, boats were in flames. I saw a tank ashore knocked out. After a couple of looks back, we decided we wouldn't look back anymore. There was a pillbox to Spaulding's left, its machine gun firing down on the beach. We fired, but couldn't hit them, Spaulding said. We were getting terrific small arms fire ourselves, but few were hit. By this time, the platoon was about halfway up the bluff, smack in the middle of the extensive German trench system. Private Gallagher, in the lead, sent word that he had found a path toward the right that was in defilade, behind some trenches in a mined area. Spaulding moved forward. Sergeant Biscoe called out, "Lieutenant, watch out for the damn mines." The place was infested with them, Spaulding recalled, but we lost no men coming through them, although H Company, coming along the same trail a few hours later, lost several men. The Lord was with us, and we had an angel on each shoulder on that trip. A machine gun was firing from above. Sergeant Blades fired the platoon's only bazooka at it and missed. He was shot in the left arm. A private was shot down. Sergeant Phelps moved up with his BAR and was hit in both legs. Spaulding decided to rush the machine gun. He said, "As we rushed it, the lone German operating the gun threw up his hands and yelled, 'Kamerad!' We needed prisoners for interrogating, so I ordered the men not to shoot." The German turned out to be Polish. He told Spaulding, Sergeant Strasizik interpreting, there were 16 other Poles in the nearby trenches, and said they had taken a vote on whether to fight and had voted not to, but the German non-coms forced them to fire. He also said that he had not shot at us, Spaulding related, although I had seen him hit 3. I turned the PW over to Sergeant Blades, who was wounded. Blades gave his bazooka to another man and guarded the prisoner with a trench knife. Spaulding moved his wounded men into a defile where Private George Bowen, the medic, gave them first aid. Spaulding paid Bowen a tribute. He covered his whole section of the beach that day. No man waited more than 5 minutes for first aid. His action did a lot to help morale. He got the DSC for his work. Spaulding moved his platoon up the bluff, taking advantage of every irregularity in the ground. Coming up along the crest of the hill, Sergeant Clarence Colson began to give assault fire from his BAR as he walked along, firing the weapon from his hip. He opened up on the machine gun to our right, firing so rapidly that his ammunition carrier had difficulty getting ammo to him fast enough. It was about 0800. Americans were clearing out the trenches and advancing toward the high ground. Spaulding and his men, and other small units of the 116th and 16th, led by such men as Captain Joe Dawson and Captain Robert Walker, were doing a great thing. The exemplary manner in which they had seized their opportunity, their dash, boldness, initiative, teamwork, and tactical skills were outstanding beyond praise. These were exactly the qualities the Army had hoped for and spent 2 years training its civilians-turned-soldiers to achieve in its junior officers, NCOs, and enlisted men. The industrial miracle of production in the United States in World War II was one of the great accomplishments in the history of the Republic. The job the Army did in creating and shaping the leadership qualities of its junior officers, just college-age boys, most of them, was also one of the great accomplishments in the history of the Republic. At 0800, the small groups making their way up the bluff were unaware of each other. Spaulding and his men were about midway between Colville and Saint-Laurent. The latter village was their target. There they expected to link up with E Company 116th, coming in from their right. Actually, E Company 116th had been on their left on the beach, and was still stuck behind the seawall. L Company of the 16th was on the far left. It came in at 0700, a half-hour late, almost a kilometer from its target. Scheduled to land at the foot of the draw that led directly to Colville, instead it was at Fox Green, the eastern edge of Omaha Beach, at the place where the tidal flat almost reached the bluff, and where the first rise of the bluff was cliff-like in steepness. Because the boats were late, the tide had covered the outermost line of beach obstacles. No company had been scheduled to land on Fox Red, so no engineers had been there to blow the obstacles. Private Kenneth Romansky saw the boat to his right blow up. He looked left, and that boat also hit a mine. He saw a GI go up about 10 feet in the air, arms and legs outstretched, and his whole body in flame. About that time, he said, our platoon leader, Lieutenant Godwin, said, back it up, put the damn thing in reverse." The British coxswain did. He pulled back about 100 meters and went over to the left. "Drop the ramp," Lieutenant Godwin ordered. "Drop the ramp." The water was 8 feet deep. Romansky moved out and immediately hit bottom. He threw away his rifle in Bangalore, inflated his Mae West, and swam toward shore, or rather paddled as best he could, until his feet reached bottom. Then he crawled to the beach, jumped up, and ran the few meters to the base of the cliff. He recalled, there were already men there, some dead, some wounded. There was wreckage. There was complete confusion. I didn't know what to do. I picked a rifle from a dead man. As luck would have it, it had a grenade launcher on it. So I fired my 6 grenades over the cliff. I don't know where they went, but I do know that they went up on enemy territory. Romansky looked back to the beach and saw a sight I'll never forget, he said. There was a body rolling with the waves, and his leg was holding on by a chunk of meat about the size of your wrist. The body would roll, then the leg would roll. Then the leg would roll back, and then the body would roll back. To L Company's right, there was a tiny draw leading up to the far eastern edge of the bluff. An unknown officer was attempting to get the men to move to the right and up the draw. "I need help," Romansky heard him shout. "I need help. Come on over here. I need some men." Romansky moved in that direction. The company was down to 125 men, but it was intact and better organized than any other on the whole of Omaha Beach. Romansky joined the unknown officer, who had gathered 20 men. They started up the draw, other platoons following. Between Spaulding's platoon on the right and L Company on the left, Companies E, F, and I were badly intermixed, off schedule and off target, hung up on the obstacles or the beach, or huddled up against the seawall, taking casualties but not firing back. Private H.W. Schroeder was among them. He came in with the third wave. As his boat approached the sandbar, he said, "We were hearing noises on the side of the landing craft, like someone throwing gravel against it. The German machine gunners had picked us up. Everybody yelled, 'Stay down!' The coxswain backed it out, relocated, and came in again, and I noticed the lieutenant's face was a very gray color, and the rest of the men had a look of fear on their faces. All of a sudden, the lieutenant yelled to the coxswain, 'Let her down!' The ramp dropped, and we could get a look at the beach, and it was sickening. We were supposed to have tanks. There were 2 tanks there. One was knocked out, and the other was out of ammo, and the only good they were doing was the GIs were piling up behind them to get out of the fire that was coming down, and looked like a red snowstorm. There were so many tracers coming from so many different directions. Schroeder moved out with his assault team, got through the obstacles and across the beach, and threw himself down at the seawall. There were GIs piled 2 deep, he said. I started checking my .30 caliber machine gun, and it was full of sand and water. He cleaned it and stayed there for an hour or so. The coxswain on the boat carrying the CO of I Company, Captain Kimball Richmond, got swept to the east, almost to Port-en-Bassin. He was going to land there, but Richmond could see it was the wrong place. He redirected the coxswain, who backtracked to the west until he was off Fox Green, the designated target. An hour had been lost. When the coxswain finally got to the right place and dropped the ramp, he was immediately hit by machine gun fire. He was still able to maneuver the boat. He ordered the ramp pulled up, then backed off out of the range of the machine gun. He circled until Captain Richmond picked a spot and told him to go in. It was about 0800 and the tide had covered the outer obstacles. Going in, the coxswain hardly knew which to fear more, mines or machine guns. About 100 meters from shore, as Private Albert Momini remembered it, the craft gave a sudden lurch as it hit an obstacle, and in an instant an explosion erupted, followed by a blinding flash of fire. Flames raced around and over us. The first reaction was survival. The immediate instinct was the will to live. Before I knew it, I was in the water. Mamani was 5 feet 1 inch tall, and in water well over his head. He dropped his rifle and equipment, inflated his Mae West, and swam toward shore, machine gun bullets hitting around him, killing some GIs, wounding others. He recalled, about 50 yards from shore, the water was shallow enough for me to wade. 30 yards to go, and then 20. I was exhausted and in shock. I heard a voice shouting, "Come on, little one, come on, you can make it." It was Lieutenant Anderson, the exec, urging me on. It seemed like someone had awakened me from a dream. I lunged toward him, and as I reached him, he grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the water, then practically dragged me to the cover of the seawall. Only 6 out of 30 in my craft escaped unharmed. Looking around, all I could see was a scene of havoc and destruction. Abandoned vehicles and tanks, equipment strung all over the beach, medics attending the wounded, chaplains seeking the dead. Suddenly I had a craving for a cigarette. "Has anybody got a smoke?" I asked. I Company had taken more than 1/3 casualties. F Company, landing earlier at Fox Green, was simply gone as a fighting unit. Some individuals had made it to the shingle, but they were mostly without weapons. G Company came at 0700. The CO, Captain Joe Dawson, was first off his boat, followed by his communications sergeant and his company clerk. As they jumped, a shell hit the boat and destroyed it, killing 30 men, including the naval officer who was to control fire support from the warships. Dawson expected to find a path up the bluff, cleared out by F Company. But, he recalled, as I landed, I found nothing but men and bodies lying on the shore. He got to the shingle, where survivors from other boats of G Company joined him. Among them was Sergeant Joe Pilk. He recalled, "We couldn't move forward because they had a double apron of barbed wire in front of us, and to our right it was a swampy area we couldn't cross, and to the left they had minefields laid out so we couldn't go there." Utter chaos reigned, Dawson recalled, because the Germans controlled the field of fire completely. He realized that there was nothing I could do on the beach except die. To get through the barbed wire, he had Privates Ed Tatara and Henry Peschek put 2 Bangalore torpedoes together, shoved them under the wire, and blew a gap. They started through the minefield and up the bluff, engaging the enemy. The fortified area above the beach in the Easy and Fox sectors was far too extensive to be thoroughly cleaned out by Spaulding's and Dawson's small units, but they, and other units, were making a significant contribution to reducing the volume of fire pouring down on the 16th Regiment. Spaulding's and Dawson's and the other small groups that were working their way to the top were like magnets to the men along the shingle embankment. If they can make it, so can I, was the thought. Simultaneously, the men were being urged forward by other junior officers and NCOs, and by the regimental commander, 47-year-old Colonel George Taylor. He landed about 0800. Private Warren Rulian watched him come in. He recalled, he stepped across the sandbar and bullets were hitting the water around him. He laid down on his stomach and started crawling toward shore, his staff officers doing the same. He had a couple of tattered-ass Second Louis following him, according to Private Paul Radzum, who was also watching. They looked like they were scared to death. When Taylor made it to the seawall, Rulian heard him say to the officers, "If we're going to die, let's die up there." To other groups of men, Taylor said, "There are only 2 kinds of people on this beach, the dead and those about to die. So let's get the hell out of here." Men got to work with the Bangalores, blowing gaps in the barbed wire. Engineers with mine detectors moved through, then started laying out tape to show where they had cleared paths through the minefields. Others hit the pillboxes at the base of the bluff. I went up with my flamethrower to button up the aperture of a pillbox, Private Buddy Mazzara of C Company remembered, and Fred Urban came in with his dynamite charge. Soon some soldiers came out of the pillbox with their hands up, saying, "No shoot, no shoot, me pole." Private Schroeder, his machine gun cleaned and ready to fire, watched as a rifleman moved out. So the first man, he started out across, and running zigzag he made it to the bluff. So we all felt a little better to see that we had a chance. We were going to get off. And the minefield was already full of dead and wounded. And finally it came my turn, and I grabbed my heavy .30 caliber and started up over the shingle and across the minefield, trying to keep low. Finally I got to the base of the bluff. There he ducked behind the old foundation of a house. 2 others joined him. He said, "It was just the 3 of us there. We couldn't find our platoon leaders, or our platoon sergeants, or anybody." But they could see 2 heartening sights. One was Americans on the crest of the bluff. The other was a line of POWs sent down by Captain Dawson under guard. The enemy prisoners, Schroeder said, were really roughed up. Their hair was all full of cement, dirt, everything. They didn't look so tough. So we started up the bluff, carrying our stuff with us, and others started following us. Lieutenant William Dillon gathered the survivors from his platoon, joined 3 Bangalores together, shoved them under the barbed wire, blew a gap, dashed through, crossed the swamp, swam across an anti-tank ditch filled with water, and made it to the base of the bluff. He said, "I knew that the Germans had to have a path up the hill that was clear of mines. I looked around. When I was younger, I'd been a good hunter and could trail a rabbit easily. I studied the ground and saw a faint path zigzagging to the left up the hill, so I walked the path very carefully. Something blew up behind me. I looked back, and a young soldier had stepped on a mine, and it had blown off his foot up to his knee. I brought the others up the path. At the top we saw the first and only Russian soldiers I have ever seen." In his column for June 12, 1944, Ernie Pyle wrote, "Now that it is over, it seems to me a pure miracle that we ever took the beach at all. As one officer said, the only way to take a beach is to face it and keep going. It is costly at first, but it's the only way. If the men are pinned down on the beach, dug in and out of action, they might as well not be there at all. They hold up the waves behind them, and nothing is being gained. Our men were pinned down for a while, but finally they stood up and went through, and so we took that beach and accomplished our landing. We did it with every advantage on the enemy's side and every disadvantage on ours. In the light of a couple of days of retrospection, we sit and talk and call it a miracle that our men ever got on at all, or were able to stay on." It was not a miracle. It was infantry. The plan had called for the air and naval bombardments, followed by tanks and dozers, to blast a path through the exits, so that the infantry could march up the draws and engage the enemy. But the plan had failed, utterly and completely failed. As is almost always the case in war, it was up to the infantry. It became the infantry's job to open the exits so that the vehicles could drive up the draws and engage the enemy. Exhortation and example, backed by 2 years of training, got the GIs from the 16th Regiment to overcome their exhaustion, confusion, and fear, and get out from behind the shingle and start up the bluff. Colonel Taylor and many others pointed out the obvious, that to stay behind the shelter was to die. Retreat was not possible. Captain Dawson, Lieutenants Spaulding and Dillon, and many others provided the example. Their actions proved that it was possible to cross the swamp, the anti-tank ditch, the minefields, and find paths to the top of the bluff. As they came onto the beach, the junior officers and NCOs saw at once that the intricate plan, the one they had studied so hard and committed to memory, bore no relationship whatsoever to the tactical problem they faced. They had expected to find ready-made craters on the beach, blasted by the bombs from the B-17s, to provide shelter in the unlikely event that they encountered any small arms fire when they made the shoreline. They had expected to go up the draws, which they anticipated would have been cleared by the DD tanks and dozers, to begin fighting up on the high ground. They had expected fire support from tanks, half-tracks, artillery. Nothing they had expected had happened. Yet their training had prepared them for this challenge. They sized up the situation, saw what had to be done, and did it. This was leadership of the highest order. It came from men who had been civilians 3 or even 2 years earlier. Sergeant John Ellery of the 16th Regiment was one of those leaders. When he reached the shingle, he recalled, "I had to peer through a haze of sweat, smoke, dust, and mist. There was a dead man beside him, another behind him. Survivors gathered around him. I told them that we had to get off the beach and that I'd lead the way," he said. He did. When he got to the base of the bluff, he started up, 4 or 5 men following. About halfway up, a machine gun opened up on them from the right. Ellery said, "I scurried and scratched along until I got within 10 meters of the gun position. Then I unloaded all 4 of my fragmentation grenades. When the last one went off, I made a dash for the top. The other kids were right behind me, and we all made it. I don't know if I knocked out that gun crew, but they stopped shooting. Those grenades were all the return fire I provided coming off that beach. I didn't fire a round from either my rifle or my pistol." In giving his account, Ellery spoke about leadership. After the war, he said, "I read about a number of generals and colonels who are said to have wandered about exhorting the troops to advance. That must have been very inspirational. I suspect, however, that the men were more interested and more impressed by junior officers and NCOs who were willing to lead them rather than having some general pointing out the direction in which they should go." Warming to the subject, Ellery went on, "I didn't see any generals in my area of the beach, but I did see a captain and 2 lieutenants who demonstrated courage beyond belief as they struggled to bring order to the chaos around them. Those officers managed to get some men organized and moving up the bluff. One of the lieutenants had a broken arm that hung limply at his side, but he led a group of 7 to the top, even though he got hit again on the way. Another lieutenant carried one of his wounded men 30 meters before getting hit himself." "When you talk about combat leadership under fire on the beach at Normandy," Ellery concluded, "I don't see how the credit can go to anyone other than the company-grade officers and senior NCOs who led the way. It is good to be reminded that there are such men, that there always have been and always will be. We sometimes forget, I think, that you can manufacture weapons and you can purchase ammunition, but you can't buy valor, and you can't pull heroes off an assembly line." The truth of Ellery's strongly felt opinion is obvious, but it is not the whole truth, nor is it fair to Colonel Taylor. 47-year-old men do not lead 20-year-old men up steep bluffs, or to General Cota. Nor is it fair to the assembly line. It was the assembly line that had gotten the 16th Regiment and all the others across the Atlantic Ocean, across the English Channel, and to the Normandy beach with weapons in their hands. Courage and bold leadership had taken over at that point, and put small groups of infantry on top of the bluff, but without support they were not going to do much damage to the Germans or even stay there long. They had to have reinforcements, and not just infantry reinforcements. In a way, the men on the top were in a position similar to World War I infantry who led the way through no man's land in frontal assaults. They had penetrated the enemy's trench system, but as with their fathers in World War I, the follow-up waves were taking machine gun fire from the flanks, while enemy artillery pounded them from the rear. The men in front were isolated. This was where the incredible production feats of American industry came into play. The larger landing craft, the LCMs and LCTs and LSTs and rhino barges, were, by 0830 or so, bringing in a staggering quantity of armed and armored vehicles. The 16th Regiment at Omaha already had lost more vehicles in the water and on the beach, all of them brought from across the Atlantic, than the entire German 352nd Division ever dreamed existed. And there were almost uncountable numbers of other vehicles waiting an opportunity to land. But at 0830, all those tanks, DUKWs, half-tracks, self-propelled artillery, trucks, and jeeps were more of a problem than a solution, and it was getting worse, because as the tide moved toward its high water mark, the beach area kept shrinking. At this point, General Bradley contemplated sending follow-up waves over to the British beaches, because until someone could open the draws so the vehicles could exit the beach and get up to the road net on the high ground, the vehicles caught in the traffic jam on the beach were just targets, not weapons. That someone was spelled INFANTRY. Chapter 19. Traffic Jam. Tanks, Artillery, and Engineers at Omaha. In North Africa, in 1943, General Eisenhower had reprimanded a general officer who had built an elaborate bomb-proof underground HQ for himself, where he stayed during the Kasserine Pass battle. Eisenhower told him to go on a frontline inspection tour and explain to the reluctant warrior the simplest truth of war. Generals are expendable, just as is any other item in an army. War is waste. Men and equipment, and generals, are expendable so long as their destruction or death contributes to the ultimate goal of victory. At Omaha Beach, they were expendable in fearful numbers. Hundreds of young men and boys, trained at enormous expense, were killed, many, perhaps most of them, before they could fire one shot. Equipment losses were staggering. Hundreds of tanks, trucks, self-propelled artillery, jeeps, and landing craft of all types went to the bottom, or were destroyed on the beach by German artillery. Thousands of radios, rifles, machine guns, ammunition boxes, K&D rations, BARs, bazookas, flamethrowers, gas masks, hand grenades, and other materiel were destroyed, abandoned, or sunk. The equipment had made a long journey from factories in California, Illinois, Michigan, and the Deep South to East Coast ports, then across the Atlantic to England, by truck or rail to Portsmouth, finally across the Channel, only to go to the Channel bottom off Omaha Beach. Some of those vehicles still rest there today. Aside from the German gunners, the major culprits were the runnels, deep trenches just inside the shallow sandbars, and the mined obstacles, which at high water took a ghastly toll. The first vehicles on Omaha Beach were Sherman tanks. They arrived at H-hour minus 30 seconds in Lieutenant Dean Rockwell's flotilla. The LCTs hit a sandbar 15 meters or so off the shoreline, where they dropped their ramps and the tanks drove off. Those coming off Rockwell's LCT dipped into the runnel, gunned their waterproofed engines, and climbed toward the beach. As the tanks went clanking and grinding down the ramp, a German 88mm gun that was enfilading the beach took them under fire. As Rockwell retracted, he noticed 2 of the tanks get hit by 88 shells. One of them was burning. The following 2, and others from the battalion, stayed offshore, about half underwater, and commenced firing their machine guns and 75mm cannons. Not all the tanks got that far. Ensign F.S. White, skipper of LCT 713, later reported to Rockwell, "The ramp was again lowered, the first tank was launched. The water was much deeper than expected, and as the tank went off the ramp, it went to the bottom and settled. The tank commander gave the order to abandon tank, and the entire crew was brought back to the ship by means of a heaving line thrown from the ship." Ensign White retracted, moving 100 meters east, and beached a second time. The other 3 tanks made it to the water's edge, even as LCT 713 took a direct hit. Private J.C. Friedman was a tank driver in the 747th Tank Battalion. His LCT came in on the 3rd wave. Through his periscope he could see, in his words, tanks, half-tracks, jeeps, and trucks being blown up by landmines. The noise of gunfire and gunpowder, as well as the smell of death, seemed to be all around us. Everyone in my tank was praying. I kept thinking, is this the end of me? Constant shelling and shrapnel flying off the tank seemed to indicate an unleashing of the powers of hell. I wondered if this was all worth the lives taken, and if we would see the next day. Colonel John Upham commanded the 743rd Tank Battalion. It went in on the heels of the first wave. He stayed a few hundred meters offshore, directing his tanks by radio. When his LCT went in at 0800, he jumped over the side and waded ashore to join his tanks. Still on foot, he began to direct their fire. A rifle bullet tore through his right shoulder, but he refused medical attention. He came upon Private Charles Levesque and Corporal William Beckett, who had abandoned their tank after a track had been knocked off. Upham, his right arm dangling uselessly, directed them to the seawall. Beckett commented, "You couldn't get the colonel excited, not even then." Sergeant Paul Radzim was excited. He was in command of a half-track equipped with multi-barreled 50-caliber machine guns. As his LCT approached the shore, machine gun rounds started bouncing off the side. The ramp went down, and, in Ransom's words, "Out we go." We were not supposed to be in more than 8 feet of water. They dumped us off in 15 feet. Our track didn't go anywhere but down. I had the boys elevate that barrel straight up in the air, as high as it would go. There was about 6 inches of that barrel up above the water, when the swells weren't hitting it. I lost everything, including my helmet. I swam back and got back on that ramp, and the rest of the crew did too, except old Mo, Carl Dingledine, who couldn't swim. Last time I saw Mo, he was clinging to that barrel. Never found out what happened to old Mo. Ensign Edward Kelly, commanding LCT 200, spotted Dingledine as he was retracting and picked him up. Ransom's LCT backed off and came in again. He jumped on Sergeant Evanger's half-track as it drove off the ramp. His crew followed him. The track made it to shore. Ransom said there was supposed to be a road cleared out for us. Then we were supposed to go in about 5 miles and secure a position. We couldn't have gotten 5 yards. The track got hit, and Ransom jumped off. He picked up a helmet, then a rifle. He said, "I saw a First Louis laying there dead. There was the neck of a bottle sticking out of his musette bag. I snitched it. It was a bottle of black and white scotch." He rejoined Evanger's crew and passed the bottle around. He recalled, "That was the first time and the only time in my life that I drank scotch. I never felt a thing." He got hit with shrapnel in the face, side, and back, and eventually was evacuated. Corporal George Ryan was a gunner on a 105mm howitzer. The vehicle was called an M7. The cannon was mounted on a Sherman tank chassis. There were 4 M7s on an LCT. The skipper saw that his designated landing site on Easy Red was too hot, so he said he was going down a little way to find a softer spot. Nobody was arguing with him, Ryan remembered. The skipper turned toward shore, and just that quick the craft was stuck on a sandbar. Ryan's CO shouted, "Every man for himself," and over the side the CO jumped. "Holy smokes," Ryan remarked. "He was just gone." We lowered the ramp. Everybody in the first M7 took a deep breath, and they gave it the gun. Down the ramp they went, and into the water. The thing almost disappeared from sight. But the driver gave it the gun, and broom, right out of the water it came. He did it so fast. The second M7 drove off, Ryan said, and it went glonk. It just disappeared from sight. The guys started popping up like corks. They swam in. Shells were bursting around the LCT. "We got to get off this thing," someone in Ryan's crew shouted, and they all jumped into the water. Ryan held back. I wasn't so much afraid of them bullets or the shells as I was of the cold channel water. I cannot swim. Ryan threw off all his equipment, inflated his Mae West, and began to tiptoe in off the ramp, when, in his words, some German opened up on the side of the LCT with his machine gun. Blang. That convinced me. Into the water I dove. I pushed with all my might, and then I started going. I'm swimming, and I'm swimming. Somebody taps me on the shoulder, and I look up. I was in a foot of water, swimming. You talk about the will to live. If they hadn't stopped me, I would have swam 2 miles inland. Ryan made it to the seawall. He threw himself down beside a 16th Regiment infantryman. "You got a cigarette?" Ryan asked. A bit later, a piece of shrapnel made a scratch on Ryan's hand. "Nothing much," he said, "almost like a cat would give you." Soon a medical officer came along. He said, "Every man on this beach deserves a Purple Heart just for being here. Give me your names, fellows. If you are wounded, I can take care of you. If you are dead, I can't. If there's nothing wrong with you, I can see that you get a Purple Heart anyway." "How about this, Major?" Ryan asked, showing his scratch. The doctor said he would get him the medal. But Ryan thought, "No, I can't do this. It would cheapen it so much. The guy loses a leg and gets a Purple Heart. I get it for a scratch. That just ain't fair." I turned it down. Another crew chief on an M7 was Sergeant Jerry Eads. There were 2 M7s on his LCT. They were hooked by cable to two half-tracks behind. Directly behind one of the half-tracks, also connected by cable, was a truck, while a jeep was behind the other. The M7s were supposed to drag a half-track and a truck or jeep to shore. As the landing craft approached the beach, the 105mm howitzers fired at the bluff. At first, said Eads, it was just like a picnic, because no one was firing back. All of a sudden, shells hit the water around us, and we knew we were back in the war. Eads had been in North Africa and Sicily. We came alive. It was a feeling of, well, I don't know how to explain fear, a feeling that went over you, that you knew that the next breath could be your last. Of course, we were continuing to do our job. They would fire, lower the elevation, fire again, one shell every 30 seconds. There were some GIs, infantry, on the LCT. There was nothing they could do but wait for the slaughter. Us guys on the guns, at least we felt like we were doing something, shooting back. As long as you were shooting, you felt like you were in the war. But as for me, I would think, let me hold my control, not let the guys see how scared I am, not lose control. That was my biggest fear, being caught afraid. At 2,000 meters, the howitzers could not depress sufficiently to hit the bluff, so they stopped firing. German machine gun bullets began to zing off the LCT. Eads remembered, I got down as low as possible, wishing I could push right on through the bottom of the boat, with the helpless feeling of, I can't do anything now. The LCT was going awfully slow. We were all having that urge like at a horse race, kind of shaking your shoulders to get the horse to run faster. We were trying to get this boat to go faster. Eads looked at his watch. It was 0800. All of a sudden I was real hungry. My thoughts drifted back to a bar and grill in El Paso, when I was in the old horse cavalry down there. The California Bar and Grill. They served a tremendous big taco for 10 cents, and an ice-cold Falstaff beer for 10 cents. I could imagine myself sitting there at the bar with a beer and a taco for 20 cents, and here I was with maybe $200 in my pocket, and I couldn't even buy a beer and taco. When the LCT grounded on a sandbar after 3 unsuccessful tries and dropped the ramp, the skipper was, in Eads' words, running madly around the boat, shouting, "Get them damn things off my boat! Get those damn things off my boat!" My lieutenant had his arm up. When he dropped his arm forward, I kicked the driver in the back of the head, and off we went. I heard a kind of glub, glub, blub, blub sound. The water was deeper than our air intake, and we were immediately flooded. Eads thought about all the stuff we had just lost. The Navy boys had given us 50 pounds of sugar, 30 pounds of coffee, 50 cartons of cigarettes, and we had lost all this stuff, and our gun. Eads made it to shore and up to the shingle, where he asked himself, just what in the hell am I doing here when I could be back in Fort Bliss, Texas? He was old Army, with an armful of hash marks, an experienced gold brick who knew how to avoid the tough assignments and garner the soft ones. To his consternation, he ended up spending D-Day as a rifleman on Omaha Beach, about the worst predicament an old soldier could find himself in. He organized a kind of provisional platoon of infantry, engineers, and artillerymen, and up the bluff he led them. Because so many vehicles went glub-glub, many specialists found themselves ending up as ordinary infantry. Captain R.J. Lindo was a liaison officer for the Navy. He landed at 0730 with 2 men to carry his radio. His job was to direct naval gunfire in support of the 18th Regiment. But, he said, my worst fears and my best training were for naught, as we lost our radios coming in from the LCT to the beach. So there I was, helpless to assist in any way. I became instead a part of the infantry attack. Sergeant William Otlowski, a veteran of North Africa and Sicily, came in on a DUKW. He was in command of an M7, which was far too heavy for the DUKWs to carry in anything but calm water. His DUKW was slammed up and down by a wave as it backed off its LST ramp. The rudder hit the ramp and got bent. Otlowski recalled, "So we're going around in little tight circles and we can't straighten out. So the coxswain, a Navy boy, he decided to shut off the motor, which was a mistake, because that shut off the pumps and the DUKW started to fill with water, and of course we sank. Otlowski yelled at his crew to keep together, hold hands, stay in a circle. A passing LCVP, returning to its mothership for another load, picked them up. They transferred to a Rhino ferry. The Rhino hit a sandbar. A lieutenant tied a rope to a jeep and told the driver to take off to test the water depth. The jeep promptly sank. "Hey, men," the lieutenant called out, "grab the rope and pull up the jeep." Just then an 88 burst on one side of the Rhino, then another on the far side. Otlowski yelled to the lieutenant, "Those are 88s, and the third one's going to hit right in the middle. Get your men off this fucking boat." He said, "Sergeant, stay where you are." I said, "To hell with you, Lieutenant. If you want to die, go ahead. Okay, men, let's go." Otlowski and his crew jumped ship and swam to shore. "I looked back," said Otlowski. "The third 88 had hit smack in the middle of that damn barge, and every consecutive shot was right on target." Otlowski picked up a rifle, ammunition belt, and helmet, and scooted up across the beach to the seawall. He saw a young soldier walking behind it, with a big roll of communication wire on his back. A lieutenant spotted the soldier and called out, "Oh boy, do we need that. Sit right down here. Give me that wire." The soldier replied, "I can't, Lieutenant. What will I do with this?" In his right hand, he was carrying his left arm. Otlowski helped to get the wire off his back, gave him some morphine, and yelled for a medic. Charles Sullivan was a CB on a Rhino. He helped bring in 3 loads on D-Day. Most of the vehicles were destroyed before they could fire a shot, but he concluded, "In 28 years of service, 3 wars, 14 overseas tours of duty, thousands of faces, only Normandy and D-Day remain vivid, as if it happened only yesterday. What we did was important and worthwhile, and how many ever get to say that about a day in their lives?" Sullivan's comment brings to mind Eisenhower's remark to Walter Cronkite that no one likes to get shot at, but on D-Day more people wanted to get in on it than wanted to get out. A tremendous tonnage of tanks, half-tracks, M7s, jeeps, trucks, and other vehicles had attempted to come into Omaha between 0630 and 0830. Many had sunk, others were destroyed, and a few survivors were caught on an ever-shrinking beach with no place to go. The vehicles were more of a problem than they were an offensive weapon. Beside and between the tanks, half-tracks, M7s, and the rest, the Higgins boats were coming in, carrying the 116th and 16th Regiments. With them were demolition teams composed of Seabees and Army engineers, 5 of each in a team. There were 16 teams, each assigned to a distinct sector of the beach with the job of blowing a gap some 50 meters wide. Not one landed on target. A Seabee described his experience. "As we dropped our ramp, an 88mm came tearing in, killing almost half our men right there, the officer being the first one. We all thought him the best officer the Navy ever had. From then on, things got hazy to me. I remember the chief starting to take over, but then another shell hit, and that did it. I thought my body torn apart." Bleeding heavily from shrapnel in his left leg and arm, the Seabee looked around and saw no one alive. Fire on the Higgins boat was about to set off the demolition charges, so I went overboard and headed for the beach. He reached the obstacles, looked back, and saw the craft blow up. That got me. Not caring whether I lived or not, I started to run through the fire up the beach. He made the seawall, later picked up a rifle, and spent the day with the 116th as an infantryman. Other demolition teams had better luck. They got off their craft more or less intact and went to work, ignoring the fire around them. They were better off than the infantry. The GIs who landed at the wrong place and whose officers were wounded or killed before they made the seawall did not know what to do next. Not even heavy gunfire put such a strain on a soldier's morale as not knowing what to do and having no one around to tell him. The demolition teams, however, could see immediately what to do. Even if they were at the wrong place, there were obstacles in front of them. They started blowing them. Commander Joseph Gibbons was the CO of the demolition teams at Omaha. He strode up and down the beach, giving help where it was required, supervising the operation. The first 2 of his men he met told him the whole of the rest of their team had been killed. They had no explosives with them. Gibbons told them to get behind the seawall until he found a job for them. Then he found a team that had landed successfully and was already fastening its charges to the obstacles. The men moved methodically from one obstacle to another, fixing the charges to them. Private Devin Larson of the engineers made it ashore. He was alone, but he had his explosives with him, so he went to work anyway. He recalled, "Lying on the beach, I saw only 2 steel obstacles in front of me, both with teller mines atop of them. I wrapped a composition sea-pack around the base, piled about a foot of sand on my side so that the explosion would be away from me, pulled a fuse lighter from my helmet, yelled, 'Fire in the hole!' and pulled the fuse. I heard several more shouts of 'Fire in the hole' to my left. I rolled to the right. The explosion rolled me a little further, but my 2 steel posts were gone. No more obstacles were in front of me or on either side, so I headed for the seawall." Altogether, the demolition teams were able to blow 5 or 6 partial gaps instead of the 16 that had been planned, and the gaps that did exist were not properly marked by flags. As the tide rose, this situation caused immense problems for the coxswains bringing in the follow-up waves of infantry and vehicles. Seaman Exum Pike was on patrol craft 565. The job was to guide LCIs and other craft onto the beach, but with landmarks obscured by smoke and haze, and with no clear path through the obstacles, PC 565 could not accomplish its mission. It became, in effect, a gunboat, firing its machine guns at the bluff, from which Pike could see a rain of fire that appeared to be falling from the clouds. Pike remembered seeing a DUKW hit an obstacle and set off the mine. "I saw the bodies of 2 crewmen blown several hundred feet into the air, and they were twisting around like tops up there. It was like watching a slow-motion Ferris wheel." Then PC 565 took a hit. 6 men were wounded. Pike said blood was gushing down the gunnels of that boat like a river. Recalling the scene 45 years later, Pike commented, "I have often told my 2 sons I have no fear of hell because I've already been there." Ensign Don Irwin was the skipper of LCT 614. His crew consisted of another ensign, the executive officer, and 12 Navy enlisted men. His cargo consisted of 65 GIs, 2 bulldozers, and 4 jeeps with ammunition-carrying trailers. He was scheduled to go in at 0730. As we headed toward the beach, Irwin recalled, the most ear-splitting, deafening, horrendous sound I have ever heard or ever will took place. The Texas was firing over the top of LCT 614. Irwin looked back, and it seemed as if the Texas's giant 14-inch guns were pointing right at us, he said. Of course they were not. They were aiming at the bluff. "You'll never know how tremendously huge a battleship is," Irwin commented, "until you look up at one from fairly close by from an LCT." Irwin was headed toward Easy Red. So far, no Americans had landed on that section of the beach. To Irwin, it seemed tranquil. He allowed himself to think that the briefing officer had been right when he said, "There won't be anything left to bother you guys when you hit the beach. We're throwing everything at the Germans but the kitchen sink, and we'll throw that in too." But as Irwin ran LCT 614 onto a sandbar and dropped the ramp, in his words, all hell tore loose. We came under intense fire, mainly rifle and machine gun. When the first 2 men from the craft went down in water over their heads, Irwin realized the water was still too deep, so he used his rear anchor and winch to retract. He spent the next hour trying to find a gap in the obstacles where he could put his cargo ashore. Finally, he dropped the ramp again. The bulldozers made it to shore, only to be blasted by German gunners with phosphorus shells, which started them burning. The GIs were trying to get off, but when the first 2 got shot as they jumped off the ramp, the others refused to leave. Irwin had orders to disembark them. The orders stressed that to fail to do so could result in a court-martial. He had been told that, if necessary, he should see to the execution of the order to disembark at gunpoint. Irwin recalled, "But I could in no way force human beings to step off that ramp to almost certain wounding or death. The shell fire had grown even more intense. Pandemonium everywhere, with lots of smoke and explosions. Bodies in the water. The men in my crew, who were still at their battle stations and who had been standing erect on our way to the beach, were now flattened out against the craft as if they were a part of it. A couple of them were yelling, 'Skipper, let's get out of here!' After an hour of trying to get my load of troops and vehicles off, believe me, I was ready." It was now 0830. Men and vehicles, almost none of them operating, were jammed up on the beach. Not a single vehicle and not more than a few platoons of men had made it up the bluff. At this point, the commander of the 7th Naval Beach Battalion made a decision: suspend all landing of vehicles and withdraw those craft on the beach. Ensign Irwin got the order to retract over his radio. He was told that the beach was too hot and that he should go out into the channel, anchor, and await further orders. It was the most welcome order he ever received, but the one he had the most difficulty in executing. As he began to retract, his LCT suddenly stopped. It was hung up on an obstacle. It could have been panic time, but Irwin kept his head. He eased forward, then back again, and floated free. His crew began taking in the anchor cable. But just when the anchor should have been in sight, it stuck. Irwin said, "Try as we might, we couldn't free that anchor." I gave the command, "All engines ahead, full." This did cause the anchor to move, and soon coming to the surface was a Higgins boat that had been sunk with our anchor hooked into it. Irwin turned his LCT, gave it a couple of shakes, and freed the anchor. He got out to deep water and dropped the anchor. The 0830 general order to retract craft on the beach and postpone the landing of others until gaps in the obstacles had been blown added to the confusion. With nowhere to go, over 50 incoming LCTs and LCIs began to turn in circles. For most of the skippers and crews, this was the first invasion. They were amateurs at war, even the old merchant mariners commanding the LSTs. The crews were as young as they were inexperienced. Seaman James Fudge was on one of the 2 LSTs that had made it to the beach. When the order came to get off, Fudge said, "This is where our ship got in trouble, where our captain panicked. We had dropped our stern anchor. We had not unloaded a thing. The LST to our right got hit with an 88, and what our skipper needed to do was give the order, 'Haul in the stern anchor, all back full.' But he said, 'all back full,' and forgot about the anchor. So he backed over his stern anchor cable and fouled the screws. The LST was helpless in the water, about 500 meters offshore. Eventually, it was offloaded by a rhino. Fudge said, it was quite difficult to unload tanks from the LST to the rhino. You had to have a crane. It was a terrible time in a somewhat choppy sea to have a barge to unload trucks and tanks without dropping them in the water, but we didn't lose any." Fudge recalled that an admiral came by on an LCVP, and in front of the whole crew he scolded our skipper for being so thoughtless as to back over his own cable. He had some very insulting things to say to our skipper, directly. He was a very angry man. While the LST was being unloaded, Fudge saw a sight that almost every man on Omaha Beach that morning mentioned in his oral history. The incident was later made famous by Cornelius Ryan in The Longest Day. At about 0900, zooming in from the British beaches, came 2 FW-190s. The pilots were Wing Commander Josef Priller and Sergeant Heinz Wodarczyk. Ryan recorded that when they saw the invasion fleet, Priller's words were, "What a show! What a show!" They flew at 150 feet, dodging between the barrage balloons. Fudge commented, "I can remember standing sort of in awe of them, and everyone was trying to fire at them. People were shouting, 'Look, look, a couple of Jerrys!' Every 40mm and 20mm in the fleet blasted away." So far as Fudge could make out, many of the gunners were hitting the ship next to them, so low were Priller and Wodarczyk flying. No one hit the planes. As Priller and Wodarczyk streaked off into the clouds, one seaman commented, "Jerry or not, the best of luck to you. You've got guts." There was one battalion of black soldiers in the initial assault on Omaha, the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion, colored. It was a unique outfit attached to the First Army. The troopers brought in barrage balloons on LSTs and LCIs in the third wave and set them up on the beach to prevent Luftwaffe strafing. About 1,200 black soldiers landed on Utah on D-Day, all of them truck drivers or port personnel from segregated quartermaster companies. Black Coast Guard personnel drove Higgins boats, and black sailors manned their battle stations on the warships. Overall, however, it was remarkable that so few black servicemen were allowed to participate in the initial attack against the Nazi regime, and a terrible waste considering the contributions of black combat troops in Korea and Vietnam. It was the Navy's job to get the men to shore, the tankers' and artillerymen's jobs to provide suppressing fire, the infantrymen's job to move out and up, the demolition team's job to blow gaps in the obstacles, and the engineer's job to blow remaining obstacles, provide traffic control on the beach, blast the exits open, and clear and mark paths through the minefields. For the engineers, as for the others, the first couple of hours on Omaha were full of frustration. Sergeant Robert Schober was with the 3466 Ordnance Maintenance Company. His unit's job was to de-waterproof vehicles. His tools were crescent wrench, screwdriver, and pliers. The task was simple: tighten fan belts, open battery vents, remove packing from various parts of the engine. When Howell got to the beach, he said, "I felt a ding on the helmet." When I realized it was a bullet, I was no longer scared. I made up my mind that when the next wave of infantry took off for the seawall, I was going too. I did, and dug in when I arrived. He and his buddies stayed there through the morning because they could not locate any vehicles that needed de-waterproofing. At least they made it to the wall. Corporal Robert Miller, a combat engineer with the 6th ESB, did not. He was in an LCT that landed around 0700 on Easy Red. He glanced to his right, he said, and saw another LCT, with the skipper standing at the tower, receive a blow from the dreaded German 88. After the smoke cleared, both the skipper and the tower had disappeared. Miller worried about the trucks packed full of dynamite on his LCT taking a hit from an 88. But that turned out to be the wrong worry. The craft was rocked by a blast from an underwater mine. The ramp was jammed, a half-track up front badly damaged, many of the men on board wounded. Miller said, the skipper decided to pull back to dump off the half-track, transfer the wounded, and repair the ramp. As this was being done, a Navy officer in a control craft pulled alongside and raised hell with the skipper, saying we should not be sitting there and to get our asses into the beach where we belonged. The skipper took the LCT back in and managed to drop the ramp in 8 feet of water about 100 meters offshore. He told the engineers, "Go!" Miller's platoon commander objected, in no uncertain terms, reminding the skipper his orders were to run us onto the beach, but the skipper refused to budge. A jeep drove off. It went underwater, but the waterproofing worked, and it managed to drive to the shore. The trucks also made it, only to get shot up. The men came next. Miller went in over his head. He dropped his rifle and demolition charges, jumped up from the channel floor, got his head above water, and started swimming to the beach. He recalled, "It was a very tough swim. The weight of the soaked clothes, boots, gas mask, and steel helmet made it near impossible, but I did reach hip-deep water finally and attempted to stand up. I was near exhaustion. At last I reached shore and was about 15 feet up the beach when a big white flash enveloped me. The next thing I knew I was flat on my back, looking up at the sky. I tried to get up, but could not, and reasoned, my God, my legs have been blown off, since I had no sensation of movement in them and could not see them, for the gas mask on my chest blocked the view. I wrestled around and finally got the gas mask off to one side. I saw my feet sticking up and reached my upper legs with my hands, and felt relieved that they were still there, but could not understand my immobility or lack of sensation. Miller had been hit in the spinal cord. It was damaged beyond repair. Those first steps he took on Omaha Beach were the last steps he ever took. A medic dragged him behind a half-track and gave him a shot of morphine. He passed out. When he came to, he was at a first aid station on the beach. He passed out again. When he regained consciousness, he was on an LST. He eventually made it to a hospital in England. 4 months later, he was in a stateside hospital. A nurse was washing his hair. Miller recalled, "To her and my own astonishment, sand was in the rinse water. Sand from Omaha Beach." Sergeant Debs Peters of the engineers was on an LCI. When the craft was about 300 meters offshore, a shell hit it in the stern, then another midships. He said, "Those of us on deck were caught on fire with flaming fuel oil, and we all just rolled overboard." Peters inflated his Mae West and managed to swim to an obstacle to take cover and catch his breath. Then he managed to stand and tried to run to the seawall. In his words, "But I was so loaded with water and sand that I could just stagger about." He crouched down behind a burning Sherman tank. Almost immediately, a shell hit the tank. That was an experience many men had at Omaha. The urge for shelter sent them to knocked-out tanks, half-tracks, and other vehicles. But it was a mistake, because the tanks were targets for German artillery. Peters managed to reach the seawall. There he found Captain John McAllister and Major Robert Stewart. He said, "We agreed that we should get out of there if we expected to live, and Major Stewart told me to go ahead and find the mines." Peters had no equipment for such a search other than his trench knife, but he went ahead anyway. He said, "I jumped up on the road and went across, fell down into a ditch, up again, through a briar patch, then up against the bluff." He climbed carefully, probing for mines with his knife, leaving a white tape behind to mark the route. Near the top of the bluff, he started taking machine gun fire. Bullets ripped open his musette bag, and one put a hole in his helmet. He tossed a grenade in the direction of the pillbox, and the firing ceased. He had done his job, and more. Private John Smudzinski of the 5th ESB came in at 0730 on an LCI. He said, "Our job was supposed to be to bring in our heavy equipment and cut the roads through the beach and bring the cranes and bulldozers in." Smudzinski got ashore without getting hit. On the beach, he saw some men freeze and just lie there. Beside them, he saw, in his words, a GI just lying there, calmly taking his M1 apart and cleaning the sand out of it. He didn't seem to be excited at all. At the seawall, Smudzinski threw himself down beside his CO, Captain Louis Dernovich, an All-American football player at the University of Southern California in 1939. Smudzinski said, "He was trying to get things moving. He sent me down the beach to see if one of our bulldozers got in. I came back and told him nothing that heavy was getting in at that time. There was a half-track part way up to the exit road, and Captain Dernovich sent me there to see what was holding him up. I went and hid behind it. It was all shot up and under heavy fire. When I got back to report, Captain Dernovich was gone." Dernovich had gone back to the beach and climbed into a knocked-out tank to see if he could get the cannon firing. As he was making the attempt, he was hit and killed. At the seawall, Smudzinski found that he was protected from machine gun fire, but taking mortar rounds. He said, "It was a matter of Russian roulette. I didn't know whether to stay where I was or go down the beach. It was just a matter of chance, whoever got hit." He saw half-tracks on the beach getting hit, and then one whole LCT loaded with half-tracks catch fire and burn up. Private Alan McMath was a combat engineer who came in on the third wave. He found swimming difficult, but managed to reach a pole sticking up in the water. He said, "I held on to it for a while to get my wind. I happened to look up. There on top of that pole was a teller mine, and that scared me so darn bad I took off and headed on in for shore." A wave hit McMath and tumbled him. He was drifting parallel with the shore when a Higgins boat came straight at him. He tried to grab the front of the boat, but there was nothing to hold on to, so he slid under and came up behind. He said, "I still don't know how I missed that prop. After that ordeal was over, I was glad I hadn't caught onto the boat, as it was hit soon after it passed over me." McMath finally made sure. He picked up a rifle and cleaned the blood and sand off it. Then he took some dry socks off a dead soldier and changed his socks. He said, "I found some cigarettes that were dry and wouldn't have taken any amount of money for them." He moved up to the seawall. He could find no members of his company. Looking around, he said, there in a foxhole was a kid I had practically lived with most of my civilian life. What a surprise. I crawled into his hole, and we had a little chat about how glad we were that we had both made it. Private Al Litke was a combat engineer who came in with the first wave on an LCM. His initial task was to act as a pack horse. He was to carry demolition charges to the obstacles and drop them there. Then he was to continue to the beach and clear minefields. He draped his demolition charges over one shoulder, his M1 over another, and carried a suitcase with his mine detector in his hand. He jumped off the ramp into knee-deep water, took a few steps, and fell into a runnel. He said, "I let go of my suitcase, and I hit bottom. I pushed myself off. It was a good thing I had my life preserver on. I did a little dog paddle breaststroke until my knees hit solid ground. Then I got up and started to walk in." When he reached the beach, Litke dropped his demolition charges beside an obstacle, then went on to the seawall. It was pretty crowded there, he said. Nevertheless, he kept his mind on his job. He fired a clip from his M1 toward the bluff, reloaded, crossed the seawall, and got to the base of the bluff. When he started to move up, he recalled, "About a foot in front of me, little puffs of dirt flew up, about a dozen. He dug a foxhole and waited. For how long, I do not know." Unlike the leaderless infantry behind him, Litke knew what he was supposed to do, and he was determined to do it. He said, "I thought I'd better go up and look for mines." I had a roll of tape that brought it to my attention. I tied a stick around the tape, and I took off again. As he moved up the bluff, leaving a trail marked by his tape behind, he went cautiously, watching for prongs sticking above the surface, indicating bouncing betties, or for any indentation in the sand, indicating possible teller mines or box mines. When he found some, he probed with his bayonet to dislodge and disarm them. After his tape ran out, he ran back to his foxhole. Litke looked back at the beach. He saw an LCI unloading, soldiers coming down the two sides. He recalled, all of a sudden there was a flash on the port side. It hit right where the GIs were coming down the ladder. GIs fell into the water screaming and hollering for medics. I thought that if I ever got out of this alive, I would never miss going to church on Sundays again. Just then an infantryman from the 116th Regiment appeared. He looked down at Litke in the foxhole and asked, "Kid, are you all right?" Litke said he was. The soldier started up the trail Litke had just marked. A half-dozen other GIs followed. Litke said to himself, "Hell, I might as well go with them." He jumped up to do so when he heard someone call out, "Fatty!" It was a corporal from his platoon. Litke joined him to help a wounded man into a foxhole, then asked the corporal if he knew where their sergeant was. Back on the beach, Litke started down. He saw a sickening sight. A wounded soldier had crouched behind a tank for shelter. Shells were hitting near the tank. Litke could hear the tank commander yelling, "Let's get the hell out of here! They're zeroing in on us!" The tank backed up and crushed the soldier. Later that morning, on the beach, Litke had what must have been a moment of intense satisfaction. He ran into a brigadier general and a colonel. The general asked him, "Son, how do we get to the top?" Litke said, "I just pointed toward my white tape." Private John Mather of the engineers followed Litke's path. His team was more or less intact, led by a Lieutenant Allen. The men were carrying picks, shovels, Bangalore torpedoes, bazookas and rockets, mine detectors, and satchel charges. They had landed at the wrong place, but Allen decided to go through the same gap Litke had used and stick to the marked path. When they reached the top, Allen realized they were nowhere near their initial objective. A platoon from the 116th Regiment was exchanging fire with Germans in the next hedgerow. The engineers were not equipped for a firefight. Allen returned to the beach and tried to locate the exit he was supposed to be using. He led the men up another trail, found he was still in the wrong place, and again returned to the beach. At this point, Mather commented, I started to get angry and frustrated at the lack of action on our part. He joined Lieutenant Allen, who was in consultation with the company commander. The CO was in a state of shock. He had lost half his men. Mather recalled, he looked like hell and very dispirited. I asked the lieutenant if there wasn't something we could do, but got a negative answer. I'm sure he would have been willing, but he couldn't get the CO to take action. So we sat in our holes and listened to the sound of the mortars swishing overhead and watched the tide go out. Lieutenant Barnett Hoffner of the 6th ESB came in on the rising tide. He recalled, the sight of the waves breaking on shore choked us up. It seemed like thousands of homeless were floating in a long line all around us. When our ramp dropped and we charged out into the water wading toward the beach, we went through what looked like hell itself. On the 50 or so yards of sand between the seawall and the waterline lay blasted tanks, trucks, tractors, dozers, tangles, anything, blazing trucks filled with gas. Everything was blown up. Of the 16 teams we had trained for the demolition, only 5 came in for their assignments, and 3 of them had nothing with them. All their equipment was gone, and only 3 bulldozers out of 16 were left, and they couldn't maneuver because the infantrymen were taking cover behind them. Lieutenant Colonel Frank Walk was an assistant beachmaster for the ESB. His responsibility was to serve as traffic patrol officer, to direct incoming vehicles to open exits so they could climb to the top. But there were no open exits, and in any case, Walk, who landed at about 0800, could not get off the beach. He and his radio man and his runner were under intense small arms fire. He recalled, and one thing they spent a lot of time teaching us in the Army was how to dig foxholes. That is wasted training time. It is a natural instinct when you're under fire to dig a hole as fast as you can, even if you have to do it with your fingernails. No one has to teach you how to dig a hole. When the fire let up a bit, Walk moved to the seawall and located his CO, who had landed with an earlier wave. The CO was shell-shocked. Walk said, he was really just not at all in control of himself. He had gone completely berserk. He had to be evacuated. Walk took command. By this time, around 0830, more brass was coming ashore. Lieutenant Colonel Walk was awfully junior to be giving assistant division commanders orders, but he did it anyway. They were accustomed to having their way, Walk commented, so I would say, General, I'm sorry to tell you, you can't take those units through that exit. You've got to go over there. Who says so? Well, General, I say so. I'm the traffic control officer here. Colonel Paul Thompson, who had run the Assault Training Center back in England, commanded the 6th ESB. He came in on an LCI at about 0830. Very little was going the way it was supposed to go, the way he had trained the assault units to take a fortified beach. Thompson wanted to get things moving. He noticed a group of combat engineers held up by barbed wire on the beach road. He said, some of the engineer personnel were trying to blow it with Bangalore torpedoes, and of course I had conducted that exercise hundreds of times in training, and it seemed to me they were going about it kind of clumsy. Thompson went forward to show them how to shove the Bangalore under the wire. He got hit twice by rifle fire, one bullet through the right shoulder, the other through the jaw. The wound was unique because it was from the inside of the mouth out. Thompson had been shouting orders when he got hit. Thompson had longed to see the divisions he had trained take the beach and move inland. He had longed to see his engineers do the job they had been trained and equipped to do. He had longed to participate in the fight for the first 1,000 yards. It was not to be. Thompson's frustration that morning was shared by every survivor of the first 2 hours of the battle, whether tankers or infantrymen or artillerymen or engineers or demolition teams. Many thought they had failed. When the 0830 order to cease landing came through, men were close to despair. At Omaha, at least, Rommel's fixed defenses seemed to have stopped them cold. At Widerstandsnest 62, Private Franz Gockel thought so. At 0630, he had opened fire with his machine gun. The sand shaken loose by the naval bombardment caused it to jam. He said, "I tore the belt from the feed tray, shook it clean, and slapped it back into the tray. At that instant, the machine gun was torn from my hands by an explosion. I have no idea how I survived." Gockel grabbed his rifle and began firing as, in his words, the first closely packed landing troops sprang from their boats, some in knee-deep water, others up to their chests. Within seconds, the first wave of assault troops collapsed, after making only a few meters headway. Assault craft careened leaderless back and forth on the water. On came the second waves of assault craft. Again we opened fire. The beach became strewn with dead, wounded, and shelter-seeking soldiers. They reached the low stone wall, but the safety offered there was temporary. Our mortar crews had waited for this moment and began to lay deadly fire on preset coordinates along the seawall. Mortar rounds with impact fuses exploded on target. The shell splinters, wall fragments, and stones inflicted severe casualties. The waves of attackers broke against our defenses. Gockel and his comrades had plenty of ammunition for their rifles and machine guns, plenty of hand grenades stored nearby, plenty of mortar rounds. They had taken only light casualties. When, at 0830, transports began turning out to sea without unloading their troops, Gockel recalled, "We believed the Americans were initiating a withdrawal." Chapter 20. I Am a Destroyer Man. The Navy at Omaha Beach. The Seabees on the demolition teams, naval beachmasters, and spotters for the warships were the first Navy men on the beach. The beachmaster's job was to put up flags to guide the landing craft assigned to a particular sector. But 12 of the 16 beachmaster teams never made it to shore, and the 4 who did were at the wrong place. Seaman Robert Giguère was on an LCI that hit a floating mine as she was going in, wounding or killing about half the men on board. The skipper dropped the ramp on the left side. The one on the right wouldn't work. A Coast Guardsman swam to shore with a rope. Giguère and infantry from the 16th Regiment used the rope to help themselves get ashore. On the way in, Giguère was hit in the left arm, but it was only a flesh wound. Ashore, he could not find any members of his beach party, so he picked up a rifle as he made his way to the seawall. There he switched from being a sailor assisting a beachmaster to a soldier. At the seawall, Giguère heard Colonel Taylor say, "We might as well get killed inland as here on the beach." Giguère pointed to the markings on his helmet, indicating that he was a Navy man. Taylor told him to join the infantry. Someone put a Bangalore under the barbed wire. Giguère joined a small group from the 16th and crossed the road, only to be pinned down by a pillbox. "I threw a couple of grenades in the pillbox openings," Giguère recorded. "I guess that helped to finish it off." He worked his way up the bluff. Late that morning he participated in a rush on a house that proved to have no Germans in it, but there were 5 Frenchmen in the cellar. A lieutenant told him to escort them down to the beach for interrogation. On the beach, Giguère found that, in his words, artillery was landing everywhere. I was wounded again. When I came to, I was in the 40th General Hospital in Cirencester, England. It was my 18th birthday. The few beachmasters who made it ashore could hardly do their jobs in the chaotic conditions. Still, they tried to help out as best they could. Seaman William O'Neill was on an LCT. He recalled spotting a beach party member, in his words, half-crouching, waving his semaphore flags furiously at us. Without much thought, I grabbed a pair of flags and scrambled to the top of the wheelhouse and gave him a king, which means go ahead. His message was, "Stay low, keep your head down." I really had some evil thoughts about getting that gratuitous advice. Looking around, O'Neill could see that, as he said, our chances of reaching the beach at that place were very poor. But the chances of being slaughtered by machine gun and mortar fire were very high. He decided to pass his insights on to his skipper. The skipper, an Ensign Phillips, was a 90-day wonder. But O'Neill thought he was just great, unassuming, never unjustly critical, a courageous and resourceful leader. It was a privilege to have served with him. O'Neill did not think so much of Phillips' executive officer, another ensign, who was, O'Neill said, a kind man, but in battle he became literally paralyzed, unable to give orders, or even to move. The third officer, an ensign Fox, was an absolute joy, O'Neill said. Bright, brave, and cool. We would do anything for him. His father was a Methodist bishop, and his mother president of the Women's Christian Temperance Union in Maryland. He would dutifully pass around the temperance literature his mother would send, then lead the march to the nearest pub. He would point to himself as living proof that the minister's kids were the worst in town. Up on the wheelhouse, O'Neill was, in his words, really excited. I said to the skipper, "What the hell are you doing here? You'll get us all killed. There's more of a chance to get in to our right." Ensign Phillips agreed, and off to the right the LCT moved, sailing parallel to the beach for a kilometer or two, where other LCTs were moving in. Phillips closed the beach. He could see tanks sinking in runnels, so he asked for a volunteer who would test the water depth by wading into shore before the bulldozer in front of his LCT unloaded. That was a nutty idea, O'Neill commented, but someone did volunteer to be a human depth finder. Phillips ran onto the sandbar. At that moment, an LCT to the right, carrying 7 half-tracks, dropped her ramp, and the lead vehicle was hit just as it left the ramp. O'Neill saw, as he said, an immediate explosion, and the entire LCT erupted in flames, and then the ammunition began to explode, so it was really quite a mess. Ensign Phillips gave the order to drop the ramp. The volunteer jumped into the water, but the bulldozer driver did not wait to see the result. He just drove off, almost overrunning the volunteer. The driver had his blade raised to its maximum position, which provided an excellent shield for him. Down into the runnel he went. The waterproofing worked, and he chugged his way forward, dragging a line of jeeps attached by a cable behind him. O'Neill remembered, "My last vision of my friend Bill Lynn was of him sitting in his jeep, being pulled along into deep water, and then disappearing beneath the surface, and then appearing soaking wet, water sloshing out of the jeep, some 50 yards further." On the LCT, the gun crews were firing their 20mm guns into the bluff. So far as O'Neill could tell, we were the only U.S. offensive activity in that area. Even the tanks were sheltered behind the sand dunes, unable to fire over them. Our orders had been to land, retract, and return for another load, but instead we stayed and continued to fire. The executive officer cowered in the hold, but Ensign Fox led O'Neill and others ashore to bring wounded men to the LCT. We filled our bunks, our inside decks, and every available space on the main deck, O'Neill said. The wounds were gross. There was one medic and our cook to tend to all of them, and we did our best, using our inexpert hands as well as we could. It was about 0830. So far, the Navy had not done any better than the Army in carrying out the plan for Omaha. The 12-inch and 14-inch shells from the pre-landing bombardment had mostly gone over the top of the bluff. The skippers on the landing craft had mostly put their men and cargoes ashore in the wrong places. The cutting edge of the invasion force, the infantry from the 116th and 16th Regiments, had taken horrendous casualties. The survivors were mostly huddled at the seawall. They were receiving precious little fire support. The Allies controlled the air over Normandy, which, with the rarest of exceptions on D-Day, kept the Luftwaffe from strafing the lucrative targets on the beach, or bombing the beach or ships offshore. But the Air Force could contribute little in the way of direct support to the troops on the beach. The heavy bombers did not have the pinpoint accuracy required to hit the bluff, but miss the beach. After the pre-assault bombardment, the big bombers returned to England, refueled and reloaded, and then hit targets such as railroads and crossroads well inland. That helped considerably in the following days by making German movement difficult, but it contributed nothing to the Battle of June 6. Later in the war, the Allied fighter pilots and the Army developed an efficient, indeed deadly, ground-to-air radio communication system. But even had the system been in place on D-Day, It wouldn't have helped much, as 80% of the radios with the infantry at Omaha were lost in the surf or destroyed on the beach. LCTs had managed to land some tanks, but most of them had been disabled. The Navy had been unable to get many field artillery pieces ashore. About all the help the infantry was receiving was coming from those little 20mm guns on the LCTs. That wasn't much. The warships at sea had big guns, but they had lifted their fire as the first waves went in, and were under orders not to resume firing until they had a definite target radioed to them from fire control parties ashore. But the fire control parties had not made it ashore, and there was no shore-to-ship liaison. The gunships closest to the shore, the destroyers, did not dare fire into the bluff, even when they could see fortified positions, for fear of hitting advancing American infantry. It was most galling and depressing, Commander W.J. Marshall of the destroyer Satterley wrote in his action report, to lie idly a few hundred yards off the beaches and watch our troops, tanks, landing boats, and motor vehicles being heavily shelled and not able to fire a shot to help them just because we had no information as to what to shoot at and were unable to detect the source of the enemy fire. Lieutenant Owen Keeler was the gunnery officer on the destroyer Frankfurt. He too was frustrated because he had no targets. Aside from all the other problems, he said, German camouflage was excellent, so we could not see who was where or pinpoint anything to shoot. His skipper, Lieutenant Commander James Sims, decided to go in closer for a better look. Navigating by fathometer and seaman's eye, he got to within 400 yards, as close as he could possibly go without running aground. But, he said, the camouflage on the beach was still good. We could not spot a target. We did not know how far our troops had advanced. Destroyer Harding's executive officer and navigator, Lieutenant William Gentry, shared the feeling of helplessness. He watched DUKWs sink. All we could do, he said, was stay clear of the assault craft and hold ourselves ready for counterfire. Chief Engineer Lieutenant Ken Schiffer on Harding was able to make a small contribution. He went up on deck to see the assault. He said, all of a sudden I saw a heavily loaded DUKW. The coxswain yelled, "Which way is the beach?" I realized that the DUKW was so low in the water he couldn't make out the low-lying shoreline. I pointed to the east, and he steamed away. The skipper of Harding, Captain George Palmer, wrote in his action report, this ship ceased firing while troops landed on beach, and we commenced patrolling area about 2,000 yards offshore, searching for targets of opportunity. The smoke on the beach was so heavy that no targets could be seen, and unobserved fire was deemed unsafe. After 2 hours of such frustration, skippers began to act on their own responsibility. Evidently the first to do so was Lieutenant Commander Ralph Rebel Ramey on McCook. He sailed into the western sector of Omaha, close enough to see that the troops were not getting up the bluff. He began blasting away with his 5-inch guns at the Vierville exit, hitting gun positions, pillboxes, buildings, and dug-in cliff positions. 2 guns set into the cliff, enfilading the beaches, were particular targets. After almost an hour of shooting, one of the German guns fell off the cliff onto the beach, and the other blew up. Private Ernest Hilberg of the 1st Division was on a Higgins boat. The coxswain had received orders not to land yet, so, with those shells flying past, Hilberg remembered, he decided we had to find a place to hide. McCook was a great place to hide, so we hid behind her. I'm sure there were 100 small craft hiding behind McCook, which was slowly but methodically cruising along the coast, spotting the gun emplacements and taking them under fire. It was beautiful to see. We were scared to death McCook was going to run aground. Other destroyers were joining McCook. Lieutenant W.L. Wade commanded an LCI group that was circling offshore, waiting for orders to go in. He described the scene in front of him at 0930. Enemy fire on the beaches was terrific. 105mm, 88mm, 40mm, mortars, machine guns, mines, everything. Destroyers were almost on the beach themselves, firing away at pillboxes and strongpoints. The scene looked different to different men. In at least one case to men standing next to each other on the same bridge. At 0856, Harding went to the command vessel for Omaha, Ancon, to pick up Admiral Charles Cook and Major General Thomas Handy, who wanted to go close in to observe. Harding then cruised the beach, firing away as she did so. Admiral Cook declared that the landing was a complete disaster and commented that the troops were pinned to the beach. But to Lieutenant Gentry, Harding's executive officer, quote, "It looked to us Navy destroyer types as if everything was proceeding according to the book. Troops were moving off the beach inland, enemy fire appeared to have died down, and it seemed to me the U.S. Army was getting its act together." But Cook kept muttering disaster. At 0950, Admiral C.F. Bryant, commanding the Gunfire Support Group off Omaha, called all destroyers over TBS, talk between ships, radio. "Get on them, men! Get on them! They're raising hell with the men on the beach, and we can't have any more of that. We must stop it." Every destroyer off Omaha responded, the skippers taking the risk of running aground. Several did scrape bottom, but got off, firing point blank at targets of opportunity on the bluff. Commander Robert Beer on Carmick went into within 900 meters of the beach, where he could keep up a visual communication of a sort with the troops ashore. When he saw a tank fire a single shot at a certain point on the bluff, Beer blasted the same spot. When he could see riflemen firing at a target, he laid into it with his 5-inch shells. Seaman Edward Duffy was in the radio room of Shubrick. His skipper was engaging shore batteries in what Duffy called Dodge City shootouts. He had 2 packs of cigarettes and a pound box of lemon drops with him. He went through both, plus a dozen cups of god-awful coffee, in 3 hours. It was years before he ate another lemon drop. He said, "When I eat one now, it brings back a lot of memories." Down in the radio room, he said, we could hear the projectiles exploding in the water around us. We were below the main deck at just about the water level, so the sounds of the explosions reverberated within the steel hull. I was scared. I had my life jacket very securely tied tightly around my then skinny frame. I expected at any moment to hear a shell come crashing through the bulkhead. I kept repeating to myself a prayer to the Blessed Virgin Mary. Then I became so tired of being scared, I began paying attention to what the ship was doing. Shubrick moved close in and pounded away point blank. Duffy could see the battle over his earphones. He said, the spotters would report to all stations what was happening. At one point, the rangefinder reported a German officer walking on the crest. Our officers suspected that he was scouting and spotting for the guns in this area. We trained our main battery and director in his direction, took a range on his location, and sent him a 4-gun salute. A direct hit, and the tension was relieved because we had gotten one of the bastards ourselves. That a destroyer could fire a salvo at a single individual indicates what a superb job American industry had done in supplying the men of D-Day. Shubrick fired 440 rounds that day, McCook 975, Carmick 1,127, Satterley 638. The other destroyers between 500 and 1,000 rounds of 5-inch shells. They were supposed to save half their ammunition for possible German surface attack or for anti-submarine work, but in many cases the destroyers returned to England with few or no rounds remaining in the locker. Frankfurt fired away from shoalwater 800 meters off the beach. Gunnery Officer Keeler recalled, a tank sitting at the water's edge with a broken track fired at something on the hill. We immediately followed up with a 5-inch salvo. The tank gunner flipped open his hatch, looked around at us, waved, dropped back in the tank, and fired at another target. For the next few minutes, he was our fire control party. Our rangefinder optics could examine the spots where his shells hit. A bit later, McCook had the perhaps unique experience of forcing German troops to surrender. As Rebel Ramey was firing at a cliff position, German soldiers appeared waving a white flag and attempting to signal the ship by semaphore and flashing light. For nearly an hour, Ramey's semaphore man tried to establish communications, he using broken German, they using poor English. When Ramey tired of the game and signaled that he was resuming fire, a prompt answer came back, Seize fire, spelled C-E-I-Z-E. Ramey had his man signal to the Germans that they should come down the bluff and surrender themselves. They understood and did, coming down single file with hands up to turn themselves over to GIs on the beach. Admiral Morrison got it right when he wrote, "This destroyer action against shore batteries afforded the troops the only artillery support they had during most of D-Day. The cruisers and battleships, unable to go in close, were banging away at major emplacements on the cliffs east and west of Omaha whose position was known before the invasion, and with good effect. But the troops ashore could neither see nor sense the results. But the effect on the troops on Omaha of the destroyer's heroic and risky action was electric. Before he got hit in his spinal column, while he was still on his LCT, Corporal Robert Miller could see, in his words, a destroyer ahead of us with heavy smoke pouring from its stack. It seemed to be out of control and heading right for the beach. I thought, my God, they're going to run aground and be disabled right in front of the German emplacement. When the ship made a hard left, pulling parallel to the beach, blazing away with every gun it had point blank at the position. Puffs of smoke and mounds of dirt flew everywhere on the hillside as the destroyer passed swiftly by. Seaman Giguère was on the beach when a destroyer, he said, came in as close to shore as could be. She was firing at a pillbox just over my head. It was a funny feeling hearing the shells go over my head. Seaman O'Neill, also on the beach, recalled, the destroyers were firing their 5-inch shells point blank at the pillboxes. You could see the shells as they went screaming overhead and smacked against the thick concrete walls. They bounced skyward off the sloping sides of those pillboxes, but they managed to get a few of them into the gun ports. The enemy fire soon stopped. Lieutenant Joe Smith, a Navy beachmaster, remembered seeing the destroyers come right into the beach, firing into the cliff. You could see the trenches, guns, and men blowing up where they would hit. They aimed right below the edge of the cliffs where the trenches were dug in. There is no question in my mind that the few Navy destroyers that we had there saved the invasion." In his conclusion, Smith spoke for every man who witnessed the scene. Believe me, I am a destroyer man from that day on. 45 years later, James Knight, an Army engineer on a demolition team, who landed at 0630 at Fox Red, wrote a letter to the crew of the Frankfurt, published in the U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings. Knight said that he had been pinned down until, quote, at about 10:00 or 10:30, a destroyer loomed out of the sea, headed straight toward me. Even though she wasn't listing or smoking, my first thought was that she had either struck a mine or taken a torpedo, and was damaged badly enough that she was being beached. But the destroyer began to turn right. Before she was parallel to the beach, she was blazing away with all her guns. Shells landed just a few feet over Knight's head. He watched her proceed westward along the beach, firing constantly. He expected to see her pull out to sea at any moment. When suddenly, he wrote, I realized she was backing up and her guns had yet to pause. She backed up almost to where she had started, went dead in the water for a second time, and again headed toward the other end of the beach, with all guns still blazing. Over the years since D-Day, Knight tried to find out the name of the destroyer, but neither Ryan nor Morrison nor any other author mentioned the incident, although Morrison did say that Frankfurt went in closest that morning. Then Knight saw a notice of a reunion for the Frankfurt in the VFW magazine. He attended the reunion in 1989. There he confirmed that the destroyer that had so impressed and helped him was the Frankfurt. In his letter to the crew, Knight wrote, regardless of the time of arrival, nearly every living person on Omaha was pinned down from the time he reached the dune line until after you made your cruise. Not long after you swung out to sea, there was movement on the beach, which eventually enabled the infantry to advance up the slope onto the flatland and beyond. The Chief of Staff of the 1st Division, Colonel S.B. Mason, wrote Rear Admiral J.L. Hall on July 8, 1944, after an inspection of the German defenses at Omaha. Those defenses should have been impregnable, Mason wrote, and indeed, the Germans had hurled back everything the Army had thrown at them. But, he wrote, there was one element of the attack they could not parry. I am now firmly convinced that our supporting naval fire got us in, that without that gunfire we positively could not have crossed the beaches. When Major General Leonard Garrow went ashore at 1900 hours on D-Day to establish his V Corps headquarters on the beach, his first message back to General Bradley on Augusta was, "Thank God for the United States Navy." The Navy was part of a team. Indispensable, obviously, especially the destroyers, but still just a part. Much hard fighting remained before the bluff and high ground could be secured, even after Frankfort and the others had expended virtually all their ammunition and withdrawn. What the Navy had done was to give the men on Omaha a fighting chance. It was up to the infantry to exploit it. The first task was to open those exits and relieve the traffic jam on the beach. To do that, the infantry had to get to the top and come down on the German defenders from the rear. The outstanding job the Navy did of destroying German pillboxes on the bluff was matched by the outstanding job the Navy did of caring for the wounded. Medical care began on the beach, with men dragging the wounded out of the water to keep them from drowning in the rising tide. Chief Yeoman Garwood Bacon of the 7th Naval Beach Battalion was on an LCI that hit a mine at 0810 on Dog Green. Many were wounded. The craft was burning. With the other members of his team, Bacon got a rubber raft into the water. He got aboard while they pitched onto it a radio set and medical packs, plus their weapons and ammunition. As machine gun and rifle fire whined past their ears, they pushed the raft through the obstacles to shallow water, then unloaded the contents on the sand. "Hey, Bacon," Seaman Jonathan called out. "Do you think that we can make it out to the ship again? Some of those wounded guys will never make it ashore." "I'll give it a try if you will," Bacon replied. They tossed their packs, Tommy guns, and helmets onto the beach, grabbed the raft, and began crawling backward out into deeper water, again dodging obstacles and trying to avoid bullets as they picked up wounded men from the water. In a matter of a few minutes, Bacon said, some 15 wounded or non-swimmers were crammed into it or hanging on the outside of the raft, and with the help of free hands and feet flailing the water, we all managed to reach shore once more, where several able-bodied men helped to take the wounded to the protection of the seawall and administer first aid wherever possible. An Army Signal Corps photographer took a snapshot of the scene. It became one of the best-known photos of Omaha Beach. Bacon grabbed a carbine, someone had already picked up his Tommy gun, and made his way to the shingle seawall. He saw a group of 50 or so men, he said, all prostrate on the sand or rocks. Thinking they were lying there held down by gunfire, I threw myself down between 2 soldiers and buried my face in the sand. Suddenly I realized there was no rat-a-tat-tat of a machine gun whining overhead, so I lifted my head cautiously and looked around. The sickening sight that met my eyes froze me on the spot. One of the men I had dropped between was headless. The other was blown half apart. Every last one of them was dead. He could render no first aid to dead men, so he set off in search of his party. German snipers would shoot at the Army medics, universally praised by the veterans of D-Day as the bravest of the brave, as they tried to tend wounded men on the beach who could not be moved. Wounded men who could be dragged to the seawall were treated by the medics as best they could, which wasn't much more than applying tourniquets, giving wounds a quick cleaning, applying sulfa and or the new wonder drug penicillin. The U.S. pharmaceutical industry had produced a record-breaking 100 million units of penicillin the previous month, giving a shot of morphine, and waiting for an opportunity to take the man by litter down to a landing craft that was going back to the mothership for another load. Seaman O'Neill and a beach engineer carried a stretcher to O'Neill's LCT. When they set the litter down, O'Neill saw that one side of the wounded man's face was gone. He said his eyeball and teeth and jawbone were plainly visible. It looked like one of those medical drawings or a model. I asked him how he was doing. He said he felt okay. O'Neill continued to bear the stretcher until his LCT was jammed with wounded. An Army medic and the cook on the LCT took over. The medic had some blood plasma, but his supply was soon exhausted. As the LCT moved out toward the transport area, where the wounded could be transferred to a hospital ship, O'Neill heard the medic say, "This man's going to need some plasma, or else he isn't going to make it." "There isn't any more," the cook said, tears in his eyes. They were still an hour and a half away from the hospital ship. When they finally got there, the ship was ready for them, with booms rigged to load litters. The LCT tied up alongside. Hospital corpsmen came off the ship and aboard the LCT with medical supplies of all types. One by one, the wounded were lifted by litter to the ship. Time was the great danger to the wounded. Pain could be endured or handled. A combination of shock and morphine helped. When a medic or a GI administered a shot of morphine, he would tag the man so that another soldier coming along later would not give a second shot. But loss of blood could not. But if the flow could be stopped and the man put into a doctor's hands on a hospital ship, the chances of survival were good. The crews on the landing craft did their best to get the wounded to treatment. Sergeant Stanley Borkowski of the 5th ESB was running a DUKW back and forth from a Liberty ship to the beach, carrying cargo. On the return trips, he brought wounded to the hospital ship, which was anchored about 2 miles out. "I do not wish to comment about the wounded soldiers," Borkowski said in his oral history, his voice choking with the thought of what he had seen. "I was glad to get them to the hospital. My prayers are always with them." The LCI on which correspondent A.J. Liebling of The New Yorker was writing picked up some wounded men from Omaha Beach to take out to a hospital ship. 3 of them had to be sent up in wire baskets, vertically, Liebling wrote, like Indian papooses. A couple of Negroes on the upper deck dropped a line which our men made fast to the top of one basket after another. Then the man would be jerked up in the air by the Negroes as if he were going to heaven. A Coast Guardsman reached up for the bottom of one basket so that he could steady it on its way up. At least a quart of blood ran down on him, covering his tin hat, his upturned face, and his blue overalls. A couple of minutes after the last litter had been hoisted aboard, an officer leaned over the rail and shouted down, "Medical officer in charge says 2 of these men are dead. He says you should take them back to the beach and bury them." A sailor on deck said, "The son of a bitch ought to see that beach." The skipper of the LCI refused the absurd order. Seaman Ferris Burke was a 16-year-old on LST 285, which served as a hospital ship. The doctors were outstanding, he recalled, just unbelievable. They worked for hours, amputating arms and legs, removing shrapnel, patching bullet wounds, and trying to calm down some men who were completely out of their minds. Burke had an awful experience for a 16-year-old, or anyone else, for that matter. He remembered Dr. Slattery asking him to go down to the shipfitter's shop and get a half-dozen pieces of angle iron 2 feet long. Burke did. When he returned with the metal, Dr. Slattery told him to tape the arms and legs he had amputated to the metal and throw them overboard. Later, when Burke told the shipfitter what he had used the angle iron for, the shipfitter was, quote, "a bit upset because he had given me very good metal. He said if he had known what the doctor wanted the metal for, he would have given me some scrap from around the shop instead of the good stuff." There were many heartbreaking scenes. Pharmacist mate Frank Fedwick recalled administering morphine to a GI on the deck of an LST. He was lying on a stretcher. He suddenly raised his body and let out an awful yell. He had realized that his right leg was missing. I pushed him back down, and I remember him saying, "What am I going to do? My leg. I'm a farmer." War creates many strange juxtapositions, perhaps none stranger than this. Men who are doing their utmost to kill other men can transform in a split second into lifesavers. Soldiers who encounter a wounded man, often an enemy, become tender, caring angels of mercy. The urge to kill and the urge to save sometimes run together simultaneously. Captain Palmer on Harding was prowling just off the beach, blazing away with every gun on his ship. Palmer was described by Lieutenant Gentry as a man full of, quote, autistic energy and nervous tension, The medical officer on Harding was a Dr. Mackenzie. At 10:24, Mackenzie had persuaded Palmer to cease firing long enough to launch the ship's boat, so that he could go ashore to render medical aid to wounded men on a Higgins boat that had been hit. Upon completion of that duty, although under intense rifle and machine gun fire, Mackenzie had the ship's boat take him to a DUKW holding some wounded so that he could tend to them. Then he returned to Harding. On board, Mackenzie faced an emergency. Ensign Robert Reitz had acute appendicitis. Only an immediate operation could save his life. Mackenzie asked Palmer to cease fire so that he could operate. Palmer reluctantly agreed. After a half hour or so, Palmer sent Lieutenant Gentry down to the wardroom that had been converted to an operating room to see what was holding things up. Mackenzie told Gentry he had given Reitz, in his words, enough anesthesia for 2 people, but still couldn't get him quieted down enough to operate. Ensign William Carter was there, along with 3 others, trying to hold Reitz down. Carter remembered that, quote, Dr. Mackenzie had promised for months to let me assist in an operation. This was the first major one, and he called for me to assist. The overhead light was out. Carter held a lantern with one hand and Reitz with the other. It took another 45 minutes for the anesthesia to do its work, with the captain calling down every 5 minutes for a progress report, as Gentry put it. Finally, after 1.5 hours, the operation was successfully completed. Captain Palmer let go a "Thank God" and ordered all guns to commence firing. The medics were not the only men on the beach whose job was not to destroy but to preserve. The Army Signal Corps and the Coast Guard sent photographers ashore to record the battle. These were the men on the beach who carried only cameras and black and white film. They went in with the first waves. Perhaps the bravest, and certainly the best known that day, was Robert Capa of Life magazine, who went into Omaha with Company E in the second wave. His craft mislanded at Easy Red. Capa was last off. He paused on the ramp to take a photograph. The coxswain, he said, mistook my picture-taking attitude for explicable hesitation and helped me make up my mind with a well-aimed kick in the rear. Capa got behind an obstacle and shot a roll of film. He dashed forward to gain the protection of a burned-out tank in waist-deep water. He wanted to get to the seawall, but he said, I could not find any hole between the shells and bullets that blocked the last 25 yards. He stayed behind the tank, repeating a sentence he had learned in the Spanish Civil War, where he had taken one of the best-known photographs of combat in the 20th century, of a soldier just as he got hit in the chest. Es una cosa muy seria. Es una cosa muy seria. This is a very serious business. Capa finally made it to the seawall, where he threw himself to the ground. He said, I found myself nose to nose with the lieutenant from our last night's poker game. He asked me if I knew what he saw. I told him no, and that I didn't think he could see much beyond my head. I'll tell you what I see. I see my ma on the front porch waving my insurance policy. Mortars were landing all around. Capa kept shooting, inserting new rolls of film and shooting some more. He ran low on film. Turning to the beach, he saw an LCI. He recalled, I did not think and I didn't decide it. I just stood up and ran toward the boat. Holding his cameras high above his head, he waded out to the LCI. I knew that I was running away, he said. I tried to turn but couldn't face the beach and told myself, I am just going to dry my hands on that boat. Coast Guardsman Charles Giroux was on the LCI, picking up wounded men to take back to a hospital ship. He spotted Capa. Poor fellow, he was there in the water, holding his cameras up to try to keep them dry, trying to catch his breath. Capa called out for help. The skipper told him to come aboard. He was really grateful to get out, Giroux said. He came aboard. He took pictures on our ship, which appeared in Life magazine. Capa got back to Portsmouth later that day, then went by train to the developing studios in London. He turned in his film for development. The darkroom assistant was so eager to see the photos that he turned on too much heat while drying the negatives. The emulsions melted and ran down. Of the 106 pictures Kappa had taken, only 8 were salvaged, and they were blurry. Kappa was understandably upset until he realized that the gray, murky photos of men hiding behind beach obstacles or coming ashore from Higgins boats caught the chaos and fear on Omaha Beach exactly. Thanks in part to the overeager developer, Kappa had taken some of the most famous photographs of D-Day. Hollywood director and producer John Ford was head of a photographic unit for the Office of Strategic Services. On D-Day, he had a team of Coast Guard cameramen working for him. They crossed the channel on destroyer USS Plunkett, carrying $1 million worth of camera gear. 20 years later, Ford talked about his experiences to writer Pete Martin for the American Legion magazine. Ford had brought with him to Omaha Beach his wonderful director's eye. His oral history needs to be quoted at some length. "When we started," Ford told Martin, "we were the last ship out in our huge convoy. Suddenly our flotilla was switched about, which put out Plunkett in the lead. I'm told I expressed some surprise at leading the invasion with my cameras. Plunkett dropped anchor at 0600 off Omaha Beach. Things began to happen fast," Ford said. Ford saw the first wave go in. He recalled, "They didn't have a chance. Neither did the LCMs, bringing in bulldozers and more tanks. They really caught hell. Later, I heard that only 3 bulldozers out of 30 or 40 made it. I also remember seeing landing craft swing out of control and smash against obstacles where they touched off a mine and blew sky high. On a later day, much later, I discovered that it was this very week that the first U.S. shipyards were getting ready to lay off hundreds of men as wartime orders slackened." The objective of Ford's team was, in his words, simple: just take movies of everything on Omaha Beach. Simple, but not easy. Ford offloaded onto a DUKW. Going in, he said, "I remember watching one colored man in a DUKW loaded with supplies. He dropped them on the beach, unloaded, went back for more. I watched, fascinated. Shells landed around him. The Germans were really after him. He avoided every obstacle and just kept going back and forth, completely calm. I thought, by God, if anybody deserves a medal, that man does." I wanted to photograph him, but I was in a relatively safe place at the time, so I figured, the hell with it. I was willing to admit he was braver than I was. The infantry also made a vivid impression on Ford. He said, "The discipline and training of those boys who came ashore in the later waves of landing craft, throwing up and groaning with nausea all the way into the beach, was amazing. It showed. They made no mad rush. They quietly took their places and kept moving steadily forward." When Ford hit the beach, he ran forward and began directing his photographers to selected spots, mainly behind beach obstacles. They began setting up and shooting. "I wouldn't let them stand up," Ford said. "I made them lie behind cover to do their photographing. Nevertheless, I lost some men. To my mind, those seasick kids were heroes. I take my hat off to my Coast Guard kids. They were impressive. They went in first, not to fight, but to photograph." My memories of D-Day come in disconnected takes, like unassembled shots to be spliced together afterward in a film. I was reminded of that line in The Red Badge of Courage, about how the soldiers were always busy, always deeply absorbed in their individual combats. My staff and I had the job of seeing the whole invasion for the world, but all any one of us saw was his own little area. In action, I didn't tell my boys where to aim their cameras. They took whatever they could. There was no panic or running around. The film went back to London, where it was processed. Most of it was in Kodachrome, which was transferred to black and white for release to the newsreels and movie theaters. My cutting unit, Ford said, worked 24-hour watches, picking out the best parts of the film that had been shot. I'm sure it was the biggest cutting job of all time. They worked 4-hour shifts, on 4, off 4. Very little was released to the public then, because apparently the government was afraid to show so many American casualties on the screen. Chapter 21. Will you tell me how we did this? The 2nd Ranger Battalion on D-Day morning. On the afternoon of June 5, Lieutenant Colonel James Earl Rudder, CO of the Ranger Force, 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions, paid a visit to Companies A, B, and C of the 2nd Battalion on their transport, the Prince Charles. He was going to lead Companies D, E, and F on an assault at Pointe du Hoc, a sheer cliff some 40 meters high, about 7 kilometers west of the right flank of Omaha Beach. A, B, and C were going in at the Charlie sector of Omaha, to the immediate right of Company A of the 116th Regiment. Rudder, a 1932 graduate of Texas A&M, where he received a commission in the reserves, had been a college football coach and teacher before going on active duty in 1941. He knew how to give inspirational talks before going into action. On this occasion, he told Companies A, B, and C, "Boys, you're going on the beach as the first Rangers in this battalion to set foot on French soil, but don't worry about being alone. When D, E, and F take care of Pointe du Hoc, we will come down and give you a hand with your objectives. Good luck, and may God be with you." In the event, almost none of this worked out, not for A, B, and C, or for D, E, and F. Most of the game plan had to be abandoned even before the action began. C Company was alone when it landed, and virtually alone through the day. D, E, and F companies came in at the wrong time from the wrong direction at Pointe du Hoc. Most of the special equipment for scaling the cliff never made it to the shore. Much of what did failed to work. When the companies nevertheless made it to the top, they found that their objective, 5 155mm cannon, capable of dominating both Utah and Omaha beaches, were not in the casemates. Apparently, what the Rangers had accomplished in one of the most famous and heroic actions of D-Day had gone for naught, and the skills and sacrifices of one of the most elite and highly trained forces in the Allied Army had been wasted. But in fact, what the Rangers accomplished at Omaha and at Pointe du Hoc was critical in the ultimate success at both American beaches. 10 years after the event, Colonel Rudder visited the site with his 14-year-old son and Collier's reporter W.C. Heinz. Looking up at the cliff at Pointe du Hoc, he asked, "Will you tell me how we did this? Anybody would be a fool to try this. It was crazy then, and it's crazy now." The plan was for Company C to land on the far right flank of Omaha Beach and follow Company A of the 116th Regiment up the Vierville Draw, pass through the village, turn right, and clear out the area between the beach and the coastal road, about a kilometer inland, running from Vierville to Pointe du Hoc. In that area the Germans had some 20 pillboxes, bunkers, Tobruks, and open gun emplacements, plus a radar station. The schedule called for Company C to accomplish its mission in 2 hours, that is, by 0830. Companies A and B would land at 0730 at Pointe du Hoc, if given a signal that Rudder needed them there for reinforcement. If no signal was received, presumably meaning that Rudder's force had failed, they would land at the mouth of the Vierville Draw, from which spot they would move to the high ground, turn right, and proceed west on the coastal road to attack Pointe du Hoc from the land side. For Ranger Companies A, B, and C, in short, everything depended on Company A of the 116th Regiment securing the Vierville Draw and the village itself in the initial moments of the assault. But Company A of the 116th was wiped out at the beach. Company C of the Rangers came in a few minutes later at 0645, in an isolated position at the far western edge of Omaha, just beyond the Vierville Draw. The closest American troops were more than 2 kilometers to the east at Dog Red. Going in on the heels of the naval bombardment, before the Germans opened fire, the Rangers were in a cocky mood. "It's going to be a cinch," one of them said. "I don't think they know we're coming." Sergeant Donald Scribner recalled the men in his boat singing "Happy Anniversary" to Sergeant Walter Geldon. June 6, 1944, was Geldon's 3rd wedding anniversary. They cheered when the LCTRs launched their rockets, only to groan when they saw the rockets fall short and harmlessly in the water. Their dismay increased as they realized, in the words of Lieutenant Gerald Heaney, There was no one on the beach in front of us, and we were going to touch down in a sector that had not been invaded by other American soldiers. When Heaney's LCA hit a sandbar, the British coxswain called out a cheery, "This is as far as I go, Yanks," and lowered the ramp. German machine gun fire ripped across the boat. The first man out was immediately hit. Heaney saw he had no chance if he went down the ramp, so he jumped over the side. He recalled, "All around me, men were being killed and wounded. I ran as hard as I could toward shore, and I remember being so exhausted when I reached the shore that it was all I could do to make it to the cliff." The CO of C Company, Captain Ralph Goranson, recalled, "Going across the beach was just like a dream, with all the movement of the body and mind, just automatic motion." He made it to the shelter at the base of the cliff. To Sergeant Marvin Lutz, crossing the beach was like a horrible nightmare. Nevertheless, like his CO, he moved automatically, the payoff from the training maneuvers. The cliff was sheer, about 30 meters high, just to the west of the Vierville draw. At its base, men were out of sight of German machine gunners, but still vulnerable to mortar fire and to grenades dropped over the edge by Germans on top. They were concussion grenades, universally called potato mashers by the GIs because of their shape. As they came down, Private Michael Gargis called out, "Watch out, fellows, here comes another mashed potato." Sergeant Scribner's boat was hit 3 times by artillery fire. The first shell tore the ramp completely off the boat, killing the men in front and covering the others with blood. The second hit the port side. Scribner started to climb over the rear starboard side when he noticed a 60mm mortar lying on the bottom of the craft. He stopped to pick it up when the third shell tore out the starboard side. Somehow he made it into the water. He said, "I was carrying a radio, my rifle, my grenades, my extra ammunition, my bedroll, all my gear, and I started sinking in the channel. I didn't think I was ever going to stop going down." Scribner made it to the shore, he cannot recall how, and tried to run across the beach. He recalled, "I remember dropping 3 different times. Each time I did, machine guns burst in front of my face in the sand. I didn't stop because I knew what was coming. I dropped because I was so tired." When he made it to the base of the cliff, he said, "I looked back and I saw Walter Gelden lying out on the beach with his hand raised up, asking for help." Walter never made it. He died on his 3rd wedding anniversary. Lieutenant Sidney Salomon, leading 2nd Platoon of C Company, was first off his boat. He went to the right into chest-deep water as automatic weapons and rifle fire sprayed the debarking Rangers. The second man off, Sergeant Oliver Reed, was hit. Salomon reached over and pulled him from under the ramp just as the craft surged forward on a wave. He told Reed to make it the best he could and started wading toward the shore. He remembered, by this time the Germans had zeroed in on the ramp. Ranger after Ranger was hit by small arms fire as they jumped into the water, and in addition mortar shells landed around the craft, making geysers of water. Salomon made the base of the cliff. He looked back. He recalled, bodies lay still where they had fallen, trickles of blood reddening the sand. Some of the wounded were crawling as best they could, some with a look of despair and bewilderment on their tortured and pain-racked faces. Others tried to get back on their feet, only to be hit again by enemy fire. Bodies rolled back and forth at the water's edge, the English Channel almost laughing as it showed its might over man, and played with the bodies as a cat would with a mouse. Of the 68 Rangers in Company C, 19 were dead, 18 wounded. Only 31 men made it to the base of the cliff. The company had yet to fire a shot. Its experience in the first few minutes on French soil had been nearly as disastrous as that of A Company, 116th. But the Rangers had some advantages. Despite the grenades and mortar fire, they were more secure at the base of the cliff than the survivors of A Company were at the seawall on the other side of the Vierville draw. Their company commander, Captain Ralph Goranson, along with 2 platoon leaders, Lieutenants William Moody and Sidney Salomon, were with them to provide leadership. And they were elite troops, brought to a fever pitch for this moment. For example, Sergeant Scribner recalled Sergeant Duke Golas. He had about half his head blown away by a grenade, and he was still standing at the bottom of the cliff, firing his weapon, hollering at the crowds up above to come out and fight. The officers, meanwhile, realized the company was alone, that the Vierville draw was not only not opened, but was bristling with German defenders, and that their only alternative, other than cowering at the base of the cliff and getting killed, was to climb the cliff. Fortunately, they had been through cliff-climbing training and had some special equipment for the task. Lieutenants Moody and Solomon and Sergeants Julius Belker and Richard Garrett moved to their right until they found a crevice in the cliff. Using their bayonets for successive handholds, pulling each other along, they made it to the top of the crest. There, Moody attached some toggle ropes to stakes in a minefield and dropped them to the base of the cliff, enabling the remainder of the company to monkey walk them to the top. By 0730, Company C of the 2nd Ranger Battalion, or what was left of it, was on the crest. According to the official Army history, it was probably the first assault unit to reach the high ground. On the cliff, the Rangers saw what they always called thereafter a fortified house. Actually, it was not fortified, although it might as well have been, as it was a typical Norman stone farmhouse. It overlooked the draw and was surrounded by a maze of communications trenches. Behind the house, the Germans had numerous Tobruk's and other types of pillboxes, plus an extensive trench system. From the house, the Germans were firing on the Rangers. C Company's mission was to move west along the high ground, but Captain Goranson decided to first of all attack the house and clean out the trenches behind it. Lieutenant Moody led a patrol against the house. He kicked in the door and killed the officer in charge, then began a search through the trenches. Moody was killed by a bullet through his forehead. Lieutenant Solomon took command of the patrol. It moved down the trenches, using white phosphorus grenades to clear out pillboxes. Sergeants George Morrow and Julius Belker spotted the machine gun that was enfilading the western end of Omaha Beach, one of those guns that had killed so many Rangers an hour earlier. It was firing continuously down at the beach again as the follow-up waves attempted to get across the sand. In a pitiless rage, Belker ran toward the position, oblivious of his own safety. He kicked in the door of the pillbox and threw in a white phosphorus grenade. As the phosphorus began to burn on their skins, the Germans abandoned their gun and ran out the door, screaming in agony. Belker shot them down as they emerged. Not everyone was brave. Lieutenant Heaney recalled an officer whose name I will not use. He had been one of the most physically active officers all during training. We all felt that he would be an outstanding combat soldier, but I found this officer in the bottom of a slit trench, crying like a baby, and totally unable to continue. Sergeant White assigned one of his men to bring him back to the beach for evacuation, and this was the last I ever heard of him. Captain Goranson, meanwhile, had seen a section of men from the 116th Regiment landing just below the cliff. It was a kilometer off course. He sent a ranger down to guide them to the top, providing C Company with its first reinforcements. The Germans were constantly reinforcing, bringing men in from the draw and the village via their communications trenches. There were far more German than American reinforcements. At Utah, the paratroopers prevented the Germans from sending reinforcements forward to the beach. At Omaha, there were no paratroopers, and the Germans had freedom of movement behind the beach. An all-day firefight ensued on the cliff to the west of the Vierville draw. Goranson was not strong enough to dislodge the Germans. His men would clear out a trench, move on, only to have fresh German troops reoccupy the position. Lieutenant Solomon was leading a platoon of 3 men. He described a typical action. We proceeded further down the trench, around a curve. We came upon a German mortar crew in a fixed gun position. Some more grenades, more rifle and Tommy gun fire as we continued through the trenches. To Sergeant Scribner, it seemed that the day would never end. Lieutenant Solomon despaired. Looking down on the beach below, he saw chaos. Up until noon, D-Day, he later commented, I thought the invasion was a failure, and I wondered if we could make a successful withdrawal and try the invasion sometime again in the near future. For most of the Rangers, this was the first combat experience. It was a mark of how well they had been trained, and a textbook example of what training can accomplish, that they completely outfought the Germans in their fortified positions. They did so not by fighting regardless of loss, but by using basic tactics carried out with enthusiasm balanced by proper caution. The next day, a U.S. Army quartermaster burial party reported the result. There were 69 German dead in and around the fortified house and trench system, 2 American. For C Company of the Rangers and the section from the 116th, this was an isolated action. They were the only Americans on the west side of the Vierville draw. They were completely out of touch because all of the radios had been lost. They did get some help from the Navy, not always welcome. Unaware that the Rangers were on the cliff, destroyers fired some 20mm and 5-inch guns on the position. Sergeant Scribner saw a 5-inch shell score a direct hit on a pillbox. He was amazed that it only, in his words, put in a dent about 6 inches deep. Those Germans really knew how to build their emplacements. Sergeant William Lindsay was in a concrete pillbox when it received 2 direct hits from 5-inch shells. He lost a tooth and was knocked silly by the concussion. 3 times during the day he had to be stopped by fellow Rangers from walking off the cliff. That evening, he confronted Colonel Taylor of the 116th. Red-faced, cursing, he accused Taylor of stealing his rifle. All the while he had the rifle slung over his shoulder. The incident gave the Rangers who saw it a laugh after Lindsay recovered his senses, as he did in a few hours, and a certain sympathy for the Germans caught inside their casemates when 14-inch shells from the battleships exploded against them. "I was worried as hell on top of the cliff," Sergeant Charles Shimchuk later said about the day, "just waiting for the Jerries to push us back into the channel. They had the chance to do it. D-Day night, when we made contact with our A and B companies, my spirits and morale rose 100%. I felt like doing handsprings, for I was so happy. I knew then that the Jerries had muffed their one chance for victory. I never again want to be in another D-Day." Sergeant Lutz echoed that last sentiment. "Brother, I say this, no more D-Days for me if I can help it." C Company had not completed its mission. Indeed, it could be said it never even got started on its mission. Its action was minor in scale, a small unit engagement of inconsequential size when measured by the number of men involved. Yet it was critical. By occupying the Germans on the west side of the Vierville draw and on the cliff, the Rangers diverted some of the machine gun fire that otherwise would have added to the carnage on the beach. By no means did the Rangers do it alone, but without them the passage up the Vierville draw would have been, at best, even more costly. At worst, no Americans would have gotten up that draw on D-Day. Companies A and B of the 2nd Rangers came in at 0740 on Dog Green. The 5th Ranger Battalion came in at 0750 on Dog White, to the east of the mouth of the Vierville draw. There they became in effect a part of the 116th Infantry, to the point that many of the ad hoc fighting units formed on the beach were composed of a mix of Rangers and infantry from the 116th. Thus, the experience of the Rangers on the east side of the draw is best understood when told together with that of the 116th drive to the top of the bluff, as related in the following chapter. The Allied bombardment of Pointe du Hoc had begun weeks before D-Day. Heavy bombers from the U.S. 8th Air Force and British Bomber Command had repeatedly plastered the area, with the climax coming before dawn on June 6. Then the battleship Texas took up the action, sending dozens of 14-inch shells into the position. Altogether, Pointe du Hoc got hit by more than 10 kilotons of high explosives, the equivalent of the explosive power of the atomic bomb used at Hiroshima. Texas lifted her fire at 0630, the moment the Rangers were scheduled to touch down. Colonel Rudder was in the lead boat. He was not supposed to be there. Lieutenant General Clarence Hubner, CO of the 1st Division and in overall command at Omaha Beach, had forbidden Rudder to lead Companies D, E, and F of the 2nd Rangers into Pointe du Hoc, saying, "We're not going to risk getting you knocked out in the first round." "I'm sorry to have to disobey you, sir," Rudder had replied, "but if I don't take it, it may not go." The Rangers were in landing craft assault (LCA) boats manned by British seamen. The Rangers had trained with British commandos and were therefore accustomed to working with British sailors. The LCA was built in England on the basic design of Andrew Higgins' boat, but the British added some light armor to the sides and gunnels. That made the LCA slower and heavier. The British were sacrificing mobility to increase security, which meant that the LCA rode lower in the water than the LCVP. On D-Day morning, all the LCAs carrying the Rangers took on water as spray washed over the sides. One of the 10 boats swamped shortly after leaving the transport area, taking the CO of D Company and 20 men with it. They were picked up by an LCT a few hours later. "Give us some dry clothes, weapons, and ammunition, and get us back into the Point. We got to get back," Captain Duke Slater said as he came out of the water. But his men were so numb from the cold water that the ship's physician ordered them back to England. One of the 2 supply boats bringing in ammunition and other gear also swamped. The other supply boat had to jettison more than half its load to stay afloat. That was but the beginning of the foul-ups. At 06:30, as Rudder's lead LCA approached the beach, he saw with dismay that the coxswain was headed toward Pointe de la Percée, about halfway between the Vierville draw and Pointe du Hoc. After some argument, Rudder persuaded the coxswain to turn right to the objective. The flotilla had to fight the tidal current, the cause of the drift to the left, and proceeded only slowly parallel to the coast. The error was costly. It caused the Rangers to be 35 minutes late in touching down, which gave the German defenders time to recover from the bombardment, climb out of their dugouts, and man their positions. It also caused the flotilla to run a gauntlet of fire from German guns along 4 kilometers of coastline. One of the 4 DUKWs was sunk by a 20mm shell. Sergeant Frank South, a 19-year-old medic, recalled, "We were getting a lot of machine gun fire from our left flank alongside the cliff, and we could not, for the life of us, locate the fire." Lieutenant James Eichner, Rudder's communications officer, remembered bailing water with our helmets, dodging bullets, and vomiting, all at the same time. USS Satterley and HMS Talibant, destroyers, saw what was happening and came in close to fire with all guns at the Germans. That helped to drive some of the Germans back from the edge of the cliff. D Company had been scheduled to land on the west side of the point, but because of the error in navigation, Rudder signaled by hand that the 2 LCAs carrying the remaining D Company troops join the other 7 and land side by side along the east side. Lieutenant George Kirchner, a platoon leader in D Company, recalled that when his LCA made its turn to head into the beach, "My thought was that this whole thing is a big mistake, that none of us were ever going to get up that cliff." But then the destroyers started firing and drove some of the Germans back from the edge of the cliff. 48 years later, then-retired Colonel Kirchner commented, "Someday I would love to meet up with somebody from Satterley so I can shake his hand and thank him." The beach at Pointe du Hoc was only 10 meters in width as the flotilla approached, and shrinking rapidly as the tide was coming in. At high tide, there would be virtually no beach. There was no sand, only shingle. The bombardment from air and sea had brought huge chunks of the clay soil from the point tumbling down, making the rocks slippery, but also providing an 8-meter buildup at the base of the cliff that gave the Rangers something of a head start in climbing the 40-meter cliff. The Rangers had a number of ingenious devices to help them get to the top. One was 25-meter extension ladders mounted in the DUKWs, provided by the London Fire Department. But one DUKW was already sunk, and the other 3 could not get a footing on the shingle, which was covered with wet clay, and thus rather like greased ball bearings. Only one ladder was extended. Sergeant William Stivison climbed to the top to fire his machine gun. He was swaying back and forth like a metronome, German tracers whipping about him. Lieutenant Elmer Dutch Vermeer described the scene. The ladder was swaying at about a 45-degree angle, both ways. Stivison could fire short bursts as he passed over the cliff at the top of the arch, but the DUKW floundered so badly that they had to bring the fire ladder back down. The basic method of climbing was by rope. Each LCA carried 3 pairs of rocket guns, firing steel grapnels, which pulled up either plain 3/4-inch ropes, toggle ropes, or rope ladders. The rockets were fired just before touchdown. Grapnels with attached ropes were an ancient technique for scaling a wall or cliff, tried and proven, but in this case, the ropes had been soaked by the spray, and in many cases were too heavy. Rangers watched with sinking hearts as the grapnels arched in toward the cliff, only to fall short from the weight of the ropes. Still, at least one grapnel and rope from each LCA made it. The grapnels grabbed the earth, and the dangling ropes provided a way to climb the cliff. To get to the ropes, the Rangers had to disembark and cross the narrow strip of beach to the base of the cliff. To get there, the Rangers had two problems to overcome. The first was a German machine gun on the Rangers' left flank, firing across the beach. It killed or wounded 15 men as it swept bullets back and forth across the beach. Colonel Rudder was one of the first to make it to the beach. With him was Colonel Travis Trevor, a British commando who had assisted in the training of the Rangers. He began walking the beach, giving encouragement. Rudder described him as a great big, 6 feet 4 inches, black-haired son of a gun, one of those staunch Britishers. Lieutenant Vermeer yelled at him, "How in the world can you do that when you're being fired at?" "I take 2 short steps and 3 long ones," Trevor replied, "and they always miss me." Just then, a bullet hit him in the helmet and drove him to the ground. He got up and shook his fist at the machine gunner, hollering, "You dirty son of a bitch." After that, Vermeer noted, he crawled around like the rest of us. The second problem for the disembarking Rangers was craters, caused by bombs or shells that had fallen short of the cliff. They were underwater and could not be seen. Getting off the ramp, Sergeant South recalled, "My pack and I went into a bomb crater and the world turned completely to water." He inflated his Mae West and made it to shore. Lieutenant Kirchner was determined to be the first off his boat. He thought he was going into a meter or so of water as he hollered, "Okay, let's go," and jumped. He went in over his head, losing his rifle. He started to swim in, furious with the British coxswain. The men behind him saw what had happened and jumped to the sides. They hardly got their feet wet. Kirchner said, "So instead of being the first one ashore, I was one of the last ashore from my boat. I wanted to find somebody to help me cuss out the British Navy, but everybody was busily engrossed in their own duties, so I couldn't get any sympathy." 2 of his men were hit by the machine gun enfilading the beach. "This made me very angry, because I figured he was shooting at me and I had nothing but a pistol." Kirchner picked up a dead Ranger's rifle. "My first impulse was to go after this machine gun up there, but I immediately realized that this was rather stupid, as our mission was to get to the top of the cliff and get on with destroying those guns." "It wasn't necessary to tell this man to do this or that man to do that," Kirchner said. "They had all been trained. They had the order in which they were supposed to climb the ropes, and the men were all moving right in and starting to climb up the cliff." Kirchner went down the beach to report to Colonel Rudder that the D Company commander's LCA had sunk. He found Rudder starting to climb one of the rope ladders. Kirchner recalled, "He didn't seem particularly interested in me informing him that I was assuming command of the company. He told me to get the hell out of there and get up and climb my rope." Kirchner did as ordered. He found climbing the cliff very easy, much easier than some of the practice climbs back in England. The machine gun and the incoming tide gave Sergeant Gene Elder a certain urgency, in his words, to get off the beach and up the cliff. He and his squad free-climbed as they were unable to touch the cliff. When they reached the top, Elder said, "I told them, 'Boys, keep your heads down, because headquarters has fouled up again and has issued the enemy live ammunition.'" Other Rangers had trouble getting up the cliff. "I went up about, 40, 50 feet, Private Sigurd Sundby remembered. The rope was wet and kind of muddy. My hands just couldn't hold. They were like grease, and I came sliding back down. As I was going down, I wrapped my foot around the rope and slowed myself up as much as I could, but I still burned my hands. If the rope hadn't been so wet, I wouldn't have been able to hang on for the burning. I landed right beside Sweeney there, and he says, 'What's the matter, Sundby? Chicken? Let me, I'll show you how to climb.' So he went up first, and I was right up after him, and when I got to the top, Sweeney says, 'Hey, Sundby, don't forget to zigzag.' Sergeant William Elrod Petty, who had the reputation of being one of the toughest of the Rangers, a man short on temper and long on aggressiveness, also had trouble with a wet and muddy rope. As he slipped to the bottom, Captain Walter Block, the medical officer, said to Petty, "Soldier, get up that rope to the top of the cliff." Petty turned to Block, stared him square in the face, and said, "I've been trying to get up this goddamn rope for 5 minutes, and if you think you can do any better, you can fucking well do it yourself." Block turned away, trying to control his own temper. Germans on the top managed to cut 2 or 3 of the ropes, while others tossed grenades over the cliff, but BAR men at the base and machine gun fire from Satterlee kept most of them back from the edge. They had not anticipated an attack from the sea, so their defensive positions were inland. In addition, the Rangers had tied pieces of fuse to the grapnels and lit them just before firing the rockets. The burning fuses made the Germans think that the grapnels were some kind of weapon about to explode, which kept them away. Within 5 minutes, Rangers were at the top. Within 15 minutes, most of the fighting men were up. One of the first to make it was a country preacher from Tennessee, Private Ralph Davis, a dead shot with a rifle and cool under pressure. When he got up, he dropped his pants and took a crap. "The war had to stop for a while until Preacher could get organized," one of his buddies commented. As the tide was reducing the beach to almost nothing, and because the attack from the sea, although less than 200 Rangers strong, was proceeding, Colonel Rudder told Lieutenant Eichner to send the code message "Tilt." That told the floating reserve of A and B companies, 2nd Rangers, and the 5th Ranger Battalion to land at Omaha Beach instead of Pointe de Hoc. Rudder expected them to pass through Vierville and attack Pointe de Hoc from the eastern landward side. On the beach, there were wounded who needed attention. Sergeant South had barely got ashore when, he recalled, the first cry of "medic" went out, and I shrugged off my pack, grabbed my aid kit, and took off for the wounded man. He had been shot in the chest. I was able to drag him in closer to the cliff. I'd no sooner taken care of him than I had to go to another, and another, and another. Captain Block set up an aid station. As I got over the top of the cliff, Lieutenant Kirchner recalled, it didn't look anything at all like what I thought it was going to look like. The Rangers had studied aerial photos and maps and sketches and sand table mock-ups of the area, but the bombardment from the air and sea had created a moonscape. It was just one large shell crater after the other, Kirchner remembered. 50 years later, Pointe de Hoc remains an incredible, overwhelming sight. It is hardly possible to say which is more impressive, the amount of reinforced concrete the Germans poured to build their casemates, or the damage done to them and the craters created by the bombs and shells. Huge chunks of concrete, as big as houses, are scattered over the kilometer-square area, as if the gods were playing dice. The tunnels and trenches were mostly obliterated, but enough of them still exist to give an idea of how much work went into building the fortifications. Some railroad tracks remain in the underground portions. They were for handcarts used to move ammunition. There is an enormous steel fixture that was a railroad turntable. Surprisingly, the massive concrete observation post at the edge of the cliff remains intact. It was the key to the whole battery. From it, one has a perfect view of both Utah and Omaha beaches. German artillery observers in the post had radio and underground telephone communication with the casemates. The craters are as big as 10 meters across, a meter or two deep, some even deeper. They number in the hundreds. They were a godsend to the Rangers, for they provided plenty of immediate cover. Once on top, Rangers could get to a crater in seconds, then begin firing at the German defenders. What most impresses tourists at Pointe de Hoc, who come today in the thousands from all over the world, is the sheer cliff and the idea of climbing up it by rope. What most impresses military professionals is the way the Rangers went to work once they got on top. Despite the initial disorientation, they quickly recovered and went about their assigned tasks. Each platoon had a specific mission to knock out a specific gun emplacement. The men got on it without being told. Germans were firing sporadically from the trenches and regularly from the machine gun position on the eastern edge of the fortified area, and from a 20mm anti-aircraft gun on the western edge, but the Rangers ignored them to get to the casemates. When they got to the casemates, to their amazement, they found that the guns were telephone poles. Tracks leading inland indicated that the 155mm cannon had been removed recently, almost certainly as a result of the preceding air bombardment. The Rangers never paused. In small groups, they began moving inland toward their next objective, the paved road that connected Grandcamp and Vierville, to set up roadblocks to prevent German reinforcements from moving to Omaha. Lieutenant Kirchner moved forward and got separated from his men. He recalled, "I remember landing in this zigzag trench. It was the deepest trench I'd ever seen. It was a narrow communications trench, 2 feet wide but 8 feet deep. About every 25 yards it would go off on another angle. I was by myself, and I never felt so lonesome before or since, because every time I came to an angle, I didn't know whether I was going to come face to face with a German or not." He was filled with a sense of anxiety and hurried to get to the road to join his men, because, he said, "I felt a whole lot better when there were other men around." Kirchner followed the trench for 150 meters before it finally ran out near the ruins of a house on the edge of the fortified area. Here he discovered that Pointe du Hoc was a self-contained fort in itself, surrounded on the land side with minefields, barbed wire entanglements, and machine gun emplacements. He recalled, "This is where we began running into most of the German defenders, on the perimeter." Other Rangers had made it to the road, fighting all the way, killing Germans, taking casualties. The losses were heavy. In Kirchner's D Company, only 20 men were on their feet, out of the 70 who had started out in the LCAs. 2 company commanders were casualties. Lieutenants were now leading D and E. Captain Otto Masny led F Company. Kirchner checked with the 3 COs and learned that all the guns were missing. "So at this stage," he said, "we felt rather disappointed. Not only disappointed, but I felt awfully lonesome as I realized how few men we had there." The lieutenants decided that there was no reason to go back to the fortified area, and agreed to establish a perimeter around the road, and to try to defend ourselves and wait for the invading force that had landed on Omaha Beach to come up. At the base of the cliff at around 0730, Lieutenant Eichner sent out a message by radio. Praise the Lord. It signified that the Rangers were on top of the cliff. At 0745, Colonel Rudder moved his command post up to the top, establishing it in a crater on the edge of the cliff. Captain Block also climbed a rope to the top and set up his aid station in a 2-room concrete emplacement. It was pitch black and cold inside. Block worked by flashlight in one room, using the other to hold the dead. Sergeant South remembered, "The wounded coming in at a rapid rate. We could only keep them on litters stacked up pretty closely. It was just an endless process. Periodically I would go out and bring in a wounded man from the field, leading one back and ducking through the various shell craters. At one time I went out to get someone and was carrying him back on my shoulders when he was hit by several other bullets and killed." The fighting within the fortified area was confused and confusing. Germans would pop up here, there, everywhere, fire a few rounds, then disappear back underground. Rangers could not keep contact with each other. Movement meant crawling. There was nothing resembling a front line. Germans were taken prisoner. So were some Rangers. In the observation post, a few Germans held out despite repeated attempts to overrun the position. The worst problem was the machine gun on the eastern edge of the fortified area, the same gun that had caused so many casualties on the beach. Now it was sweeping back and forth over the battlefield whenever a Ranger tried to move. Rudder told Lieutenant Vermeer to eliminate it. Vermeer set out with a couple of men. He recalled, "We moved through the shell craters and had just reached the open ground where the machine gun could cover us also, when we ran into a patrol from F Company on the same mission. Once we ran out of shell holes and could see nothing but a flat 200 to 300 yards of open ground in front of us, I was overwhelmed with the sense that it would be impossible to reach our objective without heavy losses. The heaviest weapon the Rangers had was a BAR, hardly effective over that distance. Fortunately, orders came from Rudder to hold up a moment. an attempt was going to be made to shoot the machine gun off the edge of that cliff with guns from a destroyer. That had not been tried earlier because the Shorefire Control Party, headed by Captain Jonathan Harwood from the artillery and Navy Lieutenant Kenneth Norton, had been put out of action by a short shell. But by now, Lieutenant Eichner was on top, and he had brought with him an old World War I signal lamp with shutters on it. He thought he could contact the Satterlee with it. Rudder told him to try. Eichner had trained his men in the International Morse code on the signal lamp, with the idea, he said, that we might just have a need for them. I can recall some of the boys fussing about having to lug this old outmoded equipment on D-Day. It was tripod-mounted, a dandy piece of equipment, with a telescopic sight and a tracking device to stay lined up with the ship. We set it up in the middle of the shell hole command post and found enough dry cell batteries to get it going. We established communications and used the signal lamp to adjust the naval gunfire. It was really a lifesaver for us at a very critical moment. Satterlee banged away at the machine gun position. After a couple of adjustments, Satterlee's 5-inch guns blew it off the cliffside. Eichner then used the lamp to ask for help in evacuating wounded. A whaleboat came in, but could not make it due to intense German fire. The Rangers were cut off from the sea. With the Vierville draw still firmly in German hands, they were getting no help from the land side. With the radios out of commission, they had no idea how the invasion elsewhere was going. The Rangers on Pointe du Hoc were isolated. They had taken about 50% casualties. A short shell from British cruiser Glasgow had hit next to Rudder's command post. It killed Captain Harwood, wounded Lieutenant Norton, and knocked Colonel Rudder off his feet. Lieutenant Vermeer was returning to the CP when the shell burst. What he saw, he never forgot. The hit turned the men completely yellow. It was as though they had been stricken with jaundice. It wasn't only their faces and hands, but the skin beneath their clothes and the clothes which were yellow from the smoke of that shell. It was probably a colored marker shell. Rudder recovered quickly. Angry, he went out hunting for snipers, only to get shot in the leg. Captain Block treated the wound. Thereafter, Rudder stayed in his CP, more or less, doing what he could to direct the battle. Vermeer remarked that the biggest thing that saved our day was seeing Colonel Rudder controlling the operation. It still makes me cringe to recall the pain he must have endured trying to operate with a wound through the leg, and the concussive force he must have felt from the close hit by the yellow-colored shell. He was the strength of the whole operation. On his return trip in 1954, Rudder pointed to a buried blockhouse next to his CP. "We got our first German prisoner right here," he told his son. "He was a little freckle-faced kid who looked like an American. I had a feeling there were more of them around, and I told the Rangers to lead this kid ahead of them. They just started him around this corner when the Germans opened up out of the entrance and he fell dead, right here, face down with his hands still clasped on top of his head." Out by the paved road, the fighting went on. It was close quarters, so close that when two Germans who had been hiding in a deep shelter hole jumped to their feet, rifles ready to fire, Sergeant Petty was right between them. Petty threw himself to the ground, firing his BAR as he did so, but the bullets went between the Germans, who were literally at his side. The experience so unnerved them that they threw their rifles down, put their hands in the air, and called out, "Kamerad, Kamerad!" A buddy of Petty's who was behind him commented dryly, "Hell, Elrod, that's a good way to save ammunition. Just scare 'em to death." In another of the countless incidents of that battle, Lieutenant Jacob Hill spotted a German machine gun behind a hedgerow just beyond the road. It was firing in the general direction of some hidden Rangers. Hill studied the position for a few moments, then stood up and shouted, "You bastard sons of bitches! You couldn't hit a bull in the ass with a bass fiddle!" As the startled Germans spun their gun around, Hill lobbed a grenade into the position and put the gun out of action. The primary purpose of the Rangers was not to kill Germans or take prisoners, but to get those 155mm cannon. The tracks leading out of the casemates, and the effort the Germans were making to dislodge the Rangers, indicated that they had to be around somewhere. By 0815, there were about 35 Rangers from Companies D and E at the perimeter roadblock. Within 15 minutes, another group of 12 from Company F joined up. Excellent soldiers, those Rangers. They immediately began patrolling. There was a dirt road leading south, inland. It had heavy tracks. Sergeants Leonard Lommel and Jack Kuhn thought the missing guns might have made the tracks. They set out to investigate. At about 250 meters, 1 kilometer inland, Lommel abruptly stopped. He held his hand out to stop Kuhn, turned and half whispered, "Jack, here they are. We found them. Here are the goddamn guns." Unbelievably, the well-camouflaged guns were set up in battery, ready to fire in the direction of Utah Beach, with piles of ammunition around them, but no Germans. Lommel spotted about 100 Germans, 100 meters or so across an open field, apparently forming up. Evidently they had pulled back during the bombardment, for fear of a stray shell setting off the ammunition dump, and were now preparing to man their guns, but they were in no hurry, for until their infantry drove off the Rangers and reoccupied the observation post, they could not fire with any accuracy. Lommel never hesitated. "Give me your grenades, Jack," he said to Kuhn. "Cover me. I'm going to fix them." He ran to the guns and set off thermite grenades in the recoil and traversing mechanisms of 2 of the guns, disabling them. He bashed in the sights of the 3rd gun. "Jack, we got to get some more thermite grenades." He and Kuhn ran back to the highway, collected all of the thermite grenades from the Rangers in the immediate area, returned to the battery, and disabled the other 3 guns. Meanwhile, Sergeant Frank Rupinski, leading a patrol of his own, had discovered a huge ammunition dump some distance south of the battery. It, too, was unguarded. Using high-explosive charges, the Rangers detonated it. A tremendous explosion occurred as the shells and powder charges blew up, showering rocks, sand, leaves, and debris on Lommel and Kuhn. Unaware of Rupinski's patrol, Lommel and Kuhn assumed that a stray shell had hit the ammo dump. They withdrew as quickly as they could, and sent word back to Rudder by runner that the guns had been found and destroyed. And with that, the Rangers had completed their offensive mission. It was 0900. Just that quickly, they were now on the defensive, isolated, with nothing heavier than 60mm mortars and BARs to defend themselves. In the afternoon, Rudder had Eichner send a message via his signal lamp and homing pigeon via the Satterley. "Located Pointe du Hoc, mission accomplished, need ammunition and reinforcement, many casualties." An hour later, Satterley relayed a brief message from General Hubner. "No reinforcements available. All Rangers have landed at Omaha." The only reinforcements Rudder's men received in the next 48 hours were 3 paratroopers from the 101st who had been misdropped, and who somehow made it through German lines to join the Rangers, and 2 platoons of Rangers from Omaha. The first arrived at 2100. It was a force of 23 men, led by Lieutenant Charles Parker. On the afternoon of June 7, Major Jack Street brought in a landing craft and took off wounded and prisoners. After putting them aboard an LST, he took the craft to Omaha Beach and rounded up about 20 men from the 5th Ranger Battalion and brought them to Pointe du Hoc. The Germans were as furious as disturbed hornets. They counterattacked the fortified area throughout the day, again that night, and through the next day. The Rangers were, in fact, under siege, their situation desperate. But as Sergeant Gene Elder recalled, they stayed calm and beat off every attack. This was due to our rigorous training. We were ready. For example, Sergeant Bill Stevenson, who had started D-Day morning swaying back and forth on the London Fire Department ladder, was sitting with Sergeant Guy Schaff behind some rock or rubble when Guy started to swear and Bill asked him why. Guy replied, "They're shooting at me." Stevenson asked how he knew. Guy's answer was, "Because they're hitting me." Private Salva Maimone recalled that on D-Day night, one of the boys spotted some cows. He went up and milked one. The milk was bitter like quinine. The cows had been eating onions. Lieutenant Vermeer said he could still distinctly remember when it got to be 12 o'clock that night, because the 7th of June was my birthday. I felt that if I made it until midnight, I would survive the rest of the ordeal. It seemed like some of the fear left at that time. The Rangers took heavy casualties. A number of them were taken prisoner. By the end of the battle, only 50 of the more than 200 Rangers who had landed were still capable of fighting. But they never lost Pointe du Hoc. Later, writers commented that it had all been a waste, since the guns had been withdrawn from the fortified area around Pointe du Hoc. That is wrong. Those guns were in working condition before Sergeant Lommel got to them. They had an abundance of ammunition. They were in range. They could lob their huge shells 25,000 meters of the biggest targets in the world, the 5,000-plus ships in the Channel, and the thousands of troops and equipment on Utah and Omaha beaches. Lieutenant Eichner was absolutely correct when he concluded his oral history. Had we not been there, we felt quite sure that those guns would have been put into operation, and they would have brought much death and destruction down on our men on the beaches and our ships at sea. But by 0900 on D-Day morning, the big guns had been put out of commission, and the paved highway had been cut, and we had roadblocks denying its use to the enemy. So by 0900, our mission was accomplished. The Rangers at Pointe du Hoc were the first American forces on D-Day to accomplish their mission, and we are proud of that. Chapter 22. Up the Bluff at Vierville. The 116th Regiment and 5th Ranger Battalion. At 0830, all landing ceased at Omaha Beach. The men already ashore were going to have to move out, attack German positions, reduce the murderous fire coming in on the beach, secure the high ground, move inland, come down from behind to drive the Germans from their entrenchments around draws, then blow the cement roadblock and clear paths before vehicle traffic could move off the beach and up the draw. The men already ashore would have to do these jobs without land-based artillery support and without reinforcements of men or supplies. This was the moment Eisenhower had feared above all others. The Americans had a sizable force ashore, about 5,000 fighting men, but because they were now cut off from the sea, they were as much potential hostages as potential offensive threat. This was the moment Rommel had anticipated above all others. His enemy was caught half on, half off, unable to reinforce or withdraw, and unable to advance, apparently, so strong were the defenses at the exits from the beach. The Overlord plan had called for the exits to be open by 0730. At 0830, they remained sealed shut and unapproachable. The Americans on the beach had just been through a baptism of fire that was heart-stopping. They were at 50% strength or less, without unit cohesion. They were exhausted, frightened, confused, wounded. To a watching German, they looked like beaten troops. When the landing stopped at 0830, the commander of Widerstandsnest 76, a fortified position near Vierville, reported by phone to 352nd Division HQ, "At the water's edge at low tide, near Saint-Laurent and Vierville, the enemy is in search of cover behind the coastal obstacles. A great many vehicles, among these 10 tanks, stand burning at the beach. The obstacle demolition squads have given up their activity. Debarkation from the landing boats has ceased. The boats keep farther seaward. The fire of our strong points and artillery was well placed and has inflicted considerable casualties among the enemy. A great many wounded and dead lie on the beach." That was the view from above. The view from offshore was similar. The half-tracks, jeeps, and trucks that had survived the difficulties of getting close enough and unloading under artillery fire found themselves on a narrowing strip of sand without any open exits through the impassable shingle embankment. Sailors could see the vehicles immobilized by engine trouble or artillery hits. Those capable of movement were immobilized by the hopeless traffic jam. The vehicles were sitting targets for German artillery and mortar fire. But even as the landings ceased, individuals and groups were moving off the beach and up the bluff between the Vierville and Les Moulins exits. Others began to follow. They had the support of the destroyers and of the surviving tanks on the beach, but mainly they were on their own. As always in war, the infantry, in this case including engineers, Coast Guard, artillery observers, Seabees, and other specialists acting as ad hoc infantry, got stuck with war at its cutting edge, where it is at its most shocking, dangerous, and decisive. The most extreme experience a human being can go through is being a combat infantryman, and nowhere in World War II was the combat more extreme than at Omaha in the early morning hours of June 6. The 116th Regiment and the 5th Ranger Battalion, plus 2 companies from the 2nd Rangers, experienced war at its most horrible, demanding, and challenging. They were on the right, western half of the beach. The 116th was a Virginia National Guard outfit, part of an ordinary infantry division. The 5th Ranger Battalion was an elite, all-volunteer force. How they responded to this crisis, with the fate of Omaha Beach and perhaps the invasion as a whole at stake, was testimony to the marvelous job General Marshall and all those old regular Army officers and non-coms had done in turning these children of the Depression into first-class fighting men. Private Felix Branham remarked at the end of his oral history, "I've heard people say we were lucky. It wasn't luck. When we landed on Omaha Beach, we were well trained, we had good leaders, and the Lord God Almighty was with us, and that's all I can say." Branham also observed, "Each one of us had our own little battlefield. It was maybe 40, 50 yards wide. You might talk to a guy that pulled up right beside of me, within 50 feet of me, and he got an entirely different picture of D-Day." That was certainly the case on the right flank, and the left flank as well, as will be seen, at Omaha. Going up the bluff was often a lonely experience. Captain Robert Walker went a third of the way up before he found a dead soldier from the 116th, and was able to arm himself with an M1 and protect himself with a helmet. At this point, he said, I could not see anyone from the 116th, and I realized that I was alone and completely on my own. Walker decided to go to the top and proceed to the right, to the regimental assembly point at Vierville. He recalled, I passed many dead bodies, all facing forward. Near the top, he heard groans nearby. He investigated. It was a German soldier with a bad wound in his groin. The German cried out for Wasser. Walker replied, in German, that his canteen was empty. The German told Walker there was ein Born, a spring, just over there. Sure enough, Walker found a delightful spring-fed pool with clear water. He filled his canteen and brought water to his enemy. Before continuing his own odyssey, looking for Germans to kill, Walker returned to the spring, refilled his canteen, went back to the wounded enemy soldier, and filled his canteen cup. The wounded German was the only soldier from either side Walker saw on his climb up the bluff. His isolation was unusual, possibly unique, although few men saw any Germans until they got to the top of the bluff. Most came up with buddies, in small groups. As soon as they got over the seawall and the flat and began to climb, they discovered they were in the safest place on Omaha Beach. The defilade and smoke from grass fires provided some coverage. Because they were between exits, they were in an area not so heavily defended as the draws. The German trenches were dug at angles to shoot flanking fire at the beach, not directly downward. There were folds and irregularities in the bluff to use to advantage. Fire support for the advancing Americans, other than their own handheld weapons, came from tanks and destroyers. The tanks were leading a hard life. They were caught on the sand between high water and the embankment, unable to get over the shingle to the beach flat, open targets for enemy guns. Still, they kept firing. One tank maintained its fire until the rising tide drowned out its cannon. The 741st Tank Battalion report on D-Day noted, the tanks continued to fire on targets of opportunity during the infiltration of the infantry, which was moving directly forward, making an assault on the bluff behind the beach. Due to the fact that Exit EZ-3, which was to have been used as an exit from the beach by both infantry and tanks, was still in enemy hands and commanded by several artillery pieces, consisting mostly of 88mm guns, the infantry was forced to make their direct approach under the protecting fire of tank weapons. Major Sidney Bingham, CO of the 2nd Battalion, 116th, said that the tanks saved the day, in his words. They shot the hell out of the Germans and got the hell shot out of them. The same was true of the destroyers. Between them, the tankers and the sailors knocked out pillboxes as targets of opportunity, and thus made it possible for the infantry to get up the bluff. But it was the infantry who had to do it. Someone had to set an example to get the men started. That someone could be a general officer, a colonel, a major, a company commander, a platoon leader, or a squad leader. Medic Cecil Breeden remembered, "When I got to about where the 29th Memorial now stands, Colonel Canham, Colonel John Metcalf, and some other officers had set up a command post. Canham was shot through the hand. I fixed it. A man came along looking for a non-com, saying there was a sniper up there. Metcalf said that he wasn't a non-com, but would he do? They both left going up the hill, bearing to the left." General Cota was an inspiration. After leading a group to the base of the bluff and almost getting blown away by a barrage of mortar shells, he led a column of men up the bluff. They moved slowly, following in Cota's footsteps for fear of mines. Those mines imposed considerable delay in every sector. No one charged up the bluff. The Americans moved up cautiously, in single file. Cota's group finally reached the top of the bluff, above Hamel-au-Pretre, a small group of beach villas blasted away by now, about midway between Vierville and Saint-Laurent. Germans in trenches and behind hedgerows immediately brought Cota's force under crossed, interlocking bands of machine-gun fire. Cota arranged the men into ad hoc fire and maneuver teams. He had one team lay down a steady stream of covering fire against the German positions and led others in a series of short rushes across the open fields. Dumbfounded by such aggressiveness, the Germans fled. This may have been the first effective American infantry attack in the campaign in northwest Europe. Cota came upon the dirt road that ran parallel to the beach. He turned right toward Vierville. There was very little fire. In Vierville, the Americans met their first French civilians. There was no celebration, hardly an exchange of greetings. Mostly, the Frenchmen and Americans stared at each other as the Americans moved through the village. On the west side of Vierville, Cota sent some rangers who had joined him in the direction of Pointe du Hoc. They encountered stiff resistance. When their attack bogged down, Cota hastened to the front of the column and assisted the platoon leader in the disposition of his forces. C Company of the 116th, one of the few to fight intact on D-Day, came into Vierville. The men of the company remembered Cota walking down the narrow main street, twirling a pistol on his index finger like an old West gunfighter. "Where the hell have you been, boys?" he asked. Colonel Canham came up. Cota sent him east, towards Saint-Laurent, with orders to help clear the bluff so that others could climb up it. Then Cota, accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Shea, and 4 riflemen, prepared to start down the Vierville draw, still held by the Germans. Texas was pounding away with her 14-inch guns at the cement roadblock at the mouth of the draw. Shea recalled that the concussion from the bursts of these guns seemed to make the pavement of the streets in Vierville actually rise beneath our feet in a bucking sensation. As Cota set off, Shea remarked that he hoped the firing would lift. Cota said he hoped not, as it would force the Germans to keep their heads down. But the firing lifted, and Germans in a fortification on the east side of the draw began firing at Cota's little group. The riflemen responded. 5 Germans, dazed from the bombardment, gave up. Cota ordered them to lead the way through the minefields down the draw. The group made it to the beach. 10 days later, Lieutenant Shea wrote a report of Cota's actions after returning to the beach. General Cota, though under constant sniper and machine gun fire from the high ground beyond the beach, progressed eastward along the beach, herding and reorganizing tank units, engineer demolition units, supplies of demolitions, bulldozers, and in general directing units suffering from the initial confusion of landing under fire, so that their efforts could be effectively bent toward the establishment of the beachhead. Despite the shelling from Texas, the concrete wall in front of the draw still blocked the movement of vehicles inland. "Can you blow up that anti-tank wall at the exit?" Cota asked an engineer colonel. It was 14 feet thick at the base, 12 feet high, and 6 feet thick at the top. "We can, sir, just as soon as the infantry clean out those pillboxes around there," the colonel replied. "We just came down through there," declared Kota. "There's nothing to speak of there. Get to it." But the engineers did not have any TNT. Kota saw a bulldozer down the beach, piled high with explosives. He turned to a group of soldiers huddled at the seawall. "Who drives this thing?" he demanded. No answer. "Well, can anyone drive the damn thing?" Still no answer. "They need TNT down at the exit," Kota said. "I just came through there from the rear. Nothing but a few riflemen on the cliff, and they're being cleaned up. Hasn't anyone got guts enough to drive it down?" A soldier stepped forward. "That's the stuff," Kota called out. The engineers blew the wall, but by no means did that open the draw. Engineers needed more bulldozers to clear an approach from the beach, to clear the rubble from the wall, to clear the mines, and to fill in the anti-tank ditch. They got to work. Kota was accosted by a sailor whose LCT had been destroyed. Brandishing a rifle, he asked, "How in hell do you work one of these? This is just the goddamn thing I wanted to avoid by joining the Navy, fighting like a goddamn foot soldier." And he started working his way up the bluff. Many men moved out on their own. Lieutenant Henry Seitzler was one of them. Seitzler was a forward observer for the 9th Air Force. With no radio, he had no specific assignment. He picked up a rifle and some grenades and became an infantryman. "I remember," he said in his oral history, and then paused. He apologized. "Pardon me if I stop every once in a while. These things are so very real. Even after all these years, I can see it again in my mind, just like it was happening right now. I went to the seawall and stuck my head up between the machine gun bursts to see what was going on. I looked right in the eyes of a young American. He was dead. His eyes were wide open. He was blond, crew-cut. I thought about his mother." Looking back down the beach, Seitzler noticed that Jerry would deliberately shoot the medics. "I think that the hottest place in hell is reserved for the man that would do that." Turning back to face the bluff, Seitzler crossed the seawall and began to make his way to high ground. After dragging some wounded GIs off the beach, Private Harry Parley found an opening in the barbed wire. He recalled, a few men had already gone through. I could see them picking their way up the slope. As I started up, I saw the white tape marking a safe path through the mines, and I also saw the price paid to mark that path. A couple of GIs had been blown to death, and another was being attended to by a medic. As I passed, I could see that both his legs were gone, and tourniquets were being applied. In the weeks that followed, I was to see much worse, but that particular memory remains with me still. As Parley neared the top, a destroyer commenced firing at a pillbox on the crest. He said, "I remember foolishly standing about 40 feet below and watching in amazement the power and accuracy of the Navy fire landing just above me. It was like sitting in the very first row of a movie looking up at the screen." Parley traded his BAR for an M1 with another GI. He recalled, "He wanted more firepower, and I wanted less weight to carry. Finally reaching the top, I found an area entirely devoid of vegetation, marked by shell craters and covered by a maze of trenches, dugouts, and firing positions used by the Germans earlier in the morning." Parley also saw his first enemy soldiers, 2 prisoners, hands on head, being passed back down the slope. They were Asians. In general, the Oost soldiers in Wehrmacht uniforms tended to surrender as soon as GIs got near them. They were mainly in the trenches. Ethnic Germans inside concrete fortifications tended to fight on. Captain Sink, CO of HQ Company 116th, landed at 0800 just east of Les Moulins Draw. The beach, he recalled, had its share of the dead, the dying, the wounded, and disorganized. HQ Company was supposed to be at the Vierville draw. Sink's orders were to proceed up that draw to the village to set up a regimental CP and assembly area. But Sink took one look and decided that lateral movement on the beach through the masses of men and equipment and heavy fire was out. He made an instant decision to breach the wire obstacles in his front, wade the swamp, climb the bluff, and proceed to Vierville along the dirt road. The regimental adjutant declined to accompany Sink. He took out his entrenching tool and started to dig in on the beach. Sink went ahead. After wading through the swamp, Sink and Lieutenant Kelly found a path up the bluff. They passed an unoccupied gun emplacement, located on a natural shelf about halfway up. Looking back, they could see the men of the company carefully working their way through the breach in the barbed wire and following up the path in single file. Sink and Kelly came out in an open field at the top of the bluff, where they immediately came under small arms fire. Advancing by creeping and crawling for several hundred feet, they reached a spot where it was safe to stand. Looking down the bluff, they were dismayed to discover that only 6 men were still climbing. The others had dropped back to the beach. Sink sent a runner to return to the beach, round up the men, and get them started again. Sink and Kelly drew machine gun fire from Saint Laurent. They fell back and encountered a group from 3rd Battalion, 116th, including the battalion CO, Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Meeks. It was 1000. Meeks ordered 3rd Battalion to move against Saint Laurent. Sink's mission was to establish the CP at Vierville, so he decided to return to the beach to get his mission men moving. Sergeant Warner Hamlet and some of his buddies from F Company, 116th, got over the seawall only to be held up at the base of the bluff by machine gun fire from pillboxes. They tried to put them out of action by attaching TNT to long poles, but barbed wire surrounding the pillboxes kept the Americans from getting close enough to the positions to insert the explosive. Hamlet recalled, "We decided to run between the pillboxes and enter the trenches that connected the boxes. We entered those trenches, slipped behind the pillboxes, and threw grenades into them. After the explosion, we ran into the boxes to kill any survivors. Rows of pillboxes stood between us and the top of the bluff. Slowly, one by one, we advanced. The bravery and gallantry of the soldiers was beyond belief." Hamlet was wounded in the leg and back. When he got to the top of the bluff, he recalled, "Sergeant England told me to go back to the beach and get a medic to tag me so that I could be transported back to a hospital ship. As I painfully walked back to the beach, thousands of parts of bodies lined it. They were floating, heads, arms, legs. I realized what being in the first wave was all about." Hamlet concluded his oral history, "I was in the hospital in England for 2 months. I was then sent back to the front lines. In all, I saw 7 months of combat and was wounded twice more. I would do it all over again to stop someone like Hitler. I am Warner H. Hamlet." Companies A and B of the 2nd Rangers, along with the 5th Ranger Battalion, had alternate missions. If they got word by 0700 from Colonel Rudder, "Praise the Lord" was the signal, indicating that the 2nd Rangers had possession of Pointe du Hoc, they were to go in there and provide reinforcements. If they did not get the message, they were to go in at Dog Green and Dog White, proceed up the Vierville draw, turn right, and go overland to the aid of their comrades at Pointe du Hoc. Lieutenant Colonel Max Schneider of the Rangers was in command. He delayed making his landing decision as long as possible. By 0715 he could delay no longer. His craft were midway between Pointe du Hoc and Vierville. Schneider had to choose. Captain John Rayan, CO of HQ Company, 5th Rangers, wrote in a memoir, "Emotion ran high to go in and assist the 2nd at the Pointe, but our orders under the plan were to shift to Vierville if the message was not received, and shift we did." It was a critical and wise decision. The Rangers provided badly needed support for the 116th at Vierville, and Rudder's men would soon accomplish the mission at the Pointe on their own. Shortly after the craft made their turn toward the beach, Schneider got the message sent from Rudder's CP, "Praise the Lord." It came too late. Schneider was already committed. Companies A and B of the 2nd Rangers hit the beach first. Private Jack Keating was in A Company. He recalled that as his LCA approached the beach, Texas was firing, in his words, "right over our little old boat, and every time she fired, it almost lifted our boat out of the water." The LCA came in at the boundary between Dog Green and Dog White, just east of the Vierville draw. No one had landed at that spot yet, and it was still free of fire. The CO of A Company, Captain Dick Merrill, called out, "Fellows, it's an unopposed landing." The coxswain dropped the ramp, and the Germans began firing. "The first few minutes in the water," Keating said, "I will never forget as long as I live. There were machine guns, rifle fire, mortar fire, 88s, and God knows what else. And it felt as though every German was aiming at me. It took Keating a half hour to make his way to the beach. It's not like in Hollywood," he commented. "The actors jump into the water and in 3 seconds they're charging up the beach. Well, it isn't like that." When he finally struggled ashore, Keating got behind a tank with 2 buddies. He recalled, "We got behind the engine to get some heat back into our bones and had our first cigarette on French soil." After catching his breath, he said, "I got my wits, as most everybody did, and realize now there's only one way to go, baby, and that's you gotta go in." As he moved across the beach, his musette bag was ripped open by a burst of machine gun fire. He recalled, "It ruined my cans of plums and peaches, my bars of candy, my K-rations, cigarettes. Everything was ruined." On the beach, Keating encountered a captain from the 116th who had been shot in the head and twice through the chest. And he was still alive, Keating remembered. He asked me if I could take him to the aid station down the beach. I said, "There's only one way I can do it. I'll crawl. You get on my back and I'll crawl." It was about 100 yards down the beach. I finally got him there. Colonel Schneider observed the landing efforts of the 2 companies. He saw that, in his words, it was a disaster. Captain Rayan commented, "Schneider was battle-wise. He wasn't about to waste his battalion in a fruitless assault, so he made his second decision. He ordered the British crews to move east, parallel to the beach, until he found the relatively quiet Omaha Dog Red Beach. There, our 2 columns did by the right flank, and our assault was on." Sergeant Victor Fast was Schneider's interpreter. In his view, Colonel Schneider's presence of mind and shrewd calculations, a ranger mind working, not afraid to make a decision, saved a multitude of lives, maybe hundreds. The 2 companies from the 2nd Rangers had taken casualties almost as bad as the companies from the 116th. But the 5th Rangers got to the seawall with only 6 casualties out of some 450 men. Lieutenant Francis Dawson of D Company described his experience. "The skipper made an abrupt turn to the left, and a tremendous wave hit the craft, and we were lifted over several obstacles. Then the ramp opened, and I was out. 5 days on ship had taken its toll on my legs. After standing for several hours with the sea pounding, my legs just would not move fast enough." But he made the seawall, which at that spot was constructed of wooden timbers, and sent a runner to inform Lieutenant George Miller, D Company CO, where his platoon was located. When Captain Rayan landed, he said, "I saw a dismaying sight. Obstacles everywhere, wounded and dead, lying in the sand. The crack of machine gun fire passing us by, the puffs in the sand where bullets hit, those awful 20mm anti-aircraft cannon shells bursting overhead, and, of course, the artillery shells bursting around us." Despite the fire, Rayan was able to trot ashore. Later, to his amazement, he found he had lost only 1 man from his company. He looked around, he remembered, and at that point I realized that no one had left that part of the beach. The Rangers had landed on a sector containing assault teams of the 116th, whose men were shell-shocked, leaderless, unorganized. Fear had gripped them, and some of the Rangers, too. Rayan pointed to the seawall and called out, "Ranger headquarters, there!" Simultaneously, he tried to get his life belt off, but could not. His radio man was beside him, Rayan recalled, cringing with fear. I called him over and told him to cut it off. "Oh, sure, Captain," the man replied. He stood up beside Rayan and cut it off. From there on, he was never afraid again, nor was I. I had seen in my first minute of combat what showing complete lack of fear could do for your men. There was another factor in the recovery. In general, the men cringing at the seawall were as confused as they were exhausted and shell-shocked. In the wrong sectors, with none of their leaders present, they just did not know what to do. On being given a specific assignment and carrying it out, most men got a grip on themselves and went on to do their duty. Although the 5th Rangers had a much easier time coming in at around 0745 than the 116th had experienced at 0630, things were bad enough. As LCIs followed the Rangers' LCAs to Dog White, German artillery began to pound the beach. Rayan saw an LCI ramp get hit by an 88 just as the flamethrower man stepped onto it. In an instant, he remembered, the boat was a mass of flames. It was horrible to see. I looked away. There were other things to do. Father Joe Lacey was on the beach, tending to the wounded. Lacey was described by one ranger as a small, old, fat Irishman. The rangers had insisted that he could never keep up with them in combat, but he had insisted on coming along. On the transport, on the night of June 5 and 6, he told the rangers, "When you land on the beach and you get in there, I don't want to see anybody kneeling down and praying. If I do, I'm going to come up and boot you in the tail. You leave the praying to me, and you do the fighting." On the beach, men saw Father Lacey go down to the water's edge and pull the dead, dying, and wounded from the water and put them in relatively protected positions. He didn't stop at that, but prayed for them and with them gave comfort to the wounded and dying. A real man of God. When Lieutenant J. Mahaffey reached the seawall, he could hear only German fire. He recalled, "And I had the impression that the invasion had failed and that all other Americans had been killed or captured." At that moment on Omaha Beach, the invasion of France had ceased to exist, and it was in effect a military disaster. The grand design of battalions achieving D-Day objectives had collapsed completely. But in fact, the Rangers were getting organized and to work. Captain Rayan saw an old sergeant set up a .30 caliber water-cooled machine gun on a tripod. An engineer lieutenant in a green sweater was helping him, carrying water and ammunition. They set up, Rayan remembered. The sergeant got behind it and began to traverse and search the bluff to our right front, and I could see troops from the 116th trying to fight their way up the bluffs. The sergeant was firing in support of their advance. The engineer lieutenant was, in Rayan's words, absolutely oblivious to the German fire around him. He yelled down at the troops that were huddled up against the seawall, cowering, frightened, doing nothing and accomplishing nothing. "You guys think you're soldiers?" To no avail. General Cota came down the beach. In the Hollywood version, he calls out, "Rangers, lead the way," and off they charged. In the real thing, the battlefield noise was such that he couldn't be heard 10 feet away. What he did was move from group to group. The first he encountered included Rayan, who recognized him. Cota's son was a West Point classmate of Rayan's. Rayan reported the location of Colonel Schneider's CP. Cota started encouraging individuals and small groups to move out on their own, saying, "Don't die on the beaches. Die up on the bluff if you have to die, but get off the beaches, or you're sure to die." To Rayan he said, "You men are Rangers, and I know you won't let me down." Cota found Schneider at his CP. Cota remained standing. Schneider stood upright to converse. According to one witness, Cota said, "We're counting on you Rangers to lead the way." Sergeant Fast, Schneider's interpreter, remembered Cota saying, "I'm expecting the Rangers to lead the way." Whatever Cota's exact words, the motto of the Rangers became, "Rangers lead the way." It is a valid motto, well earned, but insofar as it implies that it was necessary for the Rangers to be inspired to lead, it needs some correcting. The Rangers did not feel that they needed a kick in the butt from Cota. There was little or no apprehension about going through the wire and up the hill, Corporal Gale Beckew of B Company, 5th Rangers, remembered. We had done that in training so many times that it was just a matter of course. He and a private went about their business. They shoved a Bangalore torpedo under the barbed wire and blew gaps, then started up. They encountered little opposition. He recalled, the German forward positions had been pulling back to prepare rear positions. Meanwhile, German artillery was concentrating on the follow-up landing craft, making it a lot worse on the beach than when we had landed. As for the implication in the Ranger motto that it took Rangers to lead the 116th off the beach, the fact is that the first organized company to the top at Villarville was Company C, 116th. By the time the Rangers landed, many other individuals from the 116th had gone up. They preceded the Rangers. The members of the 116th still at the seawall came from those companies that had been decimated in the first wave. Although they seemed helpless, they were just waiting for someone to tell them what to do and give them some equipment. They had no Bangalore torpedoes, no BARs, no machine guns, no radios, no officers, and some support. When the platoon leaders from the Rangers started moving, they joined in. It is a small point, and the Rangers certainly had no intention of casting aspersions on the 116th when they adopted their motto, but it rankles with some of the survivors of the 116th. As Captain Rayen crossed through the gap in the barbed wire, leading his men, he recalled, there was little Tony Vullo, the smallest man in the battalion, lying across a ruined pillbox with his trousers down, having his gluteus maximus treated for a bullet wound. He had been shot by a single bullet at such an angle that he had 4 separate bullet holes in his butt. Of course, the men enjoyed ribbing him as we went by. For some, going up the bluff was relatively safe. Lieutenant Dawson and his platoon from D Company of the 5th Rangers were among those. He reached the top, then turned parallel to the beach and began moving along the crest in a bent-over position, shooting or throwing grenades down on the Germans in the trenches below him. Captain Rayen's headquarters company was held up by machine gun fire. Lieutenant Dawson could see the German firing position. It was 75 meters away, on the military crest of the bluff, and held 2 men. Dawson motioned for his BAR man to come forward, but the German machine gunners spotted his movement, turned on him, and killed him. Dawson retrieved the BAR and attacked the German position, firing from the hip as he did so. The 2 terrified Germans jumped out of the pillbox and began to flee up the bluff. Dawson cut them down. That freed Rayen. He moved on up and encountered heavy smoke from a brush fire. "Captain, can we put on our gas masks?" one of the men called out. Rayen doubted that it was necessary, but reluctantly gave permission. As the smoke thickened, he decided to put on his own. He took his helmet off, put it between his knees, with his left hand ripped open the cover of the gas mask bag, and pulled out the mask. He had forgotten about the apple and orange he had stuffed in the bag. They went bouncing down the bluff. He put on his mask, took a deep breath, he recalled, and nearly died. I had forgotten to pull the plug on the front that allowed the air to come through. I had to rip off my mask, take a couple more gasps of smoke, put the mask back on, rip off the tab, and I could breathe easily. I reorganized myself, took 2 steps, and I was out of the smoke. I was so furious that I kept my mask on for about 10 or 20 more feet, just to punish myself for having weakened and put on the mask. Private Carl Wiest was in the area. He heard someone holler, "Gas!" Wiest put on his mask, but he had cracked the edge of his facepiece, and could tell by the smell that it was only grass smoke. "So I took my damn gas mask off and threw it away. That's the last time during the entire war I ever carried a damn gas mask." As Colonel Schneider's HQ group went up the bluff, it ran into German prisoners coming down. Schneider told his interpreter, Sergeant Fast, to find out what he could from them. Fast had no training in this sort of thing, but he proved to be a natural at it. He said, "I picked the youngest, most timid-looking, lowest-ranking kraut I could find." He moved him away from the others and informed the prisoner, "You are going to tell me what I want to know." Then Fast told the prisoner to relax. "For you, the war is over." Then he made threats. "You have 3 choices. Tell me nothing at all, and I'll send you over to the Russians. Give me information, and if you leave any doubt in my mind that you're telling the truth, I'll turn you over to my Jewish buddy standing here next to me, and he'll take you behind that bush over there." Fast said in his oral history that the Jewish buddy was Herb Epstein. And he had not shaved for a couple of days. He was big and burly. I remember he had a .45 on his hip and a ranger knife in his boot, and an automatic Tommy gun. "Third," Fast told the young prisoner, "if you tell me what you know and convince me you are telling the truth, I'll send you to America, and you will have a good life until the war is won, and then you'll get to go home." Then the first question. Did you see all the American and British bombers overhead earlier this morning? Yeah, the prisoner replied. Good, Fast thought. Now he is in a yes mood. The prisoner went on to indicate the position of minefields and pointed out hidden fortifications along the bluff. He said there were no German troops in Vierville, which was true, but there were many stationed inland, and gave other useful information. Schneider's HQ group got to the top, as did other rangers to the left and right. What they could see was an open field and a maze of hedgerows. Germans with machine guns were firing from behind the bushes. Private Wiest was furious. He wanted to know, where the hell was this Air Force bombardment that was supposed to blow all this stuff out of here? Hell, I didn't see a bomb crater nowhere. Nowhere did I see a bomb crater. The Army's official history states, the penetrations of the beach defenses made between 0800 and 0900 represented a definite success achieved by determined action in the face of great difficulties. The penetrations had been made by about 600 men, mainly from C Company, 116th, and the Rangers. They had penetrated and made it to the top, but they had no radios, no heavy weapons, no tanks, no supporting artillery, no way to communicate with the Navy. All the exits were still blocked. The beach was still jammed with vehicles that could not move, taking heavy artillery fire. The reserve regiments were not coming ashore. The 116th and the Rangers were still on their own. They were mixed together. Moving toward the Germans in the hedgerows, encountering fire, moving to outflank the positions, the ad hoc assault groups tended to split up, resulting in progressive loss of control as movement proceeded inland. When Colonel Canham reached the top, shortly after 0900, and set up his CP, he found Rangers and 116th elements scattered all through the field ahead, some headed for the coastal road to Vierville, some engaged in firefights with Germans in the bushes. The situation was by no means under control. A victory had not yet been won. But there was now a sizable American force on top of the bluff. The battle for Omaha Beach had not gone according to plan, but thanks to men like General Cota, Colonels Schneider and Canham, Captains Rayan and Dawson, and innumerable lieutenants and non-coms, disaster had been averted. Chapter 23. Catastrophe Contained. Easy Red Sector, Omaha Beach. Omaha Beach, General Bradley wrote 3 decades after D-Day, was a nightmare. Even now it brings pain to recall what happened there on June 6, 1944. I have returned many times to honor the valiant men who died on that beach. They should never be forgotten, nor should those who lived to carry the day by the slimmest of margins. Every man who set foot on Omaha Beach that day was a hero. Bradley's command post was a 20 by 10-foot steel cabin built for him on the deck of the cruiser USS Augusta. The walls were dominated by Michelin motoring maps of Normandy. There was a plotting table in the center of the room with clerks at typewriters along one side. Bradley was seldom there. He spent most of the morning on the bridge, standing beside Admiral Alan G. Kirk, the Western Naval Task Force commander. Bradley had cotton in his ears to muffle the blast of Augusta's guns, binoculars to his eyes to observe the shore. For Bradley, it was, in his words, a time of grave personal anxiety and frustration. He couldn't see much except smoke and explosions. He was getting no reports from his immediate subordinate, Major General Leonard Garrow, commander of 5th Corps, 1st and 29th Divisions. No news from the beach, only scattered bits of information from landing craft skippers returning to the transport area for another load, and they were muttering words like disaster, terrible casualties, and chaos. I gained the impression, Bradley later wrote, that our forces had suffered an irreversible catastrophe, that there was little hope we could force the beach. Privately, I considered evacuating the beachhead. I agonized over the withdrawal decision, praying that our men could hang on. Those were the thoughts of a desperate man faced with 2 apparently hopeless options. At 0930, with the tide rushing in to fully cover all the obstacles, and with hundreds of landing craft circling offshore, while the congestion on the beach was still so bad that all landings were still suspended. Sending in the follow-up waves as reinforcements according to the planning schedule would only add to the problem, but not sending them in would leave the forces already ashore isolated and vulnerable to a counterattack. Bradley's private thoughts notwithstanding, as for retreat, it would have been impossible to have brought these people back, as General Eisenhower flatly and rightly declared. With almost no radios functioning, there was no way to recall the men from the 116th and 16th Regiments, and the Rangers who were already, although unknown to Bradley or any other senior officer, making their way up the bluff. The men at the shingle could have been ordered to fall back to the beach for withdrawal, but if they had obeyed, they would have been slaughtered. Omaha Beach was one of the few battlegrounds in history in which the greater danger lay to the rear. In any case, the landing craft ashore were kaput. Those offshore were jammed with men and vehicles. Withdrawal was not an option, nor was the alternative that Bradley played with in his mind, sending follow-up waves to Utah or the British beaches, not just because that might well have meant sacrificing the men ashore at Omaha Beach, but even more because it would have left a gap of some 60 kilometers between Utah and Gold Beaches, which would have jeopardized the invasion as a whole. As the head of the U.S. First Army, Bradley had more than 250,000 men under his immediate command. But standing on the bridge of Augusta, he was a helpless observer, desperate for information. On the beaches, the plans could be modified or abandoned, as circumstances demanded. On the Augusta, Bradley was stuck with the overall strategic plan. On the amphibious command ship USS Ancon, General Garrow had his command post. For the first 3 hours of the assault, he was as blind as Bradley. He sent the Assistant Chief of Staff of 5th Corps, Colonel Benjamin Talley, in a DUKW to cruise offshore and report on the battle. Talley found that even from 500 meters he couldn't see much. It was obvious that the beaches were jammed, that enemy artillery and machine gun fire was effective, and that the exits had not been opened. He could not see up the bluff because of the smoke, so he was unaware of the progress of individuals and small units who had managed to reach high ground. Talley was also unaware of the 0830 order from the 7th Naval Beach Battalion commander to suspend landings, so he was disturbed by the failure of landing craft to go ashore. At 0930, he informed Garrow that the LCTs were milling around offshore like a stampeded herd of cattle. At 0945, Garrow made his initial report to First Army. It was sketchy and alarming. Obstacles mined, progress slow. 1st Battalion 116th reported 0748 being held up by machine gun fire, 2 LCTs knocked out by artillery fire, DD tanks for Fox Green swamped. 5 minutes later, Major General Clarence Hubner, commanding the 1st Division, received a radio report from the beach. There are too many vehicles on the beach. Send combat troops. 30 LCTs waiting offshore cannot come in because of shelling. Troops dug in on beaches, still under heavy fire. Hubner responded by ordering the 18th Regiment to land at once on Easy Red, but only 1 battalion was loaded in LCVPs. The other 2 had to be transshipped from their LCIs to LCVPs, and in any case the prohibition on further landings was still in effect. Bradley sent his aide, Major Chester Hanson, and Admiral Kirk's gunnery officer, Captain Joseph Wellings, in a torpedo boat to the beach to report. But all he got back was a message from Hanson. It is difficult to make sense from what is going on. From the general's point of view, disaster loomed, a disaster they could do nothing about. The generals were irrelevant to the battle. On Omaha, the situation was so bad that the evacuation of the wounded was toward the enemy. This may have been unique in military history. The few aid posts that had been set up were at the shingle seawall. Medics took great risks to drag wounded from the beach to the aid posts. There was little that could be done for them beyond bandaging, splinting, giving morphine and plasma if the medics had any supplies. The medical units landed off schedule and on the wrong beach sectors, often without their equipment. The 116th lost its entire regimental supply of plasma in 2 LCIs sunk off the beach. Nevertheless, as a staff officer of the 116th recalled, first aid men of all units were the most active members of the group that huddled against the seawall. With the limited facilities available to them, they did not hesitate to treat the most severe casualties. Gaping head and belly wounds were bandaged with rapid efficiency. The situation looked worse to the medical teams than it did even to the generals offshore. Major Charles Tegmeyer, regimental surgeon of the 16th, who landed at 0815, described what he saw. Face downward, as far as eyes could see in either direction, were the huddled bodies of men, living, wounded, and dead, as tightly packed together as a layer of cigars in a box. Everywhere the frantic cry, "Medics! Hey, medics!" could be heard above the horrible din. Tegmeyer's medics, now wading, now stumbling over prone men, bandaged and splinted wounded as they came upon them, then dragged them to the shelter of the shingle. "I examined scores as I went," Tegmeyer declared, telling the men who to dress and who not to bother with. In many cases, it was simply hopeless. Tegmeyer reported a soldier with one leg traumatically amputated and multiple compound fractures of the other. He was conscious and cheerful, Tegmeyer noted, but his only hope was rapid evacuation, and at this time evacuation did not exist. An hour later he was dead. Confusion in the planned landing sequence compounded the chaos. The first men of the 61st Medical Battalion to wade ashore on Easy Red were members of the headquarters detachment. They landed with typewriters, files, and office supplies on a beach strewn with dead and wounded. They abandoned their typewriters, scavenged for medical equipment among the debris, and went to work on the casualties around them. Forward emergency surgery never got started on Omaha that day. Of the 12 surgical teams attached to the 60th and 61st Medical Battalions, only 8 reached shore, and none of them had proper operating equipment. Like the clerks from the HQ detachment, the surgeons pitched in to give first aid. At 0950, General Hubner gave the order for the 18th Regiment of the 1st Division to go ashore at Easy Red, the largest of the 8 designated sectors. It lay just to the east of the middle of Omaha Beach. The right flank of Easy Red was the dividing line between the 29th and 1st Divisions. 2 first-wave companies of the 16th Regiment were supposed to have landed on Easy Red, with 3 additional companies coming in on the second wave. But the mislandings were such that what was to have been the most heavily attacked sector was actually the loneliest. Only parts of 1 company came ashore there in the first hour, parts of 2 others in the next 3 hours. But at 1000, with the 1st Battalion of the 18th coming in, and the 115th Regiment of 29th Division mislanding right on top of the 18th, it became the most crowded and bloodiest of all the beach sectors. At 1000, the tide was nearly at its highest mark. All the obstacles were covered. The skippers on the larger landing craft were afraid to try to go ashore, and they had orders from the Navy Beach Battalion to stay away. But the 18th's 1st Battalion officers had orders from their CO to go in. There were some fierce arguments between the skippers and the soldiers. The stalemate was broken at about 10:10, when LCT-30 drove at full speed through the obstacles, all weapons firing. LCT-30 continued the fire after touchdown. At about the same time, LCI-544 rammed through the obstacles, firing on machine gun nests in a fortified house. These exploits demonstrated that the obstacles could be breached and gave courage to other skippers, who began to give in to the demands of the Army officers and move in. The destroyers helped immeasurably in this attack. As noted, they sailed in close and pounded the enemy when they could spot him. Harding's action report noted, "At 10:50 observed enemy pillbox which was firing on our troops down draw north of Colville, thereby delaying operations on the beach. Opened fire on pillbox and demolished it, expending 30 rounds." Admiral Charles Cook, along with Major General Thomas Handy of General Marshall's staff at the War Department, were on Harding. Cook recorded that as Harding closed the beach, "We saw an LCT dash in opposite a draw firing her guns at some German position at Colville. The German batteries were hidden in the shrubbery, had the advantage, and the LCT was badly shot up. So were many others. The Navy report for the transport group carrying the 18th ashore listed 22 LCVPs, 2 LCIs, and 4 LCTs as lost at the beach, either to mined obstacles or to enemy artillery fire. Sergeant Hyman Haas was lucky. LCTs to the right and left of his were burning. He recalled, the machine gun fire was right into them, mortars were blowing around them, artillery pieces were blowing beside them, but we had landed in a spot that seemed to be immune. Haas commanded a half-track M15. When he drove off the LCT, he said, the water reached up to my neck. My driver, Bill Hendricks, had his head just above water. We kept going. Some screwball gave a rebel yell. Sergeant Chester Gutowski looked at him and growled, you schmuck, why don't you shut up? When Haas reached shore, he said, I was breathing very heavily with excitement, eyes darting in all directions, looking, waiting, seeing. It was quite bewildering. He started thinking straight immediately. Haas ordered Hendricks to drive back into the water, then to turn the M15 into firing position. He began to blaze away with his 37mm gun, aiming at a pillbox on the west side of the E1 exit. The first 3 rounds were short. He adjusted his range setter, and, in his words, the next 10 shots went directly into the porthole of the pillbox. Later that day, Haas drove up to the pillbox. He recalled, there, lying on the parapet, was a German officer bleeding from the mouth, obviously in the last moments of his life, being held by another wounded German. McNeil came running over. He says, Haas, that's your pillbox. It took my breath away. It's one thing to fire impersonal, but I was responsible for that dying German officer and the wounded men in there. I felt awful and shocked at the sight. With that kind of support, the 18th got ashore, but not without loss and not without confusion, a confusion compounded by the mislanding of the 115th Regiment of the 29th Division, which was supposed to land on Dog Red, but instead came in starting at 10:30 on Easy Red, right on top of the 18th. This caused a horrendous mix-up of men and units, and imposed delays, but it put a lot of firepower on Easy Red, where it was badly needed. As the 18th came ashore, it appeared to the officers that no progress at all had been made. The Regimental Action Report declared, the beach shingle was full of tractors, tanks, vehicles, bulldozers, and troops. The high ground was still held by Germans, who had all troops on the beach penned down. The beach was still under heavy fire from enemy small arms, mortars, and artillery. Captain, later Major General Al Smith, was executive officer, 1st Battalion, 16th Regiment. He had landed on Easy Red at 07:45. He recalled, about 500 yards offshore, I began to realize we were in trouble. The nearer we got to the beach line, the more certain I was that the landing was a disaster. Dead and wounded from the first waves were everywhere. There was little or no firing from our troops. On the other hand, German machine guns, mortars, and 88s were laying down some of the heaviest fire I'd ever experienced. About half of Smith's battalion made it to the defilade afforded by the shingle embankment. Smith made contact with Brigadier General Willard Wyman, the assistant division commander. Wyman asked if the men were advancing by fire and movement, as taught at the infantry school. Yes, sir, Smith snapped back. They're firing. We're moving. He followed the path made earlier that morning by Captain Dawson of G Company up the bluff. Near the top, he said, I can recall the most pleasant 5-minute break of my military career. With our column at one of its temporary standstills, Captain Hank Hangstifer, CO of HQ Company, and I moved to the side to sit down and eat apples provided by the ship's mess. We also had time for a wee nip of Scotch whiskey, my farewell gift from a little old English lady. Smith set up the battalion CP beside a dirt road. About this time, he said, a telephone line reached me from Regimental HQ at the base of the bluffs. Colonel George Taylor, CO of the 16th, asked about our situation and what he could do to help. I told him we could use tanks, the sooner the better. He promised to do everything possible. It was 1100. Taylor ordered all tanks available to go into action up the E3 draw. Captain W.M. King got the order. He ran along the beach, notifying each tank as he came to it to proceed to E3 and move up. When he reached the last tank, King found the commander wounded. He took over. Backing away from the shingle, King drove east, weaving in and out of the wreckage along the beach. He made about 200 meters when he hit a mine that blew the center bogie assembly off and broke the track. He went on to the next exit on foot, where he found that of the handful of tanks that had started for E3, only 3 had arrived. 2 of these were knocked out as they tried to force their way up the draw. The third backed off. E3 was not yet open. Private Ray Moon of the 116th reached the top about this time. He recalled, "I looked back at the beach. The view was unforgettable. The beach was a shooting gallery for machine gunners. The scene below reminded me of the Chicago stockyard cattle pens and its slaughterhouse. We could see the men in the water and those huddled along the seawall. There was little movement, and all those below were sitting ducks for any trained marksmen and artillery observers." Mortar fire, artillery shells, and machine gun fire continued to rain down on the beach. At Higher HQ, Easy Red continued to look like a calamity. Garrow reported to Bradley, "Situation beach exits Easy still critical at 1100. 352nd Infantry Division, German, identified." This was the first that Bradley knew his men were up against the 352nd, which had been missed by Allied intelligence. Garrow concluded, "Fighting continues on beaches." But on the spot, things looked better. Colonel Talley of the Forward Information Detachment reported shortly after 1100, infiltration approximately platoon strength updraw midway between exits E1 and Easy 3. And a bit later, men advancing up slope behind Easy Red, men believed hours on Skyline. One of those GIs on the Skyline was Captain Joe Dawson of G Company. How he got there is a story he tells best himself. On landing, I found total chaos as men and material were literally choking the sandbar just at water's edge. A minefield lay in and around a path extending to my right and upward to the crest of the bluff. After blowing a gap in the concertina wire, I led my men gingerly over the body of a soldier who had stepped on a mine in seeking to clear the path. I collected my company at the base of the bluff and proceeded on. Midway toward the crest, I met Lieutenant Spaulding. I proceeded toward the crest, asking Spaulding to cover me. Near the crest, the terrain became almost vertical. This afforded complete defilade from the entrenched enemy above. A machine gun nest was busily firing at the beach, and one could hear rifle and mortar fire coming from the crest. I tossed 2 grenades aloft, and when they exploded, the machine gun fell silent. I waved my men and Spaulding to proceed as rapidly as possible, and I then proceeded to the crest where I saw the enemy moving out toward the E3 exit, and the dead Germans in the trenches. To my knowledge, no one had penetrated the enemy defenses until that moment. As soon as my men reached me, we debouched from that point, firing on the retreating enemy and moving toward a wooded area, and this became a battleground extending all the way into town. In an analysis of how he became the first American to reach the top of the bluff in this area, written in 1993, Dawson pointed out, "The Battle of Omaha Beach was, first, deadly enemy fire on an exposed beach where total fire control favored the defender, and we were not given any direct fire support from the Navy or tanks. Second, the poor German marksmanship is the only way I could have made it across the exposed area, because I could not engage the enemy, nor even see him, until I reached the machine gun. Third, the fortunate ability to control my command both in landing together and debouching up the bluff together as a fighting unit. Fourth, our direct engagement of the enemy caused him to cease concerted small arms, machine gun, and mortar fire, with which he was sweeping the beach below." While Dawson moved on Colville, Spaulding went to the right, west, towards Saint Laurent. Spaulding spread his men over an area of some 300 meters and advanced. They spotted a German machine gunner with a rifleman on each side of him, firing down on the beach from their dugout. Sergeant Strachik shot the gunner in the back. The rifleman surrendered. Spaulding interrogated the prisoners, but they were ethnic Germans and refused to give any information. With the prisoners in tow, Spaulding moved west. We were now in hedgerows and orchard country, he told Sergeant Forrest Pogue of the Army's Historical Division in a February 1945 interview. We crossed through 2 minefields. No one was lost. We still had an angel on each shoulder. The E Company platoon came upon a fortified position overlooking the E-1 draw. Sergeant Kenneth Peterson fired his bazooka into it, but no one came out. Spaulding was about to move on when he spied a Tobruk. Sergeant Strachik and I went forward to investigate, he said. We discovered an underground dugout. There was an 81mm mortar with beautiful range cards and lots of ammunition, and a position for a 75mm cannon overlooking E-1 draw. The dugout was of cement, had radios, excellent sleeping facilities, dogs. We started to drop a grenade in the ventilator, but Strachik said, "Hold on a minute," and fired 3 shots down the steps into the dugout. He then yelled in Polish and German for them to come out. 4 men did. They brought out 2 or 3 wounded. Germans from the other side of the draw began to fire on Spaulding's platoon. The GIs fired back. American destroyers commenced firing into the draw. It was about 1000. Spaulding started down the line of communication trenches, which led to the cliff overlooking the beach. He recalled, "We were now behind the Germans, so we routed 4 out of a hole and got 13 in the trenches. The trenches had teller mines, hundreds of grenades, numerous machine guns." Spaulding inspected the trenches. There, he admitted, "I did a fool thing." He had lost his carbine when he landed, had picked up a German rifle only to discover he did not know how to use it, and had traded it to a soldier for another carbine. But he failed to check the carbine. In the trenches, he said, "I ran into a kraut and pulled the trigger, but the safety was on. I reached for the safety catch and hit the clip release, so my clip hit the ground. I ran about 50 yards and nothing flat. Fortunately, Sergeant Peterson had me covered, and the German put up his hands. That business of not checking guns is certainly not habit-forming." Spaulding tried to use the 81mm mortar, but no one in his platoon could operate the German weapon. Meanwhile, he sent 19 German prisoners back to the beach, guarded by 2 of his men. He told the men to turn the prisoners over to anyone who would take them, and to ask where the rest of E Company was located. He set off his last yellow smoke grenade to let the American destroyers know that he had possession of the fortification, because, in his words, their fire was getting very close. At this point, about 10:30, Lieutenant Hutch and 9 enlisted men caught up with Spaulding. "I was very glad to see them," Spaulding told Pogue. Hutch brought word that Spaulding should change his objective from St. Laurent to Colville, that is, head east, instead of trying to cross the E-1 draw. The terrain was flat, an area of apple orchards and hedgerows. Germans from the 352nd Division were present in company strength. The fighting now took on a new form. Instead of firing on the beach from the extensive trench system on the bluff, the Germans were hidden in hedgerows. Their main weapon was the fearfully effective MG-42. They had clear fields of fire over the open fields. The inexperienced GIs found it difficult to locate enemy fire positions in terrain affording so much cover, a difficulty exacerbated by sniper fire coming from no one could tell where. With no mortars, tanks, or supporting artillery, and with inadequate communications with the destroyers, the American infantrymen could advance hardly at all. Again and again, the E Company platoon ran into pockets of resistance in prepared positions built around machine guns dug in along the hedgerows. When Spaulding and Hutch bypassed such positions, the platoon got split up, so there was progressive loss of control. Still, they managed to move forward and catch up with and join Captain Dawson and G Company. Dawson was experiencing similar difficulties in moving on Colville. Dawson led by example and gave orders that were simple, direct, impossible not to understand. I said, "Men, there is the enemy. Let's go get them." Company G worked its way to within a kilometer of Colville. Dawson paused under a large oak tree. "There," he said, "a very friendly Frenchwoman welcomed us with open arms and said, 'Welcome to France.'" Dawson advanced to the edge of Colville. The dominant building, as always in the Normandy villages, was a Norman church built of stone, its steeple stretching into the sky. Sure enough, Dawson noted, in the steeple of the church there was an artillery observer. He dashed inside the church with a sergeant and a private. Immediately, he said, 3 Germans inside the church opened fire. Fortunately, we were not hit by this burst. But as we made our way through the church, the private was killed, shot by the observer in the tower. I turned, and we secured the tower by eliminating him. My sergeant shot the other 2 Germans, and thus we took care of the opposition at that point. As Dawson ran out of the church, a German rifleman shot at him. Dawson fired back with his carbine, but not before the German got off a second shot. That bullet went through Dawson's carbine and shattered the stock. Fragments from the bullet went through his kneecap and leg, which, he said, caused my knee to swell and caused me to be evacuated the next day. Beyond the church, G Company ran into heavy fire from a full German company occupying the houses in Colville. Built of stone, the positions were all but impregnable to small arms fire. G Company got into what Dawson called a very severe firefight, but could not advance. It was shortly after noon. Major William Washington, executive officer of the 2nd Battalion, 16th Regiment, came up, arriving at about the same time as Spaulding's platoon. Washington set up a CP in a drainage ditch just west of Colville. He sent the E Company platoon to the right, south of the village. Spaulding moved out and got separated from Dawson. Germans moved into the gap. In 40 minutes, Spaulding's platoon was surrounded. Just that quickly, Spaulding realized that instead of attacking, he was being counterattacked. He set up a defensive position in the drainage ditches. Several squads of Germans came toward the platoon. Spaulding's men were able to beat them off. Spaulding saw a runner coming from the battalion CP with a message from Major Washington. He recalled, the Germans opened fire on him. After he fell, they fired at least 100 rounds of machine gun ammunition into him. It was terrible, but we do the same thing when we want to stop a runner bearing information. Spaulding's platoon spent the remainder of the day in the ditches, fighting a defensive action. By nightfall, Spaulding was down to 6 rounds of carbine ammunition. Most of his men were down to their last clip. The platoon was still surrounded. It had been the first platoon to take prisoners. It had eliminated several machine gun posts on the bluff and the Tobruk looking down the E1 draw. It had landed with 30 men. By nightfall, 2 had been killed, 7 wounded. 5 men in the platoon were awarded Distinguished Service Crosses, personally presented by General Eisenhower. They were Lieutenant John Spaulding, Kentucky, Sergeant Philip Strachik, New Jersey, Private Richard Gallagher, New York, Private George Bowen, Kentucky, Sergeant Kenneth Peterson, New Jersey. Major Washington dug in, expecting a major German tank counterattack, as he had experienced in Sicily. He said, "We spent all night of the first day wrestling 57mm anti-tank weapons up the cliff with ropes, with jeeps and winches and everything else." By daylight, June 7, there had been no counterattack. What Washington did see at first light was astonishing enough. 2 GIs leading 50 German POWs into the American line. The Americans turned out to be privates who had been mislanded and captured by the Germans. Both American privates were of Polish extraction. The German soldiers were Polish conscripts. When darkness fell, the GIs persuaded their captors to hide out in the bushes and surrender at first light. Washington had a personal piece of good luck. War correspondent Dan Whitehead asked him how he got across the beach safely. Washington relates, "I don't know what I told him, but it sounded good in print. He wrote that I said it was my wife's prayers that carried me across the beach. So that went over good back home." Casualties in the Easy Red sector were awful. In F Company, 16th Regiment, every officer and more than half the NCOs were down by the end of the day. The losses in the other platoons of E Company were almost as heavy. The carnage made an indelible impression on the S3, Captain Fred Hall. He concluded his oral history with these words: "My wife and I walked Easy Red Beach in May 1982. It was soon enough to return." Spaulding fought on through the campaign in northwest Europe. He continued to provide inspired leadership, and as he told Pogue in the 1945 interview, he learned a lot about combat in the process that he wished he had known on D-Day. He was lucky, he said. Most survivors from Easy Red have a "Lord, was I lucky" story to tell. Sergeant John Ellery recalled that in the fighting outside Colville, "I was about to climb through a break in the hedgerow when my ID bracelet on my right wrist got hung up on a rather sturdy piece of brush. I slid back down and broke off the branch to get loose. Meanwhile, a fellow from another company decided to pass by me and go on over. As his head cleared the top of the hedgerow, he took a round right in the face and fell back on top of me, dead." Ellery went looking for the sniper. "I evened the score," he said. "It was a clean shot, and the only one that I fired on D-Day." Ellery decided that he was hungry. He thought one of his apples would taste good. He dug around in his musette bag, and, he said, discovered that my apples had become applesauce. So I settled for K-ration and enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much that I decided to have another. It seemed to me that I wasn't likely to outlast my supply of rations, so there was no point in going hungry. The sight of Americans on the bluff and the procession of prisoners coming down with their hands over their heads gave heart to the men on the beach and to the generals on Ancon and Augusta. But at 1200, Easy Red was by no means a safe place to be. The machine gun fire had let up in the area between E3 and E1, thanks to the platoons that had gone up the bluff, eliminating pillboxes as they climbed, but the mortar and artillery fire continued to pour down. Not as accurate as it had been earlier, because forward observation posts had been overrun or destroyed, but in greater volume. Reinforcements were coming ashore, primarily from the 115th Regiment. Its 1st Battalion, combat-loaded in LCVPs, went in at 1100, side by side with, or immediately behind, the craft carrying the 18th Regiment ashore. But at 1200, the other two battalions of the 18th, loaded in LCIs, were still milling about the line of departure. It was an hour after high water, and the ebb was running so fast it was difficult for the LCIs to avoid stranding. So they discharged their troops into LCVPs, which shuttled between them and the shore. The Germans caught on to this and started hitting the transfer points with shells. LCI 490 was unable to hook up with any LCVPs, but the skipper did spot an LCM. He traded his load of troops for the LCM's unwanted load of high explosives, to which he promptly gave the Deep Six. Private Eldon Wyhe was a truck driver for HQ Battery, 1st Division Artillery. His LCT, carrying 7 deuce-and-a-half trucks loaded with ammunition, was scheduled to go in at 0830, but at 1130 it was still circling offshore, out of range of the German guns. When it did turn toward shore, an LCT to the right got hit by an 88mm shell, so the skipper on Wyhe's LCT turned around and headed back into the channel. After a bit, he headed toward shore again, came under heavy gunfire, and backed off once more. At 1200, a patrol craft came by, and a control officer with a bullhorn yelled, "The skipper of that craft, take that craft in. You've been in twice and backed off twice. Now take it in this time and do not come back until it is unloaded." The tide was receding, but still high enough to cover the obstacles. Shells were exploding around the LCT. The skipper got in as far as he was going to go that day and, still well offshore, lowered the ramp. Wyhe's lieutenant protested. Take us in closer." "Get off," the skipper replied. The first truck drove off and immediately sank, the water far above the exhaust pipe. "Take us in closer," the lieutenant screamed at the skipper. "Get off," the skipper replied. "I've got to unload and get back to sea." One after the other, the remaining 6 trucks drove off and sank. The drivers climbed out, inflated their Mae Wests, and swam in to shore. As he got out of the water, he heard a shell coming in. He jumped into a shell hole. "When that shell burst," he related, "I panicked. I started crying. My buddies got me behind a burned-out craft, where I cried for what seemed like hours. I cried until tears would no longer come. Finally, I stopped crying and came to my senses." There were pillboxes off to Waihe's left, at the opening of E3 draw, firing down the beach. He saw 2 bulldozers head for the positions, blades down. The dozers piled sand on the pillboxes and put them out of action. On the return trip to the beach, Waihe said, one of the dozers took a direct hit. The man on it seemed like he flew all to pieces. Waihe and the other drivers in his group picked up rifles and carbines and became infantry. "We loaded up and moved forward," Waihe said. In concluding his oral history, Waihe recalled his crying episode and declared, "To this day, I've never shed another tear. I would give anything to have one good cry or one good laugh. I hurt inside, but I cannot get my emotions out since that day. I've never been able to." By 1200, Americans from the 16th, 18th, 115th, and 116th Regiments had been coming ashore at Easy Red for 5.5 hours. They had made no gains at E3 draw, directly north of Colville. The traffic jam was still horrendous. Dead and wounded were strewn about the beach and behind the seawall. But what looked like catastrophe wasn't. Although the situation was far from being well in hand, it was improving, especially at E1. Thanks to Spaulding and Dawson, the fortification on the east side of the draw had been neutralized. The fortification on the west side was still in action, but was being contained by Company M, 116th Regiment. Dozers had made a gap through the dune line just east of the draw, and were making it ready for vehicles to pass through. Best of all, a penetration had been made almost exactly between E1 and E3 by Companies E, I, and G of the 16th Regiment, and Colville was under attack. To the right, 5 companies from the 116th had gone up the bluff between D3 and E1, while to the left of E3, patrols from 3 companies of the 16th had done the same. At 1309, Garrow was able to make his first favorable report to Bradley. Troops formerly pinned down on beaches Easy Red, Easy Green, Fox Red, advancing up heights behind beaches. The situation everywhere on the beach was still grave, Bradley later wrote, but our troops were inching inland. I gave up any thought of abandoning Omaha Beach. Major General Charles Gerhardt, CO of the 29th Division, later wrote a report entitled Battle Lessons and Conclusions on D-Day. He summarized the lessons learned in 2 sentences. No reports of disaster should be allowed. They are never true. Chapter 24. Struggle for the High Ground. Vierville, Saint-Laurent, and Colville. John Rayan, the 22-year-old captain from the 5th Rangers, commanding HQ Company, was the son of an Army officer. Born at Fort Benning, a January 1943 graduate of West Point, Rayan loved the Army. He stayed in for 40 years and fought in 3 wars. He retired as a permanent major general. "I wouldn't change a single day of my military life," he concluded his oral history. "There were bad days, all right, but they made the good days better." On June 6, 1944, within minutes of going into combat for the first time, Rayan had learned an important lesson, that to give a frightened man something specific to do would work wonders for his nerves. When he got up the bluff at Vierville later that morning, he learned some more lessons. Don't trust intelligence. and don't make assumptions about terrain until you have seen it with your own eyes. As we had looked at the maps and the models of the Normandy area, Rayen related, we had recognized hedgerows surrounding all of the fields. Of course, we were all familiar with hedgerows from England. Like virtually every other officer in the invasion, Rayen assumed that the French hedgerows would be similar to those in England, low, compact, built as much for fox hunters to jump over as to maintain a barrier. Reconnaissance photos from the air did not show the height of the French hedgerows. As soon as we got to the top of the crest off the beach, Rayen said, we immediately found out that the French hedgerows were different. In France, the hedgerow was a mound of dirt from 6 to 10 or 12 feet high, with heavy hedges on top and roots that worked down into the mounds, and the mounds themselves were very effective barriers. You simply could not pass through a hedgerow. You had to climb up something, and then at the top you were practically blocked by the jungle of the plant roots and trunks, vines, branches, everything. Usually there was a single gap in the hedgerow to allow the farmer to get his cows or equipment in and out, but the gaps were covered by machine gun fire. The Germans would dig into the back of a hedgerow, Rayen remembered, put a machine gun nest in there, and then cut a very small slit looking forward, providing them with a field of fire with what was for practical purposes absolute protection. You couldn't see them as they fired. Typically, the Germans would place their MG-42s at the corners opposite the gap, so that they could bring crossing fire to bear on anyone who ventured into the gap or out into the field. Further, they had pre-sighted mortar and artillery fire on the field. In the initial hedgerow fighting, the Germans would allow a squad of GIs to get into the field, then cut them down. Eventually, the Yanks learned to fight hedgerow style. They would use TNT to blast a hole in the hedge away from the gap, then send a Sherman tank into the hole so that it could fire white phosphorus shells, terrifying to the Germans, loved by the Yanks, into the far corners. Or they would weld steel rails, picked up from the beach obstacles, thus turning Rommel's defenses into their own assets, to the front of a Sherman, so that when it drove into the hedge, the rails would dig into the earth and prevent the tank from going belly up against the skyline, with its unarmored bottom an easy target for German gunners. But those methods were developed only after a couple of weeks of hedgerow fighting, and in any case, there were no tanks on top until late in D-Day. When Rayen set up his company CP in a field outside Verville, it came under artillery fire. He quickly learned another lesson. After 5 minutes under artillery fire, you learned when you had to duck and when you didn't. You could tell from the sound of the incoming rounds where they were going to hit. If they were going to hit 50 yards away, it was too much trouble to hit the dirt. You just stayed up and kept moving. Of course, if they were going to come in a little closer than that, you hit the dirt and prayed. The objective of the 5th Ranger Battalion was Pointe du Hoc. That meant moving through Vierville and west along the coastal road. But Colonel Schneider, always quick to make a decision on the basis of what he was seeing, even when it meant abandoning the plan, sent a patrol from Rayen's company to the left, east, to link up with patrols coming up the Les Moulins draw. Rayen did, moving in the ditches and sunken roads between the hedgerows, and, he remembered, we ran into a patrol of 1st Division troops, actually Company K of the 116th Regiment, 29th Division, attached to the 1st Division for June 6. It included one paratrooper from the 101st, who had landed in water off Omaha Beach, and the 1st Division boys had fished him out, and he was now fighting with them. The link-up, probably the first for the Americans coming up at Vierville and those coming at Saint Laurent, cut off the Germans on the bluff between Dog Green and Easy Green beaches, as well as those between the crest and the coastal road. Rayen observed that, in his words, any reasonable commander should have attempted to move his troops off the beach defenses and inland so that they could continue to fight instead of being captured in the mop-up operations. But the Germans, and the Oost troops on whom German NCOs held pistols, remained loyal to their Führer's and Rommel's doctrine of standing and fighting in place. Rayen felt that they had to have known they were being caught in a trap, but they stayed in their trenches and pillboxes. Something similar was going on over to the west, near Colville. Lieutenant Ferking of the Wehrmacht, who had been directing fire on the beach through the morning, finally was blasted out of his bunker. A Sherman tank got it. His last message before fleeing was, "Gunfire barrage on the beach. Every shell a certain hit. We are getting out." He had waited too long. His battery was out of ammunition, and he and most of his men were killed trying to escape. Other German batteries were running low on ammunition. Colonel Acker, commander of the artillery of the 352nd Division, telephoned to tell 1st Battery that a truck with more shells was coming. "It's on its way already," he promised. It was, but it took a direct hit from a 14-inch naval shell. The explosion left nothing describable. Most Germans did not know it yet, but they had lost the battle. They had expended most of their immediately available ammunition and failed to stop the assault. Things were in reverse. With landlines of communication, the Germans should have been able to move unlimited quantities of ammunition to their guns, as they had done in World War I. But Allied naval and air power had turned the Calvados coast into something like an island, which meant the Germans in the front lines would have to fight with what they had at hand. Meanwhile, the Americans should have found it difficult to supply their men ashore, as they had no ports and everything from bullets to shells had to be brought in over water to an open beach. Yet it was the Americans who had a steady stream of reinforcements and fresh supplies coming into the battle, and the Germans could do nothing to stop them. The general German failure to fall back and regroup once American patrols had infiltrated the German line was a major mistake. Still, it had some benefits. Germans in observation posts on the bluff and crest could call in artillery fire on the beaches and keep the exits under fire, so long as ammunition held out, while those in the trenches and pillboxes could continue to direct aimed fire on the beaches. But the price was far too high. Staying in place meant the Germans could not form up for concentrated counterattacks against the squads, platoons, and companies that had made it to the top at a time when the GIs had no artillery support and no weapons heavier than BARs, 30-caliber machine guns, and mortars. "They could have swept us off with a broom," one ranger declared, but instead the Wehrmacht soldiers stayed in their fixed defenses, from which they could still kill Americans, but not win the battle. They paid the price for Hitler's obsession with defending every square inch of his conquered empire, and for Rommel's obsession with stopping the invasion cold on the beach. On the high ground, too, the Germans fought a strictly defensive action. Partly this was because the hedgerows were such marvelous defensive positions. Mainly it was because they were receiving few reinforcements, even as the Americans sent wave after wave of combat infantry onto the beach and into the battle. The Germans were supposed to counterattack immediately, in battalion strength, but because they were confused with their senior commanders absent, because they had their troops scattered in platoon strength in the small villages of Normandy, and it took time to assemble them, because they were still a horse-drawn army for the most part, and mainly because the Allied air forces, which had done so little to help the infantry on the beach, did an outstanding job of strafing and bombing bridges, crossroads, and assembly points inland all through D-Day, thus hampering German movement to the sound of the guns. The Germans were unable to launch even one company-strength counterattack at Omaha Beach on D-Day. They fought effectively, inflicting casualties and for the most part holding their hedgerows, thus preventing the Americans from getting inland more than a couple of kilometers, far short of their intended D-Day objectives. But they fought isolated, confused, small unit actions designed to delay and harass and hold, rather than to drive the Americans off the high ground. As Rayen was establishing contact with K Company, 116th, Colonel Schneider pushed the remainder of the 5th Rangers across the coastal road, intending to go around Vierville to the south and head out for Pointe du Hoc. But the leading companies were held up by machine guns firing from hedgerows south of the road. 3 times Schneider tried to outflank the German positions, only to run into new ones. "We ran into the doggonest bunch of Germans you ever did see," Private Donald Nelson recalled. We got pinned down, and we really couldn't move. Colonel Schneider came up and wanted to know what the trouble was. Snipers, Nelson replied. Can't you get them? Schneider asked. No, sir, we can't even see them, Nelson answered. Schneider took his helmet off, got a stick, put the helmet on the stick, and eased it up. The moment that helmet got up above the hedgerow, Nelson said, the snipers started shooting at it. That's the way we got a few of the snipers. Nelson was on the very tip of the front line. He wanted to see more, so he and a buddy, in his words, crawled up on this hedgerow and took our helmets off, and a 5-man German machine gun crew set their gun right in front of us. We laid real quiet and watched them. They were about 20 feet from us. They got the machine gun all set up and pulled the slide back and put a shell in the chamber. My buddy tapped me on the side of my foot with his foot, and I tapped him back. We let them have it. I covered him while he went and rolled them over to see if they were all dead. They were. As the Rangers continued to extend their line to the south in the attempt to outflank Vierville, Company C of the 116th Regiment moved through the village without opposition. Company B of the Rangers joined up. The combined forces then moved west, along the coastal road toward Pointe du Hoc. At about 500 meters out of Vierville, they were stopped by machine gun fire from hedgerows. For the next few hours, the Americans tried to outflank the positions, only to run into new ones. Every attempt to move across an open field was checked by German rifle and automatic weapon fire at ranges of 200 to 300 meters. A major problem for the Americans was keeping up the momentum of the advance. This is always a problem for an attacking force, made much worse at Omaha by the natural and inevitable tendency of men who had made it up from the hell on the beach to the comparative quiet of the high ground to feel that they had triumphed, and thus done their job for that day. In addition, they were exhausted. Furthermore, as with the paratroopers at Utah, when the men got into a village, they had immediate, easy access to wine. Sergeant William Lewis of the 116th recalled spending the afternoon of D-Day, in his words, trying to get organized outside Vierville. I had liberated a big jug of wine, and we all had a drink. The residents of Vierville were, of course, terrified. Pierre and Ferdinand Piprel decided to flee to the south. On the way, they saw some soldiers crouching behind a hedgerow. Pierre Piprel said it was hard to tell who they were since we did not know the Allied uniforms. Arriving close, I asked them, "English?" And they answered, "No, Americans." Seeing their packs of Lucky Strikes, we knew we were safe. They let us go on. The absence of radios, the lack of unit cohesion, and the nature of the terrain also contributed to the inability to maintain momentum west of Vierville. Where individuals could set an example and lead the way up the bluff, in the hedgerows, the brave got cut down when they exposed themselves by dashing forward. We were under observation all afternoon long, Corporal Gale Becue of the Rangers recalled. One man moving alone would draw sniper fire, but any concentration of men would bring in the artillery and mortar rounds. We had the village secure, but outside Vierville we had only fleeting glimpses of the Germans. Those who had led the way off the beach and up the bluff had a much better chance than those who tried to lead on top. The men behind the seawall could see for themselves that to stay where they were was to die, that they could not fall back, that only by following advancing columns did they have any chance at all. On top, a man crouched behind a hedgerow was safe right where he was. Isolation contributed to the loss of momentum, as it led many men to the conclusion that their groups were on their own, as was indeed often the case. From noon through the balance of June 6, Private Harry Parley of the 116th said, "I am unable to recall chronologically what happened to me. The rest of the day is a jumbled memory of running, fighting, and hiding. We moved like a small band of outlaws, much of the time not knowing where we were, often meeting other groups like ours, joining and separating as situations arose, always asking for news of one's company or battalion." Parley related one incident from the early afternoon. He was moving along a road when he heard the characteristic clank of a tracked vehicle, then the roar of a German cannon. He said, terrified, I turned, ran like hell, and dove into a roadside ditch. Already there was a tough old sergeant from the 1st Division, lying on his side as one would relax on a sofa. I screamed at him, "It's a tank! What the hell do we do now?" The sergeant, a veteran of North Africa and Sicily, stared calmly at Parley for a few seconds, poker-faced, and said, "Relax, kid. Maybe it'll go away." Sure enough, it did. Colonel Canham, CO of the 116th, moved out of Vierville at around 1200 to set up his HQ at the prearranged CP location, the Château de Valmicelle, a half-kilometer south of the village. In the process, his HQ group, 3 or 4 officers and a couple of enlisted men, got isolated behind a hedgerow just short of the chateau. Private Carl Wiest, with a platoon of rangers, came on the scene. Canham spotted the men and ordered them to act as his CP guard. The chateau was full of Germans. A German riding a bicycle came up the road. The rangers shot him, then took up outpost positions around the chateau. Wiest watched as a platoon of German soldiers came out of the chateau and formed up in a column around an old 2-wheeled horse buggy with wounded in it. The Germans were unaware of the presence of the Americans. They had their rifles slung over their shoulders. Wiest said, "They were pulling the cart along, 2 guys shoving and 2 guys pulling. We waited until they got real close, maybe 10 yards, and we stepped out in the road with our weapons pointed at them, and they surrendered immediately." Now, with this kind of a situation, what in the hell do you do with 25 prisoners? We put them in an orchard, and we put 1 man guarding them, and we tried to interrogate them. Hell, they were no Germans. They were all Hungarians, Romanians, Russians, anything but Germans. There was 1 German non-com, middle-aged, and this guy looked like he wanted to do anything but fight a war. He was just happy as hell to be a prisoner, although he was concerned about a German counterattack, but not nearly as concerned as we were. The situation was becoming very, very tenuous. Here was Colonel Canham with 1,500 yards of front to cover, and he had a total of about 35 men to do it with, expecting a German armored attack. Oh man, you talk about bad spirits. As the afternoon wore on, there was talk among the rangers about shooting the prisoners, but Wiest pointed out that not only is that illegal and immoral, it's stupid. When the light began to fade, Wiest said, "We had them lay real close to each other, and we put a man with a BAR at the end, and we made it plain to them that when it got dark, we wouldn't be able to observe them, but we could hear them, and if anybody made any move, we were going to get the whole bunch of them with the BAR. They lay there through the night, and believe me, those were some damn quiet enemy." At 1400, Lieutenant J. Mahaffey of the Rangers was on the outskirts of Vierville. He lost a man who had been crossing a gap in the hedgerow to a German sniper. Just then, a ranger came down the road with 8 German POWs. Mahaffey lined the prisoners up in the gap, hands clasped over their helmets, then had his men get past the gap behind the prisoners. "We didn't have time to fool with prisoners," he said. So once safely beyond the gap, he just waved to the Germans to continue on down the bluff and find someone to whom they could surrender. Colonel Canham's isolation was complete. His only working radio belonged to the liaison officer from the 743rd Tank Battalion, and even he could not contact any of the tanks still down on the beach. Canham did get some help, that may not have been needed, from the Navy. At 1350, a signalman on LCI 538 at Dog Green Beach sent a visual message to destroyer Harding. "Believe church steeple to be enemy artillery observation post. Can you blast it?" Harding replied, "Which church do you mean?" The signalman replied, "Vierville." Harding sent back, "Don't you mean the church at Colville?" Again, the signalman replied, "No, Vierville." Harding called the commander of Force O Forward Observers to report the request. CFO-FO replied 5 minutes later, granting permission to fire on the church for 1 minute. Harding's action report noted, "At 1413 opened fire at a range of 3,200 yards and completely demolished church, expending 40 rounds, every shell of which landed on the target." The incident was typical in a number of ways of not only D-Day, but of the later fighting in France. Whenever the Americans took artillery fire, they were convinced that the Germans were using the spires of nearby churches for observation posts, and used their own artillery to knock those spires down. Sometimes they were right about the OP. Often they were wrong. In any case, there were few standing spires left in Normandy after the battle. In the case of Vierville, the town was in American hands, unknown to LCI 538 and Harding, and none of those on the spot thought the spire was being used as an OP. Harding claimed a ranger officer later confirmed that the church contained 4 enemy machine guns, which were completely demolished. Harding's claim to have hit the church with every shell was contradicted by Mayor Michel Hardelet of Vierville, who said that the first shell exploded in his house, causing the wall of the second floor to collapse. The second hit the bakery, killing the maid and the baker's baby. The following shells hit the surrounding buildings as well as the church. The GIs in the town took some casualties from the naval fire. Such contradictions in the testimony of eyewitnesses, well known among witnesses to traffic accidents, are commonplace in war. In the case of the D-Day fights at Vierville, Saint-Laurent, and Colleville, they are exacerbated by the nature of the action. Small groups without knowledge of what was going on around them, no radio or other contact, each group engaged in its own battle. When the American destroyers had a spotter, they could be deadly accurate. Private Slaughter of the 116th saw Satterlee do some fine work. Slaughter was on the edge of the Vierville draw. He spotted Sergeant William Presley leading a small band of men. Presley was 6 feet 4 inches, weighed 230 pounds, and was, according to Slaughter, the epitome of a first sergeant, rugged-looking, immaculate, and gifted with a booming voice. In front of Presley there was a naval forward observer, lying face down, dead, with a radio strapped to his back. Presley had been observing a battery of Nebelwerfer, 105 mm mortars, firing from a fixed position a couple of 100 meters to his front. The shells were playing hell with the reinforcements arriving on the beach. Presley retrieved the radio and made contact with Satterlee. He said he had a target and gave the coordinates. Satterlee fired. Presley gave a correction, another shell, another correction. Then Presley called, "Fire for effect." Slaughter, watching all this, recalled, "We heard the salvo, boom, ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-boom, ba-ba-boom." Soon the shells came screaming over on the way to the German tormentors. Kerwhoom, 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 kerwhoomum, kerwhoomum. The ground trembled under us. The exploding shells saturated the area, some of them landing too close for comfort to our position. That action put the Nebelwerfer out of action and earned Presley the Distinguished Service Cross. Shortly thereafter, Slaughter saw his first German prisoner. He was being interrogated by a German-speaking American officer armed with a carbine. The captive was on his knees, hands behind his head. The American demanded to know where the minefields were located. The prisoner replied with his name, rank, and serial number. "Where are the damn minefields?" the officer shouted. With an arrogant look on his face, the prisoner gave his name, rank, and serial number. The American fired his carbine between the German's knees. With a smirk on his face, the German pointed to his crotch and said, "Nicht hier." Then he pointed to his head and said, "Here." The American interrogator gave up and waved the prisoner away. Slaughter commented, "This convinced me that we were fighting first-rate soldiers." At nightfall, the Vierville area was the weakest part of the beachhead, the Army official history states. The 5th Rangers and elements of the 1st Battalion, 116th, with some combat engineers, were holding defensive positions west and southwest of the village. Many were surrounded. One Ranger platoon had, amazingly, managed to make it to Pointe du Hoc almost without incident. Communication ranged from poor to completely absent. The Vierville draw remained closed almost until dark. Dog green, white, and red sectors on the beach were still under heavy artillery fire, and few landings had been attempted after 1200, which meant that few reinforcements were coming up to help. Lieutenant Francis Dawson of the Rangers had already earned a DSC for his actions in getting men off the beach. When he got to Vierville, his unit was stopped on the west side by machine gun fire. He said, "We failed to eliminate this gun, so we withdrew and came back to the Vierville road and tried to outflank it. But as night fell, we were not too far from Vierville. We dug in." Others had similar experiences. Lieutenant Mahaffey got through Vierville in the mid-afternoon, then stopped. He recalled, "Our right flank was the English Channel, our left flank our own outposts. We held this position the rest of D-Day. We were less than a mile from where we had landed." Private Paul Calvert of the 116th, after describing the route his company followed to Vierville, declared, "The end of the day saw this group completely fatigued, demoralized, disorganized, and utterly incapable of concerted military action. The men were scattered from captured German positions overlooking the Vierville draw to the designated CP with Colonel Canham. But the Germans at Vierville were also fatigued, demoralized, disorganized, and incapable of concerted action. From behind their hedgerows, German snipers and machine gunners could delay and harass and stop the American advance, but they could not push the men from the Rangers and the 116th back down the bluff." The village of Vierville had not been defended by the Germans, but Saint Laurent held a company of infantry from the 352nd Division. The Germans were dug in on the high ground commanding the upper end of the Les Moulins draw. They were on both sides of the road coming up the draw, and controlled the approaches to the main crossroads on the western outskirts of the village. Major Sidney Bingham, CO of 2nd Battalion, 116th, organized a series of attacks against the German position, only to be stopped by machine gun fire from positions which his men were unable to locate. In the afternoon, the GIs at Saint Laurent got help from the 115th Regiment, 29th Division. The 115th landed at E1 Draw just before noon, but it took many hours for the regiment to clear the beach and launch an assault on Saint Laurent from the northeast. It was slowed by mines, and by a rumor sweeping through the troops that American mine detectors could not locate German mines, so that the paths marked out by white tape were not safe. German snipers on the bluff caused some casualties and many delays. We moved cautiously and hesitantly, partly because of fear, and partly because of the strangeness of the situation, Sergeant Charles Zarfas recalled. Saint Laurent was only about a kilometer up from the beach, but the 2nd Battalion, 115th, did not start its attack against the village until late afternoon, while the 1st Battalion did not reach its objective south of Saint Laurent until 1800. Private John Hooper got near Saint Laurent in mid-afternoon. He said, "Creeping forward, ever so cautiously, I tripped a bouncing Betty mine. It popped into the air and I hit the ground, expecting to be blown to bits. It fell back to earth with a thump. A dud. Greatly fatigued, I just lay there wondering if the war would last much longer." Hooper got up and advanced, only to be held up by machine gun fire coming from a wood. A prolonged firefight ensued. Rifle ammunition for the GIs was running critically low. A lieutenant with an M1 and binoculars told Hooper to cover him. He intended to climb a tree and, in his words, get those bastards. "That's not a good idea, Lieutenant," Hooper said. The lieutenant glared at him, turned, climbed the tree, found a good firing position, and shot 3 times. Then he came crashing down, screaming, "My God, I'm hit!" Hooper and a buddy dragged him to a hedgerow. He had been shot in the chest. They called for a medic who gave him some morphine. "What a thorough waste," Hooper commented to his buddy. "All the money spent on commissioning this guy, and he's trying to act like a Sergeant York. Didn't last a day. What a terrible waste." The lieutenant died that evening. By late afternoon, E1 was open for tracked vehicles. At 2000 hours, Major Bingham sent a runner to ask for tank support in the assault on Saint Laurent. 3 tanks from the 741st Tank Battalion came up. They destroyed sniper and machine gun nests in the vicinity of the village. But just as the infantry began to move in, 5-inch shells from American destroyers came pouring down. As at Vierville, the troops at Saint-Laurent had no way of contacting the Navy, and they took some casualties as a result of the bombardment. After the naval fire lifted, the fighting in Saint-Laurent reached a crescendo. GIs ducked around corners, threw grenades into windows, kicked in doors, and sprayed interiors with their BARs and carbines. The Germans, taking advantage of the stone houses that might as well have been fortresses, fought back furiously. In the midst of this street fighting, several men from the 115th were startled to see Lieutenant Colonel William Warfield, CO of the 2nd Battalion, calmly sitting on a curb with his feet extended into the street, tossing pebbles at a scruffy dog. Another strange sight. General Gerhardt had come ashore in the late afternoon and set up 29th Division HQ in a quarry in the Vierville draw. He could not get much information on how things were going up on top for his regiments, but he could see a long file of men trudging up the draw. He spotted a passing soldier eating an orange. When the man tossed the orange peel away, Gerhardt sprang up from the maps he was studying and gave the GI a furious tongue-lashing for littering. By nightfall, 29th Division troops held positions north, east, and south of Saint-Laurent and parts of the town. Elements from 5 battalions had spent the afternoon fighting through an area of about a square mile without securing it, and it was defended by only a single German company. That spoke well for the German defenders, and showed what excellent defensive positions hedgerows and stone houses on narrow streets provided, as well as how difficult it was in World War II for infantry lacking on-site artillery, tank, or mortar support to carry out a successful assault. But although the Germans had done well, and the Americans had failed to reach their objectives, the prospects for the next day were decidedly dismal for the Germans. The GIs had fresh supplies coming up from the beach, plus reinforcements, plus all those vehicles waiting for a chance to drive up the draws and get into the action. The Germans were all but surrounded. They had no hope of fresh supplies or reinforcements, and they were badly outnumbered. At Colville, as in the other 2 villages, small separate battles developed throughout the afternoon. Advancing American units were more or less blind, and coordinated action by the assaulting forces was impossible. Captain Joe Dawson got his men from G Company, 16th Regiment, 1st Division, into the western edge of Colville in the afternoon, but after seizing the first few buildings, he was unable to advance further, due to a terrible experience. The Navy had been given orders to fire on Colville as soon as visibility would permit, Dawson explained. Due to the haze of battle which permeated the whole sky and area, observation was almost impossible. Nevertheless, in the late afternoon, our Navy did go ahead and decide to level Colville while we were there. We lost 64 men from our naval fire as it swept the town from one end to the other. That was the worst tragedy that befell us on D-Day. Harding participated in the bombardment. The ship's action report read, "At 1854, received orders from Commander Task Force to open fire for 2 minutes on Colville Church, range 3,500 yards, which was complied with. At 1857, ceased fire, church badly battered, 73 rounds expended. At 1935, again received orders from CTF to open fire, again for 2 minutes on Colville Church, and to spread fire around area. At 1937, opened fire again on same target, range at this time 3,800 yards, scoring numerous hits on church and area. 60 rounds expended. It is believed that this church was being used as an observation post for mortar fire, since the beach at this time was being bombarded, apparently from inland. The CTF was just guessing. Dawson's losses, and those of other companies in Vierville and Saint-Laurent, to so-called friendly fire, were one of the prices paid for the complete absence of radio communication between those on the high ground and the Navy in the Channel. Between 1100 and 1400, the 18th Regiment landed in front of E1 Draw and began moving up to join in the attack on the Colville area. The 2nd Battalion passed to the west of Dawson to take up positions a half-kilometer southeast of the village. The 1st Battalion ran into 2 platoons of Germans holding trenches near the head of E1 Draw, eventually bypassed them, and headed toward the village. As we moved against moderate fire toward the town of Colville, Lieutenant Charles Ryan of Company A related, I became aware of a small group of men moving steadily toward Colville. As I reached my position, I saw that it was my battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Robert York, who was one of the greatest combat leaders of World War II or any other war. He had his command group with him. He paused to say, "Keep moving, boys, through town to the other side. We're getting a handle on this thing, but we still have a long way to go." Then he moved ahead. At 1730, Ryan's platoon reached the coastal road, where it assumed defensive positions for the anticipated counterattack. That night, Ryan remembered, we were subjected to continuous machine gun and rifle fire. He paused, then went on. But there was a beachhead. The 1st Division was ashore. The 6th of June, 1944, was an exhausting day, a frightening day, an exhilarating day, a sorrowful day, and a joyous day. It was a day when the men in the 1st Division lived up to the division motto, "No mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first." Now, 45 years later, it's hard for me to believe that I was a part of this. I still correspond with some of the men in my D-Day platoon, and we're all still proud of what was done and happy that we were a part of it, and completely bewildered as to why we survived. But we're bewildered by lots of things these days. At 1900, the 1st Division CO, General Hubner, landed on Easy Red and set up his CP. At 2030, General Jarrow and the Advance HQ of 5th Corps left the Ancon for shore. On the high ground, inland, the men of the 29th and 1st Divisions were scattered and isolated in 18 different pockets around the 3 villages. There was no continuous line. They had no artillery or heavy mortars, only a few tanks, no communications with the naval or air forces. For the night, they were on the defensive, dug in. But they were there. The presence of so much brass on the beach was proof that they had secured the beachhead and won the battle. The German defenders had inflicted very heavy casualties on the assaulting force at Omaha Beach. 5th Corps suffered 2,400 dead, wounded, and missing in putting 34,000 troops of the 55,000-man assault force ashore. Losses of 7.2% in one day are horrendous, but that was 5 percentage points less than anticipated. The 352nd Division suffered 1,200 killed, wounded, and missing, or about 20% of its total strength. The 29th and 1st Divisions had accomplished their basic objective, establishing a foothold, even if they had not driven anywhere near as far inland as they had planned or hoped. The 352nd Division had not accomplished its objective, stopping the assault on the beach. The experiences of Private Franz Gockel of the 352nd provide some vivid images of what the day was like for a German infantryman. At 0830 he had thought the battle won, but the Americans had continued to land. To his left and right, American squads and platoons had bypassed WN-62, then attacked it from the rear. In Gockel's words, making it necessary for us to defend ourselves from attack from behind. At noon, he got a half ration of bread and a mess tin of milk, but no supplies or reinforcements came in. A runner sent to get help was never seen again. The Americans pressed on, and, as Gockel said, our resistance became weaker. Gockel was shot through the left hand. The medic who put a bandage on smiled and said it looked like a good Heimatschuss, $1,000,000 wound. American troops got into the network of trenches, and suddenly they were only 20 meters away. Gockel grabbed his rifle and ran toward Colville. On the outskirts, he linked up with his company CO and the few survivors of WN-62. The Americans were already in the village. The CO ordered Gockel and 15 other wounded men into a truck for transport to a hospital in Bayeux. The route was blocked. Ruins and rubble covered the crossroads. Here was the payoff from the B-17s and battleship bombardment. Gockel recalled, dead cattle lay in the pastures. The supply units had also suffered their share of casualties. Many of them were immobilized. Gockel's truck came under fire from a strafing RAF fighter plane. He and his comrades jumped out. Those with light wounds proceeded on foot toward Bayeux. En route, they commandeered a French farmer's horse and wagon. In Bayeux, they found that the hospital had been evacuated. They were told to proceed to Vire. They found that city badly damaged and still burning from air bombardment. They spent the night in a farmhouse, drinking Calvados. Of the 20 men from WN-62, only 3 escaped unwounded, and they were taken prisoner. Gockel concluded, none of my comrades who had survived the invasion continued to believe in victory. The German failure at Omaha Beach had many causes. The attempt to defend everywhere had scattered the division in driblets here, droplets there. Furthermore, the CO of the 352nd, General Kreis, completely misinterpreted Allied intentions. At 0200, when he received reports about paratroopers landing on his left flank between Isigny and Carentan, he thought that the Americans were trying to separate the 352nd from the 709th. At 0310, he ordered his division reserve, called Kampfgruppe Meyer, after the CO of the 915th Regiment, to move from its positions south of Bayeux all the way to the Vire estuary. But it was a wild goose chase. The paratroopers were a handful of 101st men who had been misdropped. At 0550, Kreis realized his error. He told Meyer to halt the Kampfgruppe and await further orders. Within a half hour, the Americans began landing at Omaha, but not until 0735 did Kreis commit reserves to the area, and then he sent only 1 battalion from the Kampfgruppe. At 0835, he sent the other 2 battalions against the British 50th Division at Gold Beach. Splitting the 915th in this fashion meant it was nowhere able to strike a telling blow. The battalions were also hours late in arriving at the battle areas because as they moved, they were shot up by Allied fighters and hit by Allied bombers. Inadequate intelligence in many cases, and none at all in others, badly hampered Kreis, but he was as guilty of passing on bad information as he was a victim of receiving it. At 1000, he reported penetrations in the forward positions of the 352nd at Omaha, but indicated that they were not dangerous. At 1335, he advised 7th Army HQ that the American assault had been hurled back into the sea, except at Colville, which he said was being counterattacked by the 915th. Not until 1800 did he admit that the Americans had infiltrated through the 352nd's strongpoints, but even then he claimed that only Colville was in danger. At 1700, Field Marshal Rundstedt demanded that the Allied bridgehead be wiped out that evening. A few minutes later, General Jodl sent out an order from OKW. All available forces should be thrown into the battle. At 1825, Kreis ordered his last uncommitted unit, the Engineer Battalion, to move to Saint-Laurent and fight as infantry. By the time the engineers got there, it was dark, too late to do anything but dig in and wait for daylight. Shortly before midnight, June 6, Kreis admitted to his corps commander, General Marx, that the 352nd desperately needed help. He said, "Tomorrow the division will be able to offer the enemy the same determined resistance it did today, but because of heavy casualties, reinforcements must be brought up by the day after tomorrow. Losses of men and material in the resistance nests are total." Marx replied, "All reserves available to me have already been moved up. Every inch of the ground must be defended to the utmost capacity until new reinforcements can be brought up." In sum, The fighting power of the 352nd had been frittered away in stubborn defensive action by small groups who were able to delay but not stop the American advance. Rommel's insistence on close-up defense of the beach had made the initial assault phase harder for the Americans, but at excessive cost for the Germans, and it had not worked. In that respect, the Army's official history states, Fifth Corps had surmounted a severe crisis, and the success of its hard fight should be measured in other terms than the size of the beachhead. The 352nd was used up. No reinforcements were immediately available. Those coming to the sound of the guns from the interior of France, whether infantry or panzer, were going to have to run a gauntlet of air and naval gunfire to get there. The Atlantic Wall had been cracked at Omaha Beach, and there was nothing behind it in the way of fixed fortifications, except those awful hedgerows. How did Fifth Corps do it? The sheer weight of the assault was one of the deciding factors, but by itself not enough to ensure victory. Private Carl Wiest of the Rangers has an answer to the question. In his oral history, he was relating a story about his company commander, Captain George Whittington. He was a hell of a man, Wiest said. He led people. I recall the time a week or so after D-Day, when we shot a cow and cut off some beef, and were cooking it over a fire on sticks. Captain Whittington came up and threw a German boot next to the fire and said, "I'll bet some son of a bitch misses that." We looked at the boot. The German's leg was still inside of it. I'll bet by God he did miss it. That same day, Wiest heard the executive officer of the 5th Ranger Battalion, Major Richard Sullivan, criticizing Captain Whittington for unnecessarily exposing himself. He recalled, "Whittington said to Sully, 'You saw it happen back on that goddamn beach. Now you tell me how the hell you lead men from behind.'" Wiest's introduction to combat came on D-Day. He fought with the Rangers through the next 11 months. He concluded that the Allied High Command had been right to insist that there be practically no experienced troops in the initial waves that hit that beach, because an experienced infantryman is a terrified infantryman, and they wanted guys like me who were more amazed than they were frozen with fear, because the longer you fight a war, the more you figure your numbers coming up tomorrow, and it really gets to be god-awful. Wiest made a final point. In war, the best rank is either private or colonel or better. But those ranks in between, hey, those people have got to be leaders. At Omaha Beach, they were. Chapter 25. It was just fantastic. Afternoon on Omaha Beach. By early afternoon, a majority of the German pillboxes on the beach and bluff had been put out of action by destroyers, tanks, and infantry, suppressing, if not entirely eliminating, machine gun fire on the beach. Sniper fire, however, continued. The Germans made use of the maze of communication trenches and tunnels to reoccupy positions earlier abandoned and resumed firing. Worse, artillery from inland and flank positions kept up harassing fire on the beach flat, some of it haphazard, some of it called in by OPs on the bluff. Even the haphazard fire was effective, because the traffic jam remained. It was hardly possible for a shell or mortar fired on the beach flat to miss. Captain Oscar Rich was a spotter for the 5th Field Artillery Battalion. He was on an LCT with his disassembled L-5 plane. He came to Easy Red at 1300. He said, "I'd like to give you first my impression of the beach, say from 100 yards out till the time we got on the beach," he said. Looking in both directions, you could see trucks burning, tanks burning, piles of I don't know what burning. Ammunition had been unloaded on the beach. I saw one pile of 5-gallon gasoline cans, maybe 500 cans in all. A round hit them. The whole thing just exploded and burned. I've never seen so much just pure chaos in my life. But what I expected, yet didn't see, was anybody in hysterics. People on the beach were very calm. The Seabees were directing traffic and bringing people in and assigning them to areas and showing them which way to go. They were very matter-of-fact about the whole thing. They were directing traffic just like it was the 4th of July parade back home, rather than where we were. While the LCT circled offshore, looking for a place to go in, a mortar round hit it in the bow. The skipper, an ensign, nevertheless saw a likely spot and moved in. The beachmaster waved him off. He had forgotten to drop his sea anchor, so we had one heck of a time trying to get off the sandbar, but finally we made it. I felt sorry for this ensign, who was really shook up after taking this round in the bow and forgetting to drop his sea anchor. And he asked me, "Lieutenant, do you know anything about running ships?" And I said, "Hell, man, I've been running boats all my life." Actually, the biggest I'd ever run was a skiff fishing in the river, but he said, "You want to run this?" And I said, "I sure as hell do." I got one of the sailors and told him, "Son, you've got one job and one job only." He said, "What's that?" I said, "When we get within 100 yards of the shore, you drop this sea anchor, whether I tell you to or not." The LCT went in again. Somehow, the sailors managed to drop the bow, even as the craft took another hit in the engine room. 2 jeeps ran off. To Rich's dismay, they forgot to hook my airplane on, and I didn't have a jeep. A Seabee came over with a bulldozer, hooked a rope onto the tow bar for the L5, pulled it onto the beach, unhooked the plane, told Rich he had other work to do, wished him luck, and drove off. "So there I was with an airplane," said Rich. "No mechanic, no help, and no transportation." Rich saw the beachmaster. He said he couldn't have been over 25 years old. He had a nice handlebar mustache, and he was sitting in a captain's chair there on the beach, and he had a radio and a half-dozen telephones, and a bunch of men serving him as runners, and he was just keeping everything going. People came up to him and wanted to know this, that, or the other. He never lost his temper. He never got excited. He would just tell them, and they'd go away. He was only a lieutenant, but these army colonels and generals would come up and demand this and demand that, and he'd say, "I'm sorry, I haven't got it. You'll just have to take what you've got and go on with it." They would shake their heads and go off and leave him. When he'd spot an open space, why, he'd say, "Let's get a craft in there. Let's get a boat in there. Let's get that one out of the way. Get a bulldozer over and shove that tank out of the way. Make room for somebody to come in here." He kept that beach moving. I have no idea who he was, but the Navy certainly should have been proud of him, because he did a tremendous job. Rich told the beachmaster he needed a jeep to pull his L5 off the beach. He said, "There's one over there. There's nobody in it. Go take it." Rich did, and wove his way through the congestion to the E1 draw, his plane in tow. Then he drove up the draw. Rich was possibly the first to do so. It had just opened. On top, Rich found the apple orchard outside Saint Laurent, where he was supposed to be, and began to assemble his plane. With no mechanic to help, he was not making much progress. From time to time, he would get some help from a GI who could not resist the temptation to tinker with the machine. Sooner or later, a non-com or officer would yell at the soldier to get the hell back to the battle, and Rich would be on his own again. Not until dark did he get his plane ready to fly. Rich was lucky. German artillery and mortar fire concentrated on the exits. Without spotter planes, the Navy could not locate the sources of the fire. As the afternoon wore on, the shelling got heavier. Admiral Charles Cook and Major General Tom Handy of the War Department, observing the action from the deck of Harding, decided they needed a closer look. They offloaded onto an LCI, closed the beach, transferred to an LCM, and went in through a gap in the obstacles. The beach was strewed with wrecked landing craft, wrecked tanks, and various other vehicles, Cook recalled. It was also strewed with dead and wounded. Handy went to the right, Cook to the left. Shells burst all around them, throwing sand in their faces, forcing them to hit the beach, in Cook's case inflicting some slight shrapnel wounds. After a couple of hours, they rejoined and decided to get out because, as Cook said, the shelling was getting very much heavier, increasing the casualty toll, and it appeared highly desirable to leave. Lieutenant Vince Schlotterbeck of the 5th ESB spent 7 hours on an LCT cruising just out of range of the German guns, waiting for an opportunity to go in. Like most others, the skipper had cut loose the barrage balloon. There were no German planes strafing the fleet, and the balloons gave the Germans a target to spot and zero in on. Schlotterbeck spent the time perched atop the landing ramp, watching whatever caught his eye. He said the underwater obstacles could be seen plainly, since the tide was not all the way in. The wreckage on the beach and in the water was greater than anything I had ever imagined. Tanks were strewn along the beach, some half submerged. We could see that there were only 2 or 3 tanks on which we could depend. At 18:30, the LCT tried to run in. Schlotterbeck recalled, "We headed for a likely spot but ran onto a sandbar and had to back off because the water was too deep. Just as we cleared, a shell threw up a spray in the exact spot where we had been grounded. The skipper tried again. He found a gap in the obstacles, but, Schlotterbeck remembered, a big ship loaded with ammunition was grounded and burning fiercely. The almost continuous explosions made it too dangerous to land there, so we sought again. Finally, the skipper saw a good spot at Fox Red and turned toward it, but an LCI raced him to the gap, cutting in front of the LCT and causing it to land on another sandbar. This time it was stuck. Period." Schlotterbeck said, "Our engines throbbed at top speed, and our craft seemed ready to disintegrate from vibration. The stern anchor had been dropped and was being pulled in, but instead of pulling us off, the anchor just dragged along the sand. The engines screamed with power, never ceasing." Meanwhile, the LCI that had beat the LCT to the gap had lowered its ramps, and men were wading into shore. Suddenly, Schlotterbeck said, a shell burst in their midst, and we never saw any of them again. Then the Germans sent a shell into the front of the craft, one in the middle, and one in the rear. Schlotterbeck's LCT finally floated free on the rising tide. The officers on the craft held a conference to decide whether to wait until after midnight when the tide would be full, or to continue to attempt to get ashore. Schlotterbeck said, "Everyone was in favor of going in as soon as possible, because we did not like the idea of hitting the beach after dark, so we kept on trying. And at about 2000 we found the right spot." Schlotterbeck waded ashore. He said, "My mind had already been made up to the fact that a horrible sight would greet me, and it is a good thing that I had prepared myself, because the number of casualties was appalling. The number of dead was very great, but what struck us hardest was the boys who had been wounded and were trying to hitch rides back to the transports. Wounded were walking along the beach, trying to pick up a ride. Those who were more severely wounded came in pairs, supporting each other, when they rightfully should have been stretcher cases." Schlotterbeck had to walk on dead bodies to proceed up the bluff. At one point, he said, "I was ready to walk on a body face up when the soldier slowly opened his eyes, and I almost twisted myself out of shape to avoid him. Luckily, I missed him." Private M.C. Marquis of the 115th Regiment had his own unnerving experience. On his LCVP, going in that afternoon, he had, of all things, exchanged shoes with Corporal Terry. "We thought we got a better fit," he said. Going up the bluff, Terry was in front of Marquis. He stepped on a mine. It split open his foot and shoe. As I walked by, Marquis reported, I said, "So long, Terry." I still wonder if he made it to the hospital. As Marquis climbed, a dozen German prisoners guarded by a GI descended. "Those were the first Germans we saw," Marquis said. "They didn't look so tough." An American went down, hit by a sniper. A medic hurried over to treat the wounded man. The sniper shot the medic in the arm. "Hey!" the medic shouted angrily. "You're not supposed to shoot medics." Marquis got to the top and moved forward with his squad to join the fight in Saint Laurent. Just as he arrived, naval gunfire came in. He got showered with bricks and mortar, but a helmet he had picked up on the beach protected him. The squad retreated and dug in beside a hedgerow. Down on the beach, men went about their work despite the shelling. The demolition teams were making progress in their vital task of clearing paths through the obstacles. As the tide dropped in the afternoon, they methodically blew up Rommel's Belgian gates and tetrahedra, ignoring sniper fire. They completed 3 gaps, partially opened in the morning, made 4 new ones, and widened others. By evening, they had 13 gaps fully opened and marked, and had cleared about one-third of the obstacles on the beach. The engineers, meanwhile, were opening the exits for vehicles. This involved blowing the concrete anti-tank barriers, filling in the anti-tank ditch, removing mines, and laying wire mesh on the sand so the jeeps and trucks could get across. By 1300, they had E1 open to traffic. Movement began at once, but within a couple of hours, new trouble loomed. The vehicles coming up on the plateau were unable to get inland because the crossroad at Saint Laurent was still in enemy hands. For an hour or so, vehicles were jammed bumper to bumper all the way from the beach to the plateau. At 1600, the engineers pushed a branch road south that bypassed the defended crossroad, and movement resumed. At 1700, the Vierville exit, D1, was opened, further relieving the congestion on the beach. Tanks, trucks, and jeeps made it to the top, but almost no artillery did. By dusk, elements of 5 artillery battalions had landed, but they had lost 26 guns to enemy fire and most of their equipment. Except for one mission fired by the 7th Field Artillery Battalion, American cannon, the queen of the battlefield, played no part in the battle on D-Day. The 2 anti-aircraft battalions scheduled to land never even got ashore. They had to wait for D+1. Over 50 tanks were lost, either at sea or on the beach. Planners had scheduled 2,400 tons of supplies to reach Omaha during D-Day, but only 100 tons got ashore. A large proportion of what did arrive was destroyed on the beach. Precious little of it got up to the plateau. Troops on top had to fight with what they carried up the bluff on their backs. They ran dangerously low on the 3 items that were critical to them: ammunition, rations, and cigarettes. Some did not get resupplied until D+2. The Rangers at Pointe du Hoc had to wait until June 9 for fresh supplies. Despite the shelling, the congestion, and the obstacles, all through D-Day afternoon, landing craft kept coming in, bringing more tanks and infantry. Lieutenant Dean Rockwell of the Navy, who had brought his LCT flotilla to Omaha Beach at H-hour and landed the first tanks, made a return trip at 1400. His experience was typical of the skippers trying to get ashore in the follow-up waves. "We cruised along the beach, parallel for hundreds of yards," he recalled, looking for an opening through the obstacles. One time we tried to nose our way through, but made contact with one of the obstacles, which had a mine that detonated and blew a hole in our landing gear, which meant that we could not let our ramp down. Rockwell finally made it to shore, but the damage to his LCT prevented him from discharging his tanks and trailers. He said, "We were able, however, to put the poor soldiers ashore." They were from a medical detachment. "Let me say," Rockwell went on, "I have never seen anybody who liked less to follow through on an assignment than they." The beach was literally covered with military personnel backed up, held down by the fire from the enemy. The enemy was bombarding the beach from mortars back over the bluff. The Germans had predetermined targets, and bodies and sand and material would fly when these mortars went off. Anyway, we put the poor soldiers ashore, and we felt very, very sorry for them. But we thanked God that we had decided to join the Navy instead of the Army. Ernest Hemingway, a correspondent for Collier's, came in on the 7th wave, in an LCVP commanded by Lieutenant J.G. Robert Anderson of Roanoke, Virginia. To Hemingway, the LCVP looked like an iron bathtub. He compared the LCT to a floating freight gondola. The LCIs, according to Hemingway, were the only amphibious operations craft that look as though they were made to go to sea. They very nearly have the lines of a ship. The channel was covered with bathtubs, gondolas, and ships of all kinds. But, Hemingway continued, very few of them were headed toward shore. They would start toward the beach, then sheer off and circle back. As Anderson's LCVP made its way toward shore, Texas was firing over it at the anti-tank barrier at one of the exits. "Those of our troops who were not wax-gray with seasickness," Hemingway wrote, "were watching the Texas with looks of surprise and happiness. Under the steel helmets, they looked like pikemen of the Middle Ages, to whose aid in battle had suddenly come some strange and unbelievable monster. To Hemingway, the big guns sounded as though they were throwing whole railway trains across the sky. Anderson had a hard time finding his designated landing area, Fox Red. Hemingway tried to help him navigate. They argued about landmarks. Once Anderson tried to go in, only to receive intensive fire. "Get her the hell around and out of here, coxswain," Anderson shouted. "Get her out of here!" The LCVP pulled back and circled. Hemingway could see infantry working up the bluff. He wrote, slowly, laboriously, as though they were Atlas carrying the world on their shoulders. Men were climbing. They were not firing. They were just moving slowly, like a tired pack train at the end of the day, going the other way from home. Meantime, the destroyers had run in almost to the beach and were blowing every pillbox out of the ground with their 5-inch guns. I saw a piece of German, about 3 feet long, with an arm on it, sail high up into the air in the fountaining of one shell burst. It reminded me of a scene in Petrushka. Anderson finally got to the beach. So did the other 23 LCVPs from Dorothy Dix. 6 were lost to mined obstacles or enemy fire. Hemingway concluded it had been a frontal assault in broad daylight, against a mined beach defended by all the obstacles military ingenuity could devise. The beach had been defended as stubbornly and as intelligently as any troops could defend it. But every boat from the Dix had landed her troops and cargo. No boat was lost through bad seamanship. All that were lost by enemy action, and we had taken the beach. Captain James Roberts, aide to General Giraud, went ashore at 1700 on Easy Red. As we approached, we were hit with artillery fire. Fragments were knocking us around, he remembered. Several people were hit, including the skipper of our LCI. He was killed. Simultaneously, we hit a sandbar, and we were still 100 or so yards from shore. There was mass confusion and fear, and frankly, I was in a panic. It is very difficult to dig a hole in a steel deck, and there isn't much cover on an LCI. Roberts got off in chest-deep water and made his way to shore. He recalled, "The beach was just a complete shambles. It was like an inferno. There were bodies everywhere, and some wounded being attended to. As I went by a tank, I heard people screaming for morphine. The tank was on fire, and they were burning to death. There wasn't a thing that I could do about that, and it was pretty nerve-shaking. Shells were bursting all around. Roberts got off the beach as fast as he could. His job was to move up to Saint Laurent to set up a CP. As he climbed the bluff, a sniper opened fire. The bullet went over Roberts' head. Roberts tried to fire back, but his carbine was filled with sand and seawater and would not work, so he dove into a foxhole and cleaned it. When it was working, the sniper had gone. Roberts got to the top of the bluff, but could find no one from his HQ company, nor any working radio, so he said, "I didn't have much to do." He returned to the crest of the bluff and looked back at the channel. He recalled, "It was just fantastic. Vessels of all kinds, as far as you could see." Soon, others from his HQ company joined him, and Roberts set up 5th Corps CP north of Saint Laurent. Someone brought along tentage. Roberts set up a pup tent for General Giraud's first night ashore. When Giraud arrived, around 2100, his concerns were establishing communications and the possibility of an armored counterattack. 5th Corps had no contact with the British 50th Division on the left, nor with the U.S. 7th Corps on the right, nor, come to that, with the Rangers at Pointe du Hoc. If the Germans did counterattack, 5th Corps was on its own. Roberts' concern was his general's safety. The front line was only a half-kilometer forward of Corps HQ, which is not the way the military planners like it to be, Roberts said. As darkness fell, Roberts broke out one of his K-rations and ate his first food of the day. Then he found a GI blanket and curled up in a ditch for the night. He said, "Around midnight, when things seemed to be fairly quiet, I remember thinking, man, what a day this has been. If every day is going to be as bad as this, I'll never survive the war." There was no German counterattack. Rommel's plans for fighting the D-Day battle were never put into motion. There were many reasons. First, German surprise was complete. The Fortitude operation had fixed German attention on the Pas-de-Calais. They were certain it would be the site of the battle, and they had placed the bulk of their panzer divisions north and east of the Seine River, where they were unavailable for counterattack in Normandy. Second, German confusion was extensive. Without air reconnaissance, with Allied airborne troops dropping here, there, everywhere, with their telephone lines cut by the resistance, with their army, corps, division, and some regimental commanders at the war game in Rennes, the Germans were all but blind and leaderless. The commander who was most missed was Rommel, who spent the day on the road driving to La Roche-Guyon. Another price the Germans paid for having lost control of the air. Rommel dared not fly. Third, the German command structure was a disaster. Hitler's mistrust of his generals and the generals' mistrust of Hitler were worth a king's ransom to the Allies. So were Hitler's sleeping habits, as well as his Wolkenkuckucksheim ideas. The only high command officer who responded correctly to the crisis at hand was Field Marshal Rundstedt, the old man who was there for window dressing and who was so scorned by Hitler and OKW. 2 hours before the seaborne landings began, he ordered the 2 reserve panzer divisions available for counterattack in Normandy, the 12th SS Panzer and Panzer Lehr, to move immediately toward Caen. He did so on the basis of an intuitive judgment that the airborne landings were on such a large scale that they could not be a mere deception maneuver, as some of his staff argued, and would have to be reinforced from the sea. The only place such landings could come in lower Normandy were on the Calvados and Cotentin coasts. He wanted armor there to meet the attack. Rundstedt's reasoning was sound, his action decisive, his orders clear. But the panzer divisions were not under his command. They were in OKW reserve. To save precious time, Rundstedt had first ordered them to move out, then requested OKW approval. OKW did not approve. At 0730, Jodl informed Rundstedt that the 2 divisions could not be committed until Hitler gave the order, and Hitler was still sleeping. Rundstedt had to countermand the move-out order. Hitler slept until noon. The 2 panzer divisions spent the morning waiting. There was a heavy overcast. They could have moved out free from serious interference from Allied aircraft. It was 1600 when Hitler at last gave his approval. By then, the clouds had broken up, and Allied fighters and bombers ranged the skies over Normandy, smashing anything that moved. The panzers had to crawl into roadside woods and wait under cover for darkness before continuing their march to the sound of the guns. The news couldn't be better, Hitler said when he was first informed that D-Day was here. As long as they were in Britain, we couldn't get at them. Now we have them where we can destroy them. He had an appointment for a reception near Salzburg for the new Hungarian Prime Minister. Other guests included diplomats from Bulgaria, Romania, and Hungary. They were there to be browbeaten by Hitler into doing even more for the German war economy. When he entered the reception room, his face was radiant. He exclaimed, "It's begun at last." After the meeting, he spread a map of France and told Goering, "They're landing here and here, just where we expected them." Goering did not correct this palpable lie. Nazi propaganda minister Goebbels had been told of the Allied airborne landings at 0400. "Thank God, at last," he said. "This is the final round." Goebbels and Hitler's thinking was explained by one of Goebbels' aides, who had pointed out in an April 10, 1944 diary entry, "The question of whether the Allied invasion in the West is coming or not dominates all political and military discussion here. Goebbels is afraid that the Allies dare not make the attempt yet. If so, that would mean for us many months of endless, weary waiting, which would test our strength beyond endurance. Our war potential cannot now be increased, it can only decline. Every new air raid makes the petrol position worse." It had been galling to the Nazis that the Allies had been able to build their strength in England, untouchable by the Luftwaffe or the Wehrmacht. Now they had come within range of German guns. But Hitler was more eager to hit London than to fight a defensive war. He had a weapon to do it with, the V-1. It had first been flown successfully on Christmas Eve, 1943. By June 1944, it was almost ready to go to work. The V-1 was a jet-powered plane carrying a 1-ton warhead. It was wildly inaccurate. Of the 8,000 launched against London, only 20% even hit that huge target. But it had a range of 250 kilometers and flew at 700 kilometers per hour, too fast for Allied aircraft or anti-aircraft to shoot down. On the afternoon of June 6, Hitler ordered the V-1 attacks on London to begin. As was so often the case, he was giving an order that could not be carried out. It took 6 days to bring the heavy steel catapult rigs from their camouflaged dumps to the Channel coast. The attack did not begin until June 12, and when it did, it was a fiasco. Of 10 V-1s launched, 4 crashed at once, 2 vanished without a trace, 1 demolished a railway bridge in London, and 3 hit open fields. Still, the potential was there. Fortunately for the Allies, Hitler had picked the wrong target. Haphazard bombing of London could cause sleepless nights and induce terror, but it could not have a direct military effect. Had Hitler sent the V-1s against the beaches and artificial harbors of Normandy, by June 12 jammed with men, machines, and ships, the vengeance weapons, Goebbels picked the name, which was on the mark, they could sate Hitler's lust for revenge, but they could not affect the war so long as they were directed against London, might have made a difference. On D-Day, Hitler misused his sole potential strategic weapon, just as he misused his tactical counterattack force. His interference with his commanders on the scene stands in sharp contrast to Churchill and Roosevelt, who made no attempt at all to tell their generals and admirals what to do on D-Day, and to Eisenhower, who also left the decision-making up to his subordinates. Eisenhower was up at 0700 on June 6. His naval aide, Harry Butcher, came by his trailer to report that the airborne landings had gone in, and the seaborne landings were beginning. Butcher found Eisenhower sitting up in bed, smoking a cigarette, reading a Western novel. When Butcher arrived, Eisenhower washed, shaved, and strolled over to the tent holding the SHAEF operations section. He listened to an argument about when to release a communique saying that the Allies had a beachhead. Montgomery insisted on waiting until he was absolutely sure the Allies were going to stay ashore, but did not interfere. Eisenhower wrote a brief message to Marshall, informing the Chief of Staff that everything seemed to be going well, and adding that the British and American troops he had seen the previous day were enthusiastic, tough, and fit. He said the light of battle was in their eyes. Eisenhower soon grew impatient with the incessant chatter in the tent, and walked over to visit Montgomery. He found the British general wearing a sweater and a grin. Montgomery was too busy to spend much time with the Supreme Commander, as he was preparing to cross the Channel the next day to set up his advance HQ, but the two leaders did have a brief talk. Then Eisenhower paid a visit to Southwick House to see Admiral Ramsay. All was well with the Navy, Butcher recorded in his diary, and its smiles were as wide as or wider than any. At noon, Eisenhower returned to the tent, where he anxiously watched the maps and listened to the disturbing news coming from Omaha. He called some selected members of the press into his canvas-roofed, pine-walled quarters and answered questions. At one point, he got up from his small table and began pacing. He looked out the door, flashed his famous grin, and announced, "The sun is shining." For the remainder of the day, he paced, his mood alternating as he received news of the situation on the British and Canadian beaches and on Omaha and Utah. After eating, he retired early to get a good night's sleep. The Supreme Commander did not give a single command on D-Day. Hitler gave 2 bad ones. As dusk descended on Omaha Beach, intermittent shell fire continued to come down. Men dug in for the night wherever they could, some in the sand, some at the seawall, some on the bluff slopes, some behind hedgerows on the plateau. There were alarms caused by overeager troops, occasional outbursts of firing. There were no rear areas on D-Day. Still, things had quieted down considerably. Lieutenant Henry Seitzler was a forward observer for the U.S. 9th Air Force. He was taking, in his words, a lot of heckling and ribbing from the guys because of the failure of the Air Forces to bomb and strafe the beaches as promised. Of course, he said, I had nothing to do with it. They just wanted to needle somebody. My biggest problem was to try to stay alive. My work didn't really start until D+3, and here I'd gone in at H+2 hours on D-Day, and I had been in the thickest and hottest part of it, and I had no real work to do, no assignment, except as far as I could see to stay alive, because I had no replacement. Late in the afternoon, Seitzler and some members of a beach brigade decided they were hungry. So, he said, we went out and climbed on a burned-out LCI. We broke into the pantry. Boy, that was really something. It hadn't been damaged. We brought a lot of stuff out and ate it on the beach under the seawall. The Navy really lived fine. We had a boned chicken, boned turkey, boned ham. We had everything you could think of, and we made pigs out of ourselves because we were half-starved by that time. When they finished, they decided they needed to top off their picnic on the beach with some coffee. They built a small fire behind the shingle seawall, using wood they had scavenged from one of the blasted-out vacation homes, and made Nescafé. For Seitzler, that turned out to be a mistake. When it was full dark, the rule was that every man should stay in his foxhole. Anything that moved would be shot. But the Nescafé had a diuretic effect on Seitzler. He recalled, so it was quite a problem, I'll tell you. If I made any noise or anything, I could very well get shot. All I could do was get up, ease up on the edge of my foxhole, roll over a couple of times, use an old tin can to do my business, throw it away and roll back, very slowly and quietly. I called it suffering for sanitation. I have never been able to drink Nescafé since. The next morning, Private Robert Healy of the 149th Combat Engineers and a friend decided to go down the bluff to retrieve their packs. Healy had run out of cigarettes, but he had a carton in a waterproof bag in his pack. When we walked down to the beach, he recalled, it was just an unbelievable sight. There was debris everywhere, and all kinds of equipment washing back and forth in the tide. Anything you could think of seemed to be there. We came across a tennis racket, a guitar, assault jackets, packs, gas masks, everything. We found half a jar of olives, which we ate with great relish. We found my pack, but unfortunately the cigarettes were no longer there. On the way back, I came across what was probably the most poignant memory I have of this whole episode. Lying on the beach was a young soldier, his arms outstretched. Near one of his hands, as if he had been reading it, was a pocketbook, what today would be called a paperback. It was Our Hearts Were Young and Gay by Cornelia Otis Skinner. This expressed the spirit of our ordeal. Our hearts were young and gay because we thought we were immortal. We believed we were doing a great thing, and we really believed in the crusade which we hoped would liberate the world from the heel of Nazism. Chapter 26. The world holds its breath. D-Day on the home fronts. At 0700 Mountain War Time, 1300 French Time, 3 teenage cowboys from western Montana strode into the Mecca Cafe in Helena, the state capital. The previous afternoon, the cowboys had joined the Navy at the Helena recruiting station. They were full of bluff and bluster and themselves. "Food, service, attention," they shouted at the waitress. She and the customers realized that the boys would be shipping out in a few hours, almost certainly their first trip out of Montana. The boisterous bad behavior of the sailors was forgiven. The waitress gave them the super deluxe treatment, while around the tables the customers resumed their conversations over the coffee cups. Someone switched on the radio. Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force has just announced that the invasion has begun. Repeat, D-Day has come. A reporter for the Helena Independent Record was in the cafe. He wrote, "The news was first met with unbelief, and then rapt silence. Food was forgotten. Not a single voice was raised in request for service. No one wanted anything. They only sat and listened and wondered." Not until the invention of the telegraph did people on the varied home fronts of wars know that a great battle was underway even as it was being fought. For Americans in 1861 to 65, the first news came from the bulletins in the newspapers, bulletins that said little more than a great battle was being fought in Pennsylvania or Mississippi. Over the next few days, the papers would report on the battle. Then would come the seemingly never-ending lists of the dead. Gettysburg and Vicksburg were fought simultaneously, which meant that in the first days of July 1863, virtually every American knew someone who was in one of the battles. Son, husband, father, mother, brother, sister, grandson, girlfriend, uncle, friend. They all had to hold their breath. Wait, pray, worry, pray some more, and wait some more. In World War I, Americans again had such agonizing experiences. By World War II, wire transmission had improved. Americans whose loved ones were in the Pacific or North Africa or Italy heard radio reports of battles as they happened, and within a week or so could see carefully censored moving picture film from the battle, never showing dead or badly wounded Americans. What they could not know was how their loved one had fared. For that, they could only wait and pray that the man from Western Union did not knock at their door. On D-Day, a vast majority of the American people was involved. Most of them had made a direct contribution, as farmers providing the food, as workers in defense plants making planes or tanks or shells or rifles or boots, or any of the myriad items the troops needed to win the war, or as volunteers doing the work at hundreds of agencies. The bandages they had rolled, the rifles they had made, were being put to use even as they heard the news. They prayed that they had done it right. Andrew Jackson Higgins caught the spirit well. He was in Chicago on D-Day. He sent a message to his employees in New Orleans. "This is the day for which we have been waiting. Now the work of our hands, our hearts, and our heads is being put to the test. The war bonds you have bought, the blood you donated are also in there fighting. We may all be inspired by the news that the first landings on the continent were made by the Allies in our boats." The workers at Higgins Industries and the workers in defense plants around the nation had sacrificed their daily routines to make the invasion possible. They had jobs, which was a blessing to a generation that had just gone through the Depression, and they were well paid, although nobody got rich on an hourly wage. But they sacrificed to do it. Polly Crow worked the night shift at the Jefferson Boat Company outside Louisville, Kentucky. She helped make LSTs. She wrote her husband, who was in the Army, about their savings, something young couples in the Depression could only dream about. "We now have $780 in the bank and 5 bonds, which sure looks good to me, and as soon as I get the buggy in good shape, I can really pile it in." To make that money, Mrs. Crow worked a 10-hour night shift. She cared for her 2-year-old son during the day. Her mother looked after the child at night. She did volunteer work at the Red Cross. She shared her apartment with another woman and her mother. There were tens of thousands of young women like Mrs. Crow. Quickie marriages had become the norm, 1,000,000 more during the war than would have been expected at pre-war rates. Teenagers got married because the boy was going off to war, and in many cases, in the moral atmosphere of the day, if they wanted to have a sexual experience before he left, they had to stand in front of a preacher first. When the boy husbands left for war to become men, the girl wives became women. They traveled alone, or with their infants, to distant places, on hot and stuffy or cold and overcrowded trains, became proficient cooks and housekeepers, managed the finances, learned to fix the car, worked in a defense plant, and wrote letters to their soldier husbands that were consistently upbeat. "I write his dad everything our baby does. one young mother explained. Only in the letters I make it sound cute. Women in uniform were a new phenomenon for the Americans of the 1940s. They were in every branch of service, but more strictly segregated by their sex than blacks were by their race. The names of those segregated organizations were condescending. Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, WAAC or WAC. Women's Auxiliary Air Force, WAAF or WAIF. Women's Auxiliary Ferry Squadron, WAFS, and WAVES, an acronym for Women Accepted for Volunteer Emergency Services. In late 1944, the Navy dropped the acronym, and the women were called Women Reserves. The women in uniform did everything the men did except engage in combat. They were clerks, mechanics, administrators, radio operators, photo interpreters, cooks, meteorologists, supply sergeants, test pilots, transport pilots, and much more. Eisenhower felt he could not have won the war without them. They did not have an easy time. Cruel and vicious jokes were told about them, although not by the wounded about the nurses. These pioneering women persevered and triumphed. The contribution of the women of America, whether on the farm or in the factory or in uniform, to D-Day was a sine qua non of the invasion effort. D-Day for the young women who had husbands they hardly knew stationed in the ETO was an especially trying experience, but then few Americans were without personal worries. Nearly every American knew someone in the Army, Army Air Force, Navy, or Coast Guard, stationed in the European theater. Only a handful knew if the soldier, or sailor, or airman was in action on D-Day, or if he was going in later, but they all knew that before the war was won, their loved one would be in a combat zone. Now it had started. The build-up phase was over. The United States was committed to throwing into the battle all the vast forces she had brought into existence over the past 3 years. That meant their boy, brother, husband, boyfriend, employee, fellow student, cousin, nephew was either already in combat or soon would be. In Helena and New York, throughout the nation, they sat and wondered and listened to the radio and dashed out on the streets for the latest edition of the newspaper with a front-page map of the French coast. The home front heard and read about World War II. What Americans heard and read on D-Day was dismayingly lacking in details. The official Nazi news agency, Transocean, was first to announce the invasion. The Associated Press picked it up and put it on the wire. The New York Times had it on the streets at 0130, but it was a headline only, no story. At 0200 Eastern Wartime, the networks interrupted their musical programs with a flash announcement. German radio says the invasion has begun. The Germans reported a naval battle off Le Havre and airborne landings north of the Seine. These were the dummy parachutists. Commentators quickly pointed out that there was no confirmation from Allied sources, and warned that it might well be a trick designed to get the resistance in France to rise up prematurely, and thus expose the organization to destruction. At 0932 in London, 0332 Eastern Wartime, Schaeff released a brief communiqué from General Eisenhower, read by his press aide, Colonel Ernest Dupuy. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. Schaeff also sent by radio to New York a recording of Eisenhower reading his order of the day. It was a marvelous reading, rich in tone, resonant, and it provided a unifying experience, since it had been broadcast over the loudspeakers on the LSTs and transports in the southern England harbors before D-Day, so the American people heard what the invading force had heard. By 0415 Eastern Wartime, NBC had an eyewitness report from London by a reporter who had flown with the 101st Airborne. Through the morning, more eyewitness reports came from the reporters who had been at sea and returned to London. They had seen a lot of smoke, ships, and planes, little else. There was nothing from the beaches. People listened to each new announcement breathlessly, only to be disappointed. To Eustace Tilley, pseudonymous Talk of the Town correspondent for The New Yorker, it was maddening. She complained, "The idiot babble of the radio followed us wherever we went." The incoming news was so slow there were long periods, hours and more, when nothing new came over the wire. But the tension was so great that people wanted to hear something, so the broadcasters kept repeating themselves and quoting each other. The commentators had a terrible time with French place names. They needed some geography lessons. Their attempts at military analysis ranged from misleading to silly. They chattered away with little to say except that it was on. They talked about everything except the one thing that was uppermost in the minds of many in the audience: casualties. That was forbidden by the Office of War Information, the OWI. Radio's shortcomings were caused primarily by OWI, but the SHAEF censorship policies contributed. SHAEF refused to give out the information the American people most longed to hear: what divisions, regiments, squadrons, ships were involved. It would not be more specific in its identification of the site of the landings than to say they had taken place on the French coast. The reason for this strict censorship was to keep the Fortitude operation alive. The price in the United States was heightened anxiety. Radio could not provide information, but it could provide inspiration. After the recording of Eisenhower's reading of his order of the day, the King of Norway spoke to his people, followed by the premiers of the Netherlands and Belgium, then the King of England. All these were repeated throughout the day. Thin as the news was on the radio, it was a comfort. A California woman wrote Paul White, a CBS announcer, "It is 0321 here on the Pacific Coast. I was fortunate enough to hear the first radio news of D-Day break from CBS this morning, as I have spent all my evenings waiting at the radio these past 2 months. Your London report from Mr. Murrow gave me a feeling that though I'm at least one world's distance from my husband and alone, I will not feel that way as long as you and your staff keep on the job." On D-Day, Franklin Roosevelt used the power of radio to link the nation in a prayer. Throughout the day, the networks broadcast the text, which was printed in the afternoon editions of the newspapers. At 2200 Eastern Wartime, the President prayed while Americans across the country joined him. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. These men are lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They yearn but for the end of battle, for their return to the haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. And, O Lord, give us faith. Give us faith in thee, faith in our sons, faith in each other. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen. What does the D stand for? A passerby asked Eustace Tilley. Why, it just stands for Day, the New Yorker correspondent rightly answered. Writing about the incident, he went on, D-Day was a unique experience, a colossal moment in history. His stroll about town took him to Times Square, where a crowd watched the electric news bulletin. And one German gun is still firing, it read. Nobody seemed to think that the one German gun was trivial. It was solemnly weighed along with the other bits of news from the beachheads. A reporter for the New York Times noted that people stood on the sidewalk, near the curb or against the plate-glass windows of shops and restaurants, on all sides of the little triangle, looking up, always looking up to catch even a glimpse of the invasion news. Tilley joined 100 or so citizens outside the Rialto Theater. Men were clustered together and were talking about the course of history during the past 25 years. Everybody waited his turn and made his points without raising his voice more than was necessary. The sober talk was still going on when we left. He went to one of the network broadcast studios and found the corridors full of radio actors, all somewhat upset by the cancellation of the soap opera programs. Over the radio, he heard once again the Eisenhower recording. General Eisenhower's words are tied up with the image of D-Day that will, we think, remain in our mind the longest. Up in the Modern Museum, an old lady, seated on an angular plywood chair, was reading the general's message aloud to several other old ladies who stood clustered around her. "I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us," she read, in a thin voice, and a shiver ran through the group. New York City on June 6, 1944, was a bustling, prosperous place. Everyone had jobs and more cash than there were products to buy. Apartments were hard to impossible to find. People doubled and tripled up. Bars and movie theaters were jammed. The spring season on Broadway was a big success, topped by Oklahoma by Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, Paul Robeson in Othello, Milton Berle in Ziegfeld Follies, and Mary Martin in One Touch of Venus, with music by Kurt Weill, book by S.J. Perlman and Ogden Nash, staged by Elia Kazan, with dances by Agnes DeMille. Those were the days. Broadway shut down on D-Day. The actors went to the stage door canteen to perform a scene or two from their plays for servicemen. Only one table, the Angels table, was available to non-servicemen. It was reserved for those civilians whose mildly royal donations win them the privilege of admission to the canteen. The donations went to the servicemen's organizations. The New York Daily News threw out its lead articles and printed in their place the Lord's Prayer. The New York Daily Mirror eliminated all advertising from its columns so as to have room for invasion news. Stores shut down. Macy's closed at noon. Still, there was a large crowd around it, because the store set up a loudspeaker that carried radio programs. When one announcer read a dispatch that warned Americans against rejoicing, according to a reporter for the New York Times, the faces of those who stood listening were grim and subdued. Lord and Taylor never opened at all. President Walter Hoving said he was sending his 3,000 employees home to pray. "The store is closed," he announced. "The invasion has begun. Our only thought can be of the men who are fighting in it. We have closed our doors because we know our employees and customers who have loved ones in battle will want to give this day to hopes and prayers for their safety." Baseball games and racing programs were canceled. In his column, Sports of the Times, Arthur Daly raised the question of whether all sports events should be canceled until the war was won, and decided not. "Once the stunning impact of the invasion news has worn off," he wrote, "there will not be the same irresistible urge to glue ear to radio for last-minute bulletins, and human nature again will demand entertainment as a distraction from the war, movies, the theater, and all other diversions, including sports." Daly said no one resented the youths playing games, while others died, because everyone knew that the baseball players were either 4F or too old. The entire Yankee starting lineup of 1941, he reminded readers, was in uniform, military, not baseball. But bad as the replacements were, Daly wanted the season to struggle along as best it can. After all, it is still part of our American way of life, and that is one of the things we are fighting for. Wall Street went about its business. The New York Stock Exchange called for 2 minutes of silent prayer at the opening, then went to work. The headline in the June 7 edition of the Wall Street Journal read, "Invasion's Impact Marks Beginning of End of War Economy. New Problems for Industry." That might be characterized as putting first things first. The market had suffered a case of invasion jitters for 2 months. According to Time magazine, the New York Stock Exchange has quivered on every D-Day rumor, but on D-Day, taking its courage firmly in hand, the exchange, 1, had its busiest day of the year, turning over 1,193,080 shares. 2, saw the Dow Jones Industrial Average rise to 142.24, a new peak for 1944. AT&T, Chrysler, Westinghouse, General Motors, DuPont, and retail store stocks all hit new highs for 1944. As always, Wall Street was concerned with the future. As the Journal put it, "Invasion has raised the curtain on reconversion." As soon as it was clear that the invasion had succeeded, a limited reconversion to civilian production will be possible. Contract cancellations will increase, freeing manpower, materials, and facilities for a small-scale start on production of new consumer goods. Assuming all goes as planned, that time is thought to be 2 to 4 months off. In December 1944, the GIs paid for this unrealistic optimism. Orders for artillery shells were cut back during the summer. When the great German counteroffensive in Belgium began, American batteries were always short of, and some ran out of, ammunition. The New York Times financial section gave a patriotic cast to its report on Wall Street's day. The stock market gave a salute of confidence to the Allied invasion forces in a buying splurge. The motor issues continued to attract the greatest speculative demand, while other industrials with high post-war ratings shared in the advance, which found support from all sections of the nation. New Yorkers more concerned with the present than the future came in large numbers to the Civilian Defense Volunteer Office on Fifth Avenue to sign up for bandage rolling, administering vision tests, checking prices for the Office of Price Administration, nurses' aides, daycare, aides at Red Cross and other servicemen's centers, the USO, and the dozens of other jobs volunteers were doing all across the city. Record numbers gave blood. The mayor, Fiorello LaGuardia, talked to reporters at Gracie Mansion at 0340. He said, "We can only wait for bulletins and pray for success. It is the most exciting moment in our lives." The editors of the New York Times tried to put some perspective on D-Day in their lead editorial for the June 7 edition. "We have come to the hour for which we were born," they wrote. "We go forth to meet the supreme test of our arms and of our souls, the test of the maturity of our faith in ourselves and in mankind. We pray for the boys we know and for millions of unknown boys who are equally a part of us. We pray for our country. The cause prays for itself, for it is the cause of the God who created man free and equal." North of New York City, it was graduation day at West Point. Among the graduates was Cadet John Eisenhower. Among the families gathered was Mrs. Dwight D. Eisenhower. On June 3, from Portsmouth, General Eisenhower had written to Mamie, "This note will probably reach you soon after you return to Washington from West Point. There's nothing I would not have given to have been with you and John on June 6, but c'est la guerre. Anyway, I'm so deep in work that I'll actually be lucky to remember on the exact date that it does mark his graduation." Mamie found out about D-Day from a New York Post reporter who woke her with a telephone call to her room at the Hotel Thayer at West Point. "The invasion?" Mamie exclaimed. "What about the invasion?" On June 9, General Eisenhower sent a telegram to Mamie. Never one to overstate things, he wrote, "Due to previous plans, it was impossible for me to be with you and John Monday, but I thought of you and hope you and he had a nice time with the family. I send you much love with this note, as time has not permitted letter writing recently, and probably will not for a while, but I know you understand." Monday was June 5. Evidently Eisenhower remembered that John had graduated on D-Day, which had been scheduled for June 5, and mixed the dates. In New York and throughout the land, bells tolled. The greatest of these was the Liberty Bell. It had last been tolled on July 8, 1835, for the funeral of Chief Justice John Marshall. At 0700 on D-Day, Philadelphia Mayor Bernard Samuel tapped the bell with a wooden mallet, sending its voice throughout the country over a radio network. Then he offered a prayer. The impulse to pray was overwhelming. Many people got their first word of the invasion as they began their daily routines. After they recovered their breath, they said a silent prayer. Others heard the news broadcast on loudspeakers during their night shifts on assembly lines around the country. Men and women paused over their machines, prayed, and returned to work with renewed dedication. Across the United States and Canada, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from the Arctic to the Gulf Coast, the church bells rang. Not in triumph or celebration, but as a solemn reminder of national unity and a call to formal prayer. Special services were held in every church and synagogue in the land. Pews were jammed with worshipers. In Washington, General Pershing issued a statement. The commander of the World War I AEF said, 26 years ago, American soldiers, in cooperation with their allies, were locked in mortal combat with the German enemy. Today, the sons of American soldiers of 1917 and 18 are engaged in a like war of liberation. It is their task to bring freedom to peoples who have been enslaved. I have every confidence that they, together with their gallant brothers in arms, will win through to victory. At the Capitol building, the politicians were going about their business. On D-Day, the House voted 305 to 35 to proceed with the courts-martial of Major General Walter Short and Rear Admiral Husband Kimmel in order to fix responsibility for the Pearl Harbor disaster. "It's all politics," one congressman confessed. The Democrats, who opposed but felt they could not vote against the resolution, which they had been delaying for 2 years, charged that the Republicans were seeking to make a campaign issue in an effort to embarrass President Roosevelt. The Republicans, who sponsored the resolution and were unanimous for it, charged that the Democrats were trying to delay any possible disclosures until after the presidential election. Both charges were true. In mid-afternoon, Roosevelt held a press conference. Over 180 reporters filled the executive office almost to capacity. According to the New York Times reporter, they found Mr. Roosevelt looking tired around the eyes but smiling. He sat at his desk in shirt sleeves, wearing a dark bow tie. He smoked a cigarette, stuck into a yellow amber holder. "How do you feel about the progress of the invasion?" a reporter asked. "It's up to schedule," the president replied, then smiled. He went on to say he had reports from General Eisenhower that indicated only 2 destroyers and 1 LST had been sunk, and that losses among the flyers were less than 1%. Other points. General Eisenhower alone decided the actual date and place. Stalin had known of the plan since the Tehran meeting and was pleased with it. A second front a year ago would have been impossible due to lack of men and equipment. The war was not over by any means. This operation is not even over, and this is no time for overconfidence. After the conference, Roosevelt conferred with Admiral King and General Marshall. At their rarefied level, and so far removed from the battle, they couldn't tell the president much more than what was coming over the radio. Marshall was stopped as he left the Oval Office by a reporter who asked if he had spent the night at his desk. "No," Marshall replied. Then he smiled a little bit and said simply, "I had done my work before." In Bedford, Virginia, the local newspaper, the Bulletin, printed a prayer written by Mrs. H. M. Lane of nearby Alta Vista. "Dear Father and great Maker of all things, beauty that dies the soonest, lives the longest. Who can fail to see the beauty and sacrifice our brave lads are making? Because they cannot keep themselves for a day, we'll keep them forever in memory and give them immortality." A reporter for the Bulletin wrote, "News of the invasion brought a feeling of uneasiness to hundreds of Bedford County homes, for many of them have sons, husbands, and brothers in the army in England. Old Company A of the 116th Regiment has been in training there for nearly 2 years, and probably was among the first landing forces, and hundreds of other Bedford County men will ultimately be thrown into the fight, and among them some casualties can be expected." He noted that every church in town was filled to capacity for special services. A month later, on July 6, the Bulletin reported that Old Company A had received high praise for its role in D-Day, and went on, "So far there have been no reports of fatalities, but as yet the government has given out no complete list of casualties. There has been considerable uneasiness about the fate of the men, as it seemed too much to hope that all of them could have come safely through the landing ordeal and subsequent fighting." In the July 20 issue, the Bulletin reported that the 116th had been awarded a presidential citation, and it recorded the awful news that on July 19, 14 families in Bedford were informed that their sons had been killed on June 6. There would be more to come. The editor wrote, "They died as all free men should die, gallantly and unafraid. They knew what was before them, but there was no shirking or hesitation, no holding back, no attempt to escape the issue." At the Normandy American Cemetery and Memorial, overlooking Omaha Beach, there are 11 sons of Bedford buried along with 9,386 other American war dead from the Normandy campaign. The cemetery is beautifully and perfectly maintained by the American Battle Monuments Commission. No American can visit the site without feeling a surge of pride, nor can any American suppress a flow of tears. In the circular chapel, there are inscribed these words, "Think not only upon their passing, remember the glory of their spirit." The historic St. Louis Cathedral in New Orleans, from the first early Mass until benediction Tuesday night, was full. A mother of a paratrooper, my only child, prayed by the side of a policeman with 2 boys over there. A pretty young bride knelt before a statue of Our Lady of Prompt Succor, while in a nearby pew a sailor, home on leave, prayed. Canal Street store owners had planned for D-Day for 3 months. When it came, they turned their employees to selling war bonds rather than goods. The idea was picked up in a number of other cities. On Canal Street, patriotic music and appeals to buy bonds filled the air. Bonds went at a record pace. One woman counted out $18.75 in dimes for a bond. She explained, "I've been saving this money to buy a bond on the day of the invasion. I hope it will be a day I can remember happily. My husband is with the airborne troops and he's been in England for a long time waiting for this." Record crowds at the Red Cross Blood Donor Center on Carondelet. Record numbers of volunteers at the various civilian agencies. But in a city that will seize on any excuse for a parade, there was no parade. The Times-Picayune explained, New Orleans was hoarding its parades for V-Day. Andrew Higgins reminded his employees that there was a long way to go, and not just in Europe. He declared, "There should not be a let-up on our part until our boats have carried our troops onto the shores of Japan." In Ottawa, Prime Minister Mackenzie King reported to the House of Commons that the landings were making good progress. He warned that there was still much to do. Opposition leader Gordon Graydon said there were no divisions of opinion on this day. From the ranks of the French-speaking members, Maurice Lalonde rose to acclaim in French the historic fact that from the belfry of time has rung out the hour of the deliverance of France. On D-Day, Canada, like the United States, was united as never before. French Canadians and English-speaking Canadians had equal stakes in the invasion and were single-minded about the goal. Monsieur Lalonde asked special permission of the House. Could the Marseillaise be sung? For the first time in Canadian parliamentary history, all members joined in singing the Marseillaise, followed by God Save the King. In Columbus, Ohio, Mayor James Rhodes ordered the air raid sirens and factory whistles sounded as a call to prayer at 7:30 p.m. The entire city came to a complete stop for 5 minutes. Cars, buses, trucks, and pedestrians halted, and people prayed. In Columbus, as elsewhere, the Red Cross got a record blood donation. Factory production was up, absenteeism down, churches were full. The Red Cross put out a call. Every woman in Franklin County is asked to go immediately to the surgical dressing unit in her community, and was overwhelmed with volunteers. The Truck, Tractor, and Equipment Company took out a full-page advertisement in the Columbus Star with the banner headline reading, "Next Stop, Berlin," and with a brief text, "Today is a fitting day to ask ourselves, am I doing enough? If I met a man who was there, could I look him squarely in the face and say, I did my share?" In Milwaukee, the Red Cross Blood Donor Center was overwhelmed by people wanting to give blood. In Reno, Nevada, the gambling dens closed, and only 16 couples filed for divorce, less than 10% of the usual weekday number. Elsewhere, an uglier side of American life was at work. In Cincinnati, 450 workers at the Wright Aeronautical Corporation went on strike, which tied up the plant. Their grievance was that 7 Negro workers had been transferred into a shop theretofore manned entirely by white personnel. William Green, president of the American Federation of Labor, called on American workers to consider themselves part of the invasion force and to stay at their jobs under any and all circumstances. In Birmingham, Alabama, the News reported that 1,500 miners at Republic Steel had gone out on a wildcat strike. The editors at the News were outraged. Some were union officials. "Damn the strikers," the president of the State American Federation of Labor said. "To think that this great day should find AFL people away from their jobs is inconceivable." In Marietta, Georgia, police sirens and church bells began sounding at 3 a.m. Many citizens were hysterical, the Atlanta Constitution reported, as wave after wave of sirens blasted their ears. Police cars, their sirens wide open, sped through the residential districts. Columnist Ralph Jones quoted his wife, whose remarks, he felt, were typical. Their son was in England, possibly already in Normandy. "Even if it meant I had to die," Mrs. Jones said, "I should like to be a part of that invasion. It is the biggest and greatest and most spectacular thing in all history." After a pause, she went on, "I just can't worry all the time about young Ralph. If I did, I'd go crazy. He's in no greater danger than hundreds of thousands of sons of other mothers." In Missoula, Montana, there was discussion everywhere, but the tremendous import of the news threw a hush over the spirit of the city, which was definitely noticeable. At the Veterans Hospital in Helena, one soldier on crutches exclaimed, "This is it, brother. We've got him on the run now." Another called out from his bed, "Boy, do I wish I could be there." There was a silence in the ward. "Yeah," the boy on crutches finally said, without enthusiasm. Then he thoughtfully added, "I'll bet that beach is like hell on the 4th of July." At Lawson General Hospital, near Atlanta, wounded German POWs took the news with derisive laughter and a "just you wait" attitude. One of them told a reporter, "The High Command will simply let the Allies penetrate a few miles and then pinch them off with the thousands of SS elite guards who are stationed near Paris." In Dallas, Texas, patriotism ran high. At 0235, a hospital intern and a city ambulance driver helped Mrs. Lester Renfro give birth to a daughter. She heard sirens going and asked what was the cause. Told that the invasion had begun, she named her little girl Invasia May Renfro. In Norfolk, Virginia, Mrs. Randolph Edwards named her June 6 daughter D-Day Edwards. On June 4, Molly Painter Downs reported in her Letter from London for the New Yorker, "Everyone is existing merely from one ordinary day to the next, waiting for the great extraordinary one." Painter Downs noted an unexplainable rise in the rental of punts on the Thames and a record crowd at a cricket match at Lord's. Then she turned to a phenomenon of the war in Britain that was always an irritant and sometimes costly, the prohibition on any weather news, either in the newspapers or over radio. In May, frosts wiped out the famous Vale of Evesham berry and plum crops. The fruit growers regret that the official secrecy on weather conditions was not relaxed for once to give them a warning which might have helped save some of the fruit. The loss was a serious one for the British diet, made worse by a drought that had damaged the hay crop, meaning less milk. The weather was the natural topic of conversation in a rural pub Painter Downs dropped in on, the one she expected to hear, but instead, the one topic, she said, as much there as in London clubs and bars, is the invasion. On June 6, Painter Downs sensed something that other commentators missed. For the English, she wrote, D-Day might well have stood for Dunkirk Day. The tremendous news that British soldiers were back on French soil suddenly revealed exactly how much it had rankled when they were seen off it 4 years ago. There was no celebrating, however, far from it. The principal impression one got on the streets was that nobody was talking. Everybody seemed to be existing wholly in a preoccupied silence of his own. Everywhere, individual silences. Business was extremely bad. Taxi drivers said it was their worst day in months. Theaters and movie houses were half empty, all but unheard of in 1944. The pubs didn't fill either. Londoners stayed home. Everybody seemed to feel that this was one night you wanted your own thoughts in your own chair. In the countryside, everything is different now. Every truck on the road, every piece of gear on the railways, every jeep and half-track which is headed toward the front, has become a thing of passionate concern. Farmers who wanted gray skies for their hay's sake now want blue ones for the sake of their sons, fighting in the skies and on the earth across the channel. Women who gathered at train stations, where troops headed for the battle went by, didn't know whether to wave or cheer or cry. Sometimes they do all three. King George VI made a D-Day broadcast to the nation. 4 years ago, he began, our nation and empire stood alone against an overwhelming enemy, with our backs to the wall. Now, once more, a supreme test has to be faced. This time, the challenge is not to fight to survive, but to fight to win the final victory for the good cause. The king knew that nearly all his subjects were listening, and realized that the mothers and wives among them deserved special concern. The Queen joins with me in sending you this message, he said. She well understands the anxieties and care of our womenfolk at this time, and she knows that many of them will find, as she does herself, fresh strength and comfort in such waiting upon God. The king called on his subjects to pray. At this historic moment, surely not one of us is too busy, too young, or too old to play a part in a nationwide, perchance a worldwide vigil of prayer as the great crusade sets forth. The House of Commons went about its business. The first question came from Mr. Hogg, Oxford. He asked the Secretary of State for War whether he could give an assurance that all ranks of the Army had been informed that unless AFB 2626 was completed, they would not have a vote at the next general election whether or not they were on the old register, and on what scale AFB 2626 had been issued to units. The Secretary of State for War, Mr. John Grigg, replied at 10 minutes' length that it was being done. Another member wanted to know if the Prime Minister would consider the complete restoration of the Abbey of Monte Cassino as a memorial to the heroes who had captured it, to be done at the expense of Germany as a part of reparations. Labor leader Clement Attlee, member of the Coalition War Cabinet, replied that it was premature to consider such proposals. The Secretary of State for the Colonies, Colonel Oliver Stanley, rose to remind the House that in many of the colonies there are large numbers of people who are condemned to live at an abysmal level of existence. The standard of living of the peoples in the colonial areas should be built up. Mr. Attlee, in replying to another question, switched the area for post-war concern from the colonies to the home front. He urged the composition and terms of reference of the proposed Royal Commission on the subject of equal pay between men and women. John Grigg made an unhappy announcement about men who had been overseas for 5 years or more. I much regret that owing to the shortage of men, it may be necessary, at any rate for the time being, to send such men overseas again after a period of 3 months in this country, instead of 6 months as hitherto. A member pressed the Secretary of the Treasury to see to it that members of the Association of Office Cleaners were referred to as such, instead of as charwomen or charladies, which was resented by the 2,400 members of the association. The Secretary replied that the word cleaners would henceforth be used. As the mundane gave way to the silly in Commons, the tension built. Rumors buzzed around about when the great man would appear on this, his greatest day. Churchill sent word to expect him at noon. When Churchill entered Commons, every seat was taken. Every member was leaning forward expectantly. They were not so much expecting, or even wanting, to be swept away by Churchillian eloquence, as they were eager for whatever news the Prime Minister could tell them. The master toyed with his audience. Churchill began with Rome. He was obviously enjoying his old role of war reporter. Still this country's best reporter, Raymond Daniel wrote in the New York Times. Churchill went into 15 minutes of detail about how Rome was taken, then an analysis of the meaning of the event. It was all welcome news, the kind that prime ministers love to be in a position to tell the members, but the members squirmed on their benches. They wanted to hear about how it was going on the other side of the Channel. Finally, Churchill got to it. I have also to announce to the House that during the night and early hours of the morning the first of a series of landings in force upon the European continent has taken place. So far, the commanders report that everything is proceeding according to plan. And what a plan! Landings on the beaches are proceeding at various points at the present time, he said. The fire of shore batteries has been largely quelled. Obstacles which were encountered in the sea have not proved to be as difficult as was apprehended. He left to great cheers. He returned 4 hours later to add more detail. There is very much less loss than we expected. The many dangers and difficulties which at this time yesterday appeared extremely formidable are behind us. A very great risk had to be taken in respect to the weather, but General Eisenhower's courage is equal to all necessary decisions that have to be taken in these extremely difficult and uncontrollable matters. He referred to Major John Howard's operation at Pegasus Bridge, and claimed that British troops had fought their way into the town of Caen, 9 miles inland. Churchill was fond of saying that the first casualty of war is truth. His rosy report fell, at times, into that category. But he was telling the truth when he described the airborne landings as having taken place on a scale far larger than anything that has been seen so far in the world. For Edward R. Murrow in London, it was a day of frustration. CBS put him in charge of coordinating the work of its many correspondents and reading the various announcements coming from Schaeff and others. He would much rather have been in France. Adding to his woes, radio correspondents had precious little to pass on to the States. Mobile transmitters were not set up on the beach or even on ships. Reporters who went into the beach in landing craft, including Bill Downs, Larry LeSueur, and Charles Collingwood, could not broadcast. Finally, in the small hours of June 7, 2300 June 6 in New York, Murrow got what he wanted. It was a recording that had been made at daybreak, just off the French coast, sent back to London by small boat. "I think you'll like this," Murrow told New York as he put it on. It was George Hicks of ABC, reporting from the Ancon. He described the array of ships, while in the background could be heard the exchanges between the German batteries and the Allied warships. That broadcast, cutting through the static and punctuated by the sounds of battle, became the most widely listened to account of the D-Day landings. In Paris, the military governor, General Stupnagel, issued a proclamation that was broadcast by French radio. German troops have been given orders to shoot any person who is seen to be cooperating with the Allied invasion forces, or who gives shelter to Allied soldiers, sailors, or airmen. Such Frenchmen will be treated as bandits. Prime Minister Pierre Laval of the Vichy government broadcast a national appeal to his countrymen to ignore Eisenhower's call over BBC for resistance. With sadness, I read today of the orders given to Frenchmen by an American general. The French government stands by the armistice of 1940 and appeals to Frenchmen to honor their country's signature. If you took part in the present fighting, France would be plunged into civil war. Marshal Pétain called on Frenchmen to stand with the Germans. The Anglo-Saxons have set foot on our soil. France is becoming a battlefield. Frenchmen, do not attempt to commit any action which might bring terrible reprisals. Obey the orders of the government. Parisians listened and kept their own counsel. The country as a whole was quiet. Resistors went into action, of course, but most French people were not in the resistance. In Normandy, and everywhere between Normandy and the German border, people were apprehensive about their village or farm or city becoming a battlefield. They could hardly be sure who was going to win. The Germans were there, among them, occupying their country, while the Allies were only a hope. They did the sensible thing, kept quiet, and kept their thoughts to themselves. In the smaller cities in the south of France, people were more open with their feelings. Anthony Brooks of SOE walked into Toulouse at dawn. He knew from the BBC broadcasts the hour had come, and he was putting his operation into action. But only he and other resistors knew that this was D-Day. He said, "So I walked into Toulouse, through the market garden area, and there were all these little one-story houses and these enormous great stretches with lettuces and onions, and they were thinning them out, like a painting. Suddenly, as I was walking past a house, just after sunrise, shutters were flung open, and a little girl, I suppose 8 years old, stark naked, shouted in the local jargon, 'They've landed!' and the liberation of Europe had begun." Brooks went to a meeting in Toulouse, where, he said, "We lifted our glass for a very early morning drink, white wine, because we never really believed that we would see it. I mean liberation. I couldn't believe when I was parachuted into France in 1942 that I'd ever see D-Day." One famous American expatriate who was a French resident wrote down her feelings and her perception of the effect on the Germans. In 1940, Gertrude Stein had fled Paris when the Germans entered. "They all said leave," Stein wrote in 1945, and I said to Alice Toklas, "Well, I don't know. It would be awfully uncomfortable, and I am fussy about my food." But they went. Stein and Alice Toklas lived in the village of Belley, at the corner made by Italy and Switzerland. Stein's attitude was, Alice Toklas could listen to the wireless, but as for me, I was going to cut box hedges and forget the war. Of course, she could not. On June 5, 1944, she wrote, "Tonight Rome is taken. It is a pleasure, and such a pleasure. And it has taken everybody's mind a little off their feelings about the Allied bombardments in France, about the civilians killed. But tonight Rome is taken, and everybody has forgotten the bombardments, and for the French to forgive and forget and forgive is very easy, just as easy as that. Rome is taken, and it is not the end, but the beginning of the end." Stein went walking on the morning of June 6 to celebrate. "She passed," she said, "some German soldiers. They said most pitifully, 'How do you do?' I naturally said nothing. Later on I was sitting with the wife of the mayor in front of her house. A German soldier passed along the road, and he politely bowed to us and said, 'How do you do?' They have never done this before. Well, today is the landing, and we heard Eisenhower tell us he was here, and they were here, and just yesterday a man sold us 10 packages of Camel cigarettes, glory be, and we are singing Glory Hallelujah, and feeling very nicely, and everybody has been telephoning to us congratulatory messages upon my birthday, which it isn't, but we know what they mean, and I said in return I hoped their hair was curling nicely, and we all hope it is, and today is the day." In Rome, a celebration was already underway when the news came. The celebration just got bigger. Daniel Lang, in his Letter from Rome, reported to the New Yorker that the Italians were ecstatic. They love a winner just a little more than the rest of the world does, and they were out by the thousands, jamming the square on which Mussolini used to stage his pep rallies. They cheered and applauded as though they were watching the best opera of their lives. They shouted whatever scraps of English they knew. One wild old man yelled, "Weekend! Weekend!" over and over again. Many had huge bouquets of flowers, from which they kept plucking small bunches to toss at soldiers in jeeps and lorries, or at tank drivers. Dozens of people were waving British, French, and American flags. Where they had been hidden, only the Italians knew. In Amsterdam, Anne Frank heard the news over the wireless in her attic hideaway. "This is D-Day," came the announcement over the English news, she wrote in her diary. Then, in English, she wrote, "This is the day." She went on, "The invasion has begun. The English gave the news. We discussed it over breakfast at 9 o'clock. Is this just a trial landing like Dieppe 2 years ago?" But through the day, confirmations that this was really it kept coming on the wireless. "Great commotion in the secret annex," Frank wrote. "It still seems too wonderful, too much like a fairy tale. Could we be granted victory this year, 1944? We don't know yet, but hope is revived within us. It gives us fresh courage and makes us strong again. Now, more than ever, we must clench our teeth and not cry out. France, Russia, Italy, and Germany, too, can all cry out and give vent to their misery, but we haven't the right to do that yet. The best part of the invasion is that I have the feeling that friends are approaching. We have been oppressed by those terrible Germans for so long. They have had their knives so at our throats that the thought of friends and delivery fills us with confidence. Now it doesn't concern the Jews anymore. No, it concerns Holland and all occupied Europe. Perhaps, Margot says, I may yet be able to go back to school in September or October. In Moscow, the crowds were joyous. People literally danced in the streets, Time reported, and its correspondent claimed that this was the happiest capital. In the lobby of the Metropole Hotel, an ecstatic Muscovite threw her arms around the correspondent and exclaimed, "We love you, Americans! We love you! We love you! You are our real friends!" Restaurants were packed in Moscow on the evening of June 6, packed with people celebrating, Russians dancing with British and American diplomats and reporters. Alexander Worth was at one such gathering when, he said, a party of Jap diplomats and journalists came in and behaved and danced provocatively and ostentatiously and were nearly beaten up by some Americans. Pravda gave the invasion news 4 columns with a large photograph of Eisenhower, but no comment was made on the significance. The editors had to wait for Stalin to give his line. Not for a week did the dictator speak about the realization of that second front for which he had for so long been pleading. When he did, he was generous and forthright. This is unquestionably a brilliant success for our allies. One must admit that the history of wars does not know of an undertaking comparable to it for breadth of conception, grandeur of scale, and mastery of execution. He pointed out that invincible Napoleon had not managed to cross the Channel, nor Hitler the hysteric. Only the British and American troops succeeded in forcing the Channel. History will record this action as an achievement of the highest order. After that statement, Pravda was enthusiastic for the achievement. In Berlin, people went quietly about their duties. Few talked of the invasion, although the radio was full of announcements. The Nazi propaganda line was, "Thank God, the intense strain of the nerve war is over." But the Times correspondent in Stockholm reported that the scale of General Eisenhower's first blow made a deep impression on the general public in Berlin, especially as the German spokesman emphasized its magnitude and disconcertingly add that it is not yet certain whether this is the main invasion force. Mainly, though, the Nazi broadcasters went to work to convince people that it was necessary for them to fight against the British and Americans in France in order to save Germany from the horror of a Red Army occupation. In a totalitarian state, it was impossible to tell how many, if any other than Hitler and his henchmen, believed such logic. Chapter 27. Fairly stuffed with gadgets. The British opening moves. Lieutenant George Honor, Royal Navy Reserves, was the skipper of X-23, a midget submarine 7 meters in length, with a crew of 4. Along with the skipper of X-20, Honor had a unique view of the invasion. At first light, he was anchored a couple of kilometers off Ouistreham, Sword Beach. X-20 was off Juno. The submarines were between the invaders and defenders, in no man's water. X-23 and X-20 were there because of the requirements of the DD tanks. There were only narrow strips where the swimming tanks that would lead the invasion could climb up the beaches. The submarines would serve as their guides so that they could land bang on target. The British tanks, Churchills and Shermans, were equipped for a variety of tasks. There were flail tanks with drums out front that carried chains that lashed the ground as the drums turned, powered by their own small engines, and set off mines safely in front of the tank. There were tanks carrying fascines for getting over anti-tank ditches and drainage ditches, others that carried heavy bridging equipment for crossing larger gaps. To accommodate some of the special equipment, the 75mm cannon on the tanks had been replaced by little snub-nosed heavy mortars. Those mortars could hurl 25-pound high-explosive charges over a short distance, less than 50 meters, to blast holes in cement walls and blockhouses. Other tanks dragged 400-gallon trailers of fuel, which could shoot a high-pressure jet of flame over a range of 100 meters. Captain Hamerton of the 79th Armored Division had been introduced to Hobart's Funnies by their inventor, Major General Percy Hobart, at the Oxford training area in East Anglia. He recalled, General Hobart gathered everybody around and said, "I have some news for you. You have heard of the Lord Mayor's show," and everybody's heart stopped beating. "And you know about the people who come afterwards to clear up the mess. Well, your job is going to be the very opposite. You're going in front to clear up the mess. You are going to be the line clearers, flails." Hamerton went on, "They were experimenting with flails, snakes, scorpions, and all the other strange menagerie of things. They had bull's horn plows which fitted to the front of the Churchills and carved an enormous plow furrow, and the idea was they would turn any mines over the side. The snake was a flexible and the serpent a rigid tube. The snake was fired from a harpoon gun, then pumped full of nitroglycerin. The Serpent was pushed in front of a tank, stuffed with high explosive. The idea was when detonated, they would set off the mines. The snub-nosed tanks had a multiplicity of extra lugs welded on the body, with heavy tow ropes fixed on beside them. The purpose was to drag obstacles out of the way, or to move disabled vehicles. The tanks, called Mark 8 AVREs, provided a loading platform for extra gear. Major Kenneth Ferguson of the British 3rd Division commanded an assault squadron of Hobart's Funnies at Sword Beach. He recalled loading onto an LCT. His unit contained 2 flail tanks, a tank carrying a 30-foot metal bridge folded in half and sticking straight up in the air in front of the tank, and a tank carrying log carpets, 2 drums, nearly as large as the tank itself, attached to the front, one over the other, that could lay down matting over the sand. The flails would go first, then the bridge to provide a way to get over the seawall, then the carpet layer, making a road surface for the fighting tanks. DD tanks would precede them in, set up at the waterline, and blast fortified positions. As Ferguson finished overseeing the loading of his funnies, one of the seamen called out, "Oh, sir, I say, you've forgotten the piano." Ferguson wanted personal mobility once he got ashore, so he loaded a motorcycle and a bicycle on top of his AVRE. Thousands of British troops took bicycles with them. There is no record of any American doing so, although one 101st Commander tried, but his men threw it out over the channel. Captain Cyril James Hendry commanded a troop of funnies. During the crossing, the skipper of the LCT said to him, "Your bridge is acting as a sail. Can you lower it a bit?" Hendry unfolded the bridge so that the far end rested on the tank in front, which helped. The British counted heavily on these specialized tanks to help them get ashore and break through the first line of defenses. They were a bit put off by the American refusal to use their inventions, except for the DD tank concept, which the British insisted the Americans butchered by launching from too far out. Some British officers wondered if there was a touch of hurt pride involved. In their view, it would be a rather nice thing if the Yanks would utilize British brains to guide American brawn, but the Americans had insisted they would do the job with their own equipment. At Utah, the Americans had been right. Although they could have used flail tanks, overall the armored units performed well at Utah. Not so cumbersome or slow as the overloaded British specialized tanks, they sped inland and participated in important actions, in the process achieving most D-Day objectives at Utah. At Omaha, British specialized tanks would have had no function to serve in overcoming the first problem, getting through the shingle. Of all the beaches, only Omaha had a shingle so high and so slippery, impossible for a tank to cross. Once some gaps were blown, the American tankers could have put some of the British gadgets to good use, especially the fascines and bridging equipment. But the Yanks had bulldozers for that work, which was completed in time for a few tanks to make it to the plateau before dark. It would be too large a generalization to say that the British wanted to fight World War II with gadgets, techniques, and espionage rather than men, to outthink more than outfight the Germans, and that the Americans wanted to fight it out in a head-to-head encounter with the Wehrmacht. Still, many people from both countries felt such generalizations had merit. Connected to that feeling was the British sense that the Americans took needless casualties because of their aggressive head-on mentality, and the American sense that the British were going to take needless casualties because their caution and refusal to press an attack home regardless of loss was going to prolong the war. Whatever measure of truth there was in those widely held perceptions, certain it is that on D-Day the British used far more gadgets than the Americans, beginning with X-23 and X-20. "We were fairly stuffed with gadgets," Lieutenant Honor recalled of X-23. The submarine had a diesel engine and an electric motor, 2 bunks, a toilet, the escape hatch, a cooker, electronic equipment to send out signals, oxygen bottles taken from the Luftwaffe planes shot down over England, as they were the lightest bottles available in Britain, and more. So we had all these wretched gadgets, Honor said, and the worst was the wretched mast. It was 18 feet in length and had to be lashed to special stanchions on the shell of the submarine. It folded miserably, Honor complained. Code name for this operation was Gambit. Honor was not a chess player. He looked the word up in the dictionary and was a bit set back to read, throwing away the opening pawns. Gambit required a special kind of man. Everyone on the submarine had to be able to do every job, handle all machinery and electronic gear, navigate, dive, and much more. They also had to be able to handle, without loss of effectiveness, being cooped in an enclosed boat hardly bigger than a canoe for 40 hours and more. Some volunteers found in their trials that they couldn't take 1 hour of it. "Let me out," one man cried after 45 minutes. With 5 men on board, the extra was a seaman who was going to take a rubber raft toward the shore, anchor, and provide a final marker for the DD tanks. X-23 and X-20 set off at 1800 on Friday night, June 2. 2 trawlers escorted them past the Isle of Wight. At that point, they dove and set off for their destinations, X-23 at Sword, X-20 at Juno. Sunday morning, June 4, just before dawn, X-23 came up for air. Honor recalled, "And we had hit it right on the nose. We were right where we should have been. We had a quick look to see what was around." To Honor's surprise, the Germans had a light turned on to mark the entrance to the Orne River. As dawn began to break, he submerged to periscope depth and checked out the church steeples and other landmarks to make doubly sure he was on target. There was a cow grazing on the shore there, Honor remembered. He took the submarine down to the bottom of the channel, dropped anchor, and waited. At midday on Sunday, Honor came back to periscope depth to see what was going on. He recalled, there were lorry loads of Germans coming down to the beach and playing beach ball and swimming. They were having their Sunday make and mends, coming down lorry loads, having a lovely time. We were saying, little do they know. Back to the bottom for more waiting. Up again at midnight, with the radio turned on for coded messages. One came, in the clear, by voice message from the Isle of Wight, for X-23 and X-20. Your aunt is riding a bicycle today. That meant the invasion had been postponed for 1 day. Back to the bottom for an additional 24 hours of waiting. It was cold, wet, stuffy, and cramped inside the submarine. Honor and his crew fiddled around with a gyroscope to give them something to do. They worried about the oxygen. No one knew how long the air in the bottles would last. They played poker. They tried to sleep in shifts on the 2 bunks. They could not smoke cigarettes, a real deprivation. The gyroscope was fixed. There was nothing to do. We didn't like this 24-hour bit, Honor declared. We didn't know about the oxygen, how these damned bottles were getting on, whether they were half empty or nearly empty. When the submarines came to the surface at midnight, June 5 and 6, there was no postponement message. After recharging the batteries, back to the bottom. At 0500 on D-Day, back to the top, swinging on the anchor. The weather was miserable. The wind in the channel was making 1 to 3 meter swells. There was no possibility of launching the rubber boat. There was some question whether they could get the mast properly mounted. Waves were breaking over the submarine. It was slippery and pitching in the waves. Those below were handing up tools and equipment. What the hell's this? Those on top would inquire. X-23 completed the job at about 0520 and immediately began sending out radio signals and flashing the green light from the top of the mast. Green meant they were on station. Red would have meant they were off station. They turned on the radio underneath the boat. Honor described it as a dreadful thing that sent out an underwater ping. The ping could be picked up by sonar, thus marking the spot. The light was coming up. Lieutenant Honor looked out to sea, and he said gradually in the distance you could make out the bigger ships and then the smaller ones, the destroyers, and then all hell broke loose. Over X-23 sailed the 14-inch shells from the battleships, the 5-inchers from the destroyers. On shore, bombers and fighters were hitting the beach. I was standing quietly, watching all this, Honor said, when suddenly my cap was whisked off by one of those LCTRs, firing about 1,000 rockets. Then came the DD tanks. These poor, wretched tanks, Honor called them. They just poured off those LCTs. And they had twin screws, and they set off and made a line abreast, and they all set off in line with the shore. One tank started going round and round. Apparently it had bent a screw. It started taking water, and down it went. The chaps came up, Honor said. They got out just like in a submarine, one hatch. The remainder of the tanks headed toward shore. As they passed us, Honor noted, we cheered them, and they cheered us. That was our job done, then. Honor's orders were to rendezvous with his trawler and return to England. Fearful that his little boat might get smashed by an LCT or LCM, he tied a large white sheet to the mast and went out on the surface toward the transport area. He recalled, as far as the eye could see, you had these landing craft, either the small ones or the tank landing craft. All along, people going ashore from them. And the bigger landing ships, you could see the little landing craft being lowered and leaving the sides and everybody going on to the shore. It was a hive of activity every way you looked. Honor made it back to England and went on to other adventures in the war. Asked 47 years later if he had ever discovered how much oxygen he had left, he replied, "No, we never knew at all. Didn't much care." Thanks to X-20 and X-23, the DD tanks were on target, but they were too slow, too cumbersome to fight the combined effects of wind, swells, and tidal current. They were scheduled to hit the beach first to bring suppressing fire to bear immediately, but as they slowly made their way toward shore, the LCTs bearing the specialized tanks began to pass them. They were rather run down, Major Kenneth Ferguson remembered. As his LCT passed the DD tanks, he said, "I realized they weren't going to be there." There was a 30-kilometer stretch of sandy beach, stretching from Ouistreham at the mouth of the Orne River to Arromanches, where there was a small fishing harbor. Here and there a cliff jutted out to sea. Between Luc-sur-Mer and Lyons-sur-Mer, there was a stretch of a kilometer or so where the cliff was sheer and 10 meters high, clearly unsuitable for an invasion. But most of the remainder was suitable until just east of Arromanches, where the tableland rose and the cliffs ran straight down to the sea, and at a height of 30 meters. The Germans had put a Würzburg radar installation on top of the cliff, but Allied bombers had knocked it out in May. To the west of the opening at the tiny port of Arromanches, the cliffs rose sheer again, and ran on for another 12 kilometers to Fox Red, the eastern edge of Omaha Beach. Gold, Juneau, and Sword beaches were similar to Utah, in that they all had a gradual, almost imperceptible rise inland. In all 4 cases, there was no high ground at the foot of the beach to overcome, no one shooting down on them. But the British beaches differed from Utah in a number of ways. They were far more built up with seaside resorts and homes. The British infantry would have to rout out the enemy in street-to-street fighting. The British beaches were not so extensively flooded as Utah, and the British had a more extensive road system available. And they had a major objective. According to General Montgomery, the most important of all the D-Day tasks, to capture Caen. Caen was a city of critical importance to the Germans, far more than Carentan or Bayeux. Caen opened the direct route to Paris. The Germans would be certain to rush armored reinforcements to Caen as soon as possible. Montgomery wanted to seize the city as part of the opening shock and surprise. He wanted to get Caen before the Germans could get their armor there. The airmen were pushing for Caen, too. They wanted to set up a forward base at the well-developed Carpiquet airfield just west of Caen, and they wanted to get started on D-Day. It was 6 weeks before these objectives were realized, and it only happened then because the Americans had broken out on the western flank and were threatening to envelop Caen. Montgomery later claimed that it had always been his intention to hold on his left, at Caen, and break out on his right at Saint-Lô. There is an overlong historical controversy about the claim. It generally breaks down along nationalistic lines. Most British historians back Monty. All American historians say Monty's claim was false, a cover-up. It is not necessary to go into the details, already far too much written about. It is not possible to go into Montgomery's heart to see what he really intended. It is possible to observe his actions. We know what he said to others. What Montgomery said was that Caen was critical, and that he would have it by the end of D-Day. To get Caen, the British had made their major commitment. The 6th Airborne landed east of the River Orne, so as to prevent German tanks from getting to Caen. John Howard's Ox and Bucks had landed at Pegasus Bridge to open that crossroads to the inland push on Caen. The commandos were put into the operation. The British official historian later concluded that the D-Day objectives were perhaps over-ambitious, namely, the capture of Bayeux and the road to Caen, the seizure of Caen itself, and the safeguarding of the Allies' left flank, with a bridgehead east of the Orne. Caen is 8 miles from the coast, and Bayeux 6 or 7. There was no possibility of taking them that day, unless the advance was made as rapidly as possible. Montgomery promised that the British would advance rapidly. At the final briefing at St. Paul's on May 15, he had said he would get well inland on D-Day and crack about and force the battle to swing our way. He said it was possible he would get to Falaise, 50 kilometers inland, the first day. He intended to send armored columns quickly toward Caen, for, as he said, this will upset the enemy's plans and tend to hold him off while we build up strength. We must gain space rapidly and peg claims well inland. He said he intended to take Caen the first day, break through the German lines, and drive along the coast toward the Seine River. Those were heavy commitments. To take them on required confidence and optimism. The optimism especially ran high. In late May, intelligence reported the presence of the 21st Panzer Division around Caen, with a regiment on each side of the Orne. Montgomery's headquarters decided to keep the information from the troops. John Howard and his men were not informed, nor were they given adequate anti-tank weapons. Not only did British headquarters suppress information that could have been invaluable to men going into battle for fear of dampening their morale, shades of World War I, headquarters made no positive use of the quite accurate intelligence about the position of 21st Panzer. The official historian of British intelligence in World War II wrote, "There is no indication in the surviving evidence that it, the information, prompted any consideration of the need to revise and strengthen the British plans for the capture of Caen. Despite strong warnings from the intelligence authorities, they proceeded without bargaining for the possibility that 21st Panzer might be widely deployed around Caen." The reason given was that it was too late to change the plans. But during those same final days, the U.S. 82nd Airborne changed its drop zones on the basis of the latest intelligence on German positions in the Cotentin. British intelligence had a similar break in September 1944, just before the airborne landings at Arnhem in Operation Market Garden, and again was frustrated when Montgomery refused to use the intelligence. The British were outstanding in gathering intelligence, lousy in using it. The obstacles on the British beaches were similar to those at Utah. The inland defenses varied considerably because the battlefield was so different. At Gold, Juno, and Sword, once men and vehicles were over the seawall and across the anti-tank ditch, they were in paved village streets. Once through 2 or 3 blocks, they were out in the wheat fields. Large fields, the terrain between Ouistreham and Caen is flat and mainly free of hedgerows. To prevent a British breakout into the open ground, the Germans had built some formidable defenses. At Rivabella, a village just west of Ouistreham, there was an emplacement that had 22 pieces of all types, including 12 155mm cannon. At Holgate, about 10 kilometers from Sword's left flank, there was a battery with 6 155mm guns. Even closer, at Merville, there were 4 75mm guns. At Longueuil, halfway between Omaha and Gold Beaches. The German battery consisted of 4 155mm Czech guns, set back about a kilometer from the coast, with a steel-reinforced concrete observation post right on the edge of the cliff, and able to communicate with the batteries by underground telephone line. Scattered along the beach were extensive emplacements, holding 75s, 88s, mortars, and machine guns. As always, the embrasures opened along the beach, not out to sea, and the concrete was much too thick and too well reinforced to be vulnerable to even the largest naval shell. Such positions would have to be taken by infantry. In the dunes, the Germans had some Tobruk's, but not nearly so many as at Omaha, nor were the infantry trenches so extensive. The commander of the German 716th Infantry Division was Generalleutnant Wilhelm Richter. He was responsible for the defense of the British beaches, and he was pessimistic about his chances to hold against a serious invasion. More than a third of his men were from Ost battalions, primarily from Soviet Georgia and Russia. One general staff officer remarked in a May report, "We are asking rather a lot if we expect Russians to fight in France for Germany against the Americans." Richter's strongpoints and resistance nests were spaced about 800 meters apart, in some places more than a kilometer apart. Richter commented that they were beaded along the coast like a string of pearls. There was no depth to the position whatsoever. For reinforcement, Richter had to rely on 21st Panzer, 12 kilometers away and paralyzed by Hitler's orders, or the 12th Panzer Division, which had one regiment north of Caen, some 20 kilometers away. The British attack on General Richter's 716th Division began shortly after midnight with a bombing raid along the coast. In this part of the Calvados coast, the population was considerably denser than at Omaha or Utah, and French civilians suffered badly. Mademoiselle Genguet, who lived in the seaside village of Saint-Côme-de-Fresnay, at the western tip of the British invasion, kept a diary. "Awakened this morning at 1 a.m. by a distant bombardment, we got dressed. We heard the big bombers coming in and constantly passing over our heads." She and her parents stayed in the corner where the walls were thickest. "At dawn," she wrote, "suddenly a big gun is fired from the sea, and the smaller cannon of the Boche were answering. Everything in the house, doors, windows, and everything in the loft seemed to be dancing. We had the impression that all sorts of things were falling in the courtyard. We were not feeling very brave." Madame d'Anselme lived in Asnel, a village off Gold Beach. The Germans had a gun emplacement at the bottom of her garden. Madame d'Anselme had 7 children. She had dug a trench in her garden, just big enough to shelter the 8 of us and a couple of others, she said. When the bombing began, Madame d'Anselme hurried her little troop into the trench. They stayed until dawn. One of the boys seized the opportunity of a lull when the bombing lifted to climb the garden wall to see what was happening. "Mummy, Mummy," he called out, "look, the sea, it's black with boats." Chapter 28. Everything was well ordered. The 50th Division at Gold Beach. The UDT, Underwater Demolition Team men, and the Royal Engineers began to touch down on Gold Beach at 0735, followed immediately by the first wave of LCTs carrying tanks and LCAs bringing in infantry assault teams. It was an hour later than the American landings because the tide moved from west to east, and low tide came later on the British beaches. But the wind at Gold was coming almost straight in from the northwest, piling up the water to such a depth that the outer line of obstacles was underwater before the UDT men could get to them. The later time of the attack was fortunate in that it gave the bombers and battleships longer to work over the beach defenses. Many of the Germans were in the resort houses that dotted the coast, concentrated at Le Hamel, right center of Gold Beach, and La Rivière, left flank boundary with Juno Beach. Unlike the concrete emplacements, the houses could be set on fire by naval shells and air-dropped bombs. The official British observer described the initial action. Just as it was getting light, a tremendous bombing attack was delivered inland, and fires, which appeared to come from Vers-sur-Mer and La Rivière, could be clearly seen. Apart from some flak, there was no enemy opposition of any sort, although it was broad daylight, and the ships must have been clearly visible from the beaches. It was not until the first flight of assaulting troops were away and the cruiser HMS Belfast opened fire that the enemy appeared to realize that something out of the ordinary was afoot. For some time after this, the anchorage was ineffectually shelled by the enemy coastal battery, situated about 3/4 of a mile inland. Shooting was very desultory and inaccurate, and the guns of only 6 to 8 inch caliber. As Lieutenant Pat Blamey's LCT moved toward shore, shells from naval guns, ranging from 5-inch to 14-inch, whistled overhead. Blamey commanded a Sherman tank, with a 25-pounder cannon mounted on it. Behind him in the LCT were 4 25-pounder field artillery pieces that he would be towing ashore. The battery commenced firing when it was 12 kilometers from shore, and continued to fire a steady 3 rounds per minute until down to 3 kilometers. This was a period of furious activity, Blamey remembered. Ammo boxes and shell cases jettisoned overboard as I called out the ranges received from the control craft. The noise was terrific, but nothing compared with the blast from the rocket ships when they opened up as our assault craft closed the beach. The beach obstacles proved to be more dangerous than German infantry or artillery. German snipers concentrated their fire on UDT teams, so that almost no clearing of lanes had been completed. LCTs landed first, near Asnel, where they disgorged 2 companies of Hobart's Funnies. 20 of the LCTs hit mined obstacles, suffering moderate to severe damage, losing some tanks and some men. This damn the torpedoes full speed ahead approach by the LCTs was in accord with the rules for guidance handed out to the coxswains by the Royal Navy. Hedgehogs, stakes, or tetrahedra will not prevent your beaching provided you go flat out, those instructions read. Your craft will crunch over them, bend them and squash them into the sand, and the damage to your outer bottom can be accepted, so drive on. Element C, however, is an obstacle to LCTs, but at full speed you can bend them and pass partially over them. Therefore, avoid element C if you can. If you cannot, try and hit it a glancing blow, preferably near the end of a bay. This will probably turn it, or drive its supports into the sand. A second blow may enable you to squeeze through or past it. Do not worry too much about how you are going to get out again. The first and primary object is to get in and land without drowning the vehicles. Once the ramp went down, the men and vehicles rushed off the craft. A commando explained why. The reason we stormed Normandy like we did was because the soldiers would rather have fought the whole German army than go back on the ships and be as seasick as they were going over. My God, those soldiers couldn't wait to get on dry land. Nothing would have got in their way. They would have torn tanks to pieces with their bare hands. They didn't have to, because there were no German tanks on the beach. Even the infantry resistance was ineffective. When Blamey drove off his LCT, towing artillery pieces, he found that, in his words, local strongpoints had been neutralized by the bombardment. Shelling and mortaring from inland was slight and inaccurate. Except for some dozen Jerrys, the beach was deserted of enemy. The ones I saw were completely shattered by the bombardment. They appeared to be Mongolians. To Blamey, it seemed like an ordinary exercise. The only difference that there was were the LCTs blowing up on the beach obstacles and swinging about. He went to work, laying out the line for his guns, putting up flags where he wanted the 25-pounders to position themselves. The British landed some 200 of these excellent anti-tank guns on D-Day, a much better record than the American artillery achieved. One wasn't conscious of being in the middle of a hurly-burly, Blamey said. Everything was very well ordered. Things were arriving, being unloaded. All those nice little French villas just inland had been set on fire, and almost all were destroyed. I was more frightened of making a cock-off of my job and letting the side down than anything else. Asked if the organization was better than he expected, Blamey replied, "It was absolutely like clockwork. We knew it would be. We had every confidence. We had rehearsed it so often, we knew our equipment, we knew it worked. We knew, given reasonable conditions, we would get off the craft. He gave the credit to the Navy and the RAF. In his opinion, they made our landing a pushover. As the second wave began to arrive, and the tide reduced the width of the beach, Blamey had his gunners cease fire and prepare to move inland. He hooked the pieces up to his tank and drove to the outskirts of Asnel, where he stopped to brew up some tea before proceeding on to just west of Mauvain, where he began to take fire from German 88s on a ridge ahead. Blamey lined up his cannon and replied. Soon enough, the German fire was silenced. The sectors at Gold were, from west to east, Ightham, Jig, King, and Love. The attackers, from the Northumbrian 50th Division, were the Devonshire, Hampshire, Dorsetshire, and East Yorkshire regiments, accompanied by the Green Howards and Durham Light Infantry, plus engineer, communication, and artillery units, followed by the 7th Armoured Division, the famous Desert Rats. Blamey had landed at Jig. Seaman Ronald Seaborn, a forward observer for the Belfast, landed to his left at Love. Everyone on Seaborn's LCM was seasick. He recalled, "We had had a fried egg breakfast, washed down by a tot of rum. Not my choice, but mandatory for all those going ashore." The LCM ran aground 200 meters or more from the waterline, but Seaborn, carrying his radio, was as eager as everyone else to run down the ramp and into the water, anything to abandon that instrument of torture. LCAs passed Seaborn as he struggled through the chest-deep water. He recalled, "By the time I was on the beach, there were 200 or so troops already there, effectively dealing with the straggling rifle fire coming from the defenses of La Rivière. After the bombardment the Germans had taken, Seaborn was surprised that any of them were still alive, much less firing back." Seaborn's party consisted of a Royal Artillery captain, a bombardier, and a leading telegraphist. They crossed the seawall and the coastal road. The captain told Seaborn to report to Belfast that the beachhead was secure and that the party was going inland, then begin hiking toward Crépon. Seaborn was unable to raise Belfast. After a quarter of an hour of frustration, he decided to follow the captain. He said, "As I walked along a lane in the direction of Crépon, I could not see another person. Suddenly, from a field ahead, 3 men in German uniforms emerged. I thought this was the end of the war for me, but they raised their hands about their heads, and by a mixture of French, German, and English, I learned that they were Russians. I pointed the way to the beach and proceeded on. Before long, I came to a small church. After halfway through the graveyard, a shot whistled by me. I dropped to the ground amid a mass of poppies, then moved slowly toward a stone tombstone for safer shelter. Another shot rang out. I hid behind the tombstone, peered round it, and spotted a German helmet. I fired back, and for the next few minutes it was real cowboys and Indians stuff. With the last of my ammunition, I got a lucky ricochet on my enemy, who slumped from his hiding place into my full view. I went over and looked at him, and found I was gazing at a young boy, presumably one of the Hitler Jugend. I felt sick, sicker even than I had done on the LCM an hour or so previously. Lieutenant Commander Brian T. Whinney, Royal Navy, was beachmaster for Ightham and Jig sectors. He landed at 0745, some 150 meters from the waterline. On the way in, he recalled, "Considerable fire developed on the beaches and offshore from enemy batteries inland and mortars. Many near misses were observed among the LCAs of the assault wave." When he made his way to the seawall, where, he said, "I became aware of a group of about a dozen men sitting quite quietly, apparently gazing out to sea. It took a few seconds for me to realize that they were the Germans who had been manning the beach defenses. They were waiting to surrender." Further east, at Le Hamel, the German troops were sticking to their guns. One machine gun in a pillbox was firing with great effect, supported by mortar rounds dropping into the shrinking beach. All tanks on the beach had been put out of action, either by mined obstacles or mortar shells. Without tanks, the engineers had been unable to clear any exits in the sector. The Germans in Le Hamel, from the 1st Battalion, 916th Regiment, part of the 352nd Division, were somewhat protected in brick houses and hotels, and they maintained a steady fire onto the beach. Whinney decided to suspend landings opposite Le Hamel and diverted follow-up waves to his right and left, where the opposition was less and exits had been opened. He said, "I also stopped the clearance of beach obstacles in front of Le Hamel, as no landing craft were beaching, and with the heavy surf and enemy fire, it was too great a risk for the personnel concerned." Whinney went to the top of the seawall, where he was driven to take cover behind a disabled tank. Other men joined him. The disabled tank was a great boon to us, Whinney remembered, as it gave a narrow cone of shelter from the fire from the pillbox. Without it, we would have been in much worse trouble. The only tank to get off our beach successfully was a flail tank, which succeeded in deafening the lot of us by blowing off his waterproofing before proceeding inland to support the Marine commandos. Whinney and his little party were soon joined by an improbable comrade. A Fleet Air Arm small plane, piloted by a Royal Navy lieutenant commander, was shot down by his own ship while reporting to it. The pilot managed to eject and come down safely by parachute, landing in the surf. "We met him as he staggered ashore," Whinney said. "He was almost speechless with rage, demanding a boat forthwith. The crossest man I've ever seen, and I didn't envy the gun crew responsible for his ditching." The next day there was a somewhat similar incident at Omaha. Private Joseph Barrett was in the 474th AAA. A P-51 came out of the clouds, down low. The 474th shot it down. The pilot, a lieutenant, dropped by parachute onto the beach. He was wearing his Class A uniform and carrying a bottle of whiskey. He said he had a date in London that night and was only supposed to make a single pass over the beach. He was mad as hell, Barrett recalled, but in our defense we had been told to shoot at anything lower than 1,000 feet. Except at La Rivière, which held out until 1000, and Le Hamel, which held out until mid-afternoon, the German defenses on Gold were incapable of stopping the onrush of men and vehicles from the 50th Division. Nor were there hedgerows inland to check their momentum. What the Germans counted on was their counterattack capability. Kampfgruppe Meyer was stationed near Bayeux, and it had often practiced maneuvers for getting to the beach in a hurry. But at 0400, June 6, the regiment had gone off on a wild goose chase to attack reported large-scale enemy airborne landings near Isigny. At 0800, General Kreis realized his mistake and ordered a countermarch back to the Bayeux area for a counterattack toward Crépon. But it took an hour for the order to reach the regiment, which then had to march some 30 kilometers to reach its start point. The march was made partly on foot, partly by bicycle, partly by French trucks that kept breaking down. It consumed another 5 hours before the lead elements were approaching the assembly position. Thus did Kreis's main reserve spend the critical hours of D-Day marching across the countryside, first this way, then that. While the 915th was marching east, it lost one of its 3 battalions, as Kreis split the 2nd Battalion off and sent it to Colville to meet the threat there from the U.S. 1st Infantry Division. When the body of Kampfgruppe Meyer, passing to the south of Bayeux, reached the Brazenville assembly area, it was 1730 hours, and the British were already in possession of Brazenville. Instead of attacking, Kampfgruppe Meyer was thrown on the defensive. Colonel Meyer was killed. There was no counterattack at Gold Beach. But Kampfgruppe Meyer served a purpose for the Germans. The opposition it put up at Brazenville checked the advance of the 50th Division. Due to the unusually high tide and the delay in clearing the beach obstacles, the follow-up waves from the division had been 2 hours or more late in getting ashore. The road to Bayeux was open until 1730, but the British were too late to take advantage of the opportunity. Still, they managed to get to Brazenville in time to check Meyer, and were in a position to move out to Bayeux the following day. The pattern was repeated all across the British and Canadian beaches. The assault teams got across the beach and through the crust of the German defense system with relatively little difficulty, but the follow-up waves were delayed by the unusually high tide and the abundance of beach obstacles. Inland, the assault teams failed to advance as quickly or as far as Montgomery had wanted them to go. The tendency was to stop and brew up a tea and congratulate themselves on having accomplished their objective, getting ashore. When they moved out in the afternoon, they did so cautiously, relying on their artillery, or Hobart's funnies, to subdue the opposition. There were some tanks and artillery opposing the advance, and the Germans were rushing reinforcements to the area, which was far more critical to them than anything on the American front. Bayeux sat astride N13, the highway that ran from Caen to Cherbourg, while Caen was the gateway to Paris to the east. The adventures of Seaman Seaborn during the day illustrate in microcosm the British problems after clearing the beach. After his firefight with the German sniper in the graveyard, Seaborn hurried to catch up with the captain of his forward observation team. When he did, he found that the captain had joined up with the leading infantry units. They were unable to advance because of a single German tank concealed in a field beside the road. The captain had Seaborn contact Belfast on his radio and prepare to give coordinates to the cruiser so it could blast the tank. But the infantry commander asked him to not call in naval shells because his men were too close to the tank. Seaborn's captain suggested falling back 100 meters or so, but the infantry leader would not do that either. "It is no use just keeping up with the troops," the captain commented to Seaborn. "If we are to do anything useful, we must be ahead. Then we can bring Belfast into play without risk to our side." The team set off for Crelly, the infantry staying in place, neither attacking the tank nor backing off from it, and reached the village, some 7 kilometers inland, about midday. There was no opposition, although 8 soldiers in German uniforms surrendered to the team. 5 of them were Russians. 3 hotly denied being Russian. They were Lithuanians who hated the Russians just as much as they did the Germans. The British sent them packing toward the beach. Seaborn's team pushed on. At 1500, it reached the N13 at the village of Saint-Léger, midway between Bayeux and Caen. "Here," Seaborn said, "we cautiously crossed the road and entered the cluster of houses beyond. We found a truly rustic setting, a village green, a café, a tall tree in the middle of the green, with 2 or 3 benches on the grass. Everything was very quiet and very still. Who said that there was a war on? It was very pleasant, but not what we had come for. The captain decided to climb the tree to spy out the land. So up we went. Suddenly below us we heard a rumble. Looking down, we saw a German half-track enter the square and park below our tree. 6 German soldiers climbed out, relieved themselves against the tree, then climbed back in. We hoped that this was the only reason for the stop, but to our dismay, the half-track did not move. 10 minutes later, another half-track lumbered into the square, quickly followed by a third. The captain whispered to Seaborn, "Send a signal to Belfast. Send Cut Off and Daedalus," codename for Saint-Léger. The telegraphist went white. "Don't be daft," he whispered furiously. "What bloody good will that do? Jerry will hear the Morse key for sure." The captain hissed back, "This is mutiny in the face of the enemy. I'll have you shot." "Belt up," the telegraphist fired back, "or you'll get us all shot." Seaborn made his own decision. He sent no message. The Germans got themselves sorted out. Half of them took off on one half-track headed east. The other half jumped in a second half-track to head west, leaving the third vehicle unattended in the square. The telegraphist scurried down the tree trunk, Seaborn right beside him. They crossed wires and got the half-track started, jumped in and took off, the captain scrambling aboard as the vehicle moved out, shouting curses at the telegraphist and at Seaborn. We charged back over the N13, Seaborn remembered, and down the lane toward Crelly. Near this village, we stopped and got out. I reported back to Belfast, and soon after we made contact once more with our own troops. Seaborn's little party was the only British unit from Gold to cross the N13 that day. It had made the deepest penetration of any Allied unit, but it had not accomplished anything positive and ended up settling down for the night in Creilly. The 47th Royal Marine Commandos landed at Item sector on the far right near Saint-Côme-de-Fresnay. The beach obstacles played havoc with their landing craft. 15 out of 16 were damaged. Initially, machine gun fire was heavy. One Marine called out to his mates, "Perhaps we're intruding. This seems to be a private beach." But the Germans from the 352nd Division soon packed it in, and, once ashore, the Royal Marines found it tame, like another exercise back home. The medical teams had so little to do that they began unloading ammunition. The Marines' task was to push on inland, turn right, west, pass to the south of Arromanches and Longueuil, and take Port-en-Bessin from the rear. Port-en-Bessin was midway between Omaha and Gold. The Marines were supposed to link up with the Americans at the tiny port, but neither the Marines nor the Americans got to Port-en-Bessin before nightfall, although the Marines did get to within a kilometer of it and took the port the next day. In their trek to the west, the Marines passed Longueuil-sur-Mer. On the steep cliff on the outskirts of the village, the Germans had a superbly built large observation post, linked by underground telephone wires to a battery of 4 155mm cannon, about a kilometer back from the cliff. The observation post consisted of 2 floors. The bottom floor, mainly below the ground, had a direction finder room, a long, narrow aperture, a chart room, a telephone exchange, and other equipment. The upper floor was protected by a concrete slab more than a meter thick, reinforced by steel rods and supported by steel bars. It housed a rangefinder. The guns were in 4 separate fortifications, also with meter-thick reinforced concrete and underground magazines. This was the battery whose exact coordinates the British had obtained thanks to the blind son of the farmer who owned the land, and thanks to Andre Heinz's radio reports over his homemade wireless set. Shortly after dawn, the battery, which had been pounded by tons of bombs from the air and shells from the sea in the pre-invasion bombardment, but was hardly scratched, opened fire on the battleship Arkansas, anchored 5 kilometers off Omaha Beach. Arkansas returned fire, supported by 2 French cruisers. The battery then turned its cannon to fire toward HMS Bulolo, the headquarters ship for Gold Beach, which was some 12 kilometers out in the channel. The firing was accurate enough to force Bulolo to change its position. At this point, HMS Ajax, famous for its participation against the German pocket battleship Admiral Graf Spee off Montevideo on the River Plate on December 13, 1939, got into a ship vs. fortification duel with the Longueuil-sur-Mer battery. Ajax was some 11 kilometers offshore, but its firing was so accurate that within 20 minutes 2 of the German cannon fell silent. They had not been destroyed, but the shock and concussion from direct hits on the concrete emplacement so shattered the German artillerymen that they abandoned the position. On a third emplacement, Ajax scored what was either the most accurate or the luckiest hit of the invasion, perhaps both. There were no survivors, so there is no way to know exactly what happened. But the on-site evidence, 5 decades later, indicates what must have happened. The entire breech mechanism of the 155mm cannon is simply gone. The barrel, 3 inches thick steel, lies in pieces. The emplacement looks as if a tactical nuclear weapon had gone off inside. Evidently, Ajax sent one of its 6-inch shells through the embrasure of the emplacement at a moment when the breech was open and the gunners were loading a shell into it. The shell must have gone off in the breech. At that same instant, the steel door leading to the magazine below must have been open. The fire from the explosion ran down into the magazine and set off the piles of 155mm ammunition stored there. What a bang that must have been! It tore off the concrete roof, scattering automobile-sized chunks of it all around. One has to doubt that even one piece of any of the gunners survived. 25 years later, the skipper of Ajax was entertaining a young American student studying in England. She was the daughter of an American woman he had been dating during the war, and had just returned from a visit to Normandy. She got him to talking about his duel with the battery at Longues-sur-Mer. He described it, then said he had often wondered but never found out how he had the exact coordinates of those well-camouflaged emplacements. "Why," the girl replied, "I know. I've just talked to André Heinz, then professor of history at the University of Caen, and he told me." She then related the story of the blind boy and his father pacing off the distances and getting the information to Heinz in Bayeux. Mademoiselle Gingay was a resident of Saint-Côme-de-Fresnay, where the Royal Marines landed. On the evening of June 6, she wrote in her diary, "What seemed impossible has really happened. The English have landed on the French coast, and our little village has become famous in a few hours. Not one civilian killed or wounded. How can we express our surprise after such long years of waiting in wonderment and fear?" In the morning, she and a friend went to the edge of the cliff to see what was happening. She wrote, "From there, what a sight met our eyes! As far as we could see, there were ships of all kinds and sizes, and above floated big balloons, silvery in the sun. Big bombers were passing and repassing in the sky. As far as Courcelles, one could see nothing but ships." Mademoiselle Gingay returned to Saint-Côme, where she encountered British soldiers. In her diary she wrote, "The English had thought that all civilians had been evacuated from the coast, and were very surprised to find the inhabitants had stayed in their homes. Our little church had received a direct hit on the roof, and fire broke out. But with the help of the villagers it was soon overcome. Guns were firing. What a noise everywhere, and smell of burning." She wondered if she were dreaming. "Is it all really true?" she wrote. "We are at last liberated. The enormous strength that all this war material represents is fantastic, and the way it has been handled with such precision is marvelous. A group of Tommies pass and ask us for water. We fill their bottles, say a few words, and having given chocolate and sweets to the children, they continue on their way." On the beach, Lieutenant Commander Whinney noted that, as night came on, in his words, all was quiet. An eerie feeling remained. There was not a soul in sight. He went to a farmhouse which backed onto the pillbox that had given so much trouble at Le Hamel in the forenoon, and was surprised to hear a noise inside. He knocked on the door, and to my astonishment, he said, an old lady appeared. She seemed quite unconcerned. She had apparently been there all day, carrying out her household chores as usual. By nightfall on June 6, the British at Gold Beach had penetrated some 10 kilometers inland and hooked up with the Canadians at Crelly on their left. They were on the cliff looking down on Arromanches. They had not taken Bayeux or crossed the N13, but they were in position to do so the next day. They had put 25,000 men ashore, at a cost of 400 casualties. It was a good start. Chapter 29. Payback. The Canadians at Juno. On August 19, 1942, the 2nd Canadian Division, supported by British commandos and a small unit of American Rangers, made an amphibious assault on the port of Dieppe, on the upper Norman coast about 100 kilometers from Le Havre. It was a raid, not an invasion. It was poorly planned and badly executed. The Canadians suffered terrible losses. 3/4 of them were killed, wounded, or taken prisoner within 6 hours. All 7 battalion commanders were casualties. At Dieppe, the Germans had fortified positions holding 88mm cannon on the cliffs on each side of the beach, plus machine gun pillboxes and entrenched troops. The beach consisted entirely of shingle, impossible for tanks to cross and difficult for men. There had been no pre-assault bombardment from ships or planes. The attacking infantry outnumbered the defenders by only a 2-to-1 ratio, and the defenders were top-quality troops. Allied propaganda tried to play Dieppe as a rehearsal from which critical lessons were learned, lessons that were applied on June 6, 1944. But in fact, the only lesson learned was, "Do not attack fortified ports head-on." Dieppe was a national disaster. The Canadians owed the Germans a bit of payback. They got it on Juno Beach. Courcelles-sur-Mer, in the center of Juno Beach, was the most heavily defended point in the long stretch from Arromanches on the far right of the British beaches to Ouistreham on the far left. Saint-Aubin and Langrune, to the left, east of Courcelles, were well defended also. General Richter's 716th Division had 11 heavy batteries of 155 mm guns and 9 medium batteries, mainly 75s. All were supposed to be in fortified bunkers, but only 2 bunkers were complete. Elsewhere, the crews were protected by unroofed bunkers or earthen gun pits in open fields. There were Widerstandnester at Vaux, Courcelles, Bernier, and Saint-Aubin, each heavily fortified with reinforced concrete. The Widerstandnester were supported by trenches and gun pits, surrounded by barbed wire and minefields. All weapons were sighted to fire along the beach in enfilade, not out to sea. The zones of fire were calculated to interlock on the formidable array of beach obstacles situated just below the high water mark. To the Germans, as John Keegan noted, the combination of fixed obstacles and enfilading fire from the resistance nests was deemed to guarantee the destruction of any landing force. But General Richter had some serious problems. His Widerstandnester were a kilometer apart. His mobility was practically non-existent. The 716th used horses to move its artillery and supplies, while its men moved by foot. Their weapons were a hodgepodge of captured rifles and cannon. The men were under 18 or over 35 years of age, or veterans of the Eastern Front in their mid-20s who had suffered more or less disabling wounds, or Oust Battalion troops from Russia and Poland. Their orders were to stand fast. Giving an inch of ground was forbidden, and German NCOs were there to enforce those orders. In any case, the encircling minefields and barbed wire would keep them in, just as much as it would keep the Canadians out. Man for man, they were hardly a match for the young, tough, magnificently trained Canadians, and they were outnumbered by the Canadians in the first wave at a ratio of 6-1, 2,400 Canadians, 400 Germans. The Canadian 3rd Division contained lumberjacks, fishermen, miners, farmers, all tough outdoorsmen, and all volunteers. Canada had conscription in World War II, but only volunteers were sent into combat zones. Sapper Josh Honan volunteered in a way familiar to all veterans. He was a surveyor in an engineer company in Canada in late 1943, when a colonel called him to headquarters. "You're Irish," the colonel declared. "Yes, sir." "An Irishman always likes a good scrap, doesn't he?" the colonel asked. "We got a job we'd like you to do." Honan replied that he would just as soon stay with his company. "We're all together, sir. We're going overseas, and I don't want to get separated from my mates." "Never mind about all that," the colonel said. "You may meet them again in England." Honan asked what the job was. The colonel replied that he could not say. "The only thing I can tell you about it is that there are many men in England today who would gladly change places with you." "Just one will do," Honan responded. "Well, you Irish will have your little joke," said the colonel. "I can promise you that you will be totally pleased that you took this job." "Will I?" "Oh, yes, I know you Irish. You enjoy a good scrap, don't you?" In his interview, Honan commented, "I wasn't too keen on this jolly good scrap business talk." But there it was. A few days later, he was on his way to England, where he discovered that the job was just about the worst imaginable. He was to precede the first wave and blow up beach obstacles. On the night crossing on his LST, Honan noted that the men he was with, the Regina Rifle Regiment headed toward Mike's sector of Juno, spent their time alternating between using their whetstones to sharpen knives, daggers, and bayonets, and playing poker. He saw one man who had a knife with a wooden haft covered with leatherwork, with a big diamond-like gem inserted into it, sharpening it like mad. Others were playing poker like nothing I'd ever seen before. There was no use in holding back. Nothing made any difference. Bet the lot. When officers came around, they would sort of cover the money with the blankets they were playing on. Asked if the officers didn't try to stop the men from gambling, Honan said matter-of-factly, "You couldn't stop anybody from doing anything at that stage." Honan saw a single ship steaming through his convoy, between the rows of ships. He said, "And as it passed, we could see on the prow the solitary piper silhouetted against the evening sky, and the thin lament coming across, 'We no come back again.' It was very touching, and everybody was hushed, and everybody just stood there watching, not a sound from anyone. And then gradually it passed by and faded away in the distance, and we often thought that we no come back again." The Canadians were scheduled to land at 0745, but rough seas made them 10 minutes and more late, and extremely seasick. "Death would be better than this," Private Henry Gerald of the Royal Winnipeg Rifles moaned to one of his mates. They had been told in the final briefings that all the pillboxes, machine guns, and artillery pieces would be kaput as a result of the air and naval bombardments, but things did not work out that way. The midnight June 5 and 6 air bombardment by RAF Bomber Command was heavy enough. The 5,268 tons of bombs dropped was the heaviest raid the British had yet mounted in the war, but it was woefully inaccurate. American B-17s came over at first light, but as at Omaha, they delayed dropping their bombs up to 30 seconds after crossing the aiming point. As a result, the bombs fell well inland. Very few of the fortifications were hit, none on Juneau. Royal Navy cruisers and battleships began firing at 0600. The destroyers went into action at 0619. At 0710, the tanks and 25-pounders on LCTs joined in, followed by rockets from the LCTRs. It was the heaviest bombardment ever fired from ship to shore. But the smoke and haze was such that very few of the shells actually hit their targets. A target analysis team later calculated that only about 14% of the bunkers were destroyed. The smoke was so thick that for the most part the German defenders could not see out to sea. At 0645, 7th Army's routine morning report to OB West read, "Purpose of naval bombardment not yet apparent. It appears to be a covering action in conjunction with attacks to be made at other points later." Occasionally the wind would sweep away the smoke. When it did, the Germans could see countless ships big and small, beyond comprehension. The bombardment lifted at 0730 when the first wave was supposed to be landing. This gave the Germans time to recover and man their guns. "All the softening up did was alert the enemy of the landing," Private Henry remarked, "and give them the chance to be settled in for our guys to run into." Another soldier in the Royal Winnipeg Rifles commented, "The bombardment had failed to kill a single German or silence one weapon." Yet as the Canadian landing craft approached the beach obstacles, mostly underwater due to the strong northwest wind, there was an eerie silence. The Germans were not firing, which the Canadians found encouraging. They did not yet realize the reason was that all German guns were sighted to fire down the beach. Josh Honan was on an LST, waiting to be offloaded onto an LCA for the final run of 5 kilometers or so to the beach. One of his mates asked, "Do you think this might just be a rehearsal?" "It looks a bit elaborate for that," Honan replied. Honan had his own fantasy, that his demolition team would be forgotten by the officer in charge. "It was like being called for the dentist," Honan said. "I was hoping that I wouldn't be next, that maybe somebody else would go before me. But then this fellow with the bullhorn called out, 'Sapper assault team, report to your boat stations on number 6 deck, now.'" Safely loaded, Honan's LCA joined 5 others and began to circle. He went to the ramp to watch the action. He noted that all the Canadian soldiers had deeply suntanned faces, while the British coxswains and crews were moon-white. He looked for landmarks, but could not see any through the smoke. The LCA was pitching and bucking in the waves. "The rougher it got," Honan said, "the less I looked around me to see what was happening to anybody else." The craft started closing up on each other, but not in an organized fashion. The LCAs began losing way and losing steerage, bumping into each other and into beach obstacles. When the leading craft, mostly carrying engineers and UDT teams, reached the outer line of obstacles, a quarter or more of them set off teller mines. The mines were not big enough to blow the craft out of the water or otherwise destroy them. The open tops allowed most of the explosive power to escape into the air, but they made holes in the bottoms or damaged the ramps. Honen's LCA came in opposite Bernières-sur-Mer. Honen tried to give the coxswain directions to avoid obstacles, but, he said, he hadn't enough steerage for the boat to answer. So we finished up by running on top of one of the obstacles with the ramp up against it. We could see the mine just beside us. One bump and bang. So Major Stone, Honen's CO, said, "I'm going over." I said, "Bloody good luck to you," but my orders were to try to keep Stoney alive, so I had to go over with him. Honen dumped all his equipment overboard, rifle, explosives, walkie-talkie, the works, and dove into the water after his major. He recalled, and Stoney was starting to swim for the front of the boat, and I said, "Bugger it, I've got to do that too." So I swam to the front, and the obstacle was wired onto two adjacent tetrahedrons, and the major had cutting pliers, and he said, "I'll cut the wires." And I said, "Okay, I'll take out the detonators." So I got astride the tetrahedron, wrapped my legs around it, and started to unscrew the detonators. Stoney shouted to get a dozen men off the craft, and for the others to go to the stern to help lift the prow off the obstacle. So a dozen soldiers dove in, and we all got our shoulders to the prow and pushed. It was about 0800. The leading LCAs, carrying assault teams, were dropping their ramps. Canadians were making their way on foot through the obstacles up onto the beach. The Germans commenced firing. Snipers and mortar crews were aiming at the landing craft as machine guns concentrated on the first wave of infantry. Bullets were creating miniature geysers around Honen. He, Major Stone, and the men managed to free the LCA. Its ramp went down, and the infantry made toward shore as Honen moved to the next obstacle to remove the detonator on its mine. "My mates were attacking the pillboxes," he said. "That was their business, and I was doing my business. I was a sitting duck. I didn't have anything to work with except my bare hands." The rising tide covered the obstacles faster than Honen could unscrew the detonators. Honen remarked, "I could do my job only by wrapping my legs around the obstacles to keep from being floated away. I could only use one hand." At about 0815, he decided, "Bugger this lark, I'm going ashore." He swam for the shore. There he saw a headless corpse. The man had apparently been wounded in the water and then run over by an LCA. The propeller had cut his head off. He was clutching in his hand the knife with the diamond-like gem inserted into the leather wrapped around the handle that Honen had noticed during the night. When Honen reached the seawall, a couple of the chaps hauled him up and over. One of them pulled out a flask of whiskey and offered Honen a drink. "No thanks," Honen said. The soldier took a slug himself and asked, "Why not? You're not an effing teetotaler, are you?" "I'm not," Honen replied, "but I'm afraid that stuff will make me feel brave or some bloody thing like that." Honen moved into the village, where he took shelter until the German machine gun fire was suppressed. "I had done my bit," he explained. "I was watching the others get on with it." Until the tide receded, he could do no more demolition of obstacles. Soon the guns fell silent, and the people began coming out into the street, waving for the liberators, throwing bouquets of roses. The village priest appeared. "Monsieur le curé," Honen said in his best high school French, "I hope that you are pleased that we have arrived." "Yes," the priest replied, "but I will be better pleased when you are gone again," as he pointed sadly to the hole in the top of his 17th-century church. The barber came out and asked Honen if he would like a cognac. "No," Honen replied, "but I could do with a shave." The barber was happy to comply, Honen said, so I went in and sat in the chair in my wringing wet battle dress, the water squelching in my shoes, and he gave me a shave. Refreshed and rested, Honen returned to the beach to go back to work. He recalled, I was in time to see the DD tanks coming ashore. 2 of them came out of the water. I had never seen nor heard of them before. So this was like sea monsters for me coming out of the deep. Those 2 tanks pulled up their skirts and ducked around the village with the other girls. Sergeant Ronald Johnston was a tank driver. At 0500, out in the channel in the Anchorage area, he offloaded from an LST onto a Rhino ferry, an experience he found disconcerting as he had not done the maneuver previously, and the steel tracks slipped on the steel deck of the Rhino, and his tank almost plunged into the sea. Finally, he got to his designated position. There was a jeep in front of him. Johnston walked up to the jeep driver and asked, "That jeep is waterproofed, isn't it?" "Yeah, why?" "I sure as hell hope so," Johnston said, "because if it stalls, I'm going right over the top of it." When the ferry made the shoreline, Johnston recalled, the jeep driver all but broke his neck looking back to make sure the Sherman tank wasn't coming on. The jeep made it okay, Johnston right behind. He was horrified when he made the shore and discovered he had to run over dead and wounded infantry. "We just had to put it out of our minds," he commented. "Just forget it. There was only one way forward." Johnston's tank carried 2 motorcycles strapped onto the exhaust pipes and was towing an ammunition trailer. Cordite was wrapped around the waterproofing and exhaust pipes, all connected by wire. When the motorcycles were removed, Johnston got the word from the tank commander to hit the button that ignited the cordite and blew the waterproofing off. "It made a hell of an explosion," he said. On the beach, he recalled, it was unreal. Machine gun fire, mostly wild. A lot of the infantry were still in the water, and they couldn't get in. They took cover behind the tanks. A commando officer told Johnson to turn left. I looked and I said, "Oh my God, no." The commando asked why not. Johnson replied, "I'm not going to run over any more of my own buddies today." Sergeant Tom Plum was with a mortar platoon of the Royal Winnipeg Rifles. He went in on an LCT. When the ramp dropped and the tanks drove off, the LCT was pushed back into deeper water. The skipper nevertheless ordered the sergeant in charge of the first section to drive off in his mortar carrier. The sergeant protested that the water was too deep, but the skipper was adamant. The first carrier drove off and immediately sank in 4 meters of water. The men came floating up, choking and cursing. The skipper ordered the next carrier off, but the sergeant rebelled and demanded a dry landing. The skipper threatened him with a court-martial, but the sergeant held fast. Finally, the skipper conceded, raised the ramp, circled, came in again, and Plum and the others made a dry landing. That landing craft commanding officer was later given a dishonorable discharge, Plum commented with some satisfaction. The skipper had reason to be hesitant, reason to want to pull that famous naval maneuver known as getting the hell out of there. All around him, all across Juno Beach, landing craft were setting off teller mines. Many did so coming in. More did so when their troops and vehicles disembarked, because they then floated higher in the water, and wave action pushed them against the mined obstacles. Half or more of the craft at Juno were damaged, a quarter sunk. Sergeant Siggy Johnson of the Regina Rifles was first out of his LCA. It had stuck on a sandbar. When Johnson took a couple of steps forward, he was in over his head. Then, he said, a swell came along, and it lifted the boat, and it went right over the top of me. He paused in his interview, shook his head, and said with wonder in his voice, "And I'm still here telling about it." One of his mates was hit in the stomach and the legs. Despite his wounds, he went straight for a pillbox. Johnson recalled, "He shot one of the gunners, and the other one, he got his hands around his throat. He strangled the German, then he died himself, and when we found him, he still had his hands around the German's throat." A DD tank swam ashore, dropped the skirts, and began blasting with its 75mm cannon. Unfortunately, the tank had blasted at some Canadian infantry. Johnson got over to the tank and was able to get the captain to cease fire. Asked how the friendly fire could have happened, Johnson replied, That tank was one of the first ones in, and they saw troops, and I guess everybody's uniform was black from being wet anyway, and they just started firing. Johnson pointed to a 37mm gun in front of a building and got the tanker to blast it. For the infantry assault teams, it was a matter of chance whether they landed on their sector before any tanks got ashore, or landed side by side with tanks, or followed tanks ashore. In general, the DD tanks were late, if they arrived at all, while skippers of LCTs who decided to hell with the orders, we are going all the way in, put their tanks in even as the UDT men started working on the obstacles. It was also a matter of chance whether the infantry landed dry or in deep water. Sergeant McQuaid, an Irishman, jumped off his ramp into neck-deep water. Amid many other curses, he shouted, "Oh, the evil of it! They're trying to drown me before I even get up on the beach." The Germans opened fire as the infantry made their way through the obstacles up to the seawall. The Canadians in the first wave took dreadful casualties, in some companies every bit as bad as the first wave at Omaha. B Company of the Winnipegs was cut down to 1 officer and 25 men before it reached the seawall. D Company of the Regina Rifles lost half its strength even before it reached the beach. The regimental historian described the scene. A Company found the bombardment had not cracked the huge casemate on their sector. This fortress had reinforced concrete walls 4 feet thick and housed an 88mm gun as well as machine guns. In addition, there were concrete trenches outside the fort liberally sprinkled with small arms posts. Men survived by getting behind tanks until they could reach the seawall. The Queen's Own Rifles landed at Bernier, accompanied by DD tanks from the Fort Garry Horse, 10th Armored Regiment. Sergeant Gariepi drove one of the tanks. More by accident than by design, he recalled, I found myself the leading tank. On my way in, I was surprised to see a friend, a midget submarine who had been waiting for us for 48 hours. He waved me right onto my target. I remember him very, very distinctly, standing up through his conning hatch, joining his hands together in a sign of good luck. I answered the old familiar Army sign, "To you too, bud." I was the first tank coming ashore, and the Germans started opening up with machine guns. But when we came to a halt on the beach, it was only then that they realized we were a tank when we pulled down our canvas skirt, the flotation gear. Then they saw that we were Shermans. It was quite amazing. I still remember very vividly some of the machine gunners standing up in their posts, looking at us with their mouths wide open. To see tanks coming out of the water shook them rigid. Gariepi's target was a 75mm gun firing enfilade across the beach. Infantry got behind him as he drove his tank forward. He recalled, the houses along the beach were all full of machine gunners, and so were the sand dunes. But the angle of the blockhouse stopped them, the crew of the 75mm, from firing on me. So I took the tank up to the emplacement, very, very close, and destroyed the gun by firing at almost point-blank range. The infantry following Gariepi gained the relative safety of the seawall. In the midst of this uproar, the pipers with the Canadian-Scottish regiment piped away. The pipers had played the regiment out of the harbor when they left England, played again as they clambered into their assault boats, and yet again as they hit the beach. Corporal Robert Rogie was an American who had joined the Canadian Army in 1940. He went in with the Black Watch, Royal Highland Regiment. It was something, he recalled. While I was waiting on shore, I could hear one of our pipers playing Bonnie Dundee on the ship behind us, and we were really getting piped into action. Private G.W. Levers of the Canadian-Scottish Regiment kept a diary. He jotted notes in it as best he could as his LCA moved toward shore. Craft is bobbing around like a cork. We are not due to touch down until 0745. As we gradually near the shore, we can see the different ships firing, also batteries of rockets firing. When they go off, there is a terrific flash of flame. We are within half a mile of shore by now, and several of the chaps are quite seasick. The engines are speeded up, and we are making our run for the shore. We can see the beach, although the seas are running high. We can see a big pillbox with the shells bursting around it, and apparently doing no damage at all. The machine gun bullets are starting to whine around our craft, and the boys are keeping their heads down. Here we go. The ramp is down." Levers tucked his diary away and went down the ramp. Later, catching his breath at the seawall, he pulled it out and wrote, "We were in water up to our waists, and sometimes up to our chests. We waded ashore, and it was pretty slow work. We hit the beach, and machine guns were making us play hopscotch as we crossed it at the walk." As Levers' experience indicates, the initial assault at Juneau was like the initial assault at Omaha, but once the Canadians reached the seawall, there were significant differences. There were more tanks on Juneau, especially more specialized tanks, designed to help the infantry over the seawall, which was considerably higher at Juneau than at Omaha, through the barbed wire, and across the minefields. The flanking fire was as intense at Juneau as at Omaha, and the fortified pillboxes and gun emplacements just as numerous and formidable. At Omaha, 1 in 19 of the men landed on D-Day became casualties. Nearly 40,000 went ashore. There were 2,200 casualties. At Juneau, 1 in 18 were killed or wounded. 21,400 landed. 1,200 were casualties. The figures are misleading, in the sense that most men landed in the late morning or afternoon at both beaches, but a majority of the casualties were taken in the first hour. In the assault teams at both beaches, the chances of being killed or wounded were close to 1 in 2. The biggest difference between the beaches was that at Juneau there was no bluff behind the seawall. Once across and through the villages, the Canadians were in relatively flat, open country with few hedgerows, few fortifications, and almost no opposition. The trick was to get over the seawall and through the villages. That was where Hobart's funnies came into play. Tanks carrying bridges put them up against the seawall. Flail tanks beat their way through minefields. Tanks with bulldozers pushed barbed wire out of the way. Churchill crocodile tanks towing 400 gallons of fuel in armored trailers with a pipeline under the belly to the flame guns in front shot out streams of flame at pillboxes. Tanks carrying fascines dropped them into the anti-tank ditches, then led the way over. Sergeant Ronald Johnston drove his tank up to the seawall. His captain fired 40 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition against it, cutting it down. A bulldozer cleared away the rubble. Johnston drove through and reached the street running parallel to the beach. The tank was buttoned up. Johnston was looking through a periscope. He did not see a slit trench, and he said, "I went left, and the damn track went into the slit trench, and there we sat. But the Lord was with us." The tank came to a halt in a position that had its .50 caliber machine gun looking right down the throat of some German infantry in the trench. The gunner gave a blast, killing or wounding a few Germans. 21 other Germans put their hands up. Another British tank came through the gap, hooked onto Johnston's tank, and pulled it out of the trench. Captain Cyril Hendry, the troop commander who had unfolded his bridge on the LCT so that it would not act as a sail, was terrifically busy on the run into shore. He said, "Getting all our tanks started up, warmed up, lifting that damn bridge, getting everybody into position, making sure all the guns were loaded, and this sort of thing. Everybody so flaming seasick. It was rough." When he drove off the ramp, he was pleased to see an armored bulldozer already on the beach, using its winch to pull barbed wire off the seawall. He recalled, "I had to drop my bridge on the sand dunes so that the other tanks could climb and drop down on the far side." The first of the funnies to cross began flailing a path for the follow-up vehicles and infantry. Hendry recalled when the flail tank reached this bloody great hole of a tank trap, it turned aside to allow a Sherman carrying a fascine to move forward and drop the fascine into the hole. Then the Sherman started to cross, only to slide down into an even deeper hole, evidently created by a naval shell. Hendry drove forward with his bridge, which had a 30-foot reach. The combination tank trap and crater was 60 feet wide. Hendry used the turret of the sunken tank as a pier. After he got his bridge in place, the far end resting on the sunken Sherman, another bridge-carrying tank crossed, and also using the sunken tank for support, dropped its bridge to reach the dry ground on the far side. By 09:15, the two bridges resting on the sunken tank were secure enough for flail tanks to cross. Infantry came after them, and rushed the houses from which machine gun fire was coming. The Canadian infantry moved across the seawall and into the street fighting in the villages or against pillboxes with a fury that had to be seen to be believed. One who saw it happen was Private Gerald Henry. His company of the Royal Winnipegs was scheduled to land at 0800, but it was late, so he was an observer for the initial action. His comment was to the point. It took a great deal of heroics and casualties to silence the concrete emplacements and the various machine gun nests. Sergeant Siggy Johnson saw one of the bravest acts possible in war. A pioneer platoon was held up by barbed wire. It was supposed to use a Bangalore torpedo to blow a gap, but the torpedo failed to explode. A soldier, unknown to Johnson, threw himself over the wire so that others could cross on his back. Johnson saw others crawl through barbed wire and minefields to get close enough to the embrasures of pillboxes to toss in grenades. He concluded his interview with these words, "Very few publications ever get the truth of what our Winnipeg infantry faced and did." Every platoon in the Canadian assault companies had an assigned sector in the villages to attack. In some cases they met almost no resistance once over the seawall. Company B of the Regina Rifles, for example, cleared the east side of Courcelles in a matter of minutes. But A Company, at the western side, was held up and badly hurt by machine guns, an 88mm gun beside the harbor entrance, and a 75mm out to the right flank. Fortunately, 14 of the 19 DD tanks launched by B Squadron of the 1st Hussars provided support for the infantry, who worked their way through the trenches and dugouts connecting the concrete positions. Sergeant Garapi nearly got stuck in Courcelles. His tank ended up in a narrow street, and, he recalled, there was one of those funny-looking trucks with a charcoal burner on the running board. I couldn't get my tank by, and I saw 2 Frenchmen and a French woman standing in a doorway looking at us. So I took my earphones off and told them in good Quebec French, "Now will you please move that truck out of the way so I can get by?" They must have been frightened because they wouldn't budge. So I then called them everything I could think of in the military vocabulary. They were amazed to hear a Tommy, they thought we were Tommies, speak French with the old Norman dialect. But they finally moved the truck, and Garapi was able to push inland. B Company of the Queen's Own Regiment, attacking Bernier, also ran into undamaged fortifications. Before it was able to get around and behind the guns and put them out of action, it took 65 casualties. But within an hour, Courcelles and Bernier were in Canadian hands. The North Shore, New Brunswick Regiment assault teams hit Saint-Aubin. Within an hour, A Company on the right cleared its immediate front with a loss of 24 men. B Company, attacking the village itself, ran into a reinforced concrete casemate with steel doors and shutters, with well-prepared entrenchments around it and 100 German soldiers inside. Not until tanks lobbed several 25-pound petards against the bunker and cracked the concrete to stun the defenders did the Germans surrender. Half the garrison was by then dead or wounded. As at Omaha, strongpoints that the attackers thought they had cleared came alive after the Canadians passed through. Germans infiltrated via their trench system back into the positions and resumed the fight. Within the villages, the Germans would pop up at one window, then another, fire a round or two, then disappear. Street fighting, sometimes heavy, sometimes sporadic, went on through the day. The North Shore assault teams did not have Saint-Aubin fully secured until 1800. Follow-up waves came in steadily. Many of the men in them carried bicycles, which in some cases actually worked, although by the end of the day, most of the bikes had suffered the fate of most of the gas masks carried ashore. That is, they were discarded. Using the bikes and their feet, the reinforcements passed over the seawall and through the villages to dash forward and seize crossroads and bridges inland. C Company of the Canadian Scottish reached the area between St. Croix and Bonville, where follow-up elements of the Royal Winnipegs were involved in a firefight with German defenders. A platoon commander from the company described what happened. An LMG, light machine gun, which sounded like a Bren, opened up from a position about 150 yards away. We hit the dirt, and I shouted, "This must be the Winnipegs. When I say up, all up together and shout, 'Winnipegs!'" We did, and to our surprise 2 enemy infantry sections stood up. They, too, were a picture of amazement. Their camouflage was perfect, and it was no wonder we did not see them earlier. But the stunned silence did not last long. There was only one course of action, and to a man the platoon rushed the enemy position. It was a bitter encounter with much hand-to-hand fighting. At 0930, the 12th Field Regiment, Royal Canadian Artillery, began landing. The gunners drove their self-propelled 105mm guns onto the beach, lined them up only a few meters inland, and began firing, sometimes over open sights. The assault sappers from the Royal Canadian Engineers, meanwhile, were clearing the beach and opening exits, allowing tanks and other vehicles to move inland. By 1200, the entire Canadian 3rd Division was ashore. The Winnipegs and Reginas, supported by tanks, had penetrated several kilometers inland and captured the bridges over the river Soule. No German tanks had been seen. Early in the afternoon, the Canadian Scottish had passed its leading battalion through the Winnipegs and captured Colombiers-sur-Soule. Sergeant Stanley Dudka of the North Nova Scotia Highlanders landed at 1100. He recalled, "Our instructions were to break through immediately, hitting the beachhead, to stop at nothing, not to fight unless we had to, but to get to Carpiquet Airport, just west of Caen, 15 kilometers inland, and to capture and consolidate the airport." For a variety of reasons, the Highlanders did not get that far, or even close to Carpiquet. Dudka explained that, first of all, his platoon was held up on the beach by German fire and congestion, and did not get started inland until 1400. When the Highlanders did move, they had only got a couple of kilometers inland when it was time for tea. The British and Canadian armies can't fight 3.5 minutes without tea, according to Robert Rogie, the American volunteer in the Black Watch. Dudka brewed up his tea and met his brother Bill, also a Highlander. "We had our tea together," he said, and cautioned each other to be careful, like brothers do. Then we started on our way. The march was slow, as each man was carrying approximately 90 pounds of gear, landmines, ammunition, and weapons. "The tanks got too far ahead of us at times," Dudka went on. "This was caused by the anxiety of Canadians to get into the action. When the Highlanders were about halfway to Carpiquet, it was 2000. Orders came down to dig in for the night, put out patrols, and prepare for a counterattack." Another cause of delay was the tendency to stop to loot, always the bane of infantry commanders trying to hurry their men forward. Corporal Rogie noted that as the Black Watch moved through the farmhouses that the Germans had been using for billets, men would break away from the column to do a bit of looting. Luger pistols, binoculars, and cloth swastikas were the most sought-after items. Sergeant Dudka described a further problem. The grass and wheat in France was ready to be cut, and the visibility was nil. When we dug in or laid down, we had no visibility whatsoever, just a bunch of grass in front of you. You couldn't see where the others were at. We had not been prepared for that. Private Henry of the Winnipegs called it a very slow day. We were sort of on the move all day, but didn't travel very far without stopping to take cover in ditches or whatever cover was available. My first day in France was one of amazement. I seemed to always be far enough away from danger, yet always a part of it. When we dug in for the night, it was a welcome stop. At the end of the day, Private Levers brought his diary up to the minute. After making it to the seawall and resting for a few minutes, his platoon cut the wire and started inland. He wrote, "We keep moving along, have to cross 6 or 7 tank obstacles. They are ditches 4 to 5 feet deep and 6 to 8 feet across, and filled to the brim with water. There is a heavy machine gun firing up ahead, and we go off on the left flank to try to round him up. On completing that task, we start immediately out for our second objective. We bypass 2 big straw stacks, which are in reality pillboxes. We leave them for the troops coming up behind." 2 Germans appeared in a barley field and came in with their hands in the air. Levers wrote, "There are 2 more hiding in the field, so we start looking for them with the bayonet. I happened to come across him first, and I am just going to sink the bayonet home when he shouts, "Ruski!" I pulled up my rifle when the bayonet was about 2 inches from his chest and turned him over to our officer. Lever's platoon kept moving. It spotted a machine gun and closed the distance. "As we get close," he wrote, "we come under a crossfire of machine guns. By this time I am pretty cocky and have all the confidence in the world." I was ahead of my section, which was in the lead, and was on the right flank. We were in grass, which gave us cover from the machine gun fire. I crawled up to a barbed wire fence, which was about 100 yards from an enemy slit trench. I saw a Boche well exposed, and like a sucker raised myself to take aim. I drew a nice bead and was just squeezing the trigger when a machine gun bullet smacked me down. It hit me in the right leg and went through the thigh from left to right. 2 inches higher, and I would have stopped being a man. Levers crawled back to his platoon. A medic dressed his wound. Soldiers in German uniforms came across the field, hands in the air. They were Poles and Russians. Levers was put to guarding them. Eventually he was carried back to the beach and transported by landing craft to a hospital ship. By evening, June 7, he was back in England, where he had started out on the afternoon of June 5. Shortly after 1800, the North Nova Scotia Highlanders reached Benny-sur-Mer, 5 kilometers inland. There, the Canadians were greeted by the sight of excited French civilians looting German barracks. Men were carrying off bags of flour, wheelbarrows full of army boots, bread, clothes, furniture. Women were taking chickens, butter, sheets, and pillows. The parish priest was helping to liberate a set of dishes. The French took time off from their looting to offer the Canadians glasses of milk and wine. The Canadians pushed on to the south, against light resistance. One troop of 1st Hussar tanks crossed the Caen Bayou Railway, 15 kilometers inland. It was the only unit of the Allied invasion force to reach its final objective on D-Day. But it had to pull back because the infantry had not kept up. The tanks refueled and stocked up on ammunition to prepare for the expected counterattack. To the west, the Canadian Scottish had made a 10-kilometer penetration and linked up with the British 50th Division at Crelly. Between them, the British 50th Division and the Canadian 3rd had landed 900 tanks and armored vehicles, 240 field guns, 280 anti-tank guns, and over 4,000 tons of stores. The Canadians had failed to reach their D-Day objective to the south, the N13, while to the east there was a 4 to 7 kilometer gap between the Canadians and the British 3rd Division at Sword Beach. The reasons the Canadians did not achieve all their objectives were many. For a start, the objectives had been wildly optimistic, especially for men going into combat for the first time. They were late in hitting the beaches. The high tide and strong wind hampered the landings. The obstacles were more formidable than expected. Canadian engineers complained that the obstacles off Juno Beach were much heavier, stronger, and more numerous than those they had practiced against in England. The air and sea bombardments had been disappointing. The schedule for landing was too tight. Too many vehicles were brought ashore too soon, creating congestion that took hours to straighten out. As a consequence, the attack lost its initial momentum. Finally, once ashore and through the villages, there was a tendency for men to feel that they had done their bit. The German soldiers encountered by the Canadians gave cause for optimism. They were young or old, Pole or Russian, not the tough, fanatical Nazis the Canadians had anticipated. Wehrmacht POWs were a dispirited, sorry-looking lot. But the Canadians knew the Germans had better troops in the area, especially the 21st Panzer Division, and they anticipated strong, determined counterattacks. So they dug in short of their objectives. But as John Keegan writes of the Canadian 3rd Division, at the end of the day, its forward elements stood deeper into France than those of any other division. Insofar as the opposition the Canadians faced was stronger than that at any other beach save Omaha, that was an accomplishment in which the whole nation could take considerable pride. After 2 years, the Canadians had given the Wehrmacht a payback for Dieppe. Chapter 30. An unforgettable sight. The British at Sword Beach. Sword Beach ran from Lyons-sur-Mer to Ouistreham, at the mouth of the Oran Canal. In most areas there were vacation homes and tourist establishments just inland from the paved promenade that ran behind the seawall. There were the usual beach obstacles and emplacements in the sand dunes, with mortar crews and medium and heavy artillery pieces inland. Primarily, however, the Germans intended to defend Sword Beach with the 75 mm guns of the Merville battery and the 155 mm guns at Le Havre. But Lieutenant Colonel Otway's 6th Airborne Division men had taken and destroyed the Merville battery, and the big guns at Le Havre proved to be ineffective against the beach for two reasons. First, the British laid down smoke screens to prevent the Germans ranging. Second, the Le Havre battery spent the morning in a duel with HMS Warspite, which it never hit, a big mistake on the Germans' part, as the targets on the beach were much more lucrative. Nevertheless, the 88mm on the first rise, a couple of kilometers inland, were able to put a steady fire on the beach to supplement the mortars and machine gun fire coming from the windows of the seaside villas and from pillboxes scattered among the dunes. In addition, there were anti-tank ditches and mines to impede progress inland, as well as massive concrete walls blocking the streets. These defenses would cause considerable casualties and delay the assault. The infantry assault teams consisted of companies from the South Lancashire Regiment, Peter Sector on the right, the Suffolk Regiment, Queen Sector in the middle, and the East Yorkshire Regiment, Roger Sector on the left, supported by DD tanks. Their job was to open exits through which the immediate follow-up wave, consisting of troops of commandos and more tanks, could pass inland to their objectives. Meanwhile, UDT units and engineers would deal with the obstacles. Other regiments from the British 3rd Division scheduled to land later in the morning included the Lincolnshire, the King's Own Scottish Borderers, the Royal Ulster Rifles, the Royal Warwickshire, the Royal Norfolk, and the King's Shropshire Light Infantry. H-hour was fixed for 07:25. On the run-in to the beach, Brigadier Lord Lovat, CO of the Commando Brigade, had his piper, Bill Millen, playing Highland reels on the forecastle on his LCI. Major C.K. King of the 2nd Battalion, the East Yorkshire Regiment, riding in an LCA, read to his men the lines from Shakespeare's Henry V. On, you noble English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war-proof. Be copy now to men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit. DD tanks were supposed to land first, but they could not swim fast enough because of the tide. LCTs and LCAs passed them. At 07:26, the first LCTs began touching down, accompanied by the LCAs carrying the infantry assault teams. Sporadic machine gun and mortar fire, accompanied by 88mm shells fired from inland, greeted them, not so heavy as at Juneau or Omaha, much heavier than at Utah and Gold. Royal Marine frogmen jumped over the sides of their craft and went to work on the obstacles as infantry descended into the surf over the ramps and worked their way ashore. Casualties were heavy, but a majority of the assault teams managed to make it to the dunes. Although some of the men were shocked into a temporary helplessness, most began to put out suppressing fire against the emplacements. Shermans and Churchills, firing their 50-caliber machine guns and 75mm cannon, were a great help, and they provided some protection for the men crossing the beach. Major Kenneth Ferguson was in the first wave of LCTs. He was on the far right, opposite Lyons-sur-Mer. His craft was hit by a mortar bomb. Ferguson had tied a motorcycle beside the turret of his Sherman. The bomb set off the petrol in the tank of the cycle and put the craft in great danger, as it contained ammunition carriers, bangalores, and petrol drums. Ferguson told the coxswain to back off and drop the ramp, so as to put the deck cargo awash. Then he drove his tank down the ramp. Immediately behind Ferguson came a bridge-carrying Sherman. A German anti-tank gun took them under fire. The Sherman drove right up to it and dropped its bridge directly onto the emplacement, putting the gun out of action. Flail tanks went to work clearing paths through the mines. They drove off the beach flailing, Ferguson said. They flailed straight up to the dunes, then turned right flailing, and then flailed back to below the high water mark. Other tanks used bangalores or snakes or serpents to blow gaps in the barbed wire in the dunes. Still others of Hobart's funnies dropped their bridges over the seawall, followed by bulldozers and then fascine-carrying tanks that dropped their bundles of logs into the anti-tank ditches. When that task was complete, the flail tanks could cross to the main lateral road, about 100 meters inland, and begin flailing right and left to clear the way for infantry. We were saved by our flail tanks, Ferguson said. No question about it. Still, the infantry assault teams were stopped by sniper and machine gun fire coming from Lyon-sur-Mer. The commandos coming in the second wave were supposed to pass right through Lyon and move west, to link up with the Canadians at Longrune-sur-Mer, but they too were held up by the German fire. Ferguson's orders were to proceed south toward Caen, but instead he had to turn west to help out at Lyon. He said, "I was cross about going to help those commandos. I was angry about that. I was angry at people not getting off the beaches as fast as they could and getting away. People tended to hang around too much." Reflecting on those words, Ferguson went on to say, "It seems entirely natural, though. I suppose it could have been done better on D-Day, I don't know. We had done our bit, though." Taking it all in all, he concluded, "We got off the beach bloody quickly. But not through Lyon, where German resistance continued." The Germans had a battery in a wood near Lyon, protected by infantry in trenches and behind sandbags. The commandos could not dislodge the Germans. The battery maintained its fire against the beach. At 1441, the naval forward observer with the commandos got through on his radio to Captain Naleś Tymiński, skipper of the Polish destroyer Slezak. With excitement in his voice, Naleś Tymiński wrote in his action report, the observer said that the commandos were pinned down by heavy enemy fire, that neither they nor himself could raise heads from their foxholes, that the situation was very serious, and that their task was vital for the whole operation. He insistently requested 20 minutes bombardment of each target, commencing with the woods. Naleś Tymiński's orders were not to fire any bombardments unless the fall of shell could be observed and reported by a forward observer. But, he said, in view of the seriousness of the situation, I could not waste the time for requesting permission to carry out bombardment without it being corrected by the forward observer. I ordered my gunnery officer to commence firing at the generally described targets. Slezak blasted away with her 4-inch guns for 40 minutes. Naleś Tymiński then informed the observer that the bombardment was completed. The observer responded that the Germans were still holding out and requested a further 20 minutes of fire. Slezak did as asked. When that bombardment was completed, we heard on the radio his enthusiastic voice saying, "I think you saved our bacon. Thank you. Stand by to do it again." After a bit, another request for support. Slezak complied. After that action, the gunnery officer reported to Naleś Tymiński that out of 1,045 rounds of ammunition held in the magazines at the start of the day, only 59 rounds remained. Naleś Tymiński had to break off. He so informed the forward observer, wishing him the best of luck. The observer acknowledged the message and concluded with the words, "Thank you," from the Royal Marines. Despite the pounding, the Germans in Lyon held on, not only through D-Day, but for 2 days thereafter. The long gap between Longrune on the Canadian left at Juno and Lyon on the British right at Sword remained in German hands. Etienne Robert Webb was the bowman on an LCA carrying an assault team to the extreme left of Roger sector. "Going in," he said, "we caught one of those obstacles and it ripped the bottom of the craft like a tin can opener." The LCA sank. Webb swam to shore, where I thought, what in bloody hell am I going to do now? He joined his mates. There was all this activity, Webb said, bugles sounding, bagpipes playing, men dashing around, the commandos coming in off a landing craft and just moving off the beach as if it was a Sunday afternoon, chatting and mumbling away at whatever they were going to go through to do their little bit of stuff. The beachmaster spotted Webb and his mates and told them to keep out of the way, keep out of trouble, and we will get you off. Webb got ashore at 0730. By 0800, he recalled, there was no fighting on the beach, none at all. It was all inland. Mortars were dropping on the beach, coming from inland, along with the shells and occasional sniper fire, all of which the commandos and East Yorks ignored as they went about their business. At 1100, Webb was evacuated by an LCI. Those commandos seen by Webb were French, led by Commandant Philippe Kiefer. On June 4, as they loaded up, the French commandos, men who had been evacuated at Dunkirk 4 years earlier, or who had escaped from Vichy, France to join de Gaulle's Free French, were in a gay mood. "No return ticket, please," they had told the military embarkation control officers when they boarded their LST. On the morning of June 6, they were part of the initial contingent of commandos making the run-in to the beach in LCAs. At the last minute, the commander of the group, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Dawson, Royal Marine Commandos, waved the Frenchmen forward so that they would be the first to set foot on shore. One of those Frenchmen was Private Robert Pioge, 24 years old, whose mother lived in Ouistreham. He was on LCI 523, commanded by Sub-Lieutenant John Barry, which had got hung up on a beach obstacle. Pioge and the other commando jumped into the sea, so impatient were they to get back to France. Pioge landed in chest-deep water. He waded ashore, the third Frenchman to arrive. Mortars were exploding around him, some heavy shells coming down, a bit of small arms fire, a lot of noise. Pioge made it to shore and got about 10 meters across the beach when a mortar exploded beside him, riddling him with shrapnel. He still carries 22 pieces of steel in his body today. His best friend next to him was killed by the same mortar. A British medic examined Pioge's wounds, pronounced him fini, gave him a shot of morphine, and moved on to treat men who could be saved. Pioge thought of his mother, who had protested tearfully against his joining the French army in 1939, as her husband had died as a result of World War I wounds. Then he thought of France, and, he recalled, I began to cry, not out of sorrow for myself, nor because of my wounds, but at the great joy that I felt at being back on French soil. He passed out. Pioge was picked up by a medic, carried out to a hospital ship by an LCI, treated for his wounds, and eventually recovered in a hospital in England. He lives today in a seaside apartment in Ouistreham. From his living room window, he can look out at the spot where he landed. The commandos carried on. Moving with dash and determination, they crossed the seawall and attacked the German defenders at Rivabella and Ouistreham, driving them from their pillboxes and fortified houses. They took the heavily fortified Casino strongpoint from the rear after bitter fighting. Major R. Pat Porteous, who had won the Victoria Cross at the Dieppe raid, after being wounded in one hand, he led a one-handed bayonet charge, commanded a British troop in No. 4 Commando. His task was to go left, to the edge of Ouistreham, to destroy a German fire control tower in a medieval fortress and a nearby coastal battery, then go to help relieve Major Howard's coup de main party at Pegasus Bridge. Porteous lost nearly a quarter of his men getting over the seawall, either to mined obstacles, mortar fire, or machine gun fire coming from a pillbox to his left. He recalled, we got off that beach as fast as we could. We put down smoke grenades, which gave us quite a bit of cover to get across the beach. The pillbox was protected by concrete, and they were safe as could be, but the smoke let us get over the beach. Porteous turned left on the coastal road, fought his way through the streets, got to the battery, and discovered that the guns were telephone poles. We learned afterward from a Frenchman that the battery had been withdrawn about 3 or 4 days before D-Day and had been resighted some 3 kilometers inland, Porteous recalled. As we got into the position, they started bringing down fire on the old battery position. We lost a lot of chaps there. Porteous realized that the German observers in the medieval tower were communicating with the gunners at the inland battery. He moved to the bottom of the tower. He said, there was a single staircase up the middle of the tower, and these Germans were up on top. They were safe as could be. The walls were 10 feet thick. One of his men tried to climb the staircase, but the Germans dropped a grenade on him. Another of Porteus's men fired his PIAT hollow-charge missile projectile at the tower, but it failed to penetrate. So the PIAT was useless, Porteus said. We tried to give the German observers a squirt with a flamethrower, but they were too high. We couldn't get enough pressure from those little backpack flamethrowers that we had. There was no way to dislodge the observers. Porteus was taking casualties from rifle fire coming from the tower. He decided to leave it to someone else and set off for Pegasus Bridge. His men did not move very fast. We were still soaking wet, he said, carrying our rucksacks. We really looked like a lot of snails going on. But we met no Germans, except a few dead ones lying about. They did meet a few Frenchmen. At one farmhouse, he recalled, it was very sad. A man rushed out and cried, "My wife has been wounded. Is there a doctor?" At that moment, I heard a mortar bomb approaching. I went flat, and as I got up, I saw his head rolling down the road. It was kind of awful. Luckily, I had gone down faster. Porteus's troop moved overland toward Pegasus Bridge. There was a big field of strawberries, he said. Most of the chaps waded into the field and began eating strawberries. The poor little French farmer came to me and said, "For 4 years the Germans were here, and they never ate one." The troop took time to brew up a bit of tea. One of my subalterns was brewing himself a cup, and he had a little Tommy cooker thing. He had his mess kit in one hand and a tin of tea in the other, and a mortar bomb went off that blew him head over heels backwards, filled his coffee cup with holes, filled his mess kit with holes, and all he had was he was just winded. Captain Kenneth Wright was the intelligence officer with No. 4 Commando. On June 11, he wrote his parents, "Dearest old things," was the salutation, about his experiences. He described the loading, the journey across the channel, the sinking of the Norwegian destroyer Svenner, the run-in to the beach in his LCA. Wright went on, "Just as we were getting ready to disembark, there was a terrific jar from an exploding mortar bomb, and all the party fell over on top of each other. I felt quite numb in my right side, from numerous shrapnel wounds. No pain, just a sudden absence of feeling, a feeling of being knocked out of breath. At the same moment, the ramp was lowered, and the naval bloke said, 'This is where you get off.' So I got off, but only after a bit of preliminary gasping for breath and struggling. It seemed ages before I got myself up and off the boat. There were quite a few who could not follow me off, including our padre. I got off into about 3 feet of water. It was nearly 7:45, and I remember wondering for a second if Nellie would have called you yet." Wright had 50 meters to wade, he said, and what with the weight of the rucksack and the water to push through, I was nearly exhausted by the time I got clear. When I got on the beach, I just sat down and dumped the rucksack with all my belongings in it. The beach, by now, was covered with men. They were lying down in batches in some places to avoid overcrowding round the exits. Some were sitting up. Most of them were trotting or walking across the sand to the dunes. There were a good many casualties, the worst of all being the poor chaps who had been hit in the water and were trying to drag themselves in faster than the tide was rising. The behavior of the men on these beaches was terrific. Our Frenchmen came pouring across the beach, chatting madly and grinning all over their faces. We all went through the same gap in the wire at the back of the beach, everyone queuing up and taking their turn, as if it were a pay parade. I sat down under a wall and watched the commandos file through onto the main road inland. Everyone happy and full of beans. A soldier brought Wright some liberated calvados. That helped ease his pain. He joined Dr. Joe Patterson, the commando medical officer, who had been wounded in the head and leg but was still carrying on. Patterson attended to Wright's wound and told him to stay put and await evacuation. 2 Frenchmen brought Wright some more calvados, and, he said, a host of good wishes. I got into a house and lay down on a large feather bed, and that was the end of my participation in the invasion. Wright was carried back to the beach, where he spent nearly 24 hours on a stretcher out in the open. Eventually, he got back to a hospital in England. Lord Lovat came in to the left of No. 4 Commando. He was, and is, a legend. At Dieppe, his commandos had done a fine piece of work in destroying a German fortification, but had some men killed in the process. Orders came to withdraw. Scots never leave their dead behind. Bringing them down the cliff in a hurried retreat was impossible. Lovat had gasoline poured over them and burned the bodies. Lovat was with Commander Rupert Curtis, commander of the 200th Flotilla, LCIs. As the LCIs were coming in, Curtis recalled, a lumbering LCT passed close, having discharged her tanks. Lord Lovat asked me to hail her, and through my megaphone I spoke to a sailor on her quarterdeck. How did it go? He grinned cheerfully, raised his fingers in the familiar V for victory sign, and said with relish, it was a piece of cake. This was encouraging, but I had reason to doubt his optimistic report, because the enemy was obviously recovering from the shock of the initial bombardment and hitting back. Going in, Curtis raised the flag that meant, assume arrowhead formation, and each craft fanned out to port or starboard, forming a V that presented less of a target for the Germans. To his left, on the beach, Curtis could see an LCT on fire and stranded. Judging from the wounded at the edge of the waves, the German mortar fire was laid accurately on the water's edge. Now was the moment. I increased engine revolutions to full ahead and thrust in hard between the stakes. As we grounded, I kept the engines moving at half ahead to hold the craft in position on the beach, and ordered, out ramps. The commandos proceeded to land quite calmly. Every minute detail of that scene seemed to take on microscopic intensity, and stamped in my memory is the sight of Shimmy Lovat's tall, immaculate figure, striding through the water, rifle in hand, and his men moving with him up the beach to the skirl of Bill Millen's bagpipes. Amid all the carnage, exploding shells, smoke, and noise on Sword Beach, some of the chaps with Private Harold Pickersgill claimed that they saw a most remarkable sight. An absolutely stunningly beautiful 18-year-old French girl who was wearing a Red Cross armband, and who had ridden her bicycle down to the beaches to help with the wounded. Pickersgill himself met a French girl inland later that day. She had high school English. He had high school French. They took one look at each other and fell in love. They were married at the end of the war, and are still together today, living in the little village of Mathieu, midway between the Channel and Cannes. But he never believed the story of the Red Cross girl on the beach. "Oh, you're just hallucinating," he protested to his buddies. "That just can't be. The Germans wouldn't have allowed civilians to come through their lines, and we didn't want any civilians messing about. It just didn't happen." But in 1964, when he was working as a shipping agent in Ouistreham for a British steamship line, Pickersgill met John Thornton, who introduced him to his wife, Jacqueline. Her maiden name was Noël. She had met Thornton on D+4. They fell in love and married after the war. He, too, worked as a shipping agent in Ouistreham. It was Jacqueline who had been on the beach, and the story was true. Pickersgill arranged an interview for me with Jacqueline for this book. "Well," she said, "I was on the beach for a silly reason. My twin sister had been killed in an air raid a fortnight before in Cannes, and she had given me a bathing costume for my birthday, and I had left it on the beach, because we were allowed about once a week to remove the fences so we could pass to go swimming, and I had left the costume in a small hut on the beach, and I just wanted to go and pick it up. I didn't want anybody to take it. So I got on my bicycle and rode to the beach. I asked, 'Didn't the Germans try to stop you?' 'No, my Red Cross armband evidently made them think it was okay.' There was quite a bit of activity," she went on in a grand understatement, "and I saw a few dead bodies. And of course, once I got to the beach, I couldn't go back. The English wouldn't let me. They were whistling at me, you know. But mostly they were surprised to see me. I mean, it was a ridiculous thing to do. So I stayed on the beach to help with the wounded. I didn't go back to the house until 2 days after. There was a lot to do." She changed bandages, helped haul wounded and dead out of the water, and otherwise made herself useful. I remember one thing horrible which made me realize how stupid I was. I was on top of the dune and there was a trunk, completely bare, no head on it. I never knew if it was a German or an Englishman, just burned completely. When asked what her most vivid, lingering memory of D-Day was, she replied, "The sea with all the boats on it. All the boats and planes. It was something which you just can't imagine if you have not seen it. It was boats, 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 and more boats, boats everywhere. If I had been a German, I would have looked at this, put my weapon down, and said, "That's it. Finished." Jacqueline and John Thornton, he came in on the second wave on D-Day, live today near the village of Hermanville-sur-Mer, in a lovely home with a lovely garden. She is still an extraordinarily handsome woman, as beautiful as she is brave. British veterans whose wounds she bandaged still visit her to say thanks, especially on the anniversaries of D-Day. Private Harry Naumburg, using the name Harry Drew, was one of those Central European Jews who had joined the commandos and been put into 3 Troop No. 10 Commando, where he and his fellow Jews were given special training in intelligence and made ready for battlefield interrogation of German POWs. He wore the green beret of the commandos with pride and went ashore full of anticipation about the contribution he was going to make to bringing Hitler down. He waded ashore carrying his Thompson submachine gun high above his head. He had been issued a 30-round magazine for the Tommy gun, something new to him. He had always before carried a 20-round magazine. Alas, he recalled, nobody had informed me that when filled with the 30 rounds of .45 caliber bullets, the magazine would get too heavy and therefore easily come loose and drop off. It therefore should never be loaded with more than 28 rounds. Not knowing, I filled it all the way, with the result that the magazine got lost in the water, and I hit the beaches of France and stormed the fortress of Europe without a single shot in my gun. Looking around, Naumburg saw the armada stretching along the entire length of the horizon. He noticed 3 bodies in the surf. Yet, he said, the opposition turned out to be far lighter than I had expected. As he moved across the beach to the sound of bagpipes, he recalled, I noticed a tall figure stalking just ahead of me. At once I recognized the brigadier, and getting close to him, I shyly touched his belt from behind while thinking to myself, should anything happen to me now, let it at least be said that Private Drew fell by Lord Lavat's side. Naumburg crossed the seawall and ran into 2 Wehrmacht soldiers, who surrendered to him. Naumburg was sure that they had been fed nothing but propaganda and lies, so he wanted to enlighten them about the true situation on Germany's many fronts. The latest news he had heard before boarding his LCI in England was that the Allied forces stood within 15 kilometers of Rome. With great satisfaction, he reported that fact to his prisoners. They looked at me in amazement, he recalled, and replied that they had just heard over their own radio that Rome had fallen. So as it turned out, they were telling me rather than I telling them. He sent them back to a POW cage on the beach and proceeded toward his destination, Pegasus Bridge. Corporal Peter Masters, a Jew from Vienna who was also a member of 3 Troop No. 10 Commando, had his own odyssey on D-Day. He was the second man out of his LCI. He was carrying his rucksack and a Tommy gun with a 30-round magazine, which, he recalled, was no good at all because it tended to drop off from the Tommy gun because of the extra weight. With 200 spare rounds, 4 hand grenades, 2 fragmentation and 2 smoke, a change of clothing, a blanket, 2 days' rations, a full-size spade, he said the entrenching tools the Army issued us were not good enough to dig deep holes in a hurry, and a 200-foot rope to haul inflatable dinghies, carried by others, across the Orne waterways in the event the bridges had been blown. That would have been more than enough for a horse to lug ashore, but in addition, Masters had a bicycle, as did all the others in his troop. Nobody dashed ashore, he remarked. We staggered. With one hand I carried my gun, finger on the trigger. With the other I held on to the rope rail down the ramp, and with the third hand I carried my bicycle. The order on which the greatest stress had been laid was, get off the beach. Masters did so as best he could, noticing on the way in 2 soldiers digging a foxhole in the water. I could never figure out why they were doing that, he said. Being a beginner, I did not know enough to be really frightened. When he got to the dune, he saw his 3 Troop skipper, Major Hilton Jones. I couldn't think of anything better to do, so I saluted him. It must have been the only salute on the beach on D-Day. Crossing the dune with his bicycle and rope, he recalled, we passed a few fellows sweeping mines with a mine detector. But we could not wait. Our leader, Captain Robinson, went right past them. They shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" Robinson said, "Sorry about that, fellows, but we've got to go." The infantrymen who had preceded the commandos seemed to be sitting around here and there, Masters said, not doing anything in particular. Masters was critical of their passivity until he heard a signaller next to him, crouching in a ditch, decoding a message for an officer. "Number 2 platoon. 6 men left, sir." Masters said, "So I thought they must have been doing something, and we were going where whatever happened to them had happened." The troop passed under a mortar barrage to get to its assembly point, a couple of kilometers inland on the edge of a wood. It had to cross a plowed field to get there. Snipers were firing from the wood. Mortars were falling. Masters recalled, to make matters worse, we had to cross and recross a muddy creek full of water. The bicycles proved very difficult to hold on to while slipping in the water, which was considerably deeper than what we had waded through at the beach. There was a furrow running toward the wood. The troop used it for cover. "Crawling stealthily toward the assembly point," said Masters. I joined the queue. At first I tried to crawl, reach back, and drag the bicycle toward me, but that proved so exhausting that I soon changed my method. The only way was to push it upright, visible for miles, while I was well down in the furrow, with only my arm holding it up. But at least it rolled better upright. The furrow got shallower at a couple of 100 meters from the wood. German fire became more accurate. A couple of British tanks came up and blasted the wood. Masters got up, in his words, and pushing my bicycle and running over everybody who happened to be in my way, I made it to the wood. Lord Lovat was walking about in the assembly area, urging people on. He seemed to be a man perfectly at ease, said Masters, and shots and the noise in general didn't seem to bother him at all. "Good show, the Piper," he said as Piper Millen came dashing up. Millen was panting and catching his breath, dragging the bagpipes as well as all his other equipment. "Come on, get a move on. This is no different than an exercise," Lovat called out. He was very calm, Masters observed. He carried no weapon other than his Colt .45 in his holster. Lovat had handed his rifle to a soldier, who had dropped his in the water. He had a walking stick, a slim, long stick forked at the top. It's called a wading stick in Scotland. There were a couple of prisoners in the assembly area. Lovat noticed Masters and said, "Oh, you're the chap with the languages. Ask them where the howitzers are." Masters did, but got no reaction. One of the prisoners was a big, burly, balding fellow. Commandos gathered around and began saying, "Look at that arrogant German bastard. He won't even talk to our man when he's asking questions." The blank faces on the Wehrmacht's prisoners made it clear to Masters that they were not understanding one word of his German. He looked at their paybooks and realized that one of the prisoners was a Pole, the other a Russian. He recalled that Poles learned French in school, so he tried his high school French. Masters said, "That Pole's face lit up and he started to talk immediately. But Lovat spoke a lot better French than I did, and he took over the interrogation, and I pushed on with my bicycle troops, feeling a bit put out as I had been preempted by a better linguist." On the far side of the wood there was a paved road, so we started riding our bicycles, a pleasant change from what we had been through so far. The troop rode into Colville-sur-Mer, subsequently renamed Colville-Montgomery. The place was a shambles. It had been badly damaged by the air and sea bombardment. There were dead cows and maddened cows in the fields surrounding the village. The people stood in their doorways. They gazed and waved at us, Masters recalled, heedless or beyond caring about the danger of shells and shrapnel. One young man in a light blue smock and dark blue beret, as the farmers in Normandy are wont to dress, pasted up posters on a doorway. On the posters it said, "Invasion," and carried out instructions on what to do. They had obviously been waiting for this day, and as we went by they said, "Vive les Tommies" and "Vive la France." It was 10:30. The troop carried on south toward Pegasus Bridge. Masters had been told to make sure he was properly used by the officer commanding the troop he was attached to. Masters' skipper had told him, "The troop commander will be very busy and preoccupied with his own thing, but don't you come back and tell me he was too busy to use you. Pester him, Ask whether you may go on reconnaissance patrols. Make sure that all your training isn't going to waste." I conscientiously did precisely that, Masters said. Captain Robinson, however, was indeed preoccupied, and considered me a nuisance. Whenever I asked whether I might go along with a patrol or do this or that, he simply said no. He sent one of his men with whom he had been in North Africa, or with whom he had been training for the past several years, and in whom he had greater confidence than this funny Johnny-come-lately with the accent, who had joined his troop at the very last minute. Approaching the villages of Le Port and Benoville, in the valley of the Orne waterways, the troop was pinned down by machine-gun fire. A commando riding his bicycle was killed. "Now there's something you can do, Corporal Masters," Robinson said. "Go on down to the village and see what's going on." Well, it wasn't very difficult to tell what was going on, Masters commented. I envisioned a reconnaissance patrol and asked how many people I should take. And the captain said, No, I just want you to go by yourself." That didn't bother me. I said, "I will go around the left here, and please look for me to come back in a sweep around the right-hand side." "You don't seem to understand what I want you to do," said Robinson. "I want you to go straight down the road and see what is going on." Masters got the point. Robinson wanted to know where the fire was coming from, and he intended to use Masters as a target to draw fire. Rather than send one of his own men, he had decided to send this recently attached stranger. Masters said, "It felt rather like mounting the scaffold of the guillotine, though I could hardly blame him for using me rather than one of his own men for this suicidal task. But I had been trained to figure out angles, so I frantically looked for some angle to improve the odds, but there really didn't seem to be one. There were no ditches or cover. It was broad daylight." Masters remembered a film he had seen with Cary Grant called Gunga Din. He recalled Grant facing a completely hopeless situation, surrounded by Indian rebels from the Khyber Pass. Grant had faced the Indians just before they overwhelmed him and said quite calmly, "You're all under arrest." Masters started walking down the road, yelling at the top of his voice, in German, "Everybody out! Come out! You are totally surrounded! Give yourselves up! The war is over for you! You don't have a chance unless you surrender now!" No Germans surrendered, but neither did they fire. Masters said, "They probably figured that nobody would come out like a lunatic like that unless he had an armored division right behind him, and in any case they could shoot me any time they felt like it, so they awaited developments." Finally, from behind a low stone parapet, a German popped up. Masters went down on one knee. Both men fired. The German had a Schmeisser. His burst missed. Masters' Tommy gun fired one shot and jammed. Just as he thought it was all up for him, Captain Robinson, evidently feeling he had seen enough, gave an order to fix bayonets and charge. The troop charged right past the prone Masters. The corporal got to the parapet first, firing his Bren. He drove the Germans from the position, wounding 2 of them. Masters ran up to do an interrogation. One man was not fit to talk, he just moaned. The other was a 15-year-old boy from Graz in Styria, Austria. He claimed he had never fired. Masters pointed to his half-empty machine-gun belt. The boy said it was the others who had fired. The British corporal with the Bren gun stood next to Masters. The Austrian boy was in great pain from his wound. "How do you say 'I'm sorry' in German?" the corporal asked. "Es tut mir leid," I said, or "Verzeihung." "Verzeihung," the corporal tried to say to the boy. He was a good soldier and a good man, and he told me he had never shot anybody before. The next day he was killed, leading a charge, firing his Bren gun from the shoulder. Masters continued his interrogation, but the Austrian boy didn't know much. He demanded to be evacuated. "Impossible," Masters replied. Arrangements would be made in due course. 2 British tanks appeared. The commandos were taking fire from a nearby house. With gestures, the commandos pointed to it. Masters recalled, the tank turret swung around with that weird motion of almost animate machinery. The gun cracked twice. It breached the wall of the house from about 3 yards distance. That silenced the fire, and the commandos proceeded on toward Pegasus Bridge. To their delight, The commandos found the bridges intact and held by Howard's ox and bucks. Masters said, "The maroon beret glider-borne chaps from the airborne division on either side of the road leading to the bridge beamed their welcome for our green berets. 'The commandos have come,' said the glider people." It was 1300. The seaborne commandos had achieved their most critical objective. They had linked up with the airborne troops on the east side of the Orne waterways. On the right flank of Sword Beach, there was no link-up with the Canadians, and into the gap at 1600, the Germans launched their only serious counterattack of D-Day. Colonel Oppeln, commanding the 22nd Regiment of the 21st Panzer Division, had received orders at 0900 to attack the British airborne troopers east of the Orne. He had set out to comply, but progress was slow due to Allied fighter planes shooting up his column. Then, at 1200, Oppeln got new orders. About turn, pass through Caen, attack into the gap between the Canadians and British. It took an additional 4 hours to carry out the maneuver. At 1400, the regiment had at last reached the jumping-off line north of Caen. There it joined the 192nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment. Major Vierzig commanded one of the battalions of the 22nd Panzer Regiment. He set out on foot to join the commander of the Panzer Grenadiers, Major Gottberg. He found Gottberg, and the two majors climbed a nearby hill, where they found General Marx, who had arrived from Saint-Lô, along with Colonel Oppeln. "A real old-time General's Hill," Vierzig commented. Marx walked over to Oppeln and commented, "Oppeln, if you don't succeed in throwing the British into the sea, we shall have lost the war." The colonel thought, "Is victory or defeat to depend on my 98 tanks?" But he suppressed the thought, saluted, and said, "I shall attack now." Marx drove over to the 192nd Panzer Grenadier Regiment and gave his order, "Press on to the coast." The Grenadiers were an elite unit, well equipped. They had trucks and armored personnel carriers for transportation, plus a variety of small arms. Their thrust went well. Almost without opposition, they reached the beach at 2000. "We've made it," they called on their radios. "We've made it." To themselves, the Grenadiers were saying, "If our tanks join up with us now, we shan't get dislodged from here." But by the time the tanks started rolling, the Canadians to the west and the British to the east had been alerted. They had anti-tank guns plus tanks of their own. The 22nd Panzer Regiment had a gauntlet of fire to run. The lead tank took a direct hit and blew up. One by one, others suffered the same fate. Within a few minutes, 5 tanks had blown up. Allied fighter aircraft joined in. Lieutenant John Brown of the Royal Canadian Air Force was flying a Hawker Typhoon. His squadron dropped bombs on the German tanks, and, he said, we then individually attacked the tanks, firing our cannon at them from all angles. Oppeln had to call off the advance. He put his regiment on the defensive with these orders: "Tanks to be dug in. Position must be held." The counterattack had fizzled out. The Panzer Grenadiers at the beach waited in vain for tank support. The gap remained, but the Germans were incapable of exploiting it. Late in the afternoon, Colonel Oppeln came upon a desperate General Richter, lamenting that his whole division was finished. As the broken remnants of the 716th Division streamed past him, Oppeln asked for orders or information about the enemy positions. Richter looked at him blankly and could not respond. The British had put 29,000 men ashore at Sword. They had taken 630 casualties, inflicted far more, and had many prisoners in cages. At no point had they reached their far too optimistic D-Day objectives. They were still 5 kilometers short of the outskirts of Caen, but they had an enormous follow-up force waiting in the transport area in the Channel to come in as reinforcements on D+1. The 21st Panzer Division had lost its best opportunity to hurl them into the sea, and the bulk of the German armor in France was still in place in the Pas-de-Calais area, waiting for the real invasion. Toward dusk, Commander Curtis had his LCI make a run along the coast. "We set off on a westerly course, parallel to the shore," he later reported, and we now had a grandstand view of the invasion beaches, for which many would have paid thousands. Past Luc-sur-Mer, Saint-Aubin, Bernières, and Courcelles in the Canadian sector, past La Rivière Lighthouse and Le Hamel, and so to Arromanches. It was all an unforgettable sight. Through the smoke and haze I could see craft after craft which had been driven onto the beach with relentless determination in order to give the troops as dry a landing as possible. Many of these craft were now helplessly stranded on obstacles, and I could not help feeling a sense of pride at the spirit which their officers and crews had shown. We anchored off Arromanches and stood by for air attack that night. Already parts of the prefabricated Mulberry harbors were under tow from England, to be placed in position off Arromanches and Saint-Laurent. It was clear that the battle for the foothold in the British and Canadian sectors had gone well enough. Chapter 31. My God, we've done it. The British Airborne on D-Day. The extreme left flank of the Overlord invasion was critical to the success of the whole, because it was there, between the Dives River and the Orne waterways, that the Allied force was most vulnerable to German armored counterattacks. Colonel Hans von Luch's 125th Regiment of 21st Panzer was in the immediate area east of Caen. The 12th SS Panzer Division and Panzer Group Lehr were between Normandy and Paris, within a few hours' march of the invasion site. East of the Seine River, there were 9 additional panzer divisions that could be brought into the battle within a day or two. If they reacted actively and energetically, the Germans could counterattack the British at Sword within 24 hours with more than 1,000 tanks, many of them brand-new Tigers with 88mm cannon. Not only were the Tigers mounting better guns, they were heavier and better armored than the Shermans and Churchills. But thanks to the brilliant execution of Fortitude, the Tigers east of the Seine were immobilized. Fortunately for the Allies, the panzer divisions west of the Seine were immobilized by Hitler's insistence that only he could order them into action. Best of all for the Allies, the one man who might have ignored those orders and launched an immediate counterattack, General Edgar Feuchtinger, CO of 21st Panzer, was in Paris with his girlfriend. Still, the German garrisons between the Orne and Dives had some old French tanks, self-propelled guns, armored personnel carriers, and an abundance of moaning minis, rockets mounted on a variety of vehicles. This gave the Germans a firepower in the battle area that was superior to anything the 6th British Airborne Division possessed. The British had come into the battlefield, by glider and by parachute, shortly after midnight, June 6. They had achieved their principal nighttime objectives, blowing the bridges over the Dives to isolate the area, destroying the battery at Merville that threatened Sword Beach, and capturing intact the bridges over the Orne waterways. Those offensive tasks completed, their daytime objectives were to set up a strong defensive position along the ridge that was the divide between the valleys of the Orne and the Dives, where the key point was the crossroads in the village of Varaville, and to hold the bridges over the Orne waterway, so that the seaborne commandos and British armor could cross and reinforce along the ridge. At dawn on Pegasus Bridge, over the Orne Canal, Major Howard's glider-borne D Company of the Ox and Bucks was holding on, barely. The German garrison at Bénouville had come to life. Although it mounted no serious counterattacks, it was putting the Ox and Bucks under heavy rifle, mortar, and rocket fire. British movement over the bridge, which was under observation from a nearby chateau, was difficult to impossible. As the firefight went on, Corporal Jack Bailey saw an unexpected sight. A woman, in his words, dressed in black, as women of a certain age do in France, with a basket over her arm, walked between us and the Germans. Everyone on both sides stopped firing and stared. And she was gathering her eggs, Bailey recalled. She stooped over not 3 feet from my firing position and gathered one in. When she had completed her task and strolled off, we resumed firing. At 0900, Howard had the wonderful sight of 3 tall figures walking down the road. They were Major General Richard Gale, the 6th Division CO, who had landed by glider during the night and established his CP at Ranville, Brigadier Hugh Kindersley, the Air Landing Brigade CO, and Brigadier Nigel Poet, CO of the 5th Parachute Brigade. All three were over 6 feet tall. They came marching in very smartly, and it really was a wonderful sight because they were wearing red berets and in battle dress and marching in step, Howard said. It was a pure inspiration to all my chaps, seeing them coming down. Lieutenant Richard Todd of the 5th Parachute Brigade, who had parachuted in during the night and joined the Ox and Bucks just before dawn, and who later became a famous British actor, he played John Howard in the movie The Longest Day, said that, for sheer bravado and bravery, the march past of Gale, Kendersley, and Poet was one of the most memorable sights I've ever seen. As he marched along, Gale called out, "Good show, chaps," to the Ox and Bucks. After Howard assured him that the bridges were in British hands, but warned him that a determined counterattack could well change that situation, Gale crossed Pegasus Bridge to go into Bénouville. There, he conferred with Colonel Geoffrey Pine Coffin, who commanded a battalion of the 5th Brigade, and who had joined up with Howard during the night, then established his CP in Bénouville. Fighting continued in the village. Pine Coffin said he needed help. Gale ordered Howard to send one of his 3 platoons into Bénouville. When Lieutenant Todd Sweeney got the order to cross the bridge and put his platoon into fighting positions in Bénouville, he said he thought this was a little bit unfair. We'd had our battle throughout the night. We rather felt that we should be left alone for a little bit, and that the 7th Battalion should not be calling on our platoon to come help it out. But help it must, as less than half of the 7th Battalion had yet made it to Bénouville from the drop zones. Not until 1200 had a majority of the battalion arrived. The British were being hard-pressed by Germans in French tanks and other armored vehicles. The day went on very, very, very wearing, Private Wally Parr recalled. All the time you could feel enemy movement out there and closer contact coming. Major Nigel Taylor, commanding a company of the 7th Battalion in Bénouville, remembered that it was a very long wait for the commandos to link up. I know the longest day and all that stuff, but this really was a hell of a long day. Where were the commandos? At 1300, the 1st Commandos, Peter Masters' outfit, arrived, followed shortly thereafter by Lord Lovat and bagpiper Bill Millen, who was playing away. It was quite a sight. Lovat strode along, Howard said, as if he were on exercise back in Scotland. There was a Churchill tank with the commandos. Everybody threw their rifles down, Sergeant Wagger Thornton of the Ox and Bucks recalled, and kissed and hugged each other. And I saw men with tears rolling down their cheeks. I did, honestly. Oh dear, celebrations I shall never forget. Lovat met Howard at the east end of the bridge. "John," Lovat said as they shook hands, "today history is being made." Howard briefed him on the situation. Lovat's objective was Varaville. Howard told him to be careful crossing Pegasus Bridge, as it was still under heavy sniper fire. Lovat nevertheless marched his men across, rather than have them dash over as individuals, an act of bravado that cost the commandos a dozen casualties. The doctor who treated them noted that most were shot through their berets and killed instantly. Commandos coming later started putting on their helmets to dash across the bridge. More British tanks came in from the coast, some crossing the bridge, others moving into Bénouville to help in defense. The link-up was now solid. At 1400, Luke finally received permission to attack the bridge. But as he set out with his tanks and self-propelled vehicles, Allied aircraft spotted the movement and called in naval fire. All hell broke loose, Luke remembered. The heavy naval guns plastered us without pause. We lost radio contact, and the men of the reconnaissance battalion were forced to take cover. Luke ordered the commander of the lead battalion to break off the attack and dig in near Escoville. Lieutenant Werner Kortenhaus was in the battalion. "We failed," he said, "because of heavy resistance from the British Navy. We lost 13 tanks out of 17. Like the other regiment of 21st Panzer west of the Orne, the 125th abandoned its counterattack and went on the defensive. Howard's Ox and Bucks, with help from the paratroopers and then from the commandos, had held Pegasus Bridge. East of the bridge, in the area between the ridge and the Orne waterways, British airborne troops were engaged in scattered firefights. Peter Masters recalled riding his bicycle to Ranville and beyond, and seeing, in his words, people welcoming us, gliders and parachutists, but we never knew exactly how far we were in possession of the road, how far it was reasonably safe to cycle on. At times there was fire from the woods, and instinctively one cycled faster to regain cover and dip into a less exposed stretch. Masters was headed toward Varaville. By this time, around 1400, he recalled a number of the commandos were riding German bicycles, army issue, heavy black things, much better than ours. Their rightful owners had abandoned them galore by the side of the road. Some of our chaps were mounted on colorful civilian bikes, ladies' bikes. Anything would do to get to Varaville. At last we approached the village. Canadian parachutists from the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion of the 6th Airborne Division told us they were still fighting for the place. The Canadians had started their attack on Varaville during the night at about 0330. An anonymous British captain who had landed at 0200 in the River Dives reported that when he joined the fight just before dawn, complete chaos seemed to reign in the village. Against a background of Brenns, Spandaus, and grenades could be heard the shouts of British and Canadians, Germans and Russians. There was obviously a battle in progress. The Russians in Wehrmacht uniforms had been told that if they retreated, their German NCOs would shoot them, and that if they surrendered, the Allies would shoot them as traitors. So they put up a stiff resistance until late afternoon. By 1900, the Canadians had taken the village. They thought that with the job accomplished, they would be evacuated back to England. They gave us all their cigarettes, Masters remembered. Sweet Caporal cigarettes from Canada, which we appreciated greatly, on the premise they didn't need them, as they would be going home soon. "Give 'em hell, boys," the Canadians called out to the commandos. "Give 'em hell." A sergeant with Masters informed the Canadians that they were indulging themselves in a fantasy. He pointed out, "If a general has you under his command, do you suppose he's going to let you go in the middle of a battle?" The Canadian paratroopers spent 3 months in Normandy before being withdrawn. On D-Day afternoon, having reached Varaville, the commandos dug in and awaited counterattacks. Brigadier John Durnford Slater was the planning officer for the commandos. In the late afternoon, he joined Shimmy Lovat on the ridge south of Varaville. Lovat's men were beating off occasional counterattacks. Shimmy was magnificent, Durnford Slater reported. Every time a mortar bomb burst, I jumped a couple of feet, while he stood rock still. I felt thoroughly ashamed. A runner came rushing up from No. 4 Commando. "We're being heavily counterattacked, sir," he said to Lord Lovat. "Tell 4 Commando to look after their own counterattacks, and don't worry me until things get serious," Shimmy said. We then resumed our conversation. Durnford Slater and Major Charlie Head picked up a Bren gun and offered to man a post for the night. We were anxious to prove ourselves. "No, thank you," Lovat replied. A bit downcast, Durnford Slater and Head went down the road, back toward the Orne. On the way, Durnford Slater saw a huge German soldier standing by a ditch. "Shoot him if he moves an inch," Durnford Slater shouted to Head. The German's hands flew up. "Kaput," the German said with a grin on his face. He was supposed to be acting as a sniper, but he was delighted to be taken prisoner. Durnford Slater had his Batman hold a pistol on the prisoner while conducting an interrogation. The prisoner was wearing a fine lumber jacket. "You ought to have that," Head said to Durnford Slater. Head told the Batman to strip the jacket from the German. The Batman unthinkingly handed his pistol to the prisoner. Durnford Slater recalled, "The situation was ludicrous. A German prisoner with a loaded revolver, faced by an unarmed British brigadier, a major, and a private soldier. Fortunately, this particular prisoner had no guts at all. He surrendered his jacket. Then he handed back the gun." As the sun began to go down over the channel, Major Nigel Taylor settled himself into a chair outside the Gondrier Café at Pegasus Bridge. He had been wounded in the leg. After a medic dressed the wound, he recalled, "Georges Gondrier brought me a glass of champagne, which was very welcome indeed after that sort of day, I can tell you. And then, just as it was getting dark, there was a tremendous flight of aircraft, British aircraft, that came in, and they did a glider drop and a supply drop on our side of the canal. It was a marvelous sight, it really was. Hundreds of gliders, hundreds of the damn things. And of course, they were also dropping supplies on chutes out of their bomb doors. All this stuff coming down, and then it seemed only a very few minutes afterward, there were all these chaps in jeeps, towing anti-tank guns and God knows what, coming down the road and over this bridge. As the reinforcements marched over the bridge to join the paratroopers and glider troops east of the Orne, Wally Parr and other enlisted men in Howard's company called out, "Where the hell have you been?" and "War's over," and "A bit late for parade, chaps," and other such nonsense. There were 308 Horsa gliders in the flight, bringing in 2 glider battalions of 1,000 men each, accompanied by 34 of the larger Hamilcar gliders, bringing in jeeps, artillery, and supplies. The landing zones had been cleared by paratroopers on both sides of the Orne waterways. Captain Hugh Weldon, later a famous BBC broadcaster and producer, was in a Horsa. When his platoon landed, he said, all our weapons were at the ready. There were gliders all around, some upended and grotesque, some in the act of landing. They seemed huge. Where Weldon came down, there was no firing. He recalled, the next thing I noticed, and shall never forget, was the sight of the troops, ever sensitive to unexpected opportunity, standing on the quiet grass in the twilight, and relieving themselves, with the absent-minded look that men assume on these occasions. First things first. That done, off we went. The entire company had landed 120 strong in 5 gliders. Not a single man was hurt or missing. Engineers and signalers, artillerymen and weapons, supply and transport and repair services, medical units, and even chaplains came down all around. All in all, Weldon commented, it seemed, even at the time, an extraordinary and even breathtaking piece of organization. Not everything worked. After sunset, 40 DC-3s from 233 Squadron of the RAF crossed the channel carrying 116 tons of food, ammunition, explosives, spare radios, medical stores, and petrol to drop by parachute to the 6th Airborne Division. The crossing was uneventful, but when the Dakotas passed over the naval vessels off the mouth of the Orne River, the ships opened fire on the low and slow-flying aircraft. 2 were forced to turn back with severe damage, and 1 ditched in the channel. 5 more were missing, and the rest scattered. Only 25 tons of supplies were recovered. The Royal Navy's trigger-happy gunners had failed to recognize the Dakotas. They blamed the aircraft for failing to identify themselves soon enough, adding the excuse that a lone enemy night fighter had attacked them not long before. Captain John Tillett of the Air Landing Brigade had spent the bulk of D-Day at the airfield at Tarrant-Rushton in England, waiting for word that the landing zones in Normandy had been cleared. Tillett had charge of some homing pigeons that were to be used to bring back news should the radios fail. A squadron leader in the RAF had trained the pigeons, Tillett said, and he was so proud of them. They were all in baskets. Unfortunately, during the waiting period, some of the chaps fell for this temptation and killed, roasted, and ate the pigeons. Finally, at 1830, the bombers towing the gliders began to take off, with some 900 Spitfires providing cover. As the fleet approached the French coast, Tillett recalled, the sky was full of aircraft for miles in all directions, and they were all ours. There was the mass of shipping off the beaches, thousands of ships of every shape and size. At 21:30, his glider pilot cast off, and the Horsa began to spiral down to land. Tillett said, we hit the ground with a splintering crash, and our glider came to a shuddering halt. Other gliders were landing around us, some hitting one another. They were landing from all different directions. We leapt out of the glider and took our position all around for defense. To my astonishment, there in front of me was a German in a trench, a real live German. We had been training for 3 years to fight Germans, but I wasn't prepared for this. We got ready to shoot him, But then, looking at him, I could see that he was absolutely terrified, and there was no question of him shooting us. He couldn't move. We made him prisoner. Tillett and his platoon set off at a trot for the ridge. He said, "Just as we got to it, we could hear tank noises, and 2 tanks came up, and to my horror, I saw the leading tank had a swastika painted on its side. So we turned tail and disappeared over this cornfield in Jesse Owens' speed, looking for some sort of hole to get into, as this tank swung its turret toward us. So within 2 minutes of landing, we had A. taken a prisoner, B. advanced boldly, and C. pulled full flight." The tanks turned out to be British. The lead tank had knocked out a German tank earlier in the day and chalked a swastika on its side. Tillett got his men back on the ridge and dug in for the night. One major in the air landing brigade had noticed a paperboy selling the afternoon London Evening Standard outside his airfield before taking off. The headline was, "Skymen Land in Europe." The major bought the entire stock, loaded them into his glider, and distributed them in Normandy that night, so that at least some of the paratroopers were able to read about themselves in a London paper the same day they had been dropped. As darkness fell, the 6th Airborne Division was in place. The airborne chaps were, in Hugh Weldon's words, safely on dry land, and what is more, many of us, probably most of us, were where we were supposed to be. But the British Army as a whole had not achieved its goal of taking Caen and Carpiquet. Something like a paralysis had crept over the men. The British airborne troops going into battle shortly after midnight, and those who had arrived in the morning and afternoon, had been engaged in bold and aggressive offensive operations. Less than 24 hours later, they were on the defensive, digging in, waiting for counterattacks. They would soon regret not pushing into Caen while the Germans were still in a state of shock and disorganization. They have been strongly criticized by the Americans for losing their momentum. But the fact is that with the exception of some paratroopers and units of the U.S. 4th Division at Utah, none of the Americans reached their D-Day objectives either. The Americans, too, tended to feel after they had cleared the beaches that they had done enough for one day. Major Taylor put it best. Sitting outside the Gondrier Café as it grew full dark, he sipped his champagne and felt good. He recalled, "And at that moment I can remember thinking to myself, 'My God, we've done it.'" Chapter 32. When Can Their Glory Fade? The End of the Day. As full darkness came to Normandy, about 2200, unloading at the beaches ceased. Nearly 175,000 American, Canadian, and British troops had entered Normandy, either by air or sea, at a cost of some 4,900 casualties. From the American airborne on the far right to the British airborne on the far left, the invasion front stretched over 90 kilometers. There was an 18-kilometer gap between the left flank at Utah and the right flank at Omaha, with Rudder's Rangers holding a small piece of territory in between at Pointe du Hoc, an 11-kilometer gap between Omaha and Gold, and a 5-kilometer gap between Juno and Sword. These gaps were inconsequential because the Germans had no troops in them capable of exploiting the opportunity. For the Germans, the battlefield was isolated. Rommel had been right about that at least. Allied command of the air had made it difficult to impossible for the Germans to rush men, tanks, and guns to the scene of the action. For the Allies, virtually unlimited men, tanks, guns, and supplies were waiting offshore for first light on June 7 to begin unloading, and behind them were even more men, tanks, guns, and supplies in England, waiting to cross the Channel. There was little depth to the penetration, nowhere more than 10 kilometers, Juno, and at Omaha less than 2 kilometers. But everywhere the Allies had gone through the Atlantic Wall. The Germans still had the advantage of fighting on the defensive, and the hedgerows, especially in the Cotentin, gave them excellent ready-made positions. But their fixed fortifications on the invasion front, their pillboxes and bunkers, their trench system, their communication system, their emplacements for the heavy artillery, were, with only a few exceptions, kaput. The Germans had taken 4 years to build the Atlantic Wall. They had poured thousands of tons of concrete, reinforced by hundreds of thousands of steel rods. They had dug hundreds of kilometers of trenches. They had placed millions of mines and laid down thousands of kilometers of barbed wire. They had erected tens of thousands of beach obstacles. It was a colossal construction feat that had absorbed a large percentage of Germany's material, manpower, and building capacity in Western Europe. At Utah, the Atlantic Wall had held up the U.S. 4th Division for less than 1 hour. At Omaha, it had held up the U.S. 29th and 1st Divisions for less than 1 day. At Gold, Juno, and Sword, it had held up the British 50th, the Canadian 3rd, and the British 3rd Divisions for about an hour. As there was absolutely no depth to the Atlantic Wall, once it had been penetrated, even if only by a kilometer, it was useless. Worse than useless, because the Wehrmacht troops manning the Atlantic Wall east and west of the invasion area were immobile, incapable of rushing to the sound of the guns. The Atlantic Wall must therefore be regarded as one of the greatest blunders in military history. The Allies had made mistakes. Dropping the U.S. 82nd and 101st Airborne in the middle of the night was one. Almost surely it would have been better to send them in at first light. The great assets of the Allied bomber and warship fleets were not used to full effect in the too short and too inaccurate pre-invasion bombardment. The single-minded concentration on getting ashore and cracking the Atlantic Wall was probably inevitable, so formidable did those fixed fortifications appear. But it was costly once the assault teams had penetrated. It led to a tendency on the part of the men to feel that, once through the wall, the job had been done. Just when they should have been exerting every human effort possible to get inland while the Germans were still stunned, they stopped to congratulate themselves, to brew up a bit of tea, to dig in. The failure to prepare men and equipment for the challenge of offensive action in the hedgerow country was an egregious error. Allied intelligence had done a superb job of locating the German fixed defenses, and a solid, if not perfect job, of locating the German units in Normandy. But intelligence had failed completely to recognize the difficulties of fighting in the hedgerows. Allied errors pale beside those of the Germans. In trying to defend everywhere, they were incapable of defending anywhere. Their command structure was a hindrance rather than a help. Rommel's idea of stopping the invasion on the beach versus Rundstedt's idea of counterattacking inland versus Hitler's compromise between the two prevented an effective use of their assets. Using Polish, Russian, and other POWs for construction work made sense. Putting them in Wehrmacht uniforms and placing them in trenches, hoping that they would put up a stiff resistance, did not. The Wehrmacht's many mistakes were exceeded by those of the Luftwaffe, which was quite simply just not there. Goering called for an all-out effort by the Luftwaffe on D-Day, but he got virtually none at all. The Allies' greatest fear was a massive air bombardment against the mass of shipping and the congestion on the beaches, with Goering putting every German plane that could fly into the attack. But Goering was in Berchtesgaden, agreeing with Hitler's self-serving, ridiculous assertion that the Allies had launched the invasion exactly where he had expected them, while the Luftwaffe was either in Germany or redeploying or grounded due to administrative and fuel problems. Once the terror of the world, the Luftwaffe on June 6, 1944, was a joke. The Kriegsmarine was no better. Its submarines and cruisers were either in their pens or out in the North Atlantic, hunting merchant shipping. Except for one minor action by 3 E-boats, the Kriegsmarine made not a single attack on the greatest armada ever gathered. The V-1s, on which Hitler had placed such high hopes, and to which he had devoted so much of Germany's technological and construction capacity, were not ready. When they were, a week after D-Day, he launched them against the wrong target. The Germans' tactical and strategic mistakes were serious, but their political blunders were the greatest of all. Their occupation policies in Poland and Russia precluded any enthusiasm whatsoever by their Oost battalions for their cause, even though nearly every one of the conscripted Oost troops hated the Communists. Although German behavior in France was immeasurably better than in Poland and Russia, even in France the Germans failed to generate enthusiasm for their cause, and thus the Germans were unable to profit from the great potential of conquered France. What should have been an asset for Germany, the young men of France, became an asset for the Allies, either as saboteurs in the factories or as members of the resistance. What Hitler regarded as the greatest German assets, the leadership principle in the Third Reich, the unquestioning obedience expected of Wehrmacht personnel from field marshal down to private, all worked against the Germans on D-Day. The truth is that despite individual acts of great bravery and the fanaticism of some Wehrmacht troops, the performance of the Wehrmacht's high command, middle-ranking officers, and junior officers was just pathetic. The cause is simply put. They were afraid to take the initiative. They allowed themselves to be paralyzed by stupid orders coming from far away that bore no relation to the situation on the battlefield. Tank commanders who knew where the enemy was and how and when he should be attacked sat in their headquarters through the day, waiting for the high command in Berchtesgaden to tell them what to do. The contrast between men like Generals Roosevelt and Cota, Colonels Canham and Otway, Major Howard, Captain Dawson, Lieutenant Spaulding and Winters in adjusting and reacting to unexpected situations, and their German counterparts could not have been greater. The men fighting for democracy were able to make quick, on-site decisions and act on them. The men fighting for the totalitarian regime were not. Except for Colonel Haidt and a captain here, a lieutenant there, not one German officer reacted appropriately to the challenge of D-Day. As darkness came on, the Allied troops ashore dug in, while the Allied air forces returned to England, and the Allied Armada prepared for the possibility of a Luftwaffe night attack. It came at 2300, and it typified the Luftwaffe's total ineffectiveness. Josh Honan remembered and described it. Suddenly, everything started banging, and we all went to see what it was, and it was a German reconnaissance plane. He wasn't all that high, and he wasn't going all that fast, and he did a complete circle over the bay, and every ship had every gun going, and you never saw such a wall of tracer and flak and colored lights going up in your life. And the German quite calmly flew all around the bay, made another circle, and went home. Private John Slaughter of the 116th Regiment, U.S. 29th Division, also described the scene. After dark, an enemy Me-109 fighter plane flew over the entire Allied fleet, from right to left, and just above the barrage balloons. Every ship in the English Channel opened fire on that single airplane, illuminating the sky with millions of tracer bullets. The heroic Luftwaffe pilot defied all of them, not even taking evasive action. I wondered how he ever got through that curtain of fire. All along the invasion front, men dug in. Captain John Rayan of the 5th Ranger Battalion was outside Vierville, off Omaha Beach. He recalled, "By now it was getting dark, and it was necessary to organize ourselves for nighttime counterattacks and infiltration from the Germans," he said in his oral history. Headquarters Company was in a small farmyard located to the south of the road. At this point, I learned my next mistake. I had not brought an entrenching tool. A French farmyard is more like brick than it is like dirt. For centuries, animals have been pounding it down. The sun has been baking it. There was just no way that I could dig a hole to protect myself. The enlisted men had their entrenching tools, and a couple of them offered to dig me a hole, but I said, "No, you go take care of yourselves, dig your own holes, and after you are safe and secure, then you can give me your shovel, and I will dig me a hole." It was cold as the darkness came on us. I mean really cold. There was a haystack in the farmyard. Rayan decided to lie down in it. He said, "I'm just a city boy. I learned a little bit about haystacks in French barnyards that night, because it wasn't a haystack. It was a manure pile. I hardly had lain down in the warmth of that manure pile when I was covered with every kind of bug you could think of. I came out of that thing slapping and swinging and pinching, doing all I could to rid me of all those vermin and biting bugs. I went to the farmhouse. Inside, an old Frenchwoman was putting faggots on a fire. It was a very tiny fire. Lieutenant Van Riper, a platoon leader in Rayen's company, was there. Rayen said, "Van Riper and I spent the rest of the night warming our hands over that little tiny fire of faggots alongside that little old Frenchwoman. It was sort of an ignominious ending to a rather exciting day." Private Harry Parley, 116th Regiment, 29th Division, said in his oral history that the last hours of June 6 are quite vivid in my memory. As darkness came, we found ourselves in a hedgerow-enclosed field. Dirty, hungry, and dog-tired, with no idea as to where we were, we decided to dig in for the night. We could hear the far-off sound of artillery and see the path of tracer fire arcing in the distance. As we spread out around the field, I found myself paired off with my sergeant. We started to dig a foxhole, but the ground was rock hard, and we were both totally exhausted by the time the hole was about 3 inches deep. Finally, standing there in the dark, aware that it was useless to continue, my sergeant said, "Fuck it, Parley. Let's just get down and get some rest." And so D-Day came to an end, with both of us sitting back to back in the shallow trench throughout the night. At Pegasus Bridge, the Ox and Bucks handed over to the Warwickshire Regiment. John Howard led his men through the dark toward Ranville. Jack Bailey found it hard to leave. "You see," he explained, "we had been there a full day and night. We rather felt that this was our bit of territory." Lieutenant John Revel of F Company, 5th Ranger Battalion, was on top of the bluff at Omaha. As the light faded, he called his runner, Private Rex Lowe, pointed out to the 6,000 vessels in the channel, and said, "Rex, take a look at this. You'll never see a sight like this again in your life." Private Robert Zaft, a 20-year-old infantryman in the 115th Regiment, 29th Division, Omaha Beach, put his feelings and experience this way. "I made it up the hill. I made it all the way to where the Germans had stopped us for the night, and I guess I made it up the hill of manhood." Private Felix Branham was a member of K Company, 116th Infantry, the regiment that took the heaviest casualties of all the Allied regiments on D-Day. "I have gone through lots of tragedies since D-Day," he concluded his oral history, "but to me, D-Day will live with me till the day I die, and I'll take it to heaven with me. It was the longest, most miserable, horrible day that I or anyone else ever went through. I would not take $1 million for my experiences, but I surely wouldn't want to go through that again for $1 million." Sergeant John Ellery, 16th Regiment, 1st Division, Easy Red Sector of Omaha, recalled, "The first night in France I spent in a ditch beside a hedgerow, wrapped in a damp shelter half, and thoroughly exhausted. But I felt elated. It had been the greatest experience of my life. I was 10 feet tall. No matter what happened, I had made it off the beach and reached the high ground. I was king of the hill, at least in my own mind, for a moment. My contribution to the heroic tradition of the United States Army might have been the smallest achievement in the history of courage, but at least, for a time, I had walked in the company of very brave men." Admiral Ramsay ended his June 6 diary with this entry: "We have still to establish ourselves on land. The Navy has done its part well. News continued satisfactory throughout the day from ETF, Eastern Task Force, the British beaches, and good progress was made. Very little news was received from WTF, the American beaches, and anxiety exists as to the position on shore. Still, on the whole, we have very much to thank God for this day." One soldier who did not forget to thank God was Lieutenant Richard Winters, 506th PIR, 101st Airborne. At 0001 on June 6, he had been in a C-47 headed to Normandy. He had prayed the whole way over, prayed to live through the day, prayed that he wouldn't fail. He didn't fail. He won the Distinguished Service Cross that morning. At 2400 on June 6, before bedding down at Sainte-Marie-du-Mont, Winters, as he later wrote in his diary, did not forget to get on my knees and thank God for helping me to live through this day, and ask for His help on D+1. And he made a promise to himself.